"Silence," said Richard sternly. "We must give courage to these poor fellows, not deprive them of it. Fear you for your life, Baron? By my fay, I had rather mine were spilt than that of the meanest of our men." Combat like this York had shared in the ravines of Andalusia. He remembered that warfare, and founded his present operations upon it. His onset was impetuous. The enemy recoiled, but formed again. The horsemen dismounted, and presented a frightful bulwark of iron-headed lances to the horses of the little troop, while, from the intervals in the ranks, the archers and men, armed with matchlocks, kept up a rain of arrows and bullets that spread consternation among his troop. It was necessary to break through this formidable defence. Thrice the prince charged in vain. The third time his standard-bearer fell. He wore a white scarf. He fixed it to his lance, and, drawing his sword, he waved this emblem of his cause as again he dashed forwards, and with greater success. Yet as he drove the enemy before him, the whiz of bullets and arrows from behind showed that their previous resistance had given Sir John Peachy time to come up. York grasped Audley's hand. "Farewell," he cried. "Forgive my hasty speech, my valiant friend. May we meet in paradise, where surely through God's grace we shall sup this night." With the words he charged again, and overcame the last faint resistance. Followed by all his troop, pursuing the flying, Richard dashed through the defile. Soon the open plain was before them, and he saw the wide, calm, free ocean, with his vessels riding at anchor. The decks were crowded with men, and the water covered with boats hovering near shore, as they waited to receive tidings of their friends. Before in the van, Richard now hung back to secure the retreat of those behind. Audley urged him to embark, but he moved slowly towards the beach, now calling his men to form and gather round him, now marking the motions of those behind, ready to ride back to their aid. At length Peachy's troops poured through the defile. The plain was covered by flying Yorkists. It only remained for him to assemble as many as he could, to protect and ensure the embarkation of all. "One word," cried Audley. "Whither do you propose to sail?" "It is doubtful. If Barry still be true, and my voice be heard, not to Burgundy and dependence, but rather to Ireland, to Cork and Desmond." "Meanwhile, dear your highness," said the noble, "I will not believe that all is lost in England. I shall make good speed to the west, and gather my friends together. We shall not be distant neighbours, and if I succeed to my wish, Audley will call you from your Irish fastness to your own native England. Our Lady preserve you meanwhile. Farewell." Audley, swift in all his proceedings, put spurs to his horse and was away. A few minutes brought Richard to the sands. He guarded the embarkation of his diminished numbers. Nor till Peachy's troop was within bowshot, and the last straggler that arrived was in the last boat, did he throw himself from his horse and leap in. He was rowed to the chief vessel. He cast an anxious glance at the Adelaide, just under way. A green and white flag was hoisted. Monina was on board. Further to reassure him of his friend's safety, Frion received him as he mounted on his own deck. Evening was at hand, the late balmy summer evening. A land breeze sprung up. The vessels had already weighed their anchors, and swiftly, with swelling sails, they gained the offing. How tranquil and sweet seemed the widespread waters, how welcome these arks of refuge, sailing placidly over them after the strife, the blood, the shouts, the groans of battle. "Farewell, England," said the royal exile. "I have no country save these decks trodden by my friends. Where they are, there is my kingdom and my home." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 28. The Parting. "Why, it cannot choose but be a noble plot. And then the power of Scotland and York to join! In faith, it is exceedingly well aimed." Shakespeare. The Duke of York found Lord Barry, Sir George Neville, Plantagenet, and several other distinguished friends on board his vessel. In consultation with them, it was agreed to sail immediately for Cork. The loss of many brave friends, killed or prisoners on the Kentish coast, saddened them, while the diminution of their numbers forbade the idea of a second descent upon England. Towards Ireland they sailed, with such alternation of calm and contrary winds as made them linger for several weeks upon their way. Here, for the first time, Richard heard from Frion of Clifford's machinations, and of his message and insolent threat to Monina. Every drop of blood in his veins was alive with indignation. Before, he had despised Sir Robert as a traitor, and while he looked on him as the cause of all his disasters, and of the death of so many of his noble and gallant adherents, his abhorrence was mingled with contemptuous pity. The unchivalrous wrong offered to a woman, that woman, his sweet sister friend, animated him with other feelings. To avenge her and chastise the arrogant braggart was his nightly duty, his fervent, impatient wish. He saw her not, meanwhile. She was in one of those dark hulls among which love alone taught him to discern the lighter build and more sea-worn frame of the Adelaide. Ireland was at this time very differently situated from when the prince first landed on her shores. After Lambert Simnel's success there, still the King of England had neglected its internal policy. A more terrible name awakened his caution, and he sent Sir Edward Poynings as the deputy of his infant son Henry, whom he had nominally appointed to the government. Poynings was resolute and successful. He defeated the natives, quelled the Earl of Kildare, and forced the Earl of Desmond to renew his oaths of allegiance. A free pardon was afterwards granted to all, with the exception of Lord Barry. York was received at Cork most cordially by his old friend O'Water, and immediately at the Earl of Desmond's invitation, repaired to Ardfinnan. The Earl had found no great difficulty in escaping from England and returning to his native island. The timely assistance he had afforded Henry's enemy in the Tower was an impenetrable mystery, though the consciousness of it had made him more yielding than he would otherwise have been in his concessions to Poynings. He received York with the hospitality of an Irish chieftain and the kindness of a friend, but he held out no inducement for him to remain. On the contrary, he was the first to counsel him to turn his eyes where a new and brighter prospect presented itself. Sir Patrick Hamilton had left Munster a few months before, with a firm belief in Richard's truth. He had assured the Earl of the favourable reception his adventurous friend would obtain from his royal master, and had declared his intention of proceeding to Brussels to see the prince, and personally to enforce his invitation. York was absent, but the Duchess gave a cordial reception to the renowned Scottish cavalier. He had been present at the sailing of the fleet, and his last words were wishes for their success, and an offer of secure and honourable refuge in Edinburgh, in case of failure. It had been agreed that on his own return thither he should be accompanied by messengers from the Duchess, to thank the King of Scotland for the interest he manifested towards her beloved nephew. Sir Edward Brampton was chosen as the chief of these, accompanied, of course, by his lady, York's long-tried and zealous friend. All these circumstances were decisive of the course it became the exile to pursue. He was at that moment in a condition to appear under advantageous circumstances at the Scottish court. He had lost several valued friends during the late attempt, but many remained of noble birth and good renown. Above 100 knights graced his train. The treasure his aunt had bestowed for his English struggle remained, besides a considerable sum of money, services of valuable plate and valuable jewels, the munificent gift of the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk. In fine, not a dissentient voice was raised, and the attention of everyone was turned towards preparations for the voyage. York continued to be the Earl of Desmond's guest. In his princely halls he received all the honour due to his rank and pretensions. The Countess, a lady of the noble family of Roche, distinguished him by her kindness, and conceived a peculiar friendship for the Spanish maiden Monina. The moment arrived for York's embarkation. He had visited his vessels and seen that all was in readiness, but his surprise was excited by perceiving that no preparations were made for sailing on board the Adelaide. This was explained on his return by the Countess telling him that a friend of his desired to take leave of him before he sailed, and that she had been besought by her to explain in some measure the reasons of their separation. De Ferro's whole soul was set upon becoming one of those immortal pioneers who opened new paths across the unexplored West. He could be of no use to Richard in Scotland, but he could not prevail on himself to leave his lovely, unprotected girl behind. She had at last consented to accompany him in his far and dangerous voyage. Many had been this poor child's struggles, sad her reflections ere she wrought herself to this purpose. Alas, such were her reveries, that innocence should be no safeguard in this ill world. If indeed I loved him sinfully, or he sought me wrongfully, I should simply obey the laws of God in flying him. But he is noble, and I know my own heart. Spotless Mother of God, thou knowest it. There is no single feeling in my woman's soul that I dare not avouch to thy all-blessed gentleness. I ask only to live in the same land, to breathe the same air, to serve him at his need, to associate with his friends, so that when I see him not I may feed upon discourse of him. This is all I ask, all, and this must not be. I cannot bear a tainted name. I cannot endure that, linked with any slightest stain of calumny, my image should haunt his dreams, nor that he or any human being should suffer through me, which may so easily happen. For if words like those Frion reported should reach my father's ears, he would clothe his tempest-shaken limbs and arms, and expose his breast to the sharp sword's point to vindicate my honor. No, no tragedy shall be associated with poor Monina's name, nor agony, nor woe shall visit those I love through me. They shall not even commiserate my sufferings. These shall be garnered up in my own heart, watched with a miser's care. I will not enrich the telltale air by one sigh, nor through my broken heart shall the gloom of my despair appear. I will paint my face with joy's own hue, put sunshine in my eyes. My hapless love shall be no tale of pity for any save my own desolate thoughts. Nor let me forget every lesson of resignation, nor the dear belief I cherish in the protection and goodness of my sainted guardianess. Let me rejoice at much that exalts my destiny in my own eyes. The prince's friendship, affection, gratitude, and esteem are mine. I have been able to serve him I love. Am I not sufficiently fortunate? He needs me no more, but I am no alien upon earth. I shall give delight to my dear father by accompanying him over the untrod watery deserts. Through me, for if I went not, he would remain behind. The name of Defero will be added to the list of those who bestow a new creation of supernal beauty on our outworn world. He will call me the partner of his glory, and though that be a vain word, his dark eyes will flash with joy. My dear, dear father! Should the prince succeed and ascend his rightful throne, more impassable than that wide sea would be the gulf which ceremony would place between us. And if he fall, ah, mine is no summer's day voyage. The tornadoes of that wild region may wreck me, the cold sea receive me in her bosom, and I shall never hear of Richard's overthrow, nor endure the intolerable pang of knowing that he dies. Fortified in some degree by such thoughts, anxious to conceal her sorrows from one who might compassionate, yet not wholly share them, Monina met Richard with an air of gaiety. Glad, in spite of his involuntary mortification, that she should be spared any pain, he copied her manner, and a spectator would have thought that either they parted for a few hours or were indifferent to each other. He could not help betraying some anxiety, however, when Lady Desmond, who was present, solicited him to make his friend change her purpose, and drew a frightful picture of the hazardous voyage, the storms, the likelihood that they might be driven far, far away where no land was, where they would perish of famine on the barren, desolate ocean. Monina laughed. She endeavored thus to put aside her friend's serious entreaties, and when she found that she failed, she spoke of the providence that could protect her even on the wastes of innavigable ocean, and proudly reminded him that she would trust her father, whose reputation as a mariner stood foremost among those in the King of Portugal's employ. Richard looked perplexed. Sorrow and pain spoke in his own countenance, while she, true to herself to the last, said, "I have now told you my purpose, but this is no farewell. Tomorrow we meet again, and another tomorrow will come also when I bring treasure from my Indian isle, to dazzle the monarch of fair, happy England." On that morrow Richard sought in vain among the Countess of Desmond's companions for his sweet Spaniard. He imaged her as he last saw her, light, laughing, her soft beaming eyes hardly daring to glance towards him, while he fancied that a shower of precious drops was shaken from their fringed lids. He had meant to say, "Ah, weep, Monina, weep for Andalusia, for our happy childhood, for the hopes that leaves us. Thy tears will seem to me more glad than thy untrue smile." But she was not there. Could he have seen her from the deck of his vessel, marking its progress from the watchtower of Youghal, he had been satisfied. The anguish of bitter tears, the heart's agonizing gaspings were hers, to be succeeded by the dull, starless night of despair, when his sail vanished on the glittering plains of the sunny sea. Farewell to her who mourned, to her who saw neither day nor joy, whose heart lived with him while she prepared for her melancholy separation from the very world which he inhabited. The scene shifts to Scotland, and hither to a new country, a new people, almost to a new language. Our royal adventurer is transported. Dark, tumultuous, stained with blood and rendered foul by treason are the pages of early Scottish history. A wild and warlike people inhabited its mountain districts, whose occupation was strife, whose religion was power and revenge. The Lowlanders, a wealthier race, were hardly more cultivated or less savage. One course of rebellion against the sovereign, and discord among themselves, flows, a sanguinary stream from the hidden sources of things, threading a long track of years, or overflowing it with its pernicious waves. Discord, hate, and murder were the animating spirits of the scene. James III was a weak, unhappy man. A prophecy had induced him to distrust all the princes of his house. He extended this distrust to his son, who was brought up consequently in a kind of honorable and obscure imprisonment. He fostered unworthy favorites, and many bold and sanguinary revolts had been the consequence. On one occasion, while encamped during a foray into England, his nobles had seized on all his personal friends and adherents, and hanged them over London Bridge. The last rebellion cost him his life. The insurgents seized on, and placed at their head his eldest son, then only 16 years of age. They met their sovereign in the field. He fled before them, and his death was as miserable and dastardly as his life. James IV succeeded to the throne. The mean jealousy of his father had caused him to be untutored, but he was one of those beings who by nature inherit magnanimity, refinement, and generosity. His faults were those that belong to such a character. His imagination was active, his impulses warm but capricious. He was benignant to every other, severe only in his judgment of himself. His father's death, to which he had been an unwilling accessory, weighed like parricide on his conscience. To expiate it, in the spirit of those times, he wore perpetually an iron girdle, augmenting the weight each year, as habit or increasing strength lightened the former one. He devoted much of his life to penance and prayer. Here ended, however, all of the ascetic in his disposition. He was a gallant knight and an accomplished gentleman. He encouraged tourneys and passages of arms, raising the reputation of the Scottish cavaliers all over Europe, so that many noble foreigners repaired to Edinburgh to gain new trophies in contests with the heroes of the north. He passed edicts to enforce the schooling of the children of the nobles and lairds. His general love of justice, a little impaired, it is true, by feudal prejudices, often led him to wander in disguise over his kingdom, seeking hospitality from the poor, and listening with a candid and generous mind to every remark upon himself and his government. He was singularly handsome, graceful, prepossessing, and yet dignified in his manners. He loved pleasure, and was the slave of the sex which gives to pleasure all its elegance and refinement. He partook his family's love for the arts, and was himself a poet and a musician. Nay, more, to emulate the divine patron of these accomplishments, he was well skilled in surgery and the science of healing. He was ambitious, active, energetic. He ruminated many a project of future glory. Meanwhile, his chief aim was to reconcile the minds of the alienated nobles, his murdered father's friends, to himself, and, succeeding in this, to abolish the feuds that raged among the peers of Scotland, and civilize their barbarous propensities. He succeeded to a miracle. His personal advantages attracted the affection of his subjects. They were proud of him, and felt exalted by his virtues. His excellent government and amiable disposition both united to make his reign peaceful in its internal policy, and beneficial to the kingdom. The court of Holyrood vied with those of Paris, London, and Brussels, to which capitals many of his high-born subjects, no longer engaged in the struggles of party, travelled, bringing back with them the refinements of gallantry, the poetry, learning, and science of the south of Europe. The feuds, last flickerings of the dying torch of discord which lately spread a fatal glare through the land, ceased. If every noble did not love, they all obeyed their sovereign. Thus a new golden age might be said to have dawned upon this eyrie of Boreas, this tempestuous Thule of the world. We must remember that this was the age of chivalry. The spirit of Edward III and the princely dukes of Burgundy yet survived. Louis XI, in France, had done much to quench it. It burnt bright again under the auspices of his son. Henry VII was its bitter enemy, but we are still at the beginning of his reign, while war and arms were unextinguished by his cold, avaricious policy. James of Scotland labored, and successfully, to pacify his subjects, children of one common parent. But he, as well as they, disdained the ignoble arts of peace. England formed the lists where they desired to display their courage. War with England was a word to animate every heart to dreadful joy. In the end, it caused the destruction of him and all his chivalry in Flodden Field. Now it made him zealous to upraise a disinherited prince, so that, under the idea of restoring the rightful sovereign to the English throne, he might have fair pretext for invading the neighbour kingdom. At the hope, The soldiers of Scotland, in other words, its whole population, awakened as an unhooded hawk, ready to soar at its accustomed quarry. Sir Patrick Hamilton, the most accomplished and renowned of the Scottish cavaliers, and kinsman of the royal house, had returned laden with every testimony of the White Rose's truth, and 1,000 proofs of his nobleness and virtue. Sir Edward Brampton delivered the Duchess's message of thanks, and his lady had already awakened the zeal of many a gentleman, and the curiosity and interest of many a lady, for the pride of York, the noble, valiant Plantagenet. Woman's sway was great at Holyrood, as the bachelor king, notwithstanding his iron girdle and his strict attention to his religious duties, was a devout votary at the shrine of feminine beauty. There was a hawking party assembled in the neighborhood of Stirling, which he graced by his presence. All was, apparently, light-heartedness and joy, till a dispute arose between two damsels upon the merits of their respective falcons. One of these was fair Mary Boyd, daughter of the Laird of Bonshaw. Mary Boyd was the first love of the young sovereign, and the report went that he was no unsuccessful suitor. It spoke of offspring carefully concealed in a village of Fife, whom James often visited. When afterwards this young lady's example was imitated by others nobly born, this became no secret, and of her children one became Archbishop of St. Andrews, the other, a daughter, married the Earl of Morton. But these were days of youthful bashfulness and reserve. The mind of Mary Boyd balanced between pride in her lover and shame for her fault, a state of feeling that ill brooked the loss of what gilded her to apparent frailty, the exclusive attention of the king. Mary was older than the king. The dignity which had captivated the boy's imagination lost its charm when the tyranny of assumed right took the place of that of tenderness. He grew cold, then absent, and at last ventured to fix a regard of admiration on another, sliding easily from the restraint to which he at first submitted, into all of devotion and soft gallant courtesy by which kings win ladies' love, and in which none grew to be a greater adept than James. The new object that attracted him was the young, gay, and lovely Lady Jane Kennedy, daughter of the Earl of Castles. Her sparkling eyes, her bonny brent brow, her dark, clustering hair contrasted with the transparency of her complexion. Her perfect good humour, her vivacity, and her wit made her a chief beauty in the Scottish court, and in all this she was the reverse of the fair, light-haired, sleepy-eyed Mary. Lady Jane saw and gloried in her triumph over the king. Innocent, then, she only desired the reputation of such a conquest, fully resolved not to tread in the steps of her rival. It is something of fool's play to strive to enchain fire by links of straw, to throw silken fetters on a bounding torrent, to sport with a strong lion, love, as he were a playful whelp. Some, secure in innocence and principle, may at last discover their mistake and remain uninjured, but not the vain, heedless, self-willed Lady Jane. The courtiers were divided in their attentions. Some for shame would not forsake Mary Boyd. Some thought that still she would regain her power. One or two imagined that Lady Jane's resistance would restore the king to her rival, but the greater number caught the light spirit of the hour and gathered round the laughing, happy girl. The contention between these ladies made many smile. The king betted a diamond against a Scotch pebble on Lady Jane's bird. Mary had thwarted him and forced him to her side during the first part of the day. Now he took his revenge. A heron rose from the river banks. The birds were unhooded, and up soared Lady Jane's in one equal flight, through the blue air, cleaving the atmosphere with noiseless wing. Mary's followed slower, but when Lady Jane's pounced on the quarry and brought it screaming and flapping to the ground, the rival bird darted on the conqueror, and a sharp struggle ensued. It was unequal, for the Lady Jane's hawk would not quit its prey. "Let them fight it out," said Mary, "and the survivor is surely the victor." But the spectators cried shame, while Lady Jane with a scream hastened to save her favourite. The other, fiery as a borderer, attacked even her, and in spite of her gloves, drops of blood from her fair hand stained her silken robe. James came to her rescue, and with one blow put an end to the offender's life. Jane caressed her tassel gentle, while Mary looted on her false carrion's extinction with unrepressed indignation. They returned to Stirling. Immediately on their arrival they received tidings that the Duke of York's fleet had been descried, and was expected to enter the Frith on the following day. None heard the words without emotion. The general sentiment was of joy, for Richard's landing was to be the signal of invasion. King Henry had one or two friends among the Scottish nobles, and these alone smiled contemptuously. "We must have feasts and tourneys, fair mistress," said the king, "to honor our royal visitor. Will your servant intrude unseemingly if, while his arms extol your beauty, he wears your colors?" Lady Jane smiled a reply as she followed her father towards his mansion. She smiled while feminine triumph beamed in her eye, and girlish bashfulness blushed in her cheek. "Has she not a bonny ee?" cried James to him who rode near him. It was Sir Patrick Hamilton, his dear cousin and friend, to whom James often deferred and respected, while he loved. His serious look recalled the king. "This is not the time, good sooth," he continued, "for such sweet gauds, but for lance and broadsword. The coming of this Prince of Roses will bring our arms into play, all rusty as they are. I wonder what presents our guest may have." The friends then conversed concerning the projected war, which both agreed would be well timed. It would at once give vent to the fiery impulses of the Scotch lords, otherwise apt to prey upon each other. But lately a band of the Drummonds had burnt the Kirk of Moolward, in which were 60 Murrays with their wives and children, all of whom were victims. But foray in England, war with the land of their hate, the defiance would be echoed in glad shouts from Tweed to Tay, from the Lothians to the Carse of Gowrie, while it should be repeated in groans from the Northumberland wilds. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 29. Welcome to Scotland. Cousin of York, thus once more we embrace thee. Welcome to James of Scotland. For thy safety, no, such as love thee not shall never wrong thee. Come, we will taste awhile our court delights, dream hence afflictions past, and then proceed to high attempts of honour. Ford. The Duke of York arrived off Leith. While the messengers were going to and fro, and preparation was made to disembark, he and his principal friends were assembled on the deck of their vessel, regarding the strange northern coast with curiosity, wonder, and some contempt. "I see horses," cried Lord Barry. "By our Lord's grace, grass grows hitherward, that is much." "I see kye," exclaimed Frion. "So we may hope for buttered sowens at least, if not beef, at the place of feasts." "Aye," cried Sir Edward Brampton, who had come on board, "you may hope for choice cheer. I promise ye shall live well, ye that are noble. These unclad rocks and desert moors are the home of many an earl and belted knight, whose gorgeousness may vie with the cavaliers of France or Burgundy. In this it differs from England. You will not find stout franklins or fat burgesses. There are no men of Ghent, nor London aldermen. The half-naked kern tills the stony soil. Next to the palace is the hearthless hovel. Wealth and penury, if not mates, are joint masters of the land." "I have heard," said York, "that there is much paternal love and filial duty between the rich and poor in this country." "Among the northern mountains thus it is," said Brampton, "a strange and savage race, which my good Lord Barry, some name Irish, dwell on the barren heights, along the impassable defiles beside their vast, stormy lakes, but the Lowlander looks askance on the Highland clanship. List ye, gentlemen, all bears a different aspect here from the gentle southern kingdoms. But they are men, proud, valiant, warlike men. As such they claim our respect. His Majesty and a few others are moreover right gallant cavaliers." "Mark these words," said York earnestly, "and remember, dear friends, that we, the world's wanderers, seek refuge here of our own will, which if we find we must not disdain our hosts. Remember, too, the easy rage of the fiery Scot, and that we boast gentler customs. Suffer no brawling to mar our concord. Let not Richard of York, who of all his wide realm possesses your hearts only, find his dominions narrowed, or violently disturbed by your petulance and pride." The Duke's associates listened with respect. Hitherto the spirited boy had been led by a Barry, a Clifford, a Neville, or a Plantagenet. They had counselled, spoken for him. His sword only had been as active as theirs. A new light seemed to have broken in upon his soul. It assumed a seriousness and power that exalted him in their eyes, while it took nothing from the candour and single-hearted reliance on their loves, which was his dearest charm. On landing, the Duke of York was escorted to Edinburgh by the Earl of Errol, Sir Patrick Hamilton, and others. The attire, arms, and horses with their caparisons of these gentlemen were little inferior to those displayed at Paris. King James awaited him at the castle of Edinburgh. The monarch received his guest in state on his throne. The prince was struck at once by his elegance, his majesty, and sweet animated aspect. His black bonnet, looped up by a large ruby, sat lightly on his brow. his glossy black curly hair escaping in ringlets from underneath. His embroidered shirt collar, thrown back, displayed his throat and the noble expression of his head. His dark gray eyes, his manly, sunburnt complexion, the look of thought combined with goodness, mingled with dignity, gave an air of distinction to his whole person. Various were the physiognomies, various the guises of those around him. The swart, gaunt Highlander in his singular costume, the blue-eyed, red-haired Sioux of the lowlands were there, and in each and all were remarkable, a martial, sometimes a ferocious expression. The Prince of England entered, surrounded by his, to the Scotch, foreign-looking knights. James descended from his throne to embrace his visitant, and then reassumed it, while all eyes were turned upon the royal adventurer, whose voice and mien won every heart before his eloquence had time to move them. "High and mighty king," said Richard, "your grace, and these your nobles present, be pleased to hear the tragedy of one, who, born a prince, comes even as a beggar to your court. My lords, Sorrow and I were not twins. I am the elder, and for 9 years I beheld not the ill visage of that latest birth of my poor but royal mother's fortunes. It were a long tale to tell, what rumour has made familiar to every ear, my uncle Gloucester's usurpation, my brother's death, and the sorrows of our race. I lost my kingdom ere I possessed it, and while yet my young hands were too feeble to grasp the sceptre of my ancestors, and with it the sword needful to defend the same, capricious fate bestowed it on Henry of Richmond, a base-born descendant of ill-nurtured Bolingbroke, a scion of that red rose that so long and so rightfully had been uprooted in the land, which they had bought with its children's dearest blood. Good my lords, I might move you to pity did I relate how, in my tender years, that usurer king sought my life, buying the blood of the orphan at the hands of traitors. How, when these cruelties failed him, he used subtler arts, giving me nicknames, meeting my gallant array of partisans, not with an army of their peers, but with a base rout of deceits, treasons, spies, and blood-stained decoyers. It would suit me better to excite your admirations by speaking of the nobleness and fidelity of my friends, the generosity of the sovereigns who have shed invaluable dews upon the fading white rose, so to refresh and restore it. But not to waste my tediousness on you, let this be the sum. I am here, the friend of France, the kinsman of Burgundy, the acknowledged lord of Ireland, pursued by my powerful foe. I am here, King of Scotland, to claim your friendship and your aid. Here lies the accomplishment of my destiny, the universal justice to be rendered me, which I dreamed of in my childhood, the eagle hopes of my youth, my better fortunes, and future greatness have fled me. But here they have found a home. Here they are garnered up. Render them back to me, my lord. Unlock with the iron key of fatal battle the entrance to those treasures, all mine own, whose absence renders me so poor. Arm for me, Scotland. Arm for the right. Never for a juster cause could you buckle breastplate, or poise your lance. Be my captain, and these your peers my fellow soldiers. Fear not but that we vanquish, that I gain a kingdom, you eternal glory from your regal gift. Alas, I am as a helmless vessel drifting towards the murderous rock, but you, as the strong north wind, may fill the flapping sails, and carry me on my way with victory and gladness. A murmur filled the presence chamber. Dark Douglas grasped his sword. Hamilton's eyes glanced lightnings. Not one there but felt his heart beat with desire to enforce the illustrious exile's right. The tide of rising enthusiasm paused as James arose, and deep attention held them all. He descended from his throne. "My royal brother," he said, "were I a mere errant knight, so good and high I esteem your cause, without more ado I would don my armor and betake me to the field. The same power which enables me to afford you far better succor than the strength of one arm, obliges me to pause and take counsel, ere I speak what it is in my heart to promise. But your highness has made good your interests among my counsellors, and I read in their gestures the desire of war and adventure for your sake. Deem yourself an exile no more. Fancy that you have come from merry England to feast with your brother in the north, and we will escort you back to your capital in triumphant procession, showing the gaping world how slighter than silky cobwebs are the obstacles that oppose the united strength of Plantagenet and Stuart. Welcome, thrice welcome to the Scottish land, kinsmen, nobles, valiant gentlemen. Bid dear welcome to my brother England." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 30 The Court of Scotland. A lady, the wonder of her kind, whose form was upborne by a lovely mind, which dilating had moulded her mien and motion, like a sea-flower unfolded beneath the ocean. Shelley. A few days made it apparent that York acquired a stronger power over the generous and amiable King of Scotland than could be given by motives of state policy. He had become his friend, no empty name with James, whose ardent soul poured itself headlong into this new channel, and revelled in a kind of ecstasy in the virtues and accomplishments of his favoured guest. Both these princes were magnanimous and honourable, full of grandeur of purpose and gentleness of manner. United by these main qualities, the diversities of their dispositions served rather to draw them closer. Though Richard's adventures and disasters had been so many, his countenance, his very mind was less careworn than that of James. The White Rose, even in adversity, was the nursling of love. The Scottish prince, in his palace-fostered childhood, had been the object of his father's hatred and suspicion. Cabal, violence, and duplicity had waited on him. James governed those around him, by demonstrating to them that it was their interest to obey a watchful, loving, generous monarch. Richard's power was addressed to the most exalted emotions of the human heart, to the fidelity, self-devotion, and chivalric attachment of his adherents. James drew towards himself the confidence of men. Richard bestowed his own upon them. James was winning from his courtesy, Richard from his ingenuousness. Remorse had printed a fadeless stamp of thought and pain on the king's countenance. An internal self-communion and self-rebuke were seated in the deep shadows of his thoughtful eyes. Richard's sorrow for the disasters he might be said to have occasioned his friends, his disdain of his own vagabond position, his sadness when his winged thoughts flew after the Adelaide, to hover over his sweet Monina, all these emotions were tinged by respect for the virtues of those around him, conscious rectitude, pious resignation to Providence, gratitude to his friends, and a tender admiration of the virgin virtues of her he loved, so that there arose thence only a softer expression of his features, a sweetness in the candour of his smile, a gentle fascination in his frank address, that gave at once the stamp of elevated feeling and goodness to his mien. He looked innocent, while James's aspect gave token that in his heart good and ill had waged war. The better side had conquered, yet had not come off scatheless from the fight. In the first enthusiasm of his new attachment, James was eager to lavish on his friend every mark of his favour and interest. He was obliged to check his impatience, and to submit to the necessity of consulting with and deferring to others. His promises, though large, continued therefore to be vague, and York knew that he had several enemies at the council board. The intimacy between him and the king prevented him from entertaining any doubts as to the result, but he had a difficult task in communicating the spirit of patient forbearance to his friends. Sometimes they took sudden fright, lest they should all at once meet a denial to their desires. Sometimes they were indignant at the delays that were interposed. None was more open in his expressions of discontent than Master Secretary Frion. He who had been the soul of every enterprise until now, who had fancied that his talents for negotiation would be of infinite avail in the Scottish court, found that the friendship between the princes, and Richard's disdain of artfully enticing to his side his host's noble subjects, destroyed at once his diplomatic weaving. He craftily increased the discontent of the proud Neville, the disquietude of the zealous Lady Brampton, and the turbulent intolerance of repose of Lord Barry, while Richard, on the other hand, exerted himself to tranquilize and reduce them to reason. He was sanguine in his expectations, and above all, confident in his friend's sincere intention to do more than merely assist him by force of arms. He saw 1,000 projects at work in James's generous heart, every one tending to exalt him in the eyes of the world, and to rescue him forever from the nameless, fugitive position he occupied. Nor was his constant intercourse with the king of small influence over his happiness. The genius, the versatile talents, the grace and accomplishments of this sovereign, the equality and sympathy that reigned between them, was an exhaustless source of more than amusement, of interest and delight. The friends of James became his friends. Sir Patrick Hamilton was chief among these, and warmly attached to the English prince. Another, whom at first ceremony had placed at a greater distance from him, grew into an object of intense interest and continual excitation. "This evening," the king said to him, soon after his arrival, "you will see the flower of our Scottish damsels, the flower of the world, well may I call her, for assuredly when you see the Lady Catherine Gordon, you will allow that she is matchless among women." Richard was surprised. Did James's devotion to Lady Jane Kennedy, nay, his conscious look whenever he mentioned her, mean nothing? Besides, on this appeal to his own judgment, he pictured his soft-eyed Spaniard with all her vivacity and all her tenderness, and he revolted from the idea of being the slave of any other beauty. "Speak to our guest, Sir Patrick," continued the king, "and describe the fair earthly angel who makes a heaven of our bleak wilds, or rather, for his highness might suspect you, let me, not her lover, but her cousin, her admirer, her friend, tell half the charms, half the virtues of the daughter of Huntly. Is it not strange that I, who have seen her each day since childhood, and who still gaze with wonder on her beauty, should yet find that words fail me when I would paint it? I am apt to see and ready to praise the delicate arch of this lady's brow, the fire of another's eyes, another's pouting lip and fair complexion, the gay animation of one, the chiseled symmetry of a second. Often, when our dear Lady Kate has sat, as is often her wont, retired from sight, conversing with some travelled greybeard, or paying the homage of attention to some ancient dame, of late I have remarked her often in discourse with Lady Brampton. I have studied her face and person, to discover where the overpowering charm exists, which, like a strain of impassioned music, electrifies the senses, and touches the hearts of all near her. Is it in her eyes? A poet might dream of dark blue orbs like hers, and that he had kissed eyelids soft as those when he came unawares on the repose of young Aurora, and go mad for ever after, because it was only a dream. Yet I have seen brighter, nor are they languishing. Her lips, yes, the soul of beauty is there, and so is it in her dimpled chin, in the delicate rounding of her cheeks, and the swan-like loveliness of her throat, in the soft ringlets of her glossy hair, down to the very tips of her roseate-tinged fingers. There is proportion, expression, and grace. You will hardly see all this. At first you will be struck. Extreme beauty must strike, but your second thought will be to wonder what struck you, and then you will look around and see 20 prettier and more attractive. And then, why, at the first words she speaks, you will fancy it an easy thing to die upon the mere thought of her. Her voice alone will take you out of yourself and carry you into another state of being. She is simple as a child, straightforward, direct. Falsehood, pah! Catherine is truth. This simplicity, which knows neither coloring nor deviation, might almost make you fear while you adore her, but that her goodness brings you back to love. She is good, almost beyond the consciousness of being so. She is good because she gives herself entirely up to sympathy, and beyond every other, she dives into the sources of your pleasures and pains, and takes a part in them. The better part of yourself will, when she speaks, appear to leap out, as if for the first time it found its other half, while the worse is mute, like a stricken dog before her. She is gay, more eager to create pleasure than to please, for to please we must think of ourselves, and be ourselves the hero of the story, and Catherine is ever forgetful of self. She is guileless and gall-less. All love her. Her proud father and her fiery, contentious Highland brothers defer to her. Yet to look at her, it is as if the youngest and most innocent of the Graces read a page of wisdom's book, scarce understanding what it meant, but feeling that it was right. It was dangerous to provoke the spirit of criticism by excessive praise. Richard felt half inclined to assert that there was something in the style of the king's painting that showed that he should not like this lauded lady. But she was his cousin. He was proud of her, and so he was silent. There was a ball at court that night, and he would see many he had never seen before. James made it a point that he should discover which was his cousin. He could not mistake. "She is loveliness itself," burst from his lips, and from that moment he felt what James had said, that there was a music breathing from her face, an unearthly, spirit-stirring beauty that inspired awe, had not her perfect want of pretension. Her quite unassuming simplicity at once led him back to every thought associated with the charms and virtues of woman. Lady Brampton was already a link between them, and in a few minutes he found himself conversing with more unreserve and pleasure than he had ever done. There are two pleasures in our intercourse in society. One is to listen, another to speak. We may frequently meet agreeable, entertaining people, and even sometimes individuals whose conversation, either by its wit, its profundity, or its variety, commands our whole rapt attention. But very seldom during the course of our lives do we meet those who thaw every lingering particle of ice, who set the warm life springs flowing and entice us with our hearts upon our lips to give utterance to its most secret mysteries, to disentangle every knot and fold of thought, and, like seaweed in the wave, to spread the disregarded herbage as a tracery matchlessly fair before another's eyes. Such pleasure Richard felt with Catherine, and ever and anon her melodious voice interposed with some remark, some explanation of his own feelings, at once brilliant and true. Richard knew that Sir Patrick Hamilton loved the Lady Catherine Gordon. He also was related to the royal family. Hamilton, in the eyes of all, fair ladies and sage counsellors, was acknowledged to be the most perfect knight of Scotland. What obstacle could there be to their union? Probably it was already projected and acceded to. Richard did not derogate from the faith that he told himself he owed to Monina by cultivating a friendship for the promised bride of another, and moreover one whom, after the interval of a few short months, he would never see again. Satisfied with this reasoning, York lost no opportunity of devoting himself to the Lady Catherine. His interests were the continual subject of discussion in the royal council chamber. There were a few who did not speak in his favour. The principal of these was the Earl of Moray, the king's uncle, the least in consideration, for he was not of the council, though he influenced it. But the bitterest in feeling was Sir John Ramsay, Laird of Balmain, who styled himself Lord Bothwell. He had been a favourite of James III. His dark, fierce temper was exasperated by his master's death, and he brooded perpetually for revenge. He had once, with several other nobles, entered into a conspiracy to deliver up the present king to Henry VII, and the traitorous intent was defeated, not from want of will, but want of power in his abettors. Since then, Lord Bothwell, though nominally banished and attainted, was suffered to live in Edinburgh, nay, to have access to the royal person. James, whose conscience suffered so dearly by the death of his father, had no desire to display severity towards his ancient faithful servant, besides one who was really so insignificant as Sir John Ramsay. This man was turbulent, dissatisfied. He was sold to Henry of England, and had long acted as a spy. The appearance of York at Edinburgh gave activity and importance to his function. His secret influence and covert intrigues retarded somewhat the projects and desires of the king. When the first opposition made to acknowledging this pretender to the English crown was set aside, other difficulties ensued. Some of the councillors were for making hard conditions with the young duke, saying that half a kingdom were gift enough to a Prince Lackland. A golden opportunity was this, they averred, to slice away a bonny county or two from wide England. He whom they gifted with the rest could hardly say them nay. But James was indignant at the base proposal, and felt mortified and vexed when obliged to concede in part, and to make conditions which he thought hard with his guest. After a noisy debate, these propositions were drawn out, and York was invited to attend the council, where they were submitted for his assent. These conditions principally consisted in the surrender of Berwick, and the promised payment of 100,000 marks. They were hard, for it would touch the new monarch's honour not to dismember his kingdom, and it were his policy not to burden himself with a debt which his already oppressed subjects must be drawn on to pay. The Duke asked for a day for consideration, which was readily granted. With real zeal for his cause on one side, and perfect confidence in his friend's integrity on the other, these difficulties became merely nominal, and the treaty was speedily arranged. But the month of September was near its close. A winter campaign would be of small avail. Money, arms, and trained men were wanting. The winter was to be devoted to preparation. With the spring, the Scottish army was to pass the English border. In every discussion, in every act, James acted as his guest's brother, the sharer of his risks and fortunes. One will, one desire was theirs. Sir Patrick Hamilton went into the west to raise levies. No third person interposed between them. It was the king's disposition to yield himself wholly up to the passion of the hour. He saw in Richard not only a prince deprived of his own and driven into exile, but a youth of royal lineage, exposed to the opprobrium of nicknames and the accusation of imposture. The King of France acknowledged, but he had deserted him. The Archduke had done the same. How could James prove that he would not follow in these steps? He levied the armies of his kingdom in his favour. He was to fight and conquer for him next spring. The intervening months were intolerable to the fervent spirit of the Stuart. Something speedy, something now, he longed, he resolved to do, which, with a trumpet note, should to all corners of the world declare that he upheld Richard of York's right, that he was his defender, his champion. Once he penned a universal challenge, then another especially addressed to Henry Tudor, but his invasion were a better mode than this. Should he give him rank in Scotland? That would ill beseem one who aspired to the English crown. Should he proclaim him Richard IV in Edinburgh? York strongly objected to this. Money? It were a base gilding. Besides, James was very poor, and had melted down his plate, and put his jewels to pawn, to furnish forth the intended expedition. Yet there was one way. The idea was as lightning. James felt satisfied and proud, and then devoted all his sagacity, all his influence, all his ardent soul to the accomplishment of a plan, which, while it ensured young Richard's happiness, stamped him indelibly as being no vagabond impostor, but the honoured prince, the kinsman and ally of Scotland's royal house. King James and the Duke of York had ridden out to inspect a Lowland regiment, which the Earl of Angus proudly displayed as the force of the Douglas. As they returned, James was melancholy and meditative. "It is strange and hard to endure," he said at last, fixing on his companion, his eyes at once so full of fire and thought, "when two spirits contend within the little microcosm of man. I felt joy at sight of those bold followers of the Douglas, to think that your enemy could not resist them. But I do myself foolish service when I place you on the English throne. You will leave us, my lord. You will learn in your bonny realm to despise our barren wilds. It will be irksome to you in prosperity to think of your friends of the dark hour." There was sincerity in these expressions, but exaggeration in the feelings that dictated them. Richard felt half embarrassed in spite of gratitude and friendship. The king, following the bent of his own thoughts, not those of others, suddenly continued, "Our cousin Kate at last finds grace in your eyes. Is she not good and beautiful, all cold and passionless as she is?" Cold! The Lady Catherine, whose heartfelt sympathy was a sunny clime in which he basked, whose sensibility perpetually varied the bright expression of her features. York repeated the word in astonishment. "Thou findest her wax?" inquired James, smiling. "By my troth, she has proved but marble before." "I cannot guess even at your meaning," replied York, with all the warmth of a champion. "The lady is in the estimation of all, in your own account, the best daughter, the most devoted friend, the kindest mistress in the world. How can we call that spirit cold which animates her to these acts? It is not easy to perform, as she does, our simplest duties. How much of self-will, of engrossing humour, even of our innocent desires and cherished tastes, must we not sacrifice when we devote ourselves to the pleasure and service of others? How much attention does it not require? How sleepless a feeling of interest, merely to perceive and understand the moods and wishes of those around us? An inert, sluggish nature, half ice, half rock, cannot do this. To achieve it, as methinks your fair kinswoman does, requires all her understanding, all her sweetness, all that exquisite tact and penetrative feeling I never saw but in her." "I am glad you say this," said James. "Yes, Kate has a warm heart. None has a better right to say so than I. There were times, for the gloom of the dark hour is somewhat mitigated, when no priest, no penance, had such power over me as my cousin Catherine's sweet voice. Like a witch, she dived into the recesses of my heart, plucking thence my unholy distrust in God's mercy. By St. Andrew, when I look at her, all simple and gentle as she is, I wonder in what part of her resides the wisdom and the eloquence I have heard fall from her lips, nor have I had the heart to reprove her, when I have been angered to see our cousin Sir Patrick driven mad by her sugared courtesies." "Does she not affect Sir Patrick?" asked Richard, while he wondered at the thrilling sensation of fear that accompanied his words. "Yea, heartily, she will reply," answered the king. "Would you have me disdain our kinsman?" she asks when I rail. "But you, who are of gender masculine, though, by the mass, a smooth specimen of our rough kind, know full well that pride and impertinence are better than equable, smiling, impenetrable sweetness. Did the lady of my love treat me thus, 'sdeath, I think I should order myself to the rack for pastime. But we forget ourselves. Push on, dear prince. It is the hour when the hawks and their fair mistresses are to meet us on the hill's side. I serve no such glassy damsel, nor would I that little Kennedy's eye darted fires on me in scorn of Ray delay. Are not my pretty Lady Jane's eyes bright, Sir Duke? As a firefly among dark-leaved myrtles, or a dewdrop on the heather when the morning sun glances on it as we take our mountain morning way to the chase. You look grave, my friend. Surely her eyes are not save as nature's miracle to you." "Assuredly not," replied York. "Are they other to your majesty? You do not love the lady?" "Oh, no," reiterated James, with a meaning glance. I do not love the Lady Jane, only I would bathe in fire, bask in ice, do each and every impossibility woman's caprice could frame for trials to gain. But I talk wildly to a youthful sage. Say, most revered anchorite, wherefore doubt you my love to my pretty mistress? Love, exclaimed Richard, his eyes grew lustrous in their own soft dew as he spoke. Oh, what profanation is this? And this, you think, is love, to select a young, innocent, and beauteous girl, who, did she wed her equal, would become an honored wife and happy mother, to select her the more entirely to deprive her of these blessings, to bar her out forever from a woman's paradise, a happy home. You, who even now are in treaty for a princess bride, would entice this young thing to give up her heart, her all, into your hands, who will crush it, as boys a gaudy butterfly, when the chase is over. Dear my lord, spare her the pain, yourself remorse. You are too good, too wise, too generous to commit this deed, and not to suffer bitterly. A cloud came over James's features. The very word remorse was a sound of terror to him. He smote his right hand against his side, where dwelt his heart, in sore neighborhood to the iron of his penance. At this moment, sweeping down the near hillside, came a gallant array of ladies and courtiers. The king even lagged behind. When near, he accosted Catherine. He spoke to the Earl of Angus, to Mary Boyd, to all save the Lady Jane, who first looked disdainful, then hurt, and at last, unable to straggle with her pain, rode sorrowfully apart. James tried to see, to feel nothing. Her pride he resisted, her anger he strove to contemn, her dejection he could not endure, and when riding up to her unaware, he saw the traces of tears on her cheek, usually so sunny bright with smiles. He forgot everything save his wish to console, to mollify, to cheer her. As they returned, his hand was on her saddle-bow, his head bent down, his eyes looking into hers, and she was smiling, though less gay than usual. From that hour James less coveted the prince's society. He began a little to fear him. Not the less did he love and esteem him, and more, far more, did he deem him worthy of the honor, the happiness he intended to bestow upon him. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 31. The Marriage. She is mine own, and I as rich in having such a jewel as 20 seas, if all their sand were pearl, their water nectar, and the rocks pure gold. Shakespeare. The threads were spun, warp and woof laid on, and fate busily took up the shuttle, which was to entwine the histories of two beings, at whose birth pomp and royalty stood sponsors, whose career was marked by every circumstance that least accorded with such a nativity. 1,000 obstacles stood in the way. The king, with all his fervour, hesitated before he proposed to the Earl of Huntly to bestow his daughter, of whom he was justly proud, on a fugitive sovereign, without a kingdom, almost without a name. Fortune, superstition, 10,000 of those imperceptible threads which fate uses when she weaves her most indissoluble webs, all served to bring about the apparently impossible. The Earl of Huntly was a man of a plain, straightforward, resolved ambition. His head was warm, his heart cold, his purpose one, to advance his house and himself at the head of it, to as high a situation as the position of subject would permit. In the rebellion which occasioned the death of James III, he had vacillated, unable quite to ascertain which party would prove triumphant, and when the rebels then no more, but lieges to James IV, won the day, they looked coldly on their lukewarm partisan. Huntly grew discontented. Though still permitted to hold the baton of Earl Marshal, he saw a cloud of royal disfavour darkening his fortunes. In high indignation he joined in the nefarious plot of Buchan, Bothwell, and Sir Thomas Todd to deliver his sovereign into the hands of Henry of England, a project afterwards abandoned. Time had softened the bitter animosities which attended James at the beginning of his reign. He extended his favour to all parties, and reconciled them to each other. A wonder it was to see the Douglases, Hamiltons, Gordons, Holmes, the Murrays, and Lennoxes, and 1,000 others at peace with each other, and obedient to their sovereign. The Earl of Huntly, a man advanced in life, prudent, resolute, and politic, grew into favour. He was among the principal of the Scottish peers. He had sons to whom the honours of his race would descend, and this one daughter, whom he loved as well as he could love anything, and respected from the extent of her influence, and the perfect prudence of her conduct. She was his friend and counsellor, the mediator between him and her brothers, the kind mistress to his vassals, a gentle but all-powerful link between him and his king, whose value he duly appreciated. Her marriage was often the subject of his meditation. Superstition was ever rife in Scotland. James III had driven all his brothers from him because he had been told to beware of one near of kin, and his death, of which his son was the ostensible agent, fulfilled the prophecy. Second sight in the Highlands was of more avail than the predictions of a lowland sibyl. The seer of the house of Gordon had, on the day of her birth, seen the Lady Catherine receive homage as a queen, and standing at the altar with one on whose young brow he perceived, all dim and shadowy, the likeness of a kingly crown. True, this elevation was succeeded by disasters. He had beheld her a fugitive. He saw her stand on the brow of a cliff that overlooked the sea, while the wild clouds careered over the pale moon, alone, deserted. He saw her a prisoner. He saw her stand desolate beside the corpse of him she had wedded. The diadem was still there, dimly seen amid the disarray of his golden curls. These images haunted the Earl's imagination, and made him turn a slighting ear to Sir Patrick Hamilton and other noble suitors of his lovely child. Sometimes he thought of the king, her cousin, or one of his brothers. Flight, desolation, and death were no strange attendants on the state of the King of Scotland, and these miseries he regarded as necessary and predestined. He could not avert, and so he hardly regarded them, while his proud bosom swelled at the anticipation of the thorny diadem, which was to press the brow of a daughter of the Gordon. Lord Huntly had looked coldly on the English prince. Lord Bothwell, as he called himself, otherwise Sir John Ramsay of Balmain, his former accomplice, tampered with him on the part of Henry VII, to induce him to oppose warmly the reception of this feigned boy, and to negative every proposition to advance his claims. King Henry's urgent letters and Ramsay's zeal awakened the Earl's suspicions. A manifest impostor could hardly engender such fears, such hate, and, when midnight assassination or the poisoned bowl were plainly hinted at by the monarch of wide England, Huntly felt assured that the enemy he so bitterly pursued was no pretender, but the rightful heir of the sceptre Henry held. He did not quite refuse to join with Bothwell, especially when he heard that he was listened to by the Bishop of Moray and the Earl of Buchan, but involuntarily he assumed a different language with regard to York, became more respectful to him, and by his demeanour crushed at once the little party who had hitherto spoken of him with contempt. The king perceived this change. It was the foundation stone of his project. "Tell me, you who are wise, my lord," said the monarch to his Earl Marshal, "how I may raise our English prince in the eyes of Scotland. We fight for him in the spring. For him, we say. But few of ours echo the word. They disdain to fight for any not akin to them." "They would fight for the foul fiend," said Huntly, "whom they would be ill-pleased to call cousin if he led them over the English border." "Ay, if he took them there to foray. But the Duke of York will look on England as his own, and when the nobles of the land gather round him, it will be chancy work to keep them and our Scots from shedding each other's blood. They would spill Duke Richard's like water if no drop of it can be deemed Scotch." "It were giving him a new father and mother," replied the Earl, "to call him thus. When two even of hostile houses intermarry, our heralds pale their arms, the offspring pale their blood. But what Scottish lady would your grace bestow on him whose rank were a match for royalty? There is no princess of the Stuarts." "And were there," asked James quickly, "would it beseem us to bestow our sister on a King Lackland? Or would your majesty wait till he were King of England, when France, Burgundy, and Spain would compete with you? I do believe that this noble gentleman has fair right to his father's crown. He is gallant and generous. So is not King Henry. He is made to be the idol of a warlike people, such as the English. So is not his rival. Do you strike one stroke, the whole realm rises for him, and he becomes its sovereign. Then it were a pride and glory for us, for him a tie to bind him for ever, did he place his diadem on the head of a Scottish damsel." "You are sanguine, and speak warmly," replied the king. "See you beyond your own words? To me they suggest a thought which I entertain, or not, as is your pleasure. There is but one lady in our kingdom fitting mate for him, and she is more Gordon than Stuart. Did your lordship glance at the Lady Catherine in your speech?" Lord Huntly changed colour. A sudden rush of thought palsied the beatings of his heart. Was he called upon to give his child, his throne-destined daughter, to this king errant? Nay, nay, thus did fortune blindly work. Her hand would ensure to him the crown, and so fulfil to her the dark meaning of the seer. Hesitating, lost to his wonted presence of mind, Huntly could only find words to ask for a day of reflection. James wondered at this show of emotion. He could not read its full meaning. "At your pleasure, my lord," he said. "But if you decide against my honored royal friend, remember that this question dies without record. You will preserve our secret." Every reflection that could most disquiet an ambitious man possessed the Earl Marshal. That his daughter should be Queen of England was beyond his hopes. That she should be the errant wife of a pretender who passed his life in seeking ineffectual aid at foreign courts was far beneath them. He canvassed every likelihood of York's success. Now they dwindled like summer snow on the southern mountainside. Now they strode high and triumphant over every obstacle. The clinging feeling was, destiny had decreed it. She, being his wife, both would succeed and reign. "There is fate in it," was his last reflection, "and I will not gainsay the fulfillment. Andrew of the Shaw was the prince of seers, as I have good proof. Still, to a monarch alone shall she give her hand, and I must make one condition." This one condition Lord Huntly communicated to his royal master. It was that York should, as of right he might, assume the style and title of king. James smiled at his Earl Marshal's childish love of gods, and did not doubt that the Duke would pay so easy price for a jewel invaluable as Catherine. But granting this, the king, knowing the noble's despotic character, required one condition also on his part, that he should first announce the intended union to the lady, and that it should not have place without her free and entire consent. Huntly was surprised. "Surely, my liege," he began, "if your majesty and I command—" "Our sweet Kate will obey," interrupted James. "But this is no mere marriage of policy. Hazards, fearful hazards, may attend it. Did I not believe that all would end well, by the holy rood he should not have her. But she may see things with different eyes. She may shrink from becoming the wife of an exile, a wanderer without a home. Yet that need never be." York little guessed the projects of his royal friend. Love, in its most subtle guise, had insinuated itself into his soul, becoming a very portion of himself. That part of our nature, which to our reflections appears the most human, and yet which forms the best part of humanity, is our desire of sympathy. The intense essence of sympathy is love. Love has been called selfish, engrossing, tyrannic. As the root, so the green leaf that shoots from it. Love is a part of us. It is our manifestation of life, and poisonous or sweet will be the foliage according to the stock. When we love, it is our aim and conclusion to make the object a part of ourselves. If we are self-willed and evilly inclined, little good can arise. But deep is the fount of generous, devoted, godlike feeling, which this silver key unlocks in gentle hearts. Richard had found in the Lady Catherine a magic mirror, which gave him back himself, arrayed with 1,000 alien virtues. His soul was in her hands, plastic to her fairy touch, and tenderness and worship and wonder took his heart, ere passion woke, and threw a chain over these bosom guests, so that they could never depart. A mild, yet golden light dawned upon his soul and beamed from it, lighting up creation with splendor, filling his mind with mute yet entrancing melody. He walked in a dream, but far from being rendered by his abstraction morose or inattentive to others. Never had he been so gay, never so considerate and amiable. He felt that, beneath the surface of his life, there was the calm and even the bliss of paradise, and his lightest word or act must be, by its grace and benevolence, in concord with the tranquil spirit that brooded over his deeper hidden self. All loved him the better for the change, save Frion. There was something in him that the wily Frenchman did not understand. He went about and about, but how could this man of low-thoughted care understand the holy mysteries of love? Catherine accompanied her father to Gordon Castle in Aberdeenshire. Where was the light now that had made a summer noon in Richard's soul? There was memory. It brought before him her cherub face, her voice, the hours when at her side he had poured out his overbrimming soul in talk, not of love, but of ideas, feelings, imaginations he had never spoken before. 2 days passed, and by that time he had collected a whole volume of things he wished to say, and she was far. Then hope claimed entrance to his heart, and with her came a train he dreamt not of fears, anticipations, terror, despair, and then a tenfold ardor for his enterprise. Should he not win Catherine and the kingdom? On the 3rd day after her departure, King James informed the prince that Lord Huntly had invited them to visit him at his castle. "Will your grace venture," he asked, "so far into the frozen circles of the icy north? You will traverse many a savage defile and wild mountain top. Torrents and dark pine forests bar the way, and barrenness spreads her hag's arms to scare the intruder. I speak your language, the effeminate language of an Andalusian who loves the craggy heights, only when summer basks upon them, and the deep sunless dell when myrtles and geranium impregnate the air with sweets. I love the mist and snow, the tameless winds and howling torrent, the bleak unadorned precipice, the giant pines where the north makes music, the grassy upland and the cornfield. These belong to man, and to her they call nature, the fair gaudy dame. But God takes to himself, and lives among these sublime rocks where power, majesty, and eternity are shaped forth, and the grandeur of heaven-piercing cliffs allies us to a simple but elevating image of the Creator. King James was a poet and could feel thus. York might smile at his enthusiasm for the bleak and horrific, but had the path to Gordon Castle been 10 times more frightful, the thoughts of love were roses, the hopes of love vernal breezes to adorn it with beauty. Say, my lord, continued James, shall we go throwing aside the cumbrous burthen of pomp? We are here in Perth. Yonder, over those peaks, lies our direct path. Shall we, 2 woodland rovers, with bows in our hand and quivers at our back, take our solitary way through the wild region? It is my pastime oftentimes so to do, and well I know the path that leads me to the abode of my cousin Kate. We will send our attendants by the easier path to the eastern seashore, at once to announce our approach, and bear such gear as we may need, not to play too humble a part in Huntley's eyes. 1,000 motives of policy and pride had induced the Earl to desire that this marriage should be celebrated in the Highlands. Here he would appear almost a sovereign to his royal son-in-law. Here also he should avoid the sarcasms of the Tudor party, and the anger of those who had pretended to fair Catherine's hand. James consented to his wish, and now led his friend and guest, through the very heart of his craggy kingdom over the Grampians, towards Aberdeen. It was the end of October. A few sweet autumnal days still lingered among these northern hills, as if to light on their way the last feathered migrators hastening towards the south, but dark mists invested their morning progress. The rivers were swollen, and the mountain peaks often saluted the rising sun, garmented in radiant snow. It was a little drear, yet grand, sublime, wondrous. York suppressed his chilling distaste till it grew into admiration. The king played the guide featly, and the honored name of the Bruce, which peopled this region with proud memories, was the burthen of many a tale, nor was his account of the fierce people of these wilds unwelcome to a warrior. York remarked that the king was generally known to them, not indeed as a monarch, but as a hunter, a traveller, sometimes as a skilful mediciner, or as a bard, and always hospitably received. After 3 days they drew near their journey's end. Curiosity as to the cause of their visit, anxiety concerning his reception, all faded in Richard's heart, dimmed by the glad expectation of seeing her again, who had donned the glowing orient of his darkened heart. They had departed from their rude shelter before the sun rose. The mountain peaks were awake with day, while night still slumbered in the plain below. Some natural sights speak to the heart more than others, wherefore we know not. The most eloquent is that of the birth of day on the untrodden hilltops, while we who behold it are encompassed by shadows. York paused. The scene appeared to close in on him, and to fill him even to overflowing with its imagery. They were toiling up the mountain-side. Below, above, the dark pines, in many a tortuous shape, clung to the rifted rocks. The fern clustered round some solitary old oak, while, beetling over, were dark frowning crags, or the foldings of the mountains, softened into upland, painted by the many-colored heather. With the steady pace of a mountaineer, King James breasted the hillside, nor did York belie his rugged Spanish home. As a bravado, the king, in the very sheer ascent, trolled a ballad, a wild Scottish song, and Richard answered by a few notes of a Moorish air. A voice seemed to answer him, not an echo, for it was not his own, but taking the thrilling sweetness of Monina's tones. Ah, ungentle waves and untaught winds, whither bear ye now the soft nursling of Andalusia? Such a thought darkened York's brow, when the king, pausing in his toil, leaned against a jutting crag. Both young, both gallant, both so noble and so beautiful. Of what could they think? Of what speak? Not of the well-governed realm of the one, nor the yet unconquered kingdom of the other. Of such they might have spoken among statesmen and warriors, in palaces or on the battle-plain. But here in this wild solitude, the vast theatre, whose shifting scenes and splendid decorations were the clouds, the mountain, the forest, and the wave, where man stood, not as one of the links of society, forced by his relative position to consider his station and his rank, but as a human being, animated only by such emotions as were the growth of his own nature. Of what should they speak? The young, the beautiful, but love. "Tell me, gentle cavalier," cried James suddenly, "hast thou ever been in love?" "Now would I give my jewel-hilted dagger to tear thy secret from thee," continued the king, laughing, for York's eyes had flashed with sudden light and then fell downcast. Where were his thoughts? At his journey's goal, or on the ocean sea? If he smiled, it was for Kate, but the tear that glittered on his long eyelashes spoke of his Spanish maid. Yet it was not the passion of love that he now felt for his childhood companion. It was tenderness, a brother's care, a friend's watchfulness, all that man can feel for woman, unblended with the desire of making her his. But gratitude and distance had so blended and mingled his emotions, that thus addressed, he almost felt as if he had been detected in a crime. "Now by the Holy Rood thou blushest," said James, much amused. "Not more deeply was fair Catherine's cheek bedyed, when I put the selfsame question to her. Does your grace guess wherefore we journey northwards?" Richard turned an inquiring and unquiet look upon his royal companion. A kind of doubt was communicated to James's mind. He knew little of his friend's former life. Was it not possible that engagements were already formed, incompatible with his plans? With some haughtiness, for his impetuous spirit ill-brooked the slightest check, he disclosed the object of their visit to Castle Gordon, and the proposal he had made to the Earl to unite him in marriage to the Scottish princess. "When I shall possess my kingdom, when I may name my wife that which she is, or nothing, Queen," Richard exclaimed. "Nay, I speak of no millennium, but of the present hour," said James. The enthusiastic king, bent upon his purpose, went on to speak of all the advantages that would result from this union. York's silence nettled him. The prince's thoughts were indeed opposed to the exultation and delight which his friend had expected to see painted on his face. The first glad thought of a lover is to protect and exalt her he loves. Catherine was a princess in her native land, and what was he? An outcast and a beggar, a vagabond upon the earth, a man allied to all that was magnificent in hope, to all that imagination could paint of gallant and true in himself, and devoted and noble in his friends. But these were idealities to the vulgar eye, and he had only a title as unreal as these, and a mere shadowy right to bestow. It had been sinful even to ally Monina to his broken fortunes, but this high offspring of a palace, the very offer, generous as it was, humbled him. A few minutes' silence intervened, and, in a colder tone, James was about to address him, when York gave words to all the conflicting emotions in his breast, speaking such gratitude, love, hope, and despair as reassured his friend, and made him the more resolved to conquer the difficulties unexpectedly given birth to by the disinterestedness of his guest. A contest ensued, Richard deprecating the rich gift offered to him, the king warmly asserting that he must accept it. The words vagabond and outcast were treason to his friendship. If, which was impossible, they did not succeed in enforcing the rights to his ancestral kingdom, was not Scotland his home, forever his home, if he married Catherine? And the monarch went on to describe the happiness of their future lives, a trio bound by the ties of kindred, by affection, by the virtues, nay, even by the faults of each. He spoke also of the disturbances that so often had wrecked the fortunes of the proudest Scottish nobles, and said that a princess of that land, united, it might be, to one of its chiefs, trimmed her bark for no summer sea. "Like these wild highlands are our storm-nursed lives," continued James. "By our ruder thanes the beautiful and weak are not respected, and tempest and ruin visit ever the topmost places. Kate is familiar to such fears, or rather, to the resignation and courage such prospects may inspire. Look around on these crags, listen, the storm is rising on the hills, howling among the pines. Such has been my cousin's nursery, such the school which has made her no slave of luxury, no frail floweret to be scared when the rough wind visits her cheek." In such discussions the travellers beguiled the time. The day was stormy, but eager to arrive, they did not heed its pelting. York had a sun in his own heart, that beamed on him in spite of the clouds overhead. Notwithstanding his first keen emotion of pain at the idea of linking one so lovely to his dark fate, the entrancing thought of possessing Catherine, that she had already consented to be his, animated him with delight, vague indeed, for yet he struggled against the flattering illusion. After battling the whole day against a succession of steep acclivities, as evening drew near the friends gained the last hilltop, and stood on its brow, overlooking a fertile plain or strath, an island of verdure amidst the black, precipitous mountains that girded it. The sun was hidden by the western mountains, which cast their shadow into the valley, but the clouds were dispersed, and the round, full, silvery moon was pacing up the eastern heaven. The plain at their feet was studded by villages, adorned by groves, and threaded by 2 rivers, whose high, romantic banks varied the scene. An extensive, strongly built castle stood on the hill that overhung one of the streams, looking proudly down on this strath, which contained nearly 36 square miles of fertile ground. "Behold," said James, "the kingdom of Lord Huntly, where he is far more absolute than I in my bonny Edinburgh." The Gordon fought for the Bruce, and the monarch bestowed on him this fair wide plain as his reward. Bruce, flying before his enemies on foot, almost alone among these savage Grampians, then looked upon it as now we do. King James's thoughts were full of that wild exhilaration of spirit which none save the inhabitant of a mountainous country knows when desolation is around, a desolation which is to him the pledge of freedom and power. But York had other ideas. He had been told that the Lady Catherine had yielded a willing consent to the proposal made, and she, whom he had before conversed with only as a gentle friend, she, the lovely and the good, his young heart beat thick. It had no imagery, far less words expressive of the rapture of love, tortured by the belief that such a prize he must resign. The petty tyranny of trivial circumstances often has more power over our best judged designs than our pride permits us to confess. From the moment York entered Castle Gordon, he found an almost invisible but all-conquering net thrown over him. The Gordon, for thus the Earl of Huntly preferred being called, when surrounded by his clan in his northern fastness, received the princes with barbaric but extreme magnificence. His dress was resplendent, his followers numerous, and richly clad according to Highland ideas of pomp. But no Lady Catherine was there, and it soon became apparent that Richard was first to see her at the altar. Sounds of nuptial festivity rang through the castle. Instead of grace or generosity attending his meditated declining of the honor, it would have borne the guise of an arrogant refusal. There was also something in the savage look of the clansman, in the rude uncivilization of her native halls, where defense and attack formed the creed and practice of all, that reconciled him to the idea of leading her from the wild north to softer, milder scenes, where every disaster wears a gentler shape, soothed, not exasperated by the ministrations of nature. At midnight, but a very few hours after his arrival, he stood beside her in the chapel to interchange their vows. The Earl had decorated the holy place with every emblem that spoke of his own greatness, and that of his son-in-law. The style of royalty was applied to him, and the ambitious noble, overleaping himself, grasped with childish or savage impetuosity at the shadowy scepter and obscure cloud-wrapped crown of the royal exile. York, when he saw the princess, summoned all his discernment to read content or dissatisfaction in her eyes. If any of the latter should appear, even there he would renounce his hopes. All was calm, celestially serene. Nay, something almost of exultation struggled through the placid expression of her features as she cast her eyes up to heaven, till modest gentleness veiled them again, and they were bent to earth. The generosity and pride of woman had kindled these sentiments. The Lady Catherine, a princess by birth, would scarcely have dreamed of resisting her father's behests, even if they had been in opposition to her desires. But here she was to sacrifice no inclination, nothing but prosperity. That must depart forever, she felt she knew, when she became the bride of England's outcast prince. Yet should aught of good and great cling to him, it was her gift, and to bestow was the passion of her guileless heart. It was not reason, it was feeling, perhaps superstition, that inspired these ideas. The seer who foretold her fortunes had been her tutor and her poet. She believed in him, and believed that all would be accomplished, even to the death of the beautiful and beloved being who stood in the pride and strength of youth at her side. All must be endured, for it was the will of heaven. Meanwhile, that he should be happy during his mortal career was to be her study, her gift, the aim of her life. In consenting to be his, she also had made a condition that if defeat awaited his arms, and that again a wanderer he was obliged to fly before his enemies, she was not to be divided from him. If no longer here, she was to be permitted to join him. If he departed, she should accompany him. As the priest bestowed his benediction on the illustrious and beauteous pair, a silent vow was formed in the heart of either. Doomed by his ill fate to hardship and dependence, he would find in her a medicine for all his woes, a wife. even the better, purer part of himself, who would never suffer him to despair, but who would take the bitterer portion of his sorrow on herself, giving in return the heroism, the piety, the serene content which was the essence of her being. His vow, it depended not on himself, poor fellow. Never through me shall she suffer, was the fervent resolve. Alas, as if weak mortal hands could hold back giant calamity when he seizes the heart and rends it at his pleasure. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 32. The March Towards England. But these are chimes for funerals. My business attends on the fortune of a sprightlier triumph, for love and majesty are reconciled, and vow to crown thee Empress of the West. Ford. The royal party returned to Edinburgh, where the nuptials of Richard of England and the Lady Catherine were celebrated with splendor. Festivities of all kinds, tournaments, hunting parties, balls, succeeded to each other, but far beyond every outward demonstration was the real happiness ensured by this marriage. Graced by Catherine, the little English court became a paradise. The princess assumed her new character among the exiles with facility, yet the phrase is bad, for Catherine could assume nothing, not even a virtue, if she had it not. In every position she was not princess, queen, patroness, or mistress, but woman merely, a true-hearted, gentle, refined woman. She was too young for the maternal character to be appropriate to her, yet the watchfulness and care she had for all resembled it. Her new subjects felt as if before they had been a disconnected vagabond troop, and that dignity and station were assigned to them through her. Through her the charities and elegances of life hallowed and adorned them. The quality most peculiarly her own was the divine simplicity which animated her looks, her manners, her acts. Taintless simplicity, that best of fascinations whose power is not imperious and sudden, but gradual and changeless, where every word spoken is but the genuine interpreter of the feelings of the heart, to which not only falsehood, but even the slightest disguise or affectation, is wholly foreign, and which is the more delicate, winning, and kind, from being spontaneous, so that, as in describing her, her royal cousin had said, you almost questioned her authority from its want of pretension, yet yielded to it in all its extent. Richard's political position stood higher than ever. The ever-watchful Duchess of Burgundy had sent a renowned Burgundian captain, Sir Roderick de la Lane, with 200 German mercenaries. The King of France, at the request of Henry VII, had dispatched an embassy to King James to advise a peace between England and Scotland. The ambassador was the Sieur de Contrecoeur, York's ancient friend, who continued to espouse his cause warmly, and gave it all the grace and honor of his high influence. King James was eager to collect his army, and to prepare for an invasion. If Richard had lost any part of his open-hearted confidence and personal friendship, he had gained in his esteem and consideration. The change that had been operating was imperceptible to York, who naturally found in his marriage a barrier to the hourly intercourse they had formerly had, when both were free. Yet change there was, greater even than the king himself suspected. The causes were easily traced. The Tudor party in Scotland, instigated by bribes and large promises, were very active in their enmity to the White Rose. They had been obliged to let the torrent of royal favour force its headlong way, but they watched the slightest pause in its flow to throw impediments in the way of the abundant stream. Soon after his return from the north, it became apparent that the king continued no unsuccessful suitor to the Lady Jane Kennedy. This a good deal estranged him from his English friend, who no longer reproved, but whose tacit condemnation he feared, as well as that of his fair cousin. Nay, more, Lady Jane had drawn from him the cause of their transient quarrel, and, now that she had yielded, felt angry and disdainful at the attempt made to estrange her lover. One of those lower eddies or currents of intelligence, so in use at courts, had reported an angry expression of hers to the Earl of Buchan, one of York's most active enemies. This grasping place in their difficult way was eagerly laid hold of by the conspirators. A coalition was formed between Lady Jane and this party, which ensured the aggravation of any ill feeling that might arise between the late brothers in heart. Soon after, another agent or tool was added to their number. The most subtle, the most politic, the most wily are sometimes the slaves of impulse, nay, very often those who fancy that they measure their actions the most narrowly by the rules, either of self-interest or ambition, are more easily influenced to unwise passion by any obstacle thrown in their path. The secretary Frion had hitherto considered himself of primal import to the English prince. No project was conceived that was not first concocted in his brain and insinuated by him. Every new partisan had been enticed by his silvery speeches. Whatever of difficult, crooked, and hidden was to be done, Frion was consulted and employed, and deeply trusted in its accomplishment. On his first arrival in Scotland, the intimacy between the king and York destroyed half his influence. James's discernment and experience was not duped by the insinuating flatteries of Frion. As a proud man he disdained, as a conscientious and pious one he disliked him. It was worse when Catherine's influence became paramount. She put him exactly in his right place, yet was so kind that there was no room for complaint. All his former patrons were her worshippers. Her praises were re-echoed from all, and assuredly no intrigue could exist where she was. Yet it was neither comprehensible nor to be endured that this banished prince and his friends should walk straight forward in their allotted route, unaided by plot or maneuver. The subtlety of the man quickly revealed to him the existence of the opposing party. He was ready to foment it, were it only to gain reputation afterwards, by its destruction. He made one step, and became the confidant of Balmain, and apparently the tool of the higher confederates. At first he rather perplexed than served them, spinning spiders' webs in their way, and elevating himself in their eyes by brushing them off at his pleasure. He was exactly the man to shine in a dark conspiracy. Soon nothing could be done but by his advice, nothing known but as he informed them, nothing said but as he dictated. Balmain, who, fierce and moody, entered more zealously into these discontents than any other, yet took his counsel. Little knew they, Maitre Etienne Frion. He only watched the while, sage fisher of men as he was, for the best opportunity of betraying them for his own advantage. In the midst of festivity, of gallant, warlike preparation, Frion had, like a witch gathering poisonous herbs by the silvery light of the quiet moon, sought to extract all that was baleful in what, but for the uses to which he strove to put it, had died innocuous. The winter grew into spring. These were the happiest months of young Richard's life. He had traversed many a pass of danger and tract of sorrow. Falsehood had blotted. Loss of friends, who had died for him, had darkened the past years. Often during their course he had believed that he gave himself up to despair. He had fancied that he had doubted every one and everything. He imagined that he was tired of existence. Vain ideas. Sanguine, confiding, full to the very brim of that spirit of life which is the happiness of the young, he sprang up a fresh Antaeus, each time that fortune with Herculean power had thrown him to the earth. And now he congratulated himself even on every misery, every reverse, every sentiment of despondency that he experienced. They were so many links of the chain that made him what he was, the friend of James, the husband of Catherine. It was this best attribute of sunny-hearted youth, this greenness of the soul, that made Richard so frank, so noble, so generous. Care and time had labored in vain. No wrinkle, no deforming line marked his mind, or, that mind's interpreter, his open, candid brow. With the spring, the Scottish troops drew together, and encamped near Edinburgh. The occasion seemed seasonable, for news arrived of disturbances which had taken place in England, and which had caused Henry VII to recall the Earl of Surrey, who was conducting an army northward to oppose the expected attack from Scotland, to check and defeat enemies which had arisen in the west of his kingdom. The inhabitants of Cornwall, vexed by increasing taxes, had long been in a state of turbulence, and now, instigated by two ringleaders from among themselves, combined together and rose in open and regulated rebellion, sedition it might have been called, and had perhaps been easily crushed, but for the interference of one who acted from designs and views which at first had made no part of the projects of the insurgents. Lord Audley had not forgotten the White Rose. On his return westward, however, he found all so quiet that no effort of his could rouse the rich and satisfied men of Devon from their inglorious repose. His imprudence attracted attention. He had notice of the danger of an arrest, and suddenly resolved to quit the post he had chosen, and to join the Duke of York in Ireland. He came too late. The English squadron had sailed, and he, changeful as the winds, and as impetuous, despising a danger now remote, resolved to return to England and to Devonshire. His voyage from Cork to Bristol was sufficiently disastrous. Contrary and violent winds drove him from his course into the Atlantic. Here he beat about for several days, till the wind, shifting a point or two to the west, he began to make what sail he could in the opposite direction. Still the weather was tempestuous, and his skiff labored frightfully amidst the stormy waves. Not far from them, during the greatest fury of the gale, was a larger vessel, if such might be called the helmless, dismasted hull tossed by the billows, the sport of the winds, as it rose and fell in the trough of the sea. At length the wind lulled, and the captain of the caravel, which indeed might be called a wreck, lowered a boat and came alongside Lord Audley's vessel, asking whither he was bound. To England, was the answer, and the vast reef of clouds lifted on the southern horizon, and showing beyond a streak of azure, gave promise of success in their voyage. The questioner, who spoke English imperfectly, went on to say that in spite of the miserable state of the caravel, he was resolved not to desert her, but to carry her, God willing, into the nearest French port he could make. But there was on board one sick, a woman whom he wished to spare the dangers and privations of the voyage. Would the commander take her to England and bestow her in some convent, where she might be tended and kept in honourable safety? Lord Audley gave a willing consent, and the boat went off speedily, returning again with their stranger passenger. She was in the extremity of illness, even of danger, and lay like a child in the arms of the dark, tall, weather-beaten mariner, who, though squalid in his appearance from fatigue and want, stood as a rock that has braved 1,000 storms. His muscles seemed iron, his countenance not stern, but calm and resolved, yet tenderness and softness were in the expression of his lips as he gazed on his fragile charge, and placed her with feminine gentleness on such rude couch as could be afforded. Then addressing Lord Audley, "You are an Englishman," he said, "perhaps a father?" "I am an English noble," replied the other. "Confide in my care, my honour. But, to be doubly sure, if you feel distrust, remain with us. Yonder wreck will not weather another night." "She has seen the suns of 2 worlds," said the sailor proudly, "and the Blessed Virgin has saved her at a worse hazard. If she perish now, it were little worth that her old captain survived. Better both go down, as, if not now, some day we shall together. I will confide my poor child to you, my lord. If she recover, she has friends in England. She would gain them, even if she had them not. Not one among your boasted island women is more lovely or more virtuous than my poor, my much-suffering Monina." Lord Audley renewed his protestations. De Ferro listened with the ingenuous confidence of a sailor. He placed several caskets and a well-filled bag of gold in the noble's hand, saying, "The Adelaide fills apace. You but rob the ocean. If my child survives, you can give her the treasure you disdain. If she does," and he bent over her, she almost seemed to sleep, so oppressed was she by feebleness and fever. A tear fell from her father's eye upon her brow. "And she will. Saint Mary guide us, we shall attain." Such was the strange drama acted on the wide boundless sea, such the changes that restored the high-minded Andalusian to England, to the White Rose, to all the scenes, every hope and fear which she had resolved to abandon for ever. For good or ill, we are in the hands of a superior power. There's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. We can only resolve, or rather endeavour, to act our parts well, such as they are allotted to us. Little choice have we to seek or to eschew our several destinations. With Monina at his side, and his own restless ambition as a spur, it may be easily imagined what Lord Audley's projects were in joining the Cornish insurgents. He led them from the western extremity of the island towards Kent, where he hoped to find the seeds of rebellion to Lancaster, which he had sown the year before, ripened into harvest. News of the unimpeded march of the insurgents from Cornwall to the neighbourhood of London was brought to Edinburgh, freshening the zeal and animating the preparations for war. Already the Scottish army was encamped south of Edinburgh. The English troops set up their tents among them. The day was fixed for the departure of the king, the prince, and the noble leaders. They quitted Edinburgh in all the pompous array of men assured of victory. James loved the hopes and stirring delights of war. Richard saw his every good in life dependent on this expedition, and fostered sanguine expectation of triumph, the burning desire of asserting himself, of rewarding his faithful friends, of decorating Catherine with the rank and honours due to her. The belief that he should achieve all this gave dignity and even gladness to his last adieu to his lovely wife. Her heart mirrored his hopes, not that she entertained them for her own, but for his sake. Yet the quicker sensibilities of a woman imparted fears unknown to him. She concealed them till when, as her last office and duty, she had fastened an embroidered scarf around him. Softly, whisperingly, as fearful of paining him, she said, "You will return. You have a kingdom here. Though England prove false, you must not disdain to be sole monarch of Catherine." These words had been spoken. Earl, baron, and gallant knights thronged the courts of Holyrood. There was the sound of warlike trump and the streaming of painted banners, among which that of the White Rose waved conspicuous. The king vaulted on his saddle. The Prince of England rode at his side. He was surrounded by the rude northern warlike chiefs, ancient enemies of his native land, whose fierce eyes were lighted up by the expectation of meeting their old adversaries in the field. Could he fancy that, through such aid, he might win back the crown usurped from him? King James and Richard rode side by side. At this moment, when the one was spending the riches of his kingdom and the lives of his subject for the other's sake, while the hearts of both were softened by regret for their abandoned home, and both anticipated the joys of victory or perils of defeat to be shared between them, the sentiment of friendship was rekindled. Never had they been more cordial, more confident, more happy in each other's society. After several hours' ride, the short spring day declined to evening, which was accompanied by a drizzling rain. The bad roads and the darkness impeded their progress, and it was night before the twinkling camp lights appeared in the distance, and the hum of men was heard. To the right of the camp, surrounded by the tents of his nobles, the royal pavilion was pitched. On their arrival, the Earl of Buchan was in readiness to hold the king's stirrup. "Nay," said James, "first we will see our royal guest lodged. Where is the tent of his Grace of England? We commanded it to be pitched in close neighbourhood to our own." "Please you, my liege," said Buchan, "Lord Moray gave direction it should be placed out of our line. It is set up a mile eastward of us." "My uncle forgot himself, and you also, Sir Earl, were bound rather to obey our order," said the king. "There were reasons," returned Buchan. "Your Majesty, I dare ever, will approve the change, and His Highness of England also. There was a brawl between the Scottish borderers and the English. Blood has been shed. We feared that the peace of the encampment, not to say the life of His Highness, would be endangered, if he were in the midst of our savage Southrons." "I like not this," said James moodily, "but it is too late to change tonight. The raindrops begin to freeze upon my hair. Your Highness would rather be in your tent, far though it be from mine, than quarrel about its position at this inclement hour. Lord Buchan, you will attend him thither. Prince, good night. Tomorrow we will be more brotherly in our fashion. Now the fiat of my Lord Moray must be obeyed." The king dismounted and entered his pavilion. As the cloth was raised, a blazing fire, the apparel of silver flagons and golden cups, the trim appearance of silken-suited pages were visible, making strong contrast with the cheerless blank without. One slight glimpse revealed the cause, and partly excused the inhospitality of James in not inviting his guest to partake his warm cheer. One in a kirtle sat somewhat retired from view. The quick motion of her head, the glance of her dark eye, showed that the monarch had been impatiently expected, and was gladly welcomed by the lovely daughter of the Earl of Castles. Lord Buchan accompanied Richard, Lord Barry, and Plantagenet to their quarters, talking, as he went, of the contention which had terminated fatally to several. They rode down the elevated ground on which the king's tent was placed, over a plashy, low plain, through a little wood of stunted larch, across a narrow dell, in whose bottom a brook struggled and murmured, to the acclivity on the other side, on which the tents of the English troops were pitched. Considerably apart from the rest was Richard's own pavilion. All looked tranquil and even desolate compared to the stirring liveliness of the Scotch camp. Richard was received by Sir George Neville, who looked more than usually cold and haughty as he bent to Lord Buchan's salutation. The Scotchman uttered a hasty good night, galloped down the upland and across the dell, and was lost to sight in the wood. "What means this, Sir George?" was the prince's first remark. "What discipline is yours, brawling and bloodshed with our allies?" "Did your Highness name them our enemies," said Neville, "it were more appropriate. Suspend your displeasure, I beseech you, until I can lay before you the reality of what you name a brawl. My honour, and I fear all our safeties, are concerned in the discovery. Now, your Grace is wet and fatigued. You will repose?" Richard desired solitude, not rest. He wished to be alone, for 1,000 intricate ideas possessed him, clamouring to be attended to. He dismissed his friends. Frion only remained. Frion, who lately had become almost surly, but who was now smooth, supple as ever. his eye twinkling as of yore, and his ready laugh, that most characteristic part of him, again showing the old secretary returned. To the prince's warm heart, the appearance of discontent and moodiness was peculiarly grating. The smile or frown even of Frion had power over him, and he felt grateful to the man for his glossy and satisfactory speeches, now that, spite of himself, a feeling, it was not fear, but an anticipation of evil, disturbed his mind. At length he dismissed him, yet still he felt utterly disinclined for sleep. For some time he paced his tent. Images of war and battle floated before him, and then the vision of an angel with golden hair came not to calm, but to trouble him with unquiet regret. In vain he strove to awaken the flock of gentle thoughts that usually occupied him. His ideas seemed wolf-visaged, unreal howlings and cries rung in his ears. This unusual state of mind was intolerable. He folded his cloak round him and stepped into his outer tent. Frion, 2 pages, and his esquire were to occupy it, but he found it solitary. This seemed a little strange, but it was early yet. He lifted the outer cloth. A sentinel was duly at his post. The prince saluted him and passed on. The fitful winds of spring had dispersed the storm. The scarcely waning moon, encircled by the dark clear ether, was in the east. Her yellow light filled the atmosphere, and lay glowing on the trees and little hillside. The prince stepped onwards, down the declivity, across the dell, into the wood. He thought he heard voices, or was it only the swinging branches of the pines? The breeze raised his hair and freshened his brow. Still he walked on, till now he came in view of the Scottish camp, which lay tranquil as sheep in a fold, the moon's bright eye gazing on it. The sight brought proud Granada and all its towers, with the Christian camp sleeping at her feet, before his mind, and still he lingered. Now the tramp of horses became audible. A troop wound down the hill. The leader stopped, exclaiming in some wonder, "My Lord of York, does your Highness need any service? Do you bend your steps to the royal tent?" "I blush to answer, Sir Patrick," replied the prince, "for you will scoff at me as the moon's minion. I came out but to visit her. Yet a knight need not feel shame at loitering beneath her ray, dreaming of his lady-love. You are more actively employed?" "I was on my way to your Highness's encampment," replied the knight. "His Majesty is not quite satisfied with Lord Buchan's report, and sent but now his esquire to me, to bid me visit it. With your good leave, I will escort you thither." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 33. The Assassin. "Traitor, what hast thou done? How ever may thy cursed hand so cruelly have swayed against that knight? Harrow and wheel away. After so wicked deed, why livest thou longer day?" Spenser. When he had been dismissed by his royal master, Frion called aside the esquire, and sent him on an errand, it would seem, of some import and distance, for the youth uttered a few forcible interjections, and with a lowering brow, drew on the riding boots he had just doffed, muttering, "I must treat my horse better than my lord treats me. So, master, seek a fresh steed. By my fay, this is to become a squire of dames, a love token to the Duchess in good hour." Having got rid of this young gentleman, Frion's next care was to give distant employment to the pages, saying he would wait their return. But scarcely had they entered the most crowded part of the camp, before with quick cautious steps the secretary took the same path which the prince trod half an hour later. He crossed the dell, and arriving at the little wood of larches, instead of traversing he skirted it, till the gentle eminence on which the English camp was pitched grew higher and more abrupt. The murmuring brook took the guise of a brawling torrent, grey rocks peeped out from the soil, and the scene became wilder and more mountainous. He walked on till he arrived where a rustic bridge spanned the stream. Under its shadow were 3 horsemen, 2 of whom dismounted, and a tall servitor held the bridles. One of these men Frion knew at once to be him who called himself Lord Bothwell, King Henry's spy, and Richard's fierce, motiveless, but ruthless enemy. The other, his bonnet was drawn over his brow, a cloak obscured his person. Frion's quick eyes scrutinized it vainly, for the moon, cloudy at intervals, gave uncertain light. Besides, the man had stationed himself within the deepest shadow of the bridge. "Good befall your watch," said Frion. "Your worship is before your time." "Is not all ready?" asked Balmain. "That question is mine," replied the other. "You know our treaty. Not a hair of my lord's head must be injured." "Tush, tush. Fear not, good conscience stickier," replied Bothwell with a contemptuous laugh. "No ill will befall the boy. We but ferry him over the Tweed a few hours earlier than he dreamed of, and land him all gently on the shore he seeks. As for thy reward, I have said, name it thyself." "Fair words are these, Sir John Ramsay," said Frion. "But I said before, I must have surer pledge, both for my reward and my lord's safety. King Henry will haggle about payment when the work is done, and the steel you wear is a toper in its way." "How now, sir knave?" cried Balmain. "Thinkest thou that I will turn midnight stabber?" The man in the cloak started at these words. He uttered some sound, but again drew back, while the person who continued on horseback said, and his voice was that of the Bishop of Moray, King James's uncle, "A truce to this contention, Master Goodfellow. Whatever thy name be, I will answer for thy pay, and here is earnest of my truth." He threw a purse at Frion's feet. "The peace of 2 kingdoms. The honor of a royal, too long dishonored house are at stake. No time is this to squabble for marks, or the paltry life of a base impostor. I, a prince of Scotland, avouch the deed. It were more friendly, methinks, to unlock his life with the steel key of our friend Wyatt, than to devote him to the gallows. Let Scotland be rid of him, I reck not how." Again Frion fixed his eyes on the other. The clouds had fallen low in the sky. The moon was clear. The western breeze murmured along the bushes and the trees, and the beams of the silvery planet played upon the unquiet waters. "We have no time for delay, Sir John," said Frion. "Prithee introduce me to our fellow labourer. This is the king's emissary? You call yourself Wyatt, Master Blackcloak?" The other made a gesture of impatience as he stepped aside. Balmain and Moray discoursed aside, till the former bade the secretary lead on as they went, and the Scotchman and Frion conversed in whispers concerning their plans, while their companion followed as if doggedly. Once he cast an impatient glance at the moon. Frion caught that look. "Have I found you, good friend?" he thought. "Then by Our Lady of Embrun you shall acquit you of the debt I claim this night." With quicker steps the Provençal proceeded till they readied the opening of the valley, and came opposite the slope on which the English camp was pitched. Furthest off and far apart was the royal pavilion, the banner of England flapping in the breeze, and this the only sign of life. But for this, the white silent tents looked like vast druidical stones piled upon a wild moor. They paused. "I must go first," said Frion. "We have wasted more time than I counted for. You will await me here." "Listen, Master Frion," said Balmain. "I would hardly trust you, but that I think you are a wise man. Silver angels and golden marks as a wise man you will love. One thing you will hardly seek, a shroud of moonbeams, a grave in the vulture's maw. Look ye, one soars above even now. He scents dainty fare. 20 true men are vowed that he shall sup on thee, if thou art forsworn. Thou wilt give some signal, when all is ready." "That were difficult," said Frion. "I will return anon, if there be any let to your enterprise. Else, when the shadow of that tall larch blackens the white stone at your feet, come up without fear. Have ye bonds ready for your prisoner?" "An adamantine chain. Away." Frion cast one more glance at him called Wyatt. "It is even he. I know him by that trick of his neck." His face was ever looking sideways. Thus assured, the Frenchman ascended the hill. Balmain watched him, now visible, and half hid by the deceptive light, till he entered the folds of the pavilion, and then he glanced his eyes upon the shadow of the tree, yet far from the white stone, and then paced the sward, as if disdaining to hold commune with Wyatt. Whatever thoughts possessed this hireling's breast, he made no sign, but stood motionless as a statue, his arms folded, his head declined upon his breast. He was short, even slight in make. His motionless, half-shrinking attitude contrasted with the striding pace and the huge, erect form of the borderer. Who that had looked down upon these two figures, sole animations visible on the green earth beneath the moon's bright eye, would have read villainy and murder in their appearance? The soft, sweet night seemed an antidote to savageness, yet neither moon nor the sleeping face of beauteous earth imparted any gentleness to the Scot. He saw neither, except when impatiently he glanced at the slow-crawling shadow, and the moonlight sleeping on the signal stone. Many minutes passed. Bothwell gave one impatient look more. How slowly the dusky line proceeded. He walked to the edge of the brook. There was no movement about the pavilion. Tranquil as an infant's sleep was the whole encampment. Suddenly a cry made him start. It was from Wyatt. The man, heretofore so statue-like, had thrown his arms upward with a passionate gesture, and then, recalled by Bothwell's imprecation, shrunk back into his former quiet, pointing only with a trembling finger to the stone, now deep embedded in the black shadow of the larch. The Scot gave a short, shrill laugh, and crying "Follow," began the ascent, taking advantage of such broken ground and shrubs as blotted the brightness of the rays that lit up the acclivity. Bothwell strode on with the activity of a moss trooper. Wyatt was scarce able to walk. He stumbled several times. At length they reached the pavilion. The Frenchman stood just within, lifting the heavy cloth. They entered. Frion whispered, "I have cleared the coast. My lord sleeps. We need but cast a cloak around him to blind him, and so bear him off without more ado on his forced journey." "There is wisdom in your speech," said Balmain, with something of a grin. "My friend Wyatt has a cloak large and dark enough for the nonce." Frion drew back the silken lining of the inner tent, saying, "Tread soft. My lord ever sleeps lightly. He must not be waked too soon." "Never" were the better word, muttered Bothwell. The dimmest twilight reigned in the tent. The prince's couch was in shadow. The men drew near. The sleeper was wrapped in his silken coverlid, with his face buried in his pillow. His light brown hair, lying in large clusters on his cheek, veiled him completely. Ramsay bent over him. His breathing was heavy and regular. He put out his large bony hand, and as gently as he might, removed the quilt, uncovering the sleeper's right side. Then, turning to Wyatt, who had not yet advanced, he pointed to the heaving heart of his victim, with such a glance of murderous callousness that the very assassin shrunk beneath it. Yet he approached. His hand held an unsheathed dagger, but it shook even to impotence. He raised it over his prey, but had no power to strike. Frion had crept round behind. A sound just then, and a tramp of feet was heard in the outer tent. As by magic, in one brief second of time, the mute dread scene changed its every characteristic. The assassin cried aloud, "It is not he!" Frion had seized his arm. The dagger fell. The pretended sleeper, one of York's pages, leaped from the couch, and the muffling cloak, dropping from the murderer's shoulders, disclosed the wretched, degraded Clifford. Ramsay drew his sword and rushed towards the outer tent, when at the same moment Richard of York and Sir Patrick Hamilton showed themselves from beneath the hangings which their attendants had raised. This sight startled Frion, and Clifford, restored to life and energy, tore himself from his grasp, and in a moment had rushed from beneath the pavilion. He was forgotten. All eyes were turned on Bothwell, the dagger at his feet, his drawn sword, his appearance in the retirement of the Prince of England. All accused him. He saw at once his danger, drew himself proudly up, and returned Hamilton's look with a fierce, haughty glare. "Thy act is worse than thy enemy's speech," said Sir Patrick sternly. "Thou wilt answer this, recreant, to thy royal master." "To him, to any, to you," said Balmain. "There is my glove. Now on the hillside, or in the lists anon, I will avouch my deed." Hamilton answered with a look of sovereign contempt. He bade his men seize the traitor. "Before I sleep," he cried, "the king hears this treason." Richard had looked on in silence and wonder. He placed his hand on Hamilton's arm, stopping him. "Pardon me, valiant knight," he said, "but I do beseech you, disturb not the king tonight, nor ever with this ill tale. Too rough already has the English prince broken Scotland's rest. No blood is shed, and strange as appearances are, I take Sir John Ramsay's word and believe that as a cavalier he may maintain his cause, nor stain it by his knightly cognizance. I take up your glove, fair sir, but only to restore it, without one slightest accusation attaching itself to you therewith. Nay, myself will take up the quarrel if any blame you. Sir Patrick will not call me to the trial, I am sure. Frion, conduct the gallant gentleman beyond our lines." Shame, for the first time, flushed Ramsay's brow as he left the tent. The prince drew up to let him pass, with a mien so dignified and yet so tranquil, with a smile so bland, that thus it seemed an angelic essence, incapable of wound, might have gazed on a mere mortal, armed to injure him. Is this recklessness or nobility of soul? Sir Patrick thought. He did not doubt when Richard, changing his look to one of anxious appeal, besought him to omit utterly to report this strange scene. "I much fear," he said, "my wily secretary to be most in fault, and I caught a glance of one, whose appearance here proves that Ramsay is not alone guilty. Let me inquire, let me learn, punish if need be. English gold and English steel were the weapons here, and I alone have power over England. You will pledge me your word. Sir Patrick, do not disquiet our royal cousin by our domestic brawls. We must not put in opposing scales our paltry anger against ruffians like these, and the disquiet of the generous-hearted James. Ramsay was his father's favourite. For his sake he bears with him, and more easily may I. I, indeed, who am most in fault, for spending the precious minutes wandering, like a shepherd of Arcadia, in a listless foolishness instead of acting the general, and guarding my tents from such visitors. The brawl last night might have forewarned me. Does it not shame Scotland, cried Hamilton warmly, that you should need any guard but our true hearts while you tread our soil? Were this true, answered York, yet more earnestly, remember, what shames Scotland shames her king. Be assured, dear cousin, I speak advisedly. Were this examined, worse might appear, and I and your liege must be the sufferers. I to excite this treason in his subjects' hearts, he to prove that some near him are not true as they seem. Hamilton yielded to these many pleas, but his heart warmed with admiration and love for the noble being who urged the cause of pardon for his enemies. Be it as your highness pleases, he exclaimed. This I the more readily yield, since any new attempt kills Hamilton ere it reach you. I will be your guard, your sentinel, your wide, invulnerable shield. You will not refuse me this post of honor. Or let us both fulfill it, cried York, one to the other. Let us be brothers in arms, noble Hamilton. And yet, how can I, a fugitive, almost a tainted man, seek the alliance of one who stands as you do, fair and free in all men's eyes? As he spoke, the prince held out his hand. The Scottish knight raised it respectfully to his lips. But now Frion returned, and the clash of arms and trumpets sound spoke of the advance of the night, and change of guard. The noble friends took leave of each other, and Sir Patrick departed. As soon as they were private, the prince questioned his secretary closely and sternly as to the events of the night. Frion had a plausible and ready tale, of artifice and guile, of how he had a pledge, even from the king's uncle, that York's life was not to be attempted, and that he had but wished to balk and vex them by causing the page to be carried off. The discovery of their mistake would shame them from any second enterprise against the Prince of England. York was but half satisfied. He had caught a transient glimpse of the fugitive. Was it indeed Clifford who came a hired murderer to his bedside? A man who had partaken his heart's counsels, long his companion, once his friend? It was frightful, it was humiliating but to imagine how deep the man may fall, who once gives himself over to evil thoughts and unlawful deeds. Frion here protested his ignorance and surprise. It was almost day before his master dismissed him, and even then, how could Richard repose? That couch Clifford had marked as his bier. It were a bed of thorns. He threw himself on the bare, hard ground, and innocence had more power than his angelic pity for the vice of others. It shed poppy influence on his lids, and the beams of the morning sun stole softly over, but did not disturb his slumbers. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 34. Disappointment. Methinks I see death and the Furies waiting. What will we do, and all the heaven at leisure, for the great spectacle? Draw then your swords. Ben Jonson. Faster than the airy slave Quicksilver is influenced by the changes of the atmosphere, does the subtle essence of the mind of one, who from love or gratitude hangs upon the smile or frown of another, feel the sunshine or frost of that other's countenance, and an independent disposition speedily revolts from servile obedience to such alteration. On the following day, and afterwards on the succeeding ones, Richard felt that the heart of James was no longer the same. He was courteous, kind. His friends' interests formed the sole topic of their conversations. But York could neither say the thing he wished, nor do that which he desired. The same objects were before him, apparently the same coloring was upon them, yet a pale sickly hue was cast over the before glowing picture. A chill had penetrated the summer warmth in which he basked. The wave was yet calm, but it was clouded, and no longer showed in its limpid depths that sympathy and affection which made the White Rose's fortunes seem truly and intrinsically Scotland's own. Friendship was now professed, service tendered. Before words had seemed superfluous, the thing was there. James assured his guest that he would not turn back, nor give ear to Henry's propositions, and York felt, with a start, that ear had been given to them, or this conclusion had not been noted. The disunion and continued separation of the camps was another circumstance that spoke loudly of division of thought and counsel. Frion believed that he should now resume his ancient position with his royal master, He bore his reproofs humbly, and strove to regain his favour by the importance of his services. The arcana of the Tudor party were, to a great degree, revealed to York, and it was easy to mark the ascendancy it was gaining. The presence of Lady Jane Kennedy might explain the ceremony and regulations observed in the intercourse between the king and his friend. But it was Frion's part to disclose the enmity this lady entertained for the White Rose, and the influence she exerted to its detriment. Moray and Lord Buchan were her friends, and they were frequent visitors in the royal pavilion. A short time somewhat changed this state of things. The army drew near the frontier, and the king separated himself from the fair mistress of his heart. On the third day they arrived on the banks of the Tweed. It was but crossing a little river, but stepping from one stone to another, and Richard would stand on English ground. The troops had passed the day before. Some had proceeded southward. Others were even now to be seen defiling in long lines on the distant plain. The sun was up cheerily. The fresh, pleasant green of spring had stolen, more like a tinted atmosphere than in the guise of foliage, over tree and bush. Field flowers and crocuses peeped from under the mossy turf. The scene was a wide moor, varied by broken ground, clumps of trees where many a bird nestled, and here and there thick underwood where the wild deer made his lair. This had been the scene of 1,000 conflicts, and of mortal carnage between Scot and Englishman, but the skylark above sang of nature's bounty and nature's loveliness, and an immemorial and perennial hymn, while nothing spoke of the butchery and wretchedness which once had made the landscape a tragic, corpse-strewn stage. Reining in his pawing courser, King James, in all the gay array of a high-born knight, paused on the Scottish bank. His lips, proud as the Apollo's, spoke of struggle and victory. In his eye and nostril, beautiful disdain and might and majesty flashed their full lightnings by. Here was he who, in a later day, led the flower of Scotland to die on the English plains, who himself was doomed to lie with mangled limbs, and in blank, cold extinction, a trophy of victory to his enemy on Flodden Field. He was alive now, and in his strength. He drank in with buoyant spirit every glorious anticipation, and laughed with fond delight. Spurring on his horse, he crossed the ford and entered England. In a moment, as by impulse, York, who had lingered, dashed after him. Allies they were, friends in seeming, nay, in truth. For the glance of proud enmity Richard cast on the Scot was perhaps the more factitious feeling. It sprang from patriotism, but its energy was borrowed from the deadly feuds of their ancestors, that natural hate which is said to exist now between the French and English, and which was far more envenomed between the near rival people. Notwithstanding James's change toward him, York felt in the core of his affectionate heart all that was due to him who had raised him when he was fallen, given him state, power, Catherine. He saw in him his kinsman, his benefactor. But the pride of a son of England rose in his breast, when he beheld the haughty Scot caracole in arrogant triumph on her soil. What was he? What had he done? He was born king and father of this realm. Because he was despoiled of his high rights, was he to abjure his natural duty to her as her child? Yet here he was an invader, not arming one division of her sons against the other, but girt with foreigners, aided by the ancient ravagers of her smiling villages and plenteous harvests. He looked on each individual Scot, and on their gallant king, and felt his bosom swell with rage and hate. These were unwise, nay, ungrateful sentiments, but he could not repel them. His first commands were to his cousin, to hasten to Randall of Dacre, to learn what Yorkists had gathered together to receive him. "If there be any large company," he said, "without more ado we will thank our kind cousin, invite him to recross the Tweed, and leave us to fight our battles by ourselves." This satisfaction and triumph James felt made him, so far from participating in York's feelings, turn with renewed cordiality towards him. It was his first care to have the standard of the White Rose set up with martial pomp, to disperse his proclamations, and to invite, by his own manner, the Scottish nobles to increase in observance towards the prince. Lord Huntly, believing that the prophecy of his daughter's elevation was on the eve of its accomplishment, was prodigal of his shows of honour and service to his son-in-law. For some days the pavilions of the brother kings were pitched side by side, and James each hour thought to hear of the arrival of the Yorkist nobility of England. He had expected so many that he had given orders that care should be taken to recall his own troops, when the English visitants outnumbered his own guard. Day after day passed, and not one came, not one. Even Randall of Dacre, Lord Dacre's brother, who had visited Richard in Scotland, seized with panic, had gone southward. Nothing came, save intelligence that the Cornish insurgents had been defeated on Blackheath, their ringleaders taken and executed. Among them, Lord Audley perished. Another life! How many more to complete the sad hecatomb, a useless offering to obdurate fate in Richard's favour. Sir George Neville, gathered up in all the cold pride of disappointed ambition, disdained to regret. Plantagenet saw the hopes and purpose of his life crushed, but dared not give words to his despair. Sir Roderick sneered. Lord Barry was loud in his laments, while the Scots grew taller and prouder, and ceased to frequent the tents of the English exiles. Councils were held by James, in which York had no part. It was only afterwards that he learnt it had been commanded to the Scotch army to lay waste the country. Now, indeed, all the Englishman was alive in his heart. He gave sudden orders to raise his camp and to march forward. He had sat still too long. He would enter the kingdom he claimed, discover for himself his chance of success, and, if there were none, his rights should not be made the pretence of a Scotch invasion. None cried, "Long live King Richard," as he passed along. How did his noble, youthful spirit droop at finding that not only he did not meet with, but was judged not to deserve success. It ranks among the most painful of our young feelings to find that we are justly accused of acting wrong. Our motives, we believed them disinterested or justifiable. We have advanced a wondrous step in life before we can concede, even to ourselves, that alloy might be mingled with what we deemed pure gold. Ignorant of the soil and culture of our own hearts, we feel sure that no base mixture can form a part of what we fancy to be a mine of virgin ore. Richard would have stood erect and challenged the world to accuse him. God and his right was his defense. His right! Oh, narrow and selfish was that sentiment that could see, in any right appertaining to one man, the excuse for the misery of thousands. War, held in leash during the army's march from Edinburgh, was now let loose. Swift and barbarous, he tore forward on his way. 1,000 destructions waited on him. His track was marked by ruin. The words of Lord Surrey were fulfilled. What a sight for one whose best hope in acquiring his kingdom was to bestow the happiness of which the usurper deprived it. The English troops, about 500 men, crossed the widespread plains in the immediate vicinity of Scotland. They entered a beaten track, where the traces of cultivation spoke of man. A village peeped from among the hedgerow trees. York's heart beat high. Would the simple inhabitants refuse to acknowledge him? A few steps disclosed the truth. The village had been sacked by the Scotch. It was half burnt and quite deserted. One woman alone remained. She sat on a pile of ashes wailing aloud. The exiles dared not read in each other's eyes the expression of their horror. They walked on like men rebuked. This was England, their country, their native home, and they had brought the fierce Scot upon her. Passing forward they met trains of wagons laden with spoil, droves of cattle and sheep. They overtook a troop roasting an ox by the burning rafters of a farmhouse, whose green palings, trim orchard, and shaved grass plat spoke of domestic comfort. The house dog barked fearfully. A lowland archer transfixed him with his arrow. The English marched on. They dared not eye the ravagers. Shame and hate contended. These were their allies, while the sarcasm and scornful laugh which followed them drugged with wormwood the bitter draught. In vain, west or east or south, did they turn their eyes. A sad variety of the same misery presented itself on every side. A stout yeoman, gashed by an Highlander's claymore, was sometimes the ghastly stepping-stone passed over to enter his own abode. Women and children had not been spared, or were only left to perish for want. Often during apparent silence, a fearful shriek, or the voice of lamentation, burst upon the air. Now it was a woman's cry, now the shrill plaint of infancy. With the exception of these sufferers, the landscape was a blank. Where were the troops of friends Richard had hoped would hail him? Where the ancient Yorkists? Gone to augment the army which Surrey was bringing against the Scot. Attached to these ill-omened allies, how could the prince hope to be met by his partisans? He had lost them all. The first North Briton who crossed the Tweed trampled on and destroyed forever the fallen White Rose. Resolutely bent on going forward till he should have advanced beyond the Scotch, on the following day York continued his march. They entered the ruins of another village. The desolation here was even more complete, although more recent. The flame was hardly spent upon the blackened rafters. The piles which the day before had been smiling dwellings still smoked. A few domestic animals were skulking about. There was a church at the end of what had been a street. This was not spared. The English entered the desecrated aisle. An aged, bleeding monk was lying at the altar's foot, who scowled even in death upon the soldiery. Suddenly he recognized his countrymen. Pleasure gleamed in his sunken eyes. "Ye will avenge us. Deliver the land. The hand of God will lead ye on." Plantagenet rushed forward. "Father," he cried, "do I find you here?" The old man spoke, looked faintly. Edmund bent over him. "My father, it is I, Edmund, your boy, your murder—" "My son," said the monk, "I behold you again, and die content. You are in arms, but by the blessing of the saints your sword's point is turned against the cruel invader. Not one, oh, not one Englishman will fall by his brother's hand, for not one will fight for that base deceit, the ill-nurtured Perkin, to whom God in his wrath has given such show of right as brings the Scot upon us. Once I thought, but no son of York would ally himself to these cruel border robbers. God of my country, oh, curse him and his cause." The dying man spoke with difficulty. A few moments more, a spasm crossed his features, and they settled into stony insensibility. Edmund threw himself on the body. A death-like silence reigned in the building. Every heart beat with breathless horror. The curse uttered by the murdered man was even then breathed before God and accepted. York spoke first with a calm, firm voice. "Arise, my cousin," he said. "Do not thou fix yet more deeply the barbed arrow which has entered my heart. There are periods when remorse and horror conquer by their intensity every lesser impulse, and reign kings of the waste. This was no time for words or tears. Oh, welcome the grief or crime which the bitterest of these could express or extenuate. It would insult this sad effigy of death to imagine that the impiety could be expiated." In silence they bore the reverend corpse to the vaults of the church, and then continued their way. Some of the under-officers and men whispered together, but when again the chiefs conversed, they did not allude to this frightful scene, or to the awful imprecation which they felt suspended over their heads, shadowing their souls with unknown horror. This was but the opening scene to worse wretchedness. Hitherto they had seen the waste of war. Now they came upon its active atrocities. A dense smoke, the flickering of pale flames, marked the progress of devastation. Fierceness gleamed in the open blue eyes of Richard. He bit his lips, and at a quicker pace went forward. Screams and horrid shrieks mixed with shouts. Oh, may not a veil be drawn over such horrors? Flying children, mothers who stayed to die, fathers who unarmed rushed upon the weapons of the foe. Fire and sword, animated by man's fellest spirit, were there to destroy. Kindled to fury, York and his chief friends had outspeeded their troops. They came to save. They called on the fierce Scot to spare, and, when their words were unheeded, they drew their swords to beat back their allies. A fresh troop of borderers, headed by Sir John Ramsay, at this moment poured into the village. The grey eye of the Scot was lighted up to the fiercest rage, but when he saw who and how few were they who had assailed his men, a demoniac expression, half exultation and joy, half deadly hate, animated him. Richard was driving before him a whole troop of camp followers, cowardly and cruel fellows. Balmain's hand was on his arm. "Your Highness forgets yourself," he said, "or is the fable ended, and you turned friend of Tudor?" York's blood was up. His cheek, his brow were flushed. The word "assassin" burst from his lips as he wheeled round and assailed his midnight foe. Thus a natural war began, English and Scotchmen. Bent on mutual destruction, spurred on by every feeling of revenge, abhorrence, and natural rivalship, dealt cruel blows one on the other. Richard's troops began to arrive in greater numbers. They far outtold their adversaries. Lord Bothwell with his marauders was obliged to retreat, and York was left in possession of his strange conquest. The peasantry gathered round him. They did not recognize the White Rose. They but blessed him as their deliverer. Yet the sufferers were many, and the flames still raged. One woman, with a wild shriek for her children, threw herself into the very heart of her burning cot, while, statue-like, amidst a little helpless brood, his wife at his feet a corpse, his dwelling in ashes, a stout yeoman stood, tears unheeded flowing down his weather-beaten cheeks. During the whole day, Richard had striven against his own emotions. trying to dispel by pride and indignation and enforced fortitude the softness that invaded his heart and rose to his eyes, blinding them. But the sight of these miserable beings, victims of his right, grew into a tragedy too sad to endure. One young mother laid her infant offspring at his feet, crying, "Bless thee, thou hast saved her," and then sunk in insensibility before him, her stained dress and pallid cheeks speaking too plainly of wounds and death. Richard burst into tears. "Oh, my stony and hard-frozen heart," he cried, "which breakest not to see the loss and slaughter of so many of thy natural-born subjects and vassals." He spoke, he looked. Plantagenet was there, grief and horror seated in his dark, expressive eyes. Neville, who had lost his lofty pride. It was shame and self-abhorrence that painted their cheeks with blushes or unusual pallor. "We must hasten, my lord," said Barry, "after those evildoers. They but quit one carcass to pounce upon another." "Do we fight the King of England's battles?" cried the Burgundian Lalaine, in unfeigned astonishment. "This will be strange intelligence for James of Scotland." "So strange, Sir Roderick," said Richard, "that we will be the bearers of it ourselves. Give orders for the retreat, gentlemen. His Majesty is engaged in the siege of Norham Castle. We will present us before him and demand mercy for our unhappy subjects." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 35. The Retreat. Why didst thou promise such a beauteous day, and make me travel forth without my cloak, to let base clouds o'ertake me on the way, hiding thy bravery in their rotten smoke? Shakespeare. It was York's characteristic to be sanguine beyond all men. Pain impressed him more deeply and sorely than could be imagined by the cold of spirit. But show him the remedy, teach him the path to redress, and he threw off the clogging weight of care, and rose free and bright as in earliest youth. His impatience to behold his royal friend, to speak the little word, which he felt assured would recall the Scots from their ravages, and take from him the guilt of his subjects' blood, grew like a torrent in the spring. He outspeeded his main troop. He left all but his chiefest friends behind. One by one, even these grew fewer. He mounted a fresh horse. It was the third that day. "Mayflower is worse than blown," said Neville. "Will not your highness repose till tomorrow?" Repose? This echo was his only answer, and already he was far and alone upon his way. The Scottish lines were past, and the embattled walls of Norham, grey and impenetrable as rock, were before him. The royal pavilion occupied the centre of the camp. The wearied steed that bore York dropped on one knee as he reined him up before it, flushed with every mark of travel and haste. He threw himself from his saddle and entered the tent. It was thronged. He saw not one face save that of the monarch himself, who was conversing with a churchman, whose dark foreign countenance Richard had seen before. Now it was like a vision before him. James, in an accent of surprise, cried, "My lord, this is an unexpected visit." "Excuse ceremony, my dear cousin," said York. "I come not to speak to the Majesty of Scotland, man to man, a friend to his dearest friend. I have a suit to urge." James, who was aware that his actual occupation of listening and even acceding to the suggestions of his foreign visitant in favor of peace with Henry was treason to York's cause, thought that news of Don Pedro de Ayala's arrival was the secret of these words. He blushed as he replied, "As friend to friend we will hear anon tomorrow." "There is no anon to my dear plea," said York. "Even now the hellish work is about which you must check. Oh, what am I, King of Scotland, that I am to be made the curse and scourge of my own people? The name of Richard is the byword of hate and terror, there where I seek for blessings and filial love. You know not the mischief your fierce borderers achieve. It is not yet too late. Recall your men. Bid them spare my people. Let not the blood of my subjects plead against my right. Rather would I pine in exile forever than occasion the slaughter and misery of my countrymen, my children." Richard spoke impetuously. His eyes filled with tears, his accents were fraught with passionate entreaty, and yet with a firm persuasion that he spoke not in vain. But his address had the very worst effect. James believed that, hearing that he was in treaty with his foe, he had come to re-urge his suit, to enforce the many promises given, to demand a continuation of the war. James, a Scotchman, bred in civil strife among fierce Highlanders and ruthless borderers, saw something contemptible in this pity and supplication for cottagers and villains. The shame he had felt, or feared to feel, at the idea of being accused of treachery by his guest was lightened. His lips were curled even to scorn, as in a cold tone he replied, "Sir, methinketh you take much pains, and very much strive to preserve the realm of another prince, which, I do believe, never will be yours." A momentary surprise set open wide York's eyes. He glanced round him. The Earl of Huntly's brow was clouded. A smile curled Lord Buchan's lips. The emotion that had convulsed the prince's features gave place to the calmest dignity. "If not mine," he said, "let me yield the sway to the Lady Peace. The name and presence of a Plantagenet shall no longer sanction the devastation of his country. I would rather be a cotter on your wild highlands than buy the sovereignty of my fair England by the blood of her inhabitants." The warm though capricious heart of James was quietly recalled by the look and voice of his once dearest friend, to a sense of the ungraciousness of his proceeding. He frankly stretched out his hand. "I was wrong, cousin. Forgive me, we will confer anon. Even now, orders have been issued to recall the troops. A few words will explain everything." York bent his head in acquiescence. The king dismissed his nobles, and committed to the care of one among them the Reverend Diala. With a strong sentiment of self-defense, which was self-accusation, a half-return of his ancient affection which acted like remorse, James set himself to explain his proceedings. Fearful, unaided by any of the natives, of proceeding with an inadequate force farther into the heart of the country, he had set down before the castle of Norham, which was defended undauntedly by the Bishop of Durham. He had wasted much time here, and now the Cornish insurgents being quelled, the Earl of Surrey was marching northwards, at the head of 40,000 men. Surrey, Howard, might he not be a masked friend? "Who," continued James, "has surely some personal enmity to your highness, for the Reverend Father Diala, an ambassador from Spain, visited him on his journey northward, and it seems the noble indulged in despiteful language, saying that he who could bring the fell Scot, I thank him, into England, wore manifest signs of— I will not say. I remember not his words, they are of no import. The sum is, my dear lord, I cannot meet the English army in the open field. Walled town, even those paltry towers I cannot win. With what shame and haste I may, I must retreat over the border." Many more words James, in the heat of repentant affection, said to soothe his English friend. York's blood boiled in his veins. His mind was a chaos of scorn, mortification, and worse anger against himself. The insult inflicted by James before his assembled lords, the bitter speech of Surrey, he almost feared that he deserved the one, while he disdained to resent the other, and both held him silent. As speedily as he might, he took leave of the king. He saw signs in the encampment of the return of the foragers. They were laden with booty. His heart was sick. To ease his pent-up burning spirit when night brought solitude, though not repose, he wrote thus to the Lady Catherine: "Wilt thou, dear lady of my heart, descend from thy lofty state and accept an errant knight instead of a sceptred king for thy mate? Alas, sweet Kate, if thou wilt not, I may never see thee more, for not thus, oh, not thus, my God, will Richard win a kingdom. Poor England bleeds. Our overzealous cousin has pierced her with dismal wounds, and thou wouldst in thy gentleness shed 1,000 tears hadst thou beheld the misery that even now, grim and ghastly, floats before my sight. What am I, that I should be the parent of evil merely? Oh, my mother, my two kind friends, why did ye not conceal me from myself, teaching me lessons of humbleness, rearing me as a peasant, consigning me to a cloister? My injuries would have died with me, and the good, the brave, the innocent who have perished for me or through me had been spared. I fondly thought that mine was no vulgar ambition. I desired the good of others, the raising up and prosperity of my country. I saw my father's realm sold to a huckster, his subjects the victims of low-souled avarice. What more apparent duty than to redeem his crown from Jew-hearted tutor, and to set the bright jewels, pure and sparkling as when they graced his brow, on the head of his only son? Even now I think the day will come when I shall repair the losses of this sad hour. Is it the restless, ambitious spirit of youth that whispers future good, or true forebodings of the final triumph of the right? Now, O sweetest Kate, I forget disgrace, I forget remorse, I bury every sorrow in thought of thee. Thy idea is as a windless haven to some way-worn vessel, its nest in a vast oak tree to a tempest-baffled bird, hope of paradise to the martyr who expires in pain. Wilt thou receive me with thine own dear smile? My divine love, I am not worthy of thee, yet thou art mine, Lackland Richard's single treasure. The stars play strange gambols with us. I am richer than Tudor, and, but that thy husband must leave no questioned name, I would sign a bond with fate. Let him take England, give me Catherine. But a prince may not palter with the holy seal God affixes to him, nor one espoused to thee be less than king. Fear not, therefore, that I waver though I pause. Adieu. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 36. Tidings from Ireland. Yet, noble friends, his mixture with our blood, even with our own, shall no way interrupt a general peace. Ford. Pedro de Ayala was ambassador from Ferdinand and Isabella to the King of England. There was something congenial in the craft and gravity of this man with the cautious policy of Henry. When the latter complained of the vexation occasioned him by the counterfeit Plantagenet, and the favour he met with in Scotland, de Ayala offered to use his influence and counsel to terminate these feuds. He found James out of humour with York's ill success among the English, weary of a siege where impregnable stone walls were his only enemies, uneasy at the advance of Surrey, pliable, therefore, to all his arguments. A week after de Ayala's arrival, the Scots had recrossed the Tweed, the king and his nobles had returned to Edinburgh and York to Catherine. Richard's northern sun was set, and but for this fair star he had been left darkling. When the English general in his turn crossed the Tweed and ravaged Scotland, he was looked down on by its inhabitants as the cause of their disasters, and but that some loving friends were still true to him, he had been deserted in the land which so lately was a temple of refuge to him. The Earl of Huntly exerted himself to prevent his falling into too deep disgrace in the eyes of Scotland, and was presently at the consultations of the exiles to urge some new attempt in some other part of King Henry's dominions. York was anxious to wash out the memory of his overthrow, so that this check, which seemed so final to his hopes, but operated as an incentive to further exertions. Yet whither should he go? The whole earth was closed upon him. The territory of Burgundy, which had so long been his home, was forbidden. France, Concresso, who was his attached friend, dissuaded him from encountering a mortifying repulse there. Even his own Spain would refuse to receive him now that de Ayala had shown himself his enemy. But no, he was not so far reduced to beg a refuge at the limits of civilization. Still he had his sword, his cause, his friends. A stranger came, an unexpected visitant from over the sea, to decide his vacillating counsels. The man was aged and silver-haired, smooth in his manners, soft-voiced, yet with quick grey eyes and compressed lips, indications of talent and resolution and subtlety. Frion saw him first, and deceived by his almost fawning manners into an idea of his insignificance, asked his purpose and name. The stranger, with the utmost gentleness, refused to disclose his object to any but the prince, and Frion, with great show of insolence, refused to introduce him to his presence. "Then, without thy leave, sir knave," said the old man calmly, "I must force my way." Astley, the poor scrivener of Canterbury, was present. This honest, simple-hearted fellow had shown so much worth, so much zeal, so much humbleness with such fidelity, that he had become a favourite in York's court, and principally with the Lady Catherine. Frion hated him, for he was his opposite, but pretended to despise him and to use him as an underling. Astley meekly submitted, and at last gained a kind of favour in the Frenchman's eyes by the deference and respect of his manner. The stranger, with the readiness of one accustomed to select agents for his will, addressed him, bidding him announce to his Highness a gentleman from Ireland. "And be assured," he said, "the Duke will ill requite any tardiness on thy part." An angry burst from Frion interrupted him. This man, rarely off his guard, but roused now by recent mortifications, forgot himself in the violence he displayed, which strangely contrasted with the soft tranquillity of the stranger, and Astley's modest but very determined enunciation of his resolve to convey the message to the prince. Frion, from loud words, was about to proceed to acts, when Lord Barry entered. Barry, who felt Scotland as a limbo of despair, who was for ever urging Richard to visit Ireland, to whom the court life of the English was something like a trim-fenced park to a new-caught lion. Barry saw the stranger. His eyes lighted up, nay, danced with sudden joy. With no gentle hand he thrust Frion away, and then bent his knee, asking a blessing of the prior of Kilmainham, and in the same breath eagerly demanded what had brought the venerable man from Buttevant across the dangerous seas. Keating's presence gave new life to York's counsels. He brought an invitation from Maurice of Desmond to the Duke. The Earl had, since Richard's departure, been occupied in training troops, and so fortifying himself as to enable him to rise against Poynings, whose regular government, and above all, whose predilection for the butlers, caused him to be detested by the Geraldines. Hurried on by hatred and revenge, Desmond resolved to do that which would be most dreaded and abhorred of Henry, to assume the badge of the White Rose, and to set up the pretensions of young Richard. The tidings were that York was a loved and honoured guest in Edinburgh, and the impetuous Desmond feared that he would hardly be induced to abandon King James's powerful alliance for the friendship of a wild Irish chieftain. The very invitation must be committed to no mean or witless hands. The difficulties appeared so great that the measure was on the point of being abandoned, when the prior of Kilmainham, who, in the extreme of age, awoke to fresh life at a prospect of regaining his lost consequence, offered himself to undertake the arduous task. His views went far beyond the Earl's. He hoped to make the King of Scotland an active party in his plots, and to contrive a simultaneous invasion of England from the north and from the west. Already his turbulent and grasping spirit saw Irish and Scotch meeting midway in England, and with conjoined forces dethroning Tudor and dictating terms to his successor. He came too late. He came to find a peace nearly concluded between James and Henry, the White Rose fallen into disregard, and his arrival looked upon as the best hope, the last refuge of his fallen party. Richard on the instant accepted his invitation. To a generous heart, the feeling of enforced kindness succeeding to spontaneous affection is intolerable. The very generosity of his own disposition made him recoil from exacting a reluctant boon from his sometime friend. To live a pensioner among the turbulent, arrogant Scots was not to be thought of. The Earl of Huntly, in fond expectation of his daughter's greatness, would have despised him had he remained inactive. Even Catherine was solicitous to leave Scotland. She knew her countrymen, and ready as she was to give up every exalted aim and to make her husband's happiness in the retired quiet of private life, she knew that insult and feud would attend his further tarrying among the Scotch. York had been for nearly a year the guest of King James. 12 months in all their long-drawn train of weeks and days had paced over the wide earth, marking it with change. Each one had left its trace in the soul of Richard. There is something frightful to a spirit partly tired of the world, to find that their life is to be acquainted with no durable prosperity, that happiness is but a modification of a train of events, which, like the fleeting birth of flowers, varies the year with different hues. But York was still too young to be aweary even of disappointment. He met the winter of his fortunes with cheerful fortitude, so that a kind of shame visited James, inspired by the respect his injured friend so well merited. The capricious but really noble heart of the Scottish king was at this time put to a hard trial. One of the preliminaries of peace, most insisted upon by Henry, was that his rival should be given up to him. This was, at the word, refused. But even to dismiss him from his kingdom seemed so dastardly an act towards one allied to him by his own choice, that the swelling heart of the Cavalier could not yet tame itself to the statesman's necessity. Some of his subjects, meanwhile, were ready enough to cut the Gordian knot by which he was entangled. Tudor had many emissaries in Edinburgh, and Lord Moray, Lord Buchan, and the dark Bothwell, whose enmity had become fierce personal hate, were still egged on by various letters and messages from England to some deed of sanguinary violence. Sir John Ramsay was sought out by Frion. That goodly diplomatist must have entertained a high opinion of his mollifying eloquence, when he dared encounter the hot temper of him he had dishonoured in the eyes of the English prince, and of his own countryman Hamilton. But Frion knew that in offering revenge he bought pardon. He was of little mark in Ramsay's eyes, while the man he had injured, and whom he consequently detested beyond every other, survived to tell the grating tale of the defeated villainy of the assassin, and the godlike magnanimity of him who pardoned. Frion's own feelings, which had vacillated, were now fixed to betray the prince. He had wavered because he had a kind of personal affection for the noble adventurer. Somehow he managed to fancy him a creature of his own. He had worked so long, and at one time so well for him, that he had fostered the vain belief that his dearest hopes and best pretensions would vanish like morning mist if he blew unkindly on them. It was not so. James had been his friend. Huntley had given him his daughter without his interference, and the Irish project, with Keating at its head, who treated Frion with galling contempt, filled up the measure of his discontents. If anything else had been needed, the Lady Catherine's favour to Astley and some offices of trust in which York himself had used him sufficed to add the last sting to malice. If they will not let me make, they shall rue the day when I shall mar. Learn, shall they, that Frion can clip an eagle's wings even in its pride of flight. It is common to say that there is honour among thieves and villains. It is not honour, but an acknowledged loss of shame and conscience, and a mutual trust in the instinctive hatred the bad must bear the good, which strongly unites them. In spite of the Frenchman's former treachery, Balmain felt that he could now confide, that his guilt would stretch far enough to encircle in its embrace the very act he desired, and he again trusted and used him as the chief agent of his plots. The Earl of Surrey was ravaging Scotland, and King James, with the chivalrous spirit of the times, challenged him to single combat. The Earl, in answer, refused to place his master's interests at the hazard of his single prowess, though ready for any other cause to accept the honour tendered him. The herald that brought this reply, Frion reported to Richard to be charged with a letter to him. Its purpose was to declare that though, while aided and comforted by the enemies of England, the Earl warred against him, yet the Howard remembered the ancient attachments of his house, and that if the White Rose, wholly renouncing the Scotch, would trust to the honour of the representative of a race of nobles, the army now in the field to his detriment should be turned to an engine of advantage. Time pressed, the letter concluded by saying, and if the Duke of York were willing to give his sails to the favouring wind, let him repair with a small company to Greenock, where he would find zealous and powerful friends. At first this intimation filled the prince with exultation and delight. The time was at last come when he should lead the native nobility of England to the field, and meet his enemy in worthy guise. There was but one check. He could not join Surrey while Surrey was in arms against his once generous friend, so that, by a strange shifting of events, he now became anxious for peace between Scotland and England, eager that the seal should be set that destroyed the alliance and amity which had so lately been the sole hope of his life. Neville and Plantagenet entered into his views, and while, seemingly at the bottom of fortune's scale, a new spirit of gladness animated this little knot of Englishmen, for one thing young Richard was not prepared. The preliminaries of peace he knew were arranged, and he was aware that its conclusion would take the sword out of James's hand. They had rarely met lately, and this, while it lessened the familiarity, rather added to the apparent kindness of their interviews. There was in both these young princes a genuine warmth of heart and brightness of spirit that drew them close whenever they did meet. James honoured the integrity and the unconquered soul of the outcast monarch, while his own genius, his vivacity and polished courtesy, in spite of his caprice and late falling off, spread a charm around that forced admiration and affection even from him he injured. It was at this period that, notwithstanding their real disunion, Richard felt it as strange to find his royal host confused in manner and backward of speech. They had been at a hunting party, where Lord Moray's haughty glance of triumph, and the sneer that curled the Earl of Buchan's lip, would have disclosed some victory gained by them, had York deigned to regard their aspects. At length, after much hesitation, while riding apart from his peers, James asked, if there were any news from the Lady Margaret of Burgundy. Sir Roderick Lelane returned to her a month ago, replied York, and with him went my dear and zealous Lady Brampton, to urge fresh succour for one, to whom fortune has so long shown a wintry face, that methinks spring must at last be nigh at hand, herald of bright blossoming summer. What promises then, my Lady Duchess? Said the king, eagerly. Alas, her promises are as blank as her power, replied Richard. Even when the old dukes of Burgundy were as emperors in Christendom, they were but as provosts and city magistrates in the free towns of Flanders, and these towns resolve on peace with England. It is the cry of the world, said James with a sigh. This Tudor is a mighty man. Why, even I, a Scot, a warrior and a king, am forced to join the universal voice and exclaim, peace with England, even though my honour is the sacrifice. Your Majesty imparts no strange truth to me, said York. I have long known that this must be, but surely you speak in soreness of spirit when you speak of the sacrifice of honour. I thought the terms agreed on were favorable to Scotland. King Henry demanded in the first place the delivery of your highness into his hands. James blushed deeply as he said these words. Or he will come seize me, rejoined the duke with a laugh. In good hour I will deliver myself, if he will walk through the bristling lances, and set at naught the wide-mouthed cannon that will bellow in his path. Have you then new hopes? Cried the king. Oh, say but so, and half my shame and all my sorrow vanishes. Say that you have hope of speedy good in some other country, for I have sworn ere April wear into May, Scotland shall be made poor by your highness's absence. A long pause followed these words. James felt as if he had given words to his own concealed dishonor, and struck his iron-girdled side with the bitter thought. Oh, spirit of my father, this may not atone, but I must pay also in shame and torturous self-contempt for my heavy guilt. A sudden blow, a precipitous fall when unaware his feet had reached the crumbling brink of a beetling precipice, would not have made such commotion in Richard's heart, as the forced and frightful conviction that the friend he had trusted heaped this insult on him. For the first time in his life, perhaps, pride conquered every other feeling, for reproach had been more friendly than the spirit that impelled him, with a placid voice and a glance of haughty condescension, to reply, Now that your majesty dismisses me, I find it fittest season to thank you heartily for your many favours, that you deny me to the suit of your new ally, and send me forth scatheless from your kingdom is the very least of these. Shall I forget that, when a wanderer and a stranger I came hither, you were a brother to me? That when an outcast from the world, Scotland became a home of smiles, and its king my dearest friend? These are lesser favours, for your love was of more value to me than your power, though you used it for my benefit. And when you gave me the Lady Catherine, I incurred such a debt of gratitude that it were uncancelled, though you cast me, bound hand and foot, at Tudor's footstool. That I am bankrupt even in thanks is my worst misery. Yet, if the eye of favour, which I believe fortune is now opening on me, brighten into noonday splendour, let James of Scotland ask, and, when England shall be added to his now barren name, Richard will give, though it were himself. Gentle cousin, replied the king, you gloss with horrid words a bitter pill to both, for though the scathe seem yours, mine is the punishment. I lose what I can ill spare, a kinsman and a friend. Never, cried York. Scotland bids a realmless monarch, a beggar prince, depart. The king of Scotland, moved by strong state necessity, is no longer the ally of the disinherited orphan of Edward IV, but James is Richard's friend. He will rejoice when he sees him, born with the flowing tide, rise from the lowness to the highest top at which he aims. And now, dear my lord, grant me one other boon. I am about to depart, even of my own will. Dismiss, then, every rankling feeling. Lay no more to your generous wounded heart a need, which is even more mine than yours. But let smiles and love attend your kinsman to the end, unalloyed by a deeper regret than that fate wills it, and we must separate. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 37. Treachery. I am your wife. No human power can or shall divorce my faith from duty. Ford. With my fortune and my seeming destiny, he made the bond and broke it not with me. No human tie is snapped betwixt us two. Schiller's Wallenstein. Frion believed that he held the strings which commanded the movements of all the puppets about him. The intrigues of party, the habitual use of ill means to what those around him deemed a good end, had so accustomed him to lying and forgery that his conscience was quite seared to the iniquity of these acts. Truth to him was an accident, to be welcomed or not according as it was or was not advantageous to his plots. King James prepared a fleet for the conveyance of the prince, and the Earl of Huntly, as a matter of course, promised to entertain his daughter royally, until in a palace in Westminster she should find her destined title and fit abode. The Lady Catherine thanked him, but declared that she was nothing moved from her bridal vow, and that she never would desert Richard's side. All that her father urged was of no avail. State and dignity, or their contraries, humiliation and disgrace, could only touch her through her husband. He was her exalter or debaser, even as he rose or fell. It was too late now to repine at degradation, which it ill beseemed the daughter of a Gordon to encounter. It was incurred when she plighted her faith at the altar. Wherever she was, it must be hers. As a princess, she was lost or redeemed by her husband's fortunes. As a woman, her glory and all her honor must consist in never deviating from the straight line of duty, which forbade her absence from his side. The earl disdained to reason with a fond, doting girl, as he called the constant-minded lady, but applied to the king, representing how it would redound to his discredit should a princess of his blood wander a vagrant beggar over sea and land. James had passed his royal word to Catherine that she should have her will on this point, and when, at her father's suit, he tried to dissuade her, he was at once silenced by her simple, earnest words. "Ask me not," she said, "to place myself on the list of unworthy women. For your own honor's sake, royal cousin, permit your kinswoman to perform a wife's part unopposed. You and my father bestowed me, a dutiful subject, an obedient daughter, according to your will. You transferred my duty and obedience, and truly as I paid it to you, so will I keep it for my lord." "What can we reply, my good Earl Marshal?" said James, turning to Huntley. "I rebelled against the religion through which I reigned did I deny our sweet Kate free allowance to follow the dictates of her generous heart. Nor let us grudge the white rose this one fair bloom. Love, such as Catherine feels, love and the dearest, best gift of God, alas, too oft denied to poor humanity, and most to me, self-complacency, arising from a good conscience, will repay her every sacrifice." Huntley retired in high indignation. His will was opposed. His word, which he deemed a law, had but a feather's weight. The blood of the Gordon was stirred to rage, and he broke forth in fierce and cruel expressions of anger, calling his daughter ingrate, her lord base and a traitor. Such muttered curses were reported to Lord Buchan. In the scheme on foot, they had somewhat dreaded to incur Huntley's displeasure and revenge, knowing how dearly he prized the hope of royalty for his daughter. But now they fancied that they might draw him in ere he was aware to approve their deed. The crafty Frion was set on to sound him. The iron was hot; most easily to their eyes it took the desired form. Huntley was a Scot, cunning even when angry, cautious when most passionate. The first intimations of the conspiracy were greedily received by him. He learnt the falsehood of the letter pretending to come from the Earl of Surrey, and the use that was to be made of this decoy to seize on the Duke of York's person. He did not scruple to promise his assistance. He reiterated his angry imprecations against his unworthy son-in-law. He thanked Frion with cordial warmth for affording him this opportunity for revenge. He declared his gratitude towards the Confederate nobles, and the Frenchman left him, with the full belief that he was ready to lend his best aid to deliver over the English prince to ignominy and death. Such was the end of King Henry's last scheme to obtain possession of his too noble, too excelling rival by means of Scottish fraud, and the treason of York's dependents. The Earl of Huntley conducted the whole affair with utmost secrecy. Apparently he acted the part designed for him by the conspirators. He reconciled himself to the prince. He urged an instant compliance with Surrey's invitation. The English had asked for some guarantee of Surrey's truth. Huntley obviated this difficulty. Through his intervention a new and sufficing impulse was given. Richard appointed the day when he should repair to Greenock, there to meet the envoy who was to lead him to Lord Surrey's presence. In the harbour of Greenock rode the bark which was to convey him to his English prison. King Henry's hirelings were already there. Frion conducted the victims blindfold into the net. They had meant to have gathered together a troop of ruffian borderers to prevent all resistance, but Huntley promised to be there himself with a band of Highlanders. The whole thing only seemed too easy, too secure. The wily secretary had overshot his mark in taking so readily for granted Huntley's assent to the ruin of the Duke of York. He had come upon him in his angry hour. His honeyed words were a dew of poison, his adjurations for peace oil to fire. Then, as the noble strode through the hall imprecating vengeance, he slid in words that made him stop in full career. Men are apt to see their wishes mirrored in the object before them, and when the Earl bent his grey eyes upon the Provençal, and knit his time-furrowed brow in attention and interest, Frion saw the satisfaction of a man on the brink of dear revenge. He was far afield. The very rage in which the Earl had indulged by a natural reaction softened him towards his children, and when the traitor spoke of schemes ripe to deliver York into his adversary's hands, he recoiled at once from the path of vengeance opened before him, and listened with horror to the detail of a conspiracy which would tear the very shadow of a diadem from his daughter's brow. Yet he listened, and his words still enticed the over-wily Frion. "Balmain," said the Earl, "all must succeed even to the death. Where he intermeddles, he is ruthless." Thus ran his comments. "My good Lord Buchan, what the foul fiend makes him so busy?" "English gold. Yes, Buchan loves the gilding better than the strong iron that it hides. The honor of the royal house, my most reverend uncle, is his animosity so stirring? Oh, priests are your only haters. So Richard's tale is told. The chroniclers will speak of Duke Perkin, of the canker that ate out the heart of Gordon's fair rose, the gibbet instead of a throne to which she was wed. A fair eminence. My Kate will hardly ascend it with him. She must halt at the gallows foot." These words, said with bitterness, seemed to Frion the boiling sarcasm of an exasperated parent. The man's vanity was the trap in which he was caught. He could not believe that a savage Scot, an untaught Highlander, could enter the lists with one nurtured in the subtle atmosphere of Provence, with the pupil of Louis XI, a man schooled in Eastern lore, who had passed a whole life of contrivance and deceit. The Scottish nobles, Moray, Buchan, and Bothwell, were satisfied in having given their countenance to the English hirelings, and now that the more powerful Huntly promised to watch over the execution of their designs, they were glad enough to withdraw from the rude and inhospitable act. Huntly had everything in his own hands. He, with a party of Highlanders, escorted the Duke and Duchess of York, with their friends and attendants, to Greenock. Frion had never shown himself so humble or so courteous. He seemed afraid that any one of his victims should escape. He was particularly anxious to entice his old enemy, the Prior of Kilmainham, into the snare. His readiness and vivacity were remarked by all. It was attributed to the high hopes he entertained of his royal master's success through the alliance of the Earl of Surrey, and while York expressed his affectionate approbation he smiled blandly, and painted every feature in the very colouring he wished it to wear. The vessel rode at anchor. The English sailors, on the arrival of York, went on board, got her under way, and dropped down the coast. With the dawn, Lord Howard of Effingham, with a chosen troop, was, according to the false hopes of Richard, to arrive at the rendezvous, a wood about 2 miles south of the town, bordering the sands of the sea. Here the English emissaries were congregated, and here a score of Highlanders were in ambush, to assist the capture of the White Rose. Hither, even before dawn, the wakeful Frion came to announce the speedy arrival of his lord. He found his English friends in some anxiety. Clifford, who, under the name of Wyatt, had been chief among them, was seized with panic or remorse, and had gone on board the vessel, which had east anchor but a few furlongs from the shore. The others were mean underlings. Frion's presence gave them courage. He was elated. His laugh was free. He had neither doubt nor scruple. No, not even when he turned from the vulgar, brutalized countenances of these ruffians, to behold the princely victim in all the splendor of innocence, with one beside him so lovely that the spirit of good itself had selected her form for its best earthly bower. Or to see Edmund, whose dark eyes beamed with unknown joy, and Neville, whose haughty glance was exchanged for a glad smile. The man's sole thought was exultation at his own cleverness and success, in having inveigled so many of the noble and the brave to this dark fate. "What tidings of Effingham?" asked York. "Are ye ready?" cried Huntly. "All," replied Frion. "All save him ye name Wyatt. Sir Robert, forsooth, is but half a man, and never does more than half deed, though that half makes whole crime. All is ready. I hear the sound of oars. The boat nears the shore." Through the tall bare trunks of the trees a glimpse of the beach might be gained. The roaring of the surges was distinct, now mingled with the cry of sailors. "Then we lose no time," said Huntly. "My Lord of York, these words sound strange. You expected a noble countryman to lead you to victory. You find nameless fellows, and the prince of knaves, most ready and willing to lead you to everlasting prison. Lo, the scene shifts again. Never be cast down, Master Frion. You are as subtle as any of your race, only to be outwitted by a niggard Scotchman, who can ill read and worse write, except when villainy is blazoned in a man's face, and his sword indicts a traitor's fate. Your clerkship will find none among us learned enough to afford you benefit of clergy." Huntly drew his sword, and at the signal his Highlanders arose from their ambush. Frion was seized and bound. None who even a moment before had seen the smooth-faced villain could have recognized him. He was pale as the snow on Ben Nevis. A Highlander, an adept in such acts, dexterously threw a knotted rope over his head, and cast his eye up to the trees for a convenient branch. Such had been the orders, such the summary justice of the Earl. Richard, meanwhile, looked on the blanched visage and quailing form of his betrayer in mere compassion. "Is it even so, Etienne?" he said. "And after long companionship we part thus." The trembling craven fell on his knees, though he tightened the halter by the movement, so that when Richard turned away, saying, "I had thought better of thee, Jesu pardoned thee as readily as I, farewell," he had scarce voice to cry for mercy. "Ay," cried the Gordon, "such mercy as we grant the wolf and thievish fox. Short shrift be thine, Master Secretary." "By Our Lady's grace, stay," said Catherine. "Do not kill the false-hearted knave. He is a coward, and dares survive his honor. Let him live." Richard looked sternly on the kneeling slave. To the good there is something awful in the sight of a guilty man. It is a mystery to them how the human heart can be so perverted. Is it a spirit from hell that incorporates itself with the pulsations of our mortal bosom, a darkness that overshadows, a fiendish essence that mingles with the breath God gave to his own image? York felt a shrinking horror. "Thou hast pursued me since my youth," he said, "forcing thyself into my counsels, sometimes as a wily enemy, at others befriending me in seeming, raising my soul that flagged beneath the world's unkind ministry, dropping balm by thy words into a wounded heart, to end thy office thus. Was this thy purpose ever? Or what demon whispered thee to betray? Die, oh no, too many. The good, the great, the true have died for me. Live thou a monument, a mark to tell the world that York can pardon, York can despise. Not so base a thing as thee, that were little, but even thy employer. Go, tell my sister's husband that I bear a charmed life, that love and valor are my guards. Bid him bribe those, nor waste his ill-got crowns on such as thee. Unbind him, sirs, make signal to the boat, let him on board. The wind stands fair for England." The fall of many a hope, roused by the forgery on Surrey's name, was forgotten by Richard, as he sickened at this other mark of man's wickedness and folly. He was surely the dear sport of fortune, a tale to chronicle how faithless friends may be. If such thoughts, like summer clouds, darkened his mind, they vanished, driven by the winds of life that bore him onward. This was no time for mere gloomy meditation, though he was obliged to return to his forgotten Irish scheme and to dismiss the glorious anticipation in which he had indulged, of leading the chivalry of England to the field, though no real defeat had ever visited him so keenly as this mockery of one. Yet he was forced to forget himself, and to apply himself, to console and rouse his downcast friends. But his skill was well repaid, and soon he again awoke to those feelings of buoyant hope, unwearied energy, and unshaken confidence which were the essence of his character. In this last trial he felt how much good he might derive from the sweetness and constant spirit of the Lady Catherine. She hoped for none of the world's blessings, except they came in the shape of loves from him to whom she was united. Happiness, all hers, as centered in her blameless affections. And her confidence was placed in the belief and knowledge that by devoting herself to her Lord, to the wandering outcast who so dearly needed her sacrifice, she fulfilled her destiny upon earth, and pleased the great taskmaster, who for happiness or misery, but certainly for good, had given her life. All her gentle eloquence was spent in dissuading Richard from those unkind thoughts towards his species, which the treason of these base men, the caprice of James, the harsh sentence, for this was again brought home to him by disappointment, of Surrey, awakened in his bosom. It proved no hard task. Soon the princely adventurer, with eagle flight, soared from the sad prostration of spirit, the birth of his disasters, to fresh hopes and lofty resolves. It was necessary immediately to prepare for his departure. The Earl of Huntly, struck by his magnanimity, no longer opposed his daughter's wish. The English exiles were eager for a new and, they believed, for untired is hope in man, for a prosperous career. Scotland grew rude, confined, and remote in their eyes. In Ireland were placed for them the portals of the world, to be opened by their swords. The dancing sea waves invited them, the winds of heaven lent themselves to their service. "My friends," said Richard, "dear and faithful partners of my wayward fortunes, I would fondly believe that we are favored of heaven. We are few, but the evil and the treacherous are no longer among us. And does old Time in all his outworn tales tell any truer than that the many, being disunited and so false, have ever been vanquished by the loving, bold, and heroic few. That a child may scan with its fingers our bare arithmetic will therefore be to us the source of success, as assuredly it will be of glory. The English were few when they mowed down thickly planted French at Crécy and Poitiers. Which among us, armed as we are in the mail of valor, but would encounter 10 of Tudor's scant-paid mercenaries? For me, I do believe that God is on my side as surely as I know that justice and faith are, and I fear no defeat. It is thus that man, with fervent imagination, can endue the rough stone with loveliness, forge the misshapen metal into a likeness of all that wins our hearts by exceeding beauty, and breathe into a dissonant trump soul-melting harmonies. The mind of man, that mystery which may lend arms against itself, teaching vain lessons of material philosophy, but which, in the very act, shows its power to play with all created things, adding the sweetness of its own essence to the sweetest, taking its ugliness from the deformed. The creative faculty of man's soul, which, animating Richard, made him see victory in defeat, success and glory in the dark, the tortuous, the thorny path which it was his destiny to walk from the cradle to the tomb. Oh, had I, weak and faint of speech, words to teach my fellow creatures the beauty and capabilities of man's mind, could I, or could one more fortunate, breathe the magic word which would reveal to all the power which we all possess to turn evil to good, foul to fair, then vice and pain would desert the newborn world. It is not thus. The wise have taught. The good suffered for us. We are still the same, and still our own bitter experience and heartbreaking regrets teach us to sympathize too feelingly with a tale like this, which records the various fortunes of one who at his birth received every gift which we most covet, whose strange story is replete with every change of happiness and misery, with every contrast of glorious and disgraceful, who was the noble object of godlike fidelity and the sad victim of demoniac treason, the mark of man's hate and woman's love. Spending thus a short eventful life, it is not spent. He yet breathes. He is on the world of waters. What new scene unfolds itself? Where are they who were false? Where those who were true? They congregate around him, and the car of life bears him on, attended by many frightful, many lovely shapes, to his destined end. He has yet much to suffer, and, human as he is, much to enjoy. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 38. Depression. One moment these were heard and seen, another passed, and the two who stood beneath that night each only heard or saw or felt the other. Shelley. The hour had now arrived when Richard took leave of Scotland. The king was humbled by the necessity he felt himself under, of sending forth his friend and kinsman into the inhospitable world, and he felt deep grief at parting with his lovely cousin. She grew pale, when for the last time she saw the friend of her youth, but Catherine looked upon life in a mode very different from the usual one. The luxuries and dignities of the world never in her mind for a moment came in competition with her affections and her duty. She saw the plain path before her. Whatever her father's, or her royal cousin's idea had been in giving her to the Duke of York, she knew that, being his, her destiny upon earth was to share his fortunes and soothe his sorrows. This constant looking on, giving herself up to and delighting in one aim, one object, one occupation, elevated her far above the common cares of existence. She left all meaner things, the low ambition and the pride of kings, to shroud herself in love, to take on herself the hallowed state of one devoting herself to another's happiness. Cleopatra, basking in sunny pomp, borne, the wonder of the world, in her gilded bark, amidst all the aroma of the East, upon the gently rippling Cydnus, felt neither the pride nor joy of Catherine, as on the poor deck of their dark weather-beaten skiff she felt pillowed by the downy spirit of love, fanned by its gentle breath. The Duke of York was more depressed. He thought of how, since his miserable childhood, he had been the sport of fortune and her scorn. He thought of the false, the cold, the perished. A dark wall seemed to rise around him, a murky vault to close over him. Success, glory, honor, The world's treasures, which he had been brought up to aspire to as his dearest aim, his right, were unattainable. He was the defeated, the outcast. There was a clog in his way forever, a foul taint upon his name. Thus seated on the deck, his arm coiled round a rope, his head leaning on his arm, while the stars showered a dim silvery radiance, and the sparkling sea mocked their luster with brighter fires, while the breeze that swelled his sail and drove him merrily along spent its cold breath on him. He, painting all natural objects with the obscure coloring suggested by his then gloomy spirit, distorting the very scenery of heaven and vast ocean into symbols of his evil fate, gave himself up to the very luxury of woe. Meanwhile, the shadow of a lovely form fell on him. Soft fingers pressed the curls of his hair, and Catherine asked, "Are the nights of Andalusia more glorious than this?" At the voice of the charmer the demon fled. Sky and sea cast off the dim veil his grief had woven, and creation was restored its native beauty. Hitherto the halls of palaces, the gaiety of a court, the council chamber had been the scenes in which the princely pair had lived together, linked to an engrossing state of things, surrounded by their partisans. They had been friends, nay, lovers, according to the love of the many. But solitary nature is the true temple of love, where he is not an adjunct but an essence, and now she alone was around them, to fill them with sublime awe, and the softest tenderness. In Richard's eyes the kingdom of his inheritance dwindled to a mere speck. The land of her nativity became but a name to Catherine. It sufficed for their two full hearts that they were together on the dark wide sea, the bright sky above and calm upon the bosom of the deep. They could ill discern each other in the shadowy twilight. A dreamlike veil was cast over their features, as sleep curtains out the soul, so that we look on the beloved slumberer and say, "He is here, though the mystery of repose wraps me from him." So now darkness blinded and divided them, but hand clasped hand, he felt that one existed who was his own, his faithful, and she rejoiced in the accomplishment of the master sentiment of her soul, the desire of self-devotion, self-annihilation for one who loved her. The passion that warmed their hearts had no fears, no tumult, no doubt. One to the other they sufficed, and, but that the trance is fleeting, happiness, the lost child of the world, would have found here her home, for when love, which is the necessity of affectionate hearts, and the sense of duty, which is the mystery and the law of our souls, blend into one feeling, paradise has little to promise save immortality. For many days this state of forgetful ecstasy lasted. Plantagenet and Neville spoke of wars in England, Lord Barry and Keating of their Irish schemes. The prince listened and replied, but his soul was far away. Oh, that for ever they might sail thus on the pathless, shoreless sea. Nothing mean or trivial or ignoble could visit them. No hate, no care, no fear. This might not be, but to have felt, to have lived thus for a few short days, suffices to separate mortal man from the groveling part of his nature. No disgrace, no despair can so bring him back to the low-minded world, as to destroy the sense of having once so existed. And Richard, marked for misery and defeat, acknowledged that power which sentiment possesses to exalt us, to convince us that our minds, endowed with a soaring, restless aspiration, can find no repose on earth except in love. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 39 Siege of Waterford. Now for our Irish wars. Shakespeare. Again the Duke of York approached the rocky entrance of the Cave of Cork. Again he passed through the narrow passage, which opening displayed a lovely sheet of tranquil water, decked with islands. The arrival of his fleet in the harbour was hailed with joy. Old John O'Water had returned to his civic labours, and had contrived to get himself chosen mayor for this year, that he might be of greater assistance to the White Rose in his enterprise. As soon as the arrival of his ships off the coast was known, O'Water dispatched messengers to the Earl of Desmond, and busied himself to give splendour to Richard's entrance into Cork. Tapestry and gay-coloured silks were hung from the windows. The street was strewn with flowers. Citizens and soldiers intermixed, crowded to the landing place. York's heart palpitated with joy. It was not that thence he much hoped for success to his adventure, which required more than the enthusiasm of the remote inhabitants of the south of Ireland to achieve it. But Cork was a sort of home to him. Here he had found safety when he landed, barely escaped from Trangmar's machinations. Here he first assumed his rightful name and title. Here, a mere boy, ardent, credulous, and bold, he had seen strangers adopt his badge and avouch his cause. 5 years had elapsed since then. The acclaim of a few kind voices, the display of zeal could no longer influence his hopes as then they had done, but they gladdened his heart, and took from it that painful feeling which we all too often experience, that we are cast away on the inhospitable earth, useless and neglected. He was glad also in the very first spot of his claimed dominions whereon he set foot, to see the Lady Catherine received with the honours due to her rank. Her beauty and affability won the hearts of all round, and O Water, with the tenderness that an old man is so apt to feel towards a young and lovely woman, extended to her a paternal affection, the simplicity and warmth of which touched her, thrown as she was among strangers, with gratitude. Lord Desmond arrived. He was struck by the improvement in York's manner, still ingenuous and open-hearted. He was more dignified, more confident in himself than before. The husband of Catherine also acquired consideration. As an adventurous boy, he might be used according to the commodity of the hour. Now he had place, station in the world, and Desmond paid him greater deference, almost unawares. But the Earl was sorely disappointed. "Reverend Father," he said to Keating, "what aid does Scotland promise? Will they draw Tudor with his archers and harquebusiers and well-horsed knights to the north, giving our Irish kern some chance of safe landing in the west?" "Peace is concluded between Scotland and England," replied Keating. Desmond looked moody. "How thrives the white rose over the water? How sped the Duke when he entered England? Some aid somewhere we must have, besides yonder knot of wanderers and our own hungry naked kerns." "By my fay," replied Keating, "every budding blossom on the rose-bush was nipped, as by a northeast wind. When Duke Richard sowed his hopes there like the dragon's teeth of Dan Cadmus, they turned into so many armed men to attack him." "Sooth, good prior," said the Earl, with a sharp laugh, "we shall speed well thereby. Would you a reacting of the gleeful mime at Stowe?" "Wherefore," said Keating, "fix your thoughts on England. The dark sea rolls between us, and even the giants of old broke their causeway, which in the north 'tis said they built, ere it laid its long arm on the English shore. The name of Ireland reads as fair as England. Its sons are as brave and politic, able to defend, to rule themselves. Blot England from the world, and Ireland stands free and glorious, sufficing to herself. This Springle, valorous though he be, can never upset Tudor's throne in London, but he can do more for us by his very impotence. He is the true lord of Ireland. We are liegemen in maintaining his right. Plant his banner. Rally round it all men who wish well to their country. Drive out the good man Poynings. Crush the Butlers. Aye, down with them. And when Richard is crowned King of Erin, and the Geraldines rule under him, our native land will stand singly, nor want England for a crutch, or by Our Lady, for a spear to enter her heart while she leaneth on it, so the wars of York and Lancaster may free us from the proud imperious English, and the Irish, like the Scotch, have a king and a state of their own." Desmond's eyes flashed for a moment, as Keating thus presented before them the picture he most desired to behold, but they grew cold again. "The means, reverend prior, the arms, the money, the soldiers. A bold stroke brings all. Strike one blow, and Ireland is at our feet. We must not tarry. Now the Butlers and their party are asleep in their security. Gather men together, march forward boldly, strike at the highest, Dublin herself." "Father," replied the Earl, "long before I were halfway there, my litter would be abandoned even by its bearers, and we left alone among the bogs and mountains to feed as we may, or die. If there be any sooth in your scheme, it can only prove good, inasmuch as we secure Connor to ourselves, and turn this corner of the island into a kingdom. But neither one word nor one blow will gain Dublin. You are right so far. Something must be done, and speedily. And if it be well done, we may do more, till by the aid of the blessed St. Patrick and white-toothed Bridget we tread upon the necks of the Butlers." This one thing to be undertaken, after much consultation among the chieftains, was the siege of Waterford. It had been summoned to acknowledge Duke Richard as its lord, and had refused. Keating was very averse to spending time before a fortified town. On, butte en avant, he reminded Lord Barry of his device, and strove to awaken ambition in him. The Prior of Kilmainham had spent all his life in Dublin, a chief member of the government, a seditious, factious, but influential man. The capital to him was all that was worth having, while to these lords of Munster the smallest victory over their particular rivals, or the gaining a chief city in a district which was their world, appeared more glorious than entering London itself victoriously, if meanwhile Waterford or any one of the many towns of Ireland held out against them. On the 15th of July, 1497, the Duke of York, the Earl of Desmond, and the other many chief of many names, some Geraldines, all allied to or subject to them as the O'Briens, the Roches, the McCarthys, the Barrys, and others, assembled at Youghal, a town subject to the Earl of Desmond, and situated about midway between Cork and Waterford, at the mouth of the river Blackwater. On the 22nd of July, the army was in movement, and entered the country of Waterford. The chiefs, at the head of their respective followers, proceeded to the shrine of St. Declan at Ardmore, to make their vows for the success of their expedition. The church of Ardmore, the round tower, the shrine, and healing rock were all objects of peculiar sanctity. The Countess of Desmond and her young son, and the fair Duchess of York, accompanied this procession from Youghal. After the celebration of Mass, the illustrious throng congregated on the rocky eminence, on which the mysterious tower is built, overlooking the little bay where the calm waters broke gently on the pebbly beach. It was a beauteous summer day. The noonday heat was tempered by the sea breeze, and relieved by the regular plash of the billows as they spent themselves on the shore. A kind of silence, such silence as there can be among a multitude, such a silence as is preserved when the winds sing among the pines, possessed the crowd. They stood in security, in peace, surrounded by such objects as excited piety and awe, and yet the hopes of the warrior, and, if such a word may be used, a warrior's fears, possessed them. It was such a pause as the mountain goat makes ere he commits himself to the precipice. A moment afterwards all was in motion. To the sound of warlike instruments, the troops wound up the Ardmore mountains, looking down on the little fleet that stemmed its slow way towards the harbour of Waterford. The ladies were left alone with few attendants. The young Duchess gazed on that band of departing warriors, whose sole standard was the spotless rose. They were soon lost in the foldings of the hills. Again they emerged. Her straining eye caught them. That little speck upon the mountainside contained the sole hope and joy of her life, exposed to danger for the sake of a little good. For Catherine, accustomed to the sight of armies and to the companionship of chiefs and rulers, detected at once the small chance there was that these men could bring to terms a strongly fortified city. But resignation supplied the place of hope. She believed that Richard would be spared, and, but for his own sake, she cared little whether a remote home in Ireland or a palace in England received them. She looked again on the mountain path. No smallest moving object gave sign of life. The sunlight slept upon the heathy uplands. The grey rocks stood in shadowy grandeur. Catherine sighed and turned again to the chapel to offer still more fervent prayers, that on this beauteous earth, beneath this bright genial heaven, she might not be left desolate. Whatever else her fortune, that Richard might be hers. The army which the Earl of Desmond led against Waterford did not consist of more than 2,000 men. With these he invested the western division of the city. Richard, with his peculiar troop, took his position at the extremity of this line nearest passage, close to Lombard's Marsh, there to protect the disembarkment of troops from the fleet. Neither party failed in zeal or activity. The first days were actively employed in erecting works and bringing the cannon to play upon the town. On the third, in the very midst of their labours, while the Earl in his litter was carried close under the walls among the pioneers, and Lord Barry, in his eagerness, seized a spade and began to work, signals of attack were made from the town, and the troops poured out from the nearest gate. The advanced guard were too few to contend with them. They were driven back on the entrenchments. The citizens were full of fury and indignation. They rushed forward with loud cries and created a confusion which Desmond and Lord Barry were not slow to encounter. They brought a few regular troops to stand the assault. A well-pointed cannon from the town swept the thin lines. They fell back. A yell of victory was raised by the men of Waterford. It reached the outpost of Duke Richard. He, with a score of men, 5 among them, with himself, being cavaliers, armed at all points, were viewing a portion of the walls that seemed most open to assault. The roar of cannon and the clash of arms called him to more perilous occupation. He galloped towards the scene of action, and while still the faltering men of Desmond were ashamed to fly, yet dared not stand, he, with his little troop, attacked the enemy on their flank. The white steed, the nodding plume, the flashing sword of York were foremost in the fray. Neville and Plantagenet were close behind. These knights in their iron armor seemed to the half-disciplined Irish like invulnerable statues, machines to offend, impregnable to offense. 20 such might have turned the fortunes of a more desperate day. Their antagonists fell back. The Knight of Kerry led on at this moment a reinforcement of Geraldines, and a cannon, which hitherto had been rebel to the cannoneer's art, opened its fiery mouth with such loud, injurious speech, that for many moments the dread line it traced remained a blank. Richard saw the post of advantage, and endeavoured to throw himself between the enemy and the city. He did not succeed, but on the contrary was nearly cut off himself by a reinforcement of townsmen, sent to secure the retreat of their fellows. Those who saw him fight that day spoke of him as a wonder. The heart that had animated him in Andalusia was awake. As there he smote to death the turbaned Moor, so now he dealt mortal blows on all around, fearless of the pressing throng, and still increasing numbers. While thus hurried away by martial enthusiasm, the sound of a distant trumpet caught his ear, and the echo of firearms followed. It came from the east. His own post was attacked. Now, when he wished to retreat, he first discerned how alone and how surrounded he was. Yet looking on his foes he saw, but for their numbers, how despicable they were. To a knight, what was this throng of half-armed burghers and naked kerns, who pell-mell aimed at him, every blow ineffectual? But again the loud bellow of distant cannon called him, and he turned to retreat. A cloud of missiles rattled against him. His shield was struck through. The bullets rebounded from his case of iron, while his sword felled an enemy at every stroke. And now, breaking through the opposing rank on the other side, his friends joined him. The citizens recoiled. Old Reginald's tower, they averred, would have bled sooner than these Sir Tristan's. They were charmed men, and lead and good arrowheads were softer than paper pellets on their sides. The first movement of panic was enough. Before their leaders could rally them again to the attack, the English knights were far, riding at full speed towards the eastern gate. Here Richard's presence was enough to restore victory to his standard. Flushed, panting, yet firm in his seat, his hand true and dangerous in its blows, there was something superhuman in his strength and courage, yet more fearful than his sharp sword. The excess of chivalrous ardor, the burning desire to mingle in the thickest fight, made danger happiness, and all the terrible shows of war entrancing joys to York. When reproached for rashness by his cousin, his bright eye was brighter for a tear as he cried, "Cousin, I must have some part of my inheritance. My kingdom I shall never gain. Glory, a deathless name. Oh, must not these belong to him who possesses Catherine? The proud Scots, who looked askance at my nuptials, shall avow, at least, that she wedded no craven-hearted loon." With the morrow came a new task. Their little fleet had made its way up Waterford harbour into the river Swere, and the troops destined to join his were partly disembarked. To protect the landing, he and Neville rowed across the marsh to the strand. On their return, a fresh sight presented itself. The ponds of Kilberry were filled, the besieged having raised a mound of earth to stop the course of the river which flows from Kilberry into the Swere, and the road back to their camp was completely cut off. There was no mode of getting round save by the road to Tramore. Yet to the active mind of Richard, it seemed that even this disaster might be turned into a benefit. He re-embarked the troops. He himself went on board the principal vessel. He called to secret council the captains. The conclusion was not immediately divulged, but some adventure of peril was assuredly planned among them. The long summer day went slowly down. The hum of men from Waterford reached the ships. The quay was thronged with soldiers. Several vessels were anchored in the Advance and manned with troops, but the English fleet, their anchors cast, their sails furled, seemed peacefully inclined. As night came on, the quay became a desert. The ships were worked back to their former stations. It grew darker. The city, with its old rough tower and spires, was mirrored indistinctly in the twilight tide. The walls grew dim and gigantic. The sound of firearms ceased. The last roll of the drum died away. The city slept, fearless of its invaders. At this moment, the ebbing tide began to flow. Assisted by the rising waters, Richard and Neville ran a small boat under the cover of the opposite bank of the river to observe what defenses the quay might possess. The low tide at that hour was its best defense. A watchtower or two with their sentinels completed the guard of a part of the town whose defense on that side was neglected. By midnight also the tide would have risen, but it was necessary to wait for the following night, for first he must communicate with Desmond. That a night attack on the opposite direction might effectually leave the water side deserted. The vessels, meanwhile, dropped down below Little Island at once to get out of shot of Reginald's Tower, which commands the harbor, and to remove from the citizens any apprehension they might entertain of attack. The winding of the river concealed them entirely from the town. The next day, a burning August day, declined into a dewy night. Imperceptibly during the dark the vessels were nearer the city, and while the warders of the city fancied that the troops on board the fleet were finding a circuitous path over land to Desmond's camp, the stars of night twinkled through the shrouds upon the decks crowded with men, arming themselves in busy silence. Suddenly it was reported to Richard that a stranger caravel was among them. She was the only vessel with set sails, and these were enlarged by night, till as she neared, she seemed a giant, a living thing stalking between heaven and the element beneath. A sudden shiver convulsed the prince. To his eye it was the likeness of that vessel which long ere this had traversed, he hoped in safety, the western sea, stemming its mountainous waves towards the beauteous Indian Isles. Had it been wrecked, and this the spectre? It was the illusion of a moment, but it was necessary to ascertain the nature and intentions of the stranger, who was now close among them. York's vessel at his command got alongside of her. He leapt upon the deck, and saw at once him whom the dim night had concealed before, Hernan de Ferro, upon the deck. 1,000 emotions, wonder, fear, delight, rushed into the youth's heart, while the mariner, yet more weather-beaten, thin to emaciation, but still erect, still breathing the same spirit of fortitude and kindliness, grasped his hand and blessed the Virgin for the meeting. The questions, the anxiety of Richard could not be uttered in this hour of action. He only said, "You will join us, and we will be doubly strong. Or must you remain to guard your daughter?" "I come from her. She is not with me. More of this anon." Rapidly he asked and obtained information of the meditated attack. In part he disapproved, and with all the sagacity of a veteran in such enterprises, suggested alterations. Now every boat was lowered with silent expedition. Each received its freight of troops, and was rowed with the tide up the Sweer. One skiff contained York and the Moor. The prince, in the anticipation of the hazardous contest, looked serious, while every feature of De Ferro's face was bright. His animated, glad smile, his flashing eyes, all spoke the exhilaration of one engaged in his elected pleasure. Richard had never seen him thus before. Usually he appeared kind, almost deferential. Yet, except when he talked of the sea, heavy and silent, and speaking of that in a subdued tone, he now stood the picture of a veteran hero, self-possessed and calm, but for the joyousness that the very feeling of his sword's weight, as his right hand grasped the hilt, imparted to his warlike spirit. Had an angel on poised wings of heavenly grain hovered over the city of Waterford, gazing on its star-pointing spires, the reflecting waters of the Sweer, the tranquil hills and woods that gathered round the river, he would have believed such quiet inviolate, and blessed the sleep that hushed the miserable passions of humanity to repose. Anon there came the splash of waters, the shout of men, the sentinel's startled cry, the sudden rush of the guard, the clash of swords, the scream, the low groan, the protracted howl, and the fierce bark of the watchdog, joining in. The celestial angel has soared to heaven scared, and yet honor, magnanimity, devotion filled the hearts of those who thus turned to hell a seeming paradise. Led by Richard and De Ferro, while a party was left behind to ensure retreat, another rushed forward, right through the town, to throw open the western gate, and admit Desmond, before the terrified citizens had exchanged their nightcaps for helmets. In vain. Already the marketplace was filled with soldiers ready for the encounter. Guided by a native, they endeavored to find a way through the by-streets. They lost themselves. They got entangled in narrow alleys. The awakened citizens cast upon their heads tiles, blocks of wood, all they could lay hands upon. To get back to the square was their only salvation, although the storm and yell that rose behind assured them that Desmond had commenced the attack. With diminished numbers, York regained the marketplace. Here he was furiously attacked. The crowd still increased until the knot of assailants might have been crushed, it seemed, by mere numbers. Day, bright day with its golden clouds and swift-pacing sun, dawned upon the scene. In one of those pauses which sometimes occur in the most chaotic roar, a trumpet was heard, sounding, as it seemed, Desmond's retreat from the walls. Richard felt that he was deserted, that all hope was over, and to secure the retreat of his men was a work of sufficient difficulty. Foot to foot, the young hero and the veteran mariner fought, one by the quickness of his blows, the other by his tower-like strength, keeping back the enemy, while retreating slowly, their faces to the foe. They called on their men to make good their escape. They reached the quay. They saw the wide river, their refuge, their vessels near at hand, the boats hovering close. Their safety was in sight, and yet hope of safety died in their hearts. So many and so fierce were those who pressed on them. Richard was wounded, weary, faint. Defero alone. Reginald's old tower, which dark and scatheless frowned on them, seemed his type. They were at the water's edge, and the high tide kissed with its waves the very footway of the quay. "Courage, my lord, a few more blows and we are safe." The mariner spoke thus, for he saw Richard totter, and his arm, raised feebly, fell again without a stroke. At that moment a flame, and then a bellowing roar, announced that the tardy cannoneer had at last opened his battery on the fleet from the tower. One glance Defero cast on his caravel. The bolt had struck and damaged one of the vessels, but the Adelaide escaped. "Courage, my lord," again he shouted, and at that moment a blow was struck at Richard which felled him. He lay stretched at Defero's feet. Ere it could be repeated, the head of the assailant was cleft by a Moorish scimitar. With furious strength, Defero then hurled his weapon among the soldiers. The unexpected act made them recoil. He lifted up the insensible form of Richard with the power of an elephant. He cast him into the near waves, and leapt in after. Raising him with one hand, he cut the waters with the other, and swam thus towards his vessel, pursued by a rain of missiles. One arrow glanced on Richard's unstrung helmet, another fixed itself in the joint at the neck, but Defero was unhurt. He passed, swimming thus, the nearest vessels. The sailors crowded to the sides, imploring him to enter. As if it had been a schoolboy's sport, he refused, till he reached the Adelaide, till his own men raised Richard, revived now but feeble, to her worn deck, and he, on board her well-known planks, felt superior to every sovereign in the world. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck, by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 40. An Escape. Farewell, Erin, farewell all who live to weep our fall. Moore. On the height of the Tower of Ardmore, the white rose of young Richard kept her vigils, and looked across the calm sea, and along the passes of the mountains of Drum in anxious expectation of the event of the expedition. Sad forebodings oppressed her. The sentiment that mastered every other was that her lord should require her presence, her assistance, while she was far. He had promised to send a post each day. When these failed, her heart sank within her. The only change that occurred was when she saw the Adelaide proceed slowly in the calm towards Waterford. One sunny morn, she from her watchtower perceived several straggling groups descending the mountains. She strained her eyes. No banners waved, no martial music spoke of victory. That was secondary in her eyes. It was for Richard's safety that she was solicitous. Yet she would not, did not fear, for there is an instinctive sense in human nature, which, in time of doubt, sallies forth from the ark of refuge, and brings back tidings of peace or sorrow to the expectant on the perilous flood, a prophetic spirit which, when it despairs, woe the while. The omen proves not false. The Lady Catherine watched anxiously, but not in despair. At length heavy footsteps ascended the tower stairs, and to answer the beatings of her heart, Edmund Plantagenet and the Mayor of Cork presented themselves. They eagerly asked, "Is he not here?" "Nay, he has not fled," she replied, while for the first time she grew pale. "Weigh our words as mere air," said O'Water, "for we know nothing, gentle dame, but that I must to Cork, to bar out the men of Waterford. His Highness left us for the fleet, and the filling up of those cursed ponds of Kilberry, ill luck to them, cut off his return. Last night, St. Patrick knows the deeds of the last night. Weary from our labor the day before, we were all too carelessly asleep, when our camp was assaulted. Earl Maurice had ridden to Lismore to hasten his cousin, the Knight of the Valley. There was some report of an attack on the town from the ships. Havoc was the cry that roused the welkin from east to west. The sum I know not, save that we are runaways. The siege of Waterford is raised. What skiff is that? Interrupted the Duchess. Round the point of Minehead first peeped the bowsprit, then the prow, and last the complete form of a vessel in full sail, yet scarcely touched by the wind, weathered the promontory. Haste we, my friends, she continued. The Duke may be on board. At least we shall have intelligence. I know that craft full well, said O'Water. Her captain is a converted Moorish pagan. The White Rose waves from her mast-top, cried Catherine. Oh, he is there! Holy angels, exclaimed Edmund. It is the Adelaide. I will on board on the instant. Already the Duchess was descending the steep narrow stairs. The villagers of Ardmore, with many of the soldiers who had fled from Waterford, were on the shingles, watching the caravel, now full in sight, yet fearful to venture too near the shelving shore. They are bound for Cork, cried a man. Oh, not till I first speak to them, said Catherine. The day is fair, the sea calm. Put off a boat. Ah, my cousin Edmund, take me with thee. Plantagenet had already got a boat from its moorings. O'Water was beside the princess to beseech vainly that she would be patient, and poor Astley, who had been left in special attendance on her, waited near with blanched cheeks. Accompanied by these dear or humble friends, the White Rose was borne with the speed of 10 oars toward the Adelaide. On the deck, half reclining on a rude bed, very pale, yet with lively, wakeful eyes, lay the Prince of England. In a moment, Catherine was assisted on board. There was no death for Richard. She was there, life of his life, so young, so beautiful and true. The celestial goodness that beamed in her eyes and dimpled her cherub countenance was not like that of an inhalant of this sad planet, except that spirits of beauty and love ever and anon do animate the frames of the earth-born, so that we behold in the aspects of our fellow beings glances and smiles, bright as those of angels. De Ferro himself looked with admiration on the bending form of this lovely one, till accosted by Edmund, whose first question was, Don Hernan here, where then is— My beloved Monina you would ask for, said De Ferro. She, who to please her vagrant father would have crossed the wild Atlantic to visit the savage Western Isles. Poor child, even at the threshold of this adventure, we were nearly wrecked. She is now in England. She sent me here, to tell of rebellion against King Henry, to invite Duke Richard to his kingdom. Thus they were occupied on the sunny deck. The sea was calm, the keel almost stationary in the water. They were bound for Cork. Plantagenet and the mayor gathered eagerly from De Ferro the history of the combat. They learned that it had been expected that Desmond would have assaulted from land, while York invaded the city from the river. But the fellows sent with Richard's missive had been taken, the city put on her guard. Nothing but the desire of the citizens to do too much, and his own desperate valor had saved Richard. They resolved at once to receive and destroy him, and to sally unawares on the Earl's camp, and they hoped to make prisoners of all the chiefs. They failed in this, but succeeded in raising the siege of their city. Towards evening a land breeze sprung up, and 2 others of York's vessels hove in sight, and passed them quickly, for the Adelaide was much disabled and made slow way. Soon in pursuit appeared a ship and 2 corvettes, which O'Water recognized as belonging to Waterford. The corvettes proceeded on their way, but the larger vessel spied out the Adelaide, and being now in advance of her, hove to, with the manifest resolve of attacking her on her watery way towards Cork. De Ferro, with his keen eyes fixed on the enemy's movements, stood on the forecastle in silence, while Plantagenet and O'Water eagerly demanded arms and exhorted the sailors to a most vain resistance. From the vessel of the foe, the Moorish mariner cast his eyes upwards. The wind was shifting to the west. With a loud voice he shouted to his crew to man the yards. Then, seizing the rudder, gave the swift orders that made the caravel go about. Sailing near the wind, her canvas had flapped lazily. Now it filled. The keel felt the impulse and dashed merrily along, bounding forward like a courser in the race. The ship, which had furled its sails in expectation of the combat, was in an instant left far behind. The other vessels from Waterford were still further to the west, towards Cork. All these maneuvers were mysteries to the landsmen. They gladly hailed the distance placed between them and a superior enemy. But as with a freshening gale, the Adelaide still held her swift course towards the east, and the land began to sink on the horizon. O'Water asked with some eagerness whither they were bound. "To safety," Defarrow replied laconically. "An idle answer," said Edmund. "We must judge where our safety lies." "I have ever found best safety on the wide ocean sea," cried the mariner, looking round proudly on his beloved Clement. "Your safeties and your lord's are, methinks, English-born. If this wind hold, on the third morning we shall see the coast of Cornwall." The mayor was aghast, exclaiming, "Cornwall! England! We are betrayed?" Defarrow looked on him with contempt. "I do not command here," he continued. "I obey the Prince of England. Let him decide. Shall we engage superior force, be boarded, taken by the enemy or land, be wrecked perchance upon this savage coast, alive with vengeful kerns, defeated men among a victorious angry people, or go where we are called by your leader's cause, where thousands of men are up in arms to receive you like brothers, to fight for you, with you, where England, the long-desired kingdom, makes you welcome to her green sunny shores. Ask ye your prince this question. Let his word be law." This statement, upheld by York, brought conviction to the minds of Plantagenet and O'Water. The latter was aware of the risk he ran from the awakened vengeance of Henry to pursue his having fostered rebellion in the city of which he was magistrate, and a moment's reflection showed him that there was no security for him except in flight from Ireland. Meanwhile the wind, increasing in its strength, and right astern, carried them over the foaming waters. The early dawn showed them far at sea. They had outrun or baffled their pursuers, and though, now and then, with anxious thought they reflected on the comrades left behind, on the poor equipage and diminished numbers with which they were about to land in England, still there was something so miraculous in their escape, so unforeseen in the destiny that cut them off and carried them, a remnant merely of the war, away from its dangers, that they felt as if they were under the immediate direction of a ruling providence, and so resigned themselves, greedily drinking in the while the highly colored picture Defarrow painted of the Yorkist army which awaited them in Cornwall. Again upon the sea, again impelled by winds and waves to new scenes, new hopes, tossed here and there by fortune. It was Richard's fate to see one frustrated expectation give place to another, which in its turn faded and died. This constant succession of projects kept alive within him that sanguine spirit which never could be vanquished. Eagerly he passed from one idea to another, and almost welcomed the last disaster, which appeared but to pioneer the way to future success. During this voyage, weak as his wounds had made him, he talked of England as his own, the dearer because he must spend his blood to win it. Circumstances had an exactly contrary effect upon Catherine. The continual change of schemes convinced her of the futility of all. She felt that if the first appearance of the Duke of York, acknowledged and upheld by various sovereigns and dear high-born relatives, had not animated the party of the White Rose in his favor, it was not now, after many defeats and humiliations on his side, and after triumphs and arrogant assumptions on that of his enemy, that brilliant success could be expected. This conviction must soon become general among the Yorkists. Richard would learn the sad lesson, but she was there to deprive it of its sting, to prove to him that tranquillity and Catherine were of more worth than struggles, even if they proved successful, for vain power. It was strange that a girl of royal birth, bred in a palace, accustomed to queen-like sovereignty over her father's numerous vassals in the Highlands, should aim at restricting the ambitious York to mere privacy, while Monina, the humble daughter of a Moorish mariner, would have felt honor, reputation, all that is dear to man at stake, if her friend had dreamed of renouncing his claims to the English crown. His cause was her life, his royalty the mainspring of all her actions and thoughts. She had sacrificed love to it. She taught her woman's soul to rejoice in his marriage with another, because his union with a princess was pledged to the world of his truth. Perhaps had the time ever come when he renounced his struggles, she had felt with a pang that his lowly fortunes might not incongruously be shared by her, and self had mingled in the religion of her heart, which was virtuous devotion to him, but as it were, the idea never presented itself. He must win or die. Did he win, her happiness would result from the contemplation of his glory. Were he to die, the young hero's grave would not be watered by her tears. She believed that in that hour her life would cease. Lady Catherine saw a vain mask in all the commonplace pomp of palaces. She perceived that power failed men most when its end was good. She saw that in accomplishing its purpose in the cottage, or in halls of state, felicity resulted from the affections only. It was but being an actor in different scenes, to be a potentate or a peasant. The outward garb is not the livery of the mind, the refinement of taste which enables us to gather pleasure from simple objects, the warmth of heart which necessitates the exercise of our affections, but which is content when they are satisfied. These, to her mind, were the only, but they were the complete ingredients of happiness. And it was rarer to find and more difficult to retain them among false-hearted, ambitious courtiers and the luxury of palaces than among simple-minded peasantry and a plain, natural style of living. There was some romance in this idea. Catherine felt that there was, and subdued herself not to lay too much store by any change or guise of outward circumstance. She taught herself to feel and know that in the tumult of camps and war, in the anxieties of her present vagrant life, on the throne which she might possess, or in the prison she might share, by devoting herself to the happiness of him to whom she was united, whose heroism, goodness, and love merited all her affection, she was performing the part assigned to her on earth, and securing a portion of happiness, far beyond the common lot of those whose colder, harder natures require something beyond sympathy to constitute their misnamed felicity. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 41. Arrival in England. From Ireland thus comes York to claim his right. If I am not ashamed of my soldiers, I am a soused gurnet. Shakespeare. On the deck of the sea-worn Adelaide, watching the renovated strength, and attending on the still remaining weakness of her lord, the soft heart of the princess possessed to fullness all its desires, while Monina, among the wild, rude Cornish rebels, exerted herself to inspire zeal for his cause, and to increase the number of his partisans, winning them by her thrilling eloquence, ruling them by her beauty and enthusiasm. She had found the whole population ready to second him, but fitting leaders, noble and influential men, were absolutely wanting. She sent her father to urge Richard to this new attempt, and when he should appear, attended, as she fondly hoped, by a train of high-born Irish lords, of gallant Scotch cavaliers, and devoted English warriors, he would be able to give a martial form to the rout of Cornish insurgents, to discipline their wild, untamed valor, to attract others by name and rank, and Tudor at last must grow pale upon his throne. With eagerness she awaited the fleet that was to bring the chosen band of heroes. When, after a long and calm voyage, on the 3rd of September, the Adelaide ran into White Sand Bay, on the western coast of Cornwall, and Plantagenet, at Richard's command, disembarked and proceeded forthwith to Bodmin. It was strange that the chief partisan of the White Rose should, on his invasion of the island, find a Spanish girl the main source of information, the chief mover of the rebellion by which he was to profit. Yet Plantagenet almost forgot his mortal struggle for a kingdom in the anticipation of seeing Monina. Plantagenet, prouder, more ambitious for his cousin than Richard for himself. Plantagenet, who had but one object, to be the guardian, supporter, defender of York, now wandered in thought far back through many years to their Spanish home, to his tenderness for the sweet child of Madeline, to the development of the beauty and virtues of the lovely Moor. Thrown apart by their several destinies, he had scarcely seen her since then. And now, in place of the dark, laughing-eyed girl, he beheld a woman, bright with intelligence and sensibility, whose brow wore somewhat the sad trace of suffering, whose cheek was a little sunk, but in whose eyes there was a soul, in whose smile an enchantment not to be resisted. She was all life, vivacity, and yet softness, all passion, yet yielding and docile. Her purpose was steady, stubborn, but the mode of its attainment, her conduct, she easily permitted to be guided. Edmund scarcely recognized her, but she instantly knew him, her elder brother, her kind but serious guardian, whom she had loved with awe, as the wisest and best of men. Now he bore a dearer name, as the unfailing friend of him she loved. To both their hearts this meeting was an unexpected joy. Monina had thought too much of Richard to remember his cousin. He had half forgotten his own sensations, or at least was quite unprepared for the power and effect of her surpassing beauty. After the first overflowing of affection, Monina eagerly detailed the forces raised, and dwelt on the spirit and courage of the insurgents. "They are poor fellows," she said, "but true, burning with zeal to right themselves, and to avenge their losses at Blackheath. They are gathered together by thousands. They want merely leaders, discipline, arms, money, ammunition, and a few regular troops to show them the way. These, of course, you bring." "Alas, no," said Edmund. "We bring merely ourselves." "Could Ireland, then, furnish no warlike stores?" continued the zealous girl. "But this can be remedied, doubtless. Yourself, your leader, Lord Desmond, Lord Barry, the gallant Neville. Tell me who else? Who from Burgundy? What Irish? What Scottish knights?" The last word was said with difficulty. It made a pause in her rapid utterance, while Edmund, aghast, replied, "Indeed, none of all these, or very few. In a word, we have fled from Waterford in the Adelaide. His Highness and myself are the sole English knights. The good old Mayor of Cork must represent all Ireland, gentle and simple to your eyes. Our fair Duchess, Scotland. Her attendants will follow in due time, but these are not needy servitors." Monina laughed. "We came to seek, not bring aid," continued Plantagenet gravely. "Do not be angry," replied Monina. "There is more bitterness and sorrow in my laugh than in, methinks, a widow's tears. My dear friend, God send we are not utterly lost. Yet his Highness and yourself may work wonders. Only report truly our state, that the Duke be not too dissatisfied with our appearance. Tell him Lord Audley headed a worse organized troop. Tell him that Master Heron, the mercer, has no silken soul, that Master Skelton, the tailor, disdains a smaller needle than a cloth-yard shaft. And is it to head men like these we have been drawn from our Irish friends?" cried Edmund. "Better return. Alas, our path is besieged. The very sea is subject to our enemy. In the wide world the King of England has no refuge." "That he is King of England," said Monina, "let not him, let none of us forget. The very name is powerful. Let him, on his native shores, assume it. Surely, if their liege king stands singly in the land of his forefathers, at his sacred name thousands will congregate. He has dared too little when he had power. At the worst, even now, let him dare all in triumph." Her bold, impetuous language had its effects on Edmund. It echoed his own master passion, which ever cried aloud, "He is a king, and once give himself that sacred name, submission and allegiance from his subjects must follow." Buoyed up by these thoughts, his report on board the Adelaide was free from those humiliating details, which, even if he had wished, he would have found no voice to communicate to his royal cousin. Monina's task of imparting to her friends the destitute condition in which their sovereign arrived was even easier. "He has come among tall men," said the pompous Heron, "who can uphold him for the better king, even to the satin of his doublet." "And fight for him, even to the rending of our own," cried Skelton. "And die for him, as he must too, when all's done," said Treve. "A soldier's death is better than a dastard's life." "We will have our men in goodly array," said Heron. "Master Skelton, are the doublets cut from that piece of sad-colored velvet, last of my wares, slashed with white as I directed?" "Slash me no doublets, but with a Spanish rapier," squeaked Skelton. "Have I not cast away the shears? Yet look you now, good lack, I lie. Here in my pouch be a sharp pair, to clip Master Walter of Hornbeck's ears. If by the help of the saints we can lay him as flat on the field as his own grey suit was on my board when a-shaping, by the same token that he never paid for it." "In good hour, Sir Tailor," said Monina. "But the talk now is, how duly to receive his grace, how induce him to accept your aid." "Ay, by St. Dunstan," cried Treve. "He has ruffled in France and Burgundy, my masters, and will look on you as clowns and base-born burghers. But no man has more to give than his life, and if he waste that heartily, time was, and time may be, when villains trod on the necks of knights, as the ghost of Charles of Burgundy could tell us. Courage is the beginning and end of a soldier's catechism." Such were the chiefs Monina had found desirous, and in their own conceit capable of placing England's diadem on Duke Richard's head. Heron, the bankrupt mercer, who fancied himself the base-born offspring of the late Earl of Devonshire, and whose first deed of arms would find him Heron no more, but Sir John Courtenay. Skelton, a luckless wight, whose shears ever went astray, the true cause of why Walter of Hornbeck paid not for his misshapen suit, and who therefore believed himself born for greater things. And Treve, the younger prodigal son of a rural franklin, who, cast off and disinherited, had served in the wars in Flanders, gaining in that country no small reverence for the good Duchess Margaret, and ready therefore to right her nephew. Besides, like a true hero, he abhorred this silken time of peace, and hoped to gather spoil, if not laurels, in the meditated insurrection. The noble passengers disembarked from the Adelaide. "Welcome to England, sweet Kate. Welcome to the country of which thou art queen," said York. "And even if her reception be cold or rough, love her for my sake, for she is my mother." "A stepmother I will not call her, dear my lord," replied the princess. "But the maternal embrace is strangely wanting on the deserted sands. The narrow deck of yonder caravel were, methinks, a kindlier home. May we go on and prosper, but if we fail, my lord will pardon me if I welcome the day when I embark again on board the Adelaide, to find, when the wide earth proves false, safety and happiness on the free waves of ocean." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 42. Reception in Cornwall. Skelton. 'Tis going but to sea, and leaping ashore, cut 10 or 12,000 unnecessary throats, fire 7 or 8 towns, take half a dozen cities, get into the marketplace, crown him Richard IV, and the business is finished. Ford. Am I not a king? Awake, thou coward majesty, thou sleepest. Is not the king's name 40,000 names? Shakespeare. These doughty leaders drew out their followers in a plain just without Bodmin. There were about 200 men decently clad from the remnants of the mercer's wares, tolerably well armed and disciplined by Treva. This troop obtained the distinction of being selected as King Richard's bodyguard. Skelton was their captain, a rare commander whose real merit was that he felt happiest when stuck close as a burr to Treva, for at heart he was an arrant coward, though a loud braggart, and talked of slaying his thousands, while the very wounding of his doublet had made him wince. Heron was brave in his way. A true Cornishman, he could wrestle and cast his antagonist with the strength of a lion. He loved better, it is true, to trust to his arm than to his sword, which in spite of his strength, Treva always made fly from his hand in their fencing lessons. Not the less did he consider himself a gallant knight, and had cut up many a yard of crimson cramoisie to make a rich suit for himself. He wore Monina's glove in his cap, and large yellow roses at his knees. He called himself Generalissimo, and marshalled under him full 3,000 men, who in truth had never set a squadron in the field, nor the division of a battle knew more than a spinster. But they were sturdy, discontented spirits, who valued life at its worth, which was even nothing to them, who had labored with all their hearts till labor was of no avail, and who then left the mine and the furrow to carry their loud complaints to the foot of Henry's throne. They were better pleased with the prospect of overthrowing it. "Now, my masters, make yourselves heard," cried Heron, as he shuffled down a little eminence on a short-legged Welsh pony, the only steed he found he could back in safety. "His grace is within earshot, so you be loud. Long life to King Richard, down with the taxes, St. Michael and Cornwall for ever." The din was prolonged, ended, began, went on, as the prince arrived at the summit of the hill with his little train. Fair Catherine was at his side, Plantagenet, O'Water, Defarrow, with some dozen soldiers who fled from Waterford. Sure never invader came so ill-equipped. On the hilltop the illustrious wanderers paused. Richard hastily scanned the rough-suited multitude, then turning to Plantagenet, "Cousin," he said, "you told me that the insurgent army would be drawn out for my view. Is it not strange that yonder rabble should hide it from us? As far as my eye can reach I see no martial discipline, no banners, no lordly crest. Fie on those drums, they have no touch of military concord. What makes our army so slack of duty, cousin?" Through no fault of his, Edmund blushed deeply in very shame. The approach of Heron, Skelton, Treva, and 3 or 4 other principal rebels cut off his reply. It had been agreed that Skelton, who had a gift of eloquence, should speak, and many words he used to welcome his liege. "We will have every man with a red rose in his cap, in a drag chain, please your grace, and give a sound lesson to the saucy burghers of Exeter withal. Not a knight shall live in the land but of your majesty's dubbing. We have but to put to rout King Henry's army, to hang the false loon for a traitor, and to set fire to London and the Parliament. Such nobles as please to doff their silken cloaks, and don miners' jackets may work, the rest shall hang. Their mere wardrobes bless the day, will find us and your grace in cloth of gold, embroidery, and other rich garniture to the end of our lives." "We thank your zeal, my worthy master," said Richard courteously. "If our good troops do half your saying, King Henry must look to it." "Are those men to be worse than their word?" cried Skelton. "There is not one among us but has the arms of 10. We are a race of giants, please your majesty, and could knock the walls of Exeter down with our fists. Please you to enter Bodmin, whose very stones will cry for King Richard louder than King Hal's cannon. Tomorrow, God willing, we are for the wars." The royal party passed on, the dark ferocity or sturdy obstinacy painted on the faces of the ill-armed rout struck Richard as he passed. He became meditative, while Edmund, shamed and angry, his cheeks burning, his eyes on the ground, listened in indignant silence to Master Skelton, who fastened on him with such talk, that whether a soldier spoke of killing doublets, or a tailor prattled of fashioning a field of slaughter, was a riddle ill to be devised. At length they passed the gates of Bodmin, and here was a louder cry of welcome from the shrill voices of women, who held up their thin hands and half-starved children, crying for vengeance on Tudor, blessing the sweet faces of Richard and his lovely wife. York's eyes flashed again with their wonted fires. His creative spirit had found materials here to work some project, all poor and rude as they might seem. They entered the town hall, when by some sudden revulsion in the tide of the crowd, every Cornishman fell back, closed the doors, and left the wanderers alone. Something was forgotten, surely, for Heron had paced pompously up to Richard, when suddenly he turned on his heel, crying, "A word, my masters," and all were gone. The Lady Catherine had marked their backing and hurrying with becoming gravity, but when the door was fairly shut, she could restrain no longer a heartfelt laugh. Richard joined in her mirth, while Plantagenet strode through the hall angrily, muttering, "An army, a rout of shirtless beggars! Is this England's reception for her king?" "It were fine mumming," said Richard, "under a hedge with the greensward for a stage." "By Our Lady, this passes patience," reiterated Edmund. "Where are the gentlemen of England? Where the sons of those who fell for York? Are we to oppose these half-naked knaves to the chivalry of Henry?" "It would seem that such is expected," replied the prince. "And verily, cousin, we might do worse. I pray you, treat the honest rogues well. Better may come of it. Keep we our secret, and have we not an array?" "My lord," cried Plantagenet in wonder. "Patience, dear friend," said York. "I have not been apprenticed to adversity so many long years without becoming an adept in my calling. I say, I have an army, bold though poor, ragged truly, but exceeding faithful. Methinks it were more glorious to put Tudor down with such small means, than to meet him in equal terms like a vulgar conqueror. I do beseech you, Edmund, put a good face on it. Speak to our Cornish giants, as if they had souls of metal, and bodies decked like Ponce de Leon and his peers, when they welcomed Queen Isabel to the Spanish camp. You remember the golden array of the knights, cousin?" Edmund was impatient of the prince's gay humour, while Catherine, seeing in his bright eyes heroism and lofty resolve, felt a dewy moisture gather in her own. There is something at once awful and affecting when a man, the sport of fortune, meets her rudest blow unshrinking and turns her very spite into arms against herself. The whole secret of Richard's present thoughts she could not divine, but she saw that their scope was worthy of his birth, his aim. Her respect, her love augmented, and her gentle heart at that moment renewed its vow to devote herself to him entirely and forever. In the same spirit, York answered the deputation that waited on him. He commanded a proclamation to be made, in which he assumed the title of Richard IV. He announced his intention of immediately penetrating England, and seizing on some walled town or city, before Henry could be aware of his having landed. Nor did he confine his energy to words. He examined the state of his men, their arms and furniture. He provided for their better discipline, and animated his cousin to take an active part in marshalling them to order. He went among them, learned the cause of their dissatisfaction, promised them better days, and so raised a glad spirit in them, that their hearts, overleaping both time and circumstance, paid him the honour and the love he might have claimed, had he already led them through fertile England, and planted his victorious standard on the Tower of London. Treva swore by his beard. He was a proper youth. The old soldier awoke to the remembrance of harvests of spoil he had gathered in the Netherlands, the stern encounters, and the joys of success. He gazed on the rough Cornish men, and wondered how they should withstand the nobility of England. But when Richard glanced hope and triumph from his bright eyes, when he spoke of the omnipotence of resolved valour, when he drew a picture of their ghastly poverty, and showed them how, by standing firm merely, they might redeem themselves, while the poor fellows answered with a prolonged shout, or better still, grasped their arms more fiercely, and trod the earth with free and decided steps. 1,000 facilities seemed to be discovered, 1,000 resources for the war displayed, undreamt of before. Were these mere words, or at his voice did soldiers rise from the clods, and victory obey the sound? Plantagenet, seeing his royal cousin's resolve, strove to second it. With a party of men he assaulted a near fortress, carried it, and seized on a store of arms. This success looked like a mighty victory. Richard exalted it as such, and the very fellows who handled awkwardly their booty fancied themselves heroes at the mere sight of it. On the third day they were to proceed to Exeter, it being determined that they should besiege this city. De Ferro offered to sail to Cork to invite the warlike chieftains of Munster to come over with their power, and at least himself, to bring back in the Adelaide Neville and the rest of the English exiles, while Edmund, who looked glad at the thought, counselled that they should entrench themselves in this corner of England, which was so entirely devoted to them, till these forces were added to their number, and till, by discipline, they should have made regular troops of the rabble, by courtesy yclept an army. "Wherefore, cousin," asked Richard, "do you desire others to share in our disasters?" "My lord," cried Edmund, astounded. "I have but one wish," continued the prince, "that you and my good O'Water were even now in Ireland, so that I might stand the brunt of this war alone. You look amazed. Yet it were more amazing if I expected to do battle against the Veres, the Howards, the Berkeleys, the Courtenays, and 10,000 other names of high renown, backed by their train of martial adherents, with ragged regiments like those we are about to lead to the field, even though the kerns of Ireland made their number double, and the Geraldines, Barry, and Neville added by their nobleness dignity to our victor's conquest. Remember Stoke, my cousin Edmund, you may well remember it. Remember my honoured kinsman, the Earl of Lincoln, and my lamented Lovell. Ah, that I did not now peril your life, then spared. Yet if your grace fight at all, said O'Water, bluntly, methinks we were not the worse for being better appointed for the fray. For victims, even those poor honest varlets are too many. That one other life should be wasted for me, replied Richard fervently, is my saddest thought. I fear it must be so. Some few lives, each as dear to him that spends it, as is the lifeblood to our own hearts, I can say no more. I have a secret purpose, I confess, in all I do, to accomplish it, and I do believe it to be a just one. I must strike one blow, nor fail. Tudor is yet unprepared, Exeter vacant of garrison. With stout hearts for the work, I trust to be able to seize that city. There the wars of York shall end. So far I confide in your discretions that you may not deem me mad. More is the single property of my own soul. Will you help me so far, dear friends? So far hazard life, not to conquer a kingdom for Richard, but to redeem his honour? The warm-hearted, grey-headed Irish O'Water, with gushing eyes, swore to adhere to him the last. Edmund replied, I am but a bit of thee, deal with me as with thyself, and I know thou wilt be no niggard in giving me away to danger. De Ferro cried, I am a sailor, and know better how to face death on the waves than victory on shore. But Santiago, may our blessed Lady herself look shy on me at the great day, if the mariner of the wreck prove false to your grace. Now then to our work, cried York, to speak fair to my faithful fellows and their braggart leaders. They at least shall be winners in our game, for my hand is on my prize. A spirit has whispered success to me. My hope and its consummation are married even at their birth. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 43. Misgivings. Dost thou hear, lady? If from the field I shall return once more to kiss these lips, I will appear in blood. I and my sword will earn our chronicle. There is hope in it yet. Shakespeare. Richard was obliged to plead his cause yet once again. Catherine had watched all his movements. She had eyed curiously the army he mustered to the field. She talked to its leaders, and while they vaunted her affability, she was diving with earnest mind into the truth of things. No fear that it could be hid from her. Love for Richard was the bright light that dispelled every deceptive shadow from the scene. She saw the bare reality, some 3,000 poor peasants and mechanics, whose swords were more apt to cut themselves than strike the enemy, were arrayed against the whole power and majesty of England. On the morrow they were to set forward. That night, while at the casement of his rude chamber, Richard gazed upon the congregated stars, trying to decipher, in their intricate, bright tracery, the sure omen of the good he was told they characterized for him. Catherine, after a moment's hesitation, with a quivering voice, and hand that shook as it pressed his, knelt on a cushion at his feet, saying, "My sweet Richard, hear me. Hear your faithful friend, your true wife. Call not my counsels weak and feminine, but weigh them sagely ere you resolve. May I speak?" "Lady of my heart, arise," said Richard. "I speak, my soft-voiced Catherine. My white rose of beauty, fair flower crowning York's withered tree, has not God done all in giving you to me? Yet we must part, love, for a while. Your soldier is for the wars, Kate, while you sit in your bower, weaving victorious garlands for his return." "My ever-dear lord," said Catherine, "I speak with fear, because I feel that I shall not address myself to your concealed thought. I do not wish to penetrate your secrets, and yet I tremble at their event. You have not so far deceived yourself as to imagine that with these unfortunate men you can ride over the pride and the power of this island. Did I see on what else you founded the lofty hope that has, since we came here, beamed in your eyes, I would resign myself to your better wisdom. But wherever I turn my view there is a blank. You do not dream of conquest, though you feel secure of victory. What can this mean, save that you see glory in death?" "You are too quick-sighted, sweet Kate," said Richard, "and see beyond the mark. I do not set my cast upon falling in this fray, though it may well happen that I should, but I have another aim." "Without guessing at what that may be," replied the lady, "since you seem desirous to withhold the knowledge, permit me to present another object to your choice. Decide between them, and I submit. But do not carelessly turn from mine. There is all to lose, naught to win in what you do now. Death may blot the future page, so that we read neither disgrace nor prison in its sad lines. But wherefore risk to die? While yet, dear love, we are young, life has 1,000 charms, and one may be the miserable survivor, whose heart now bleeds at the mere surmise." She faltered. He kissed her soft cheek and pressed her to his heart. "Why may we not? Why should we not live?" continued Catherine. "What is there in the name or state of king that should so take captive our thoughts, that we can imagine no life but on a throne? Believe me, careful nights and thorny days are the portion of a monarch. He is lifted to that awful height, only to view more clearly destruction beneath. Around, fear, hate, disloyalty, all yelling at him. The cold, heartless tutor may well desire the prize, for he has nothing save the gilt crown to ennoble him, nothing but the supple knees of courtiers to present to him the show of love. But could I put fire into my weak words, my heart's zeal into my supplicatory voice, persuasion would attend upon me, and you would feel that to the young, to two united as we are, our best kingdom is each other's hearts, our dearest power that which each, without let or envy, exercises over the other, though our palace roof be the rafters of a lowly cot, our state the dear affection we bear each other, our attendance the duty and observance of one to the other. I, so served by King Edward's son, you by the rightful queen of this fair island, were better waited on than Henry and Elizabeth, by their less noble servitors. I almost think that with words like these I might draw you from the uneasy throne to the downy paradise of love, and can I not from this hard struggle, while death yet guards the palace gate, and you will be pierced through and through long ere you can enter." "Thus, my gentle love," said Richard, "you would have me renounce my birth and name. You desire that we become the scorn of the world, and would be content that, so dishonored, the braggart impostor and his dame Catherine should spend their shameful days in an ignominious sloth. Misnamed tranquillity. I am a king, lady, though no holy oil nor jeweled crown has touched this head, and such I must prove myself." "Oh, doubt it not," she replied. "It is proved by your own speech and your own nobleness. My heart approves you such. The whole earth till its latest day will avouch that the Lord of Catherine is no deceiver, but my words avail not with you. They do avail, my best, my angel girl, to show me that the world's treasure is mere dross compared with thee. One only thing I prize, not as thy equal, but as that without which I were a casket not even worthy to encase this jewel of the earth, my honor, a word taught me by my victim brother, by my noble cousin Lincoln, by the generous Plantagenet. I learnt its meaning among a race of heroes, the Christian cavaliers, the Moorish chivalry of Spain. Dear is it to me, since without it I would not partake your home of love, a home more glorious and more blessed than the throne of the universe. It is for that I now fight, Catherine, not for a kingdom, which, as thy royal cousin truly said, never will be mine. If I fall, that cousin, the great, the munificent James, will be your refuge. Never, interrupted the lady. Scotland I shall never see again, never show myself a queen and no queen, the mock of their rude speech, never put myself into my dear but ambitious father's hands, to be bartered away to another than my Richard. Rather with your aunt of Burgundy, rather in Tudor's own court with your fair sister. Holy angels, of what do I speak? How frightfully distinct has the bereft world spread itself out as my widowed abode. A gush of tears closed her speech. Think of brighter days, my love, said Richard. They will be ours. You spoke erewhile of the difficulty of giving true imagery to the living thought. Thus, I know not how to shape an appropriate garb, to use a trope of my friend Skelton, for my inmost thoughts. I feel sure of success. I feel that in giving up every prospect of acquiring my birthright, I make the due oblation to fortune, and that she will bestow the rest. The rest is to rescue my name from the foul slur Henry has cast on it, to establish myself as myself in the eyes of England, and then to solicit your patience in our calamity, your truth and love as the only scepter and globe this hand will ever grasp. In my own Spain, among the orange and myrtle groves, the flowery plains and sunlit hills of Andalusia, we will live unambitious, yet more fortunate than crowned emperors. With such words and promises he soothed her fears. To the word honor she had no reply, yet it was a mere word here, in this case a barren word on which her life and happiness were to be wrecked. The prince and Monina had met with undisguised delight. No Clifford would now dare traduce her. She need not banish herself from countries where his name enriched the speech of all men, nor even from that which, invited by her, he had come to conquer. He was glad to be able to extend his zealous fraternal protection over her, to feel that he might guard her through life, despite of the fortune that divided them. He obtained for her the Lady Catherine's regard, which she sought opportunities to demonstrate, while they were avoided by Monina, who honored and loved her as Richard's wife and dearest friend, yet made occasion to absent herself from both. Nothing beautiful could be so unlike as these two fair ones. Catherine was the incarnate image of loveliness, such as it might have been conceived by an angelic nature, noble, soft, equable from her tender care not to displease others, in spite of the ills of fate, gay because self-satisfied and resigned. The bright side of things was that which she contemplated, the bright and the tranquil. Although the hazards run by him she loved at this period informed her thoughts with terror. Monina, no, there was no evil in Monina, if too much self-devotion, too passionate an attachment to one dear idea, too enthusiastic an adoration of one exalted being, could be called aught but virtue. The full orbs of her dark eyes, once flashing bright, were now more serious, more melancholy. Her very smile would make you weep. Her vivacity, all concentred in one object, forgot to spend itself on trifles. Yet, while the princess wept that Richard should encounter fruitless danger for a mistaken aim, gladness set on Monina's brow. He goes to conquer. God will give victory to the right. As a warrior he treads his native land. As a monarch he will rule over her. The very name of king he bears will shame the lukewarm English. They will gather round the apparent sun, now that he shows himself unclouded, leaving the false light, Tudor, to flicker into its native nothingness. Monina, said the prince, you in the wide world can bestow richest largesse on the beggar, King Richard. She looked on him in wonder. I go to conquer or to die. This, lovely one, is no new language for you. A warrior's friend must hear such words unflinching. I die without a fear if you take one charge upon you. Her beaming, expressive eyes replied to him. He continued, The Adelaide and safety are images most firmly united in my mind. If I cannot find security on board of her myself, let those dear to me inherit my possession there. The hardest thought that I bear with me is that my fair queen should become captive to the base-minded foe. May I not trust that if I fail, the Adelaide will be her home and refuge to convey her to her native country, or any whither she may direct. I entrust this charge to you, my sister, my far more than sister, my own kind Monina. You will forget yourself in that fateful hour to fulfill my latest wish?" "My prince," she replied, "your words were cruel. Did I not know that you speak in over-care, and not from the impulse of your heart? In the same spirit, I promise that your desire shall be accomplished. If you fall, my father will protect. Die for my lady the queen. But why speak these ill-omened words? You will succeed. You will hasten the lagging hand of fate, and dethrone one never born to reign, to bestow on England its rightful king. The stars promise this in their resplendent, unfailing scroll. The time-worn student in his lore has proclaimed it. The sacred name of monarchs which you bear is the pledge and assurance of predestined victory. And you, meanwhile, will stay and assure Catherine's destiny." "My dear lord, I have a task to accomplish. If I leave her grace, it is because all spirits of good and power watch over her, and my weak support is needed elsewhere. I am bound for London." They parted thus. The temerity of their designs sometimes inspired them with awe, but more usually animated them to loftier hopes. When the thickening shadows of coming events clouded their spirits, they took refuge in the sun-bright imaginations which painted to each the accomplishment of their several hopes. Monina felt assured that the hour of victory was at hand. Richard looked forward to a mortal struggle. To be crowned with success, a few short weeks or briefer days would close the long account. His word redeemed, his honor avenged, he looked forward to his dear reward. Not a scepter, that was a plaything fit for Henry's hand, but to a life of peace and love, a very eternity of sober, waking bliss, to be passed with her he idolized, in the sunny clime of his regretted Spain. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 44. A Challenge. Oh, that stern, unbending man! In this unhappy marriage, what have I not suffered, not endured? Schiller's Wallenstein. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. Shakespeare. The lapse of years had confirmed Henry on his throne. He was extortionate and severe, it is true, and thus revolts had been frequent during the earlier portion of his reign, but they took their rise in a class which, even in modern days, it is difficult to keep within the boundaries of law. The peasantry, scattered and dependent on the nobles, were tranquil, but artificers, such as the miners of Cornwall, who met in numbers, and could ask each other, "Why, while there is plenty in the land, should we and our children starve? Why pay our hard earnings into the regal coffers?" And, still increasing in boldness, demand at last, "Why should these men govern us? We are many, they are few." Thus sedition sprung from despair and assumed arms, to which Henry had many engines to oppose, bulwarks of his power. A commercial spirit had sprung up during his reign, partly arising from the progress of civilization, and partly from so large a portion of the ancient nobility having perished in the civil wars. The spirit of chivalry, which isolates men, had given place to that of trade, which unites them in bodies. Among these, the White Rose of England had not a single partisan. The nobles who once had upheld the House of York were few. They had for the last 8 years been intent upon restoring their fortunes, and were wholly disinclined to the endangering them afresh for a stranger youth. When Fitzwater, Stanley, and their numerous fellow conspirators and fellow victims sided with the Duke of York, nearly all England entertained a timid belief in his identity with King Edward's lost son. But those times were changed. Many were glad to soothe their consciences by declaring him an impostor. Many so desired to curry favor with Henry. A still greater number either feared to say their thought, or were averse to disturb the tranquillity of their country by a contest which could benefit one man alone, and which must entail on them another war like that so lately ended. Abroad in France, Burgundy, and Scotland, the prince might be discountenanced from political motives, but he was treated with respect, and spoken of as being the man he named himself. In England it was otherwise. Contempt followed hard upon fear, giving birth to derision, the best weapon against the unhappy. which Henry well knew how to wield. He had two motives in this. One was that by affixing disgrace and scorn to his adversary, he took away the glitter of his cause, and deterred the young and ambitious from any desire to share in his obloquy. The other was a feeling deeper rooted in his mind, an intense hatred of the House of York, an exultation in its overthrow and disgrace, a gloating over every circumstance that blotted it with ignominy. If Richard had really been an impostor, Henry had not used half the pains to stigmatize him as low-born, to blast his pride with nicknames, nor have looked forward with the joy he now did to having him in his power, to the degradation, the mortal stain of infamy he intended to taint him with forever. Secure in power, fearless of the result, Henry heard with unfeigned joy that his young rival had landed in England, and was advancing into the interior of the island, at the head of the Cornish insurgents. He himself announced the rising to his nobles. Laughing, he said, "I have tidings for you, gentlemen. A flight of wild geese, clad in eagle's feathers, are ready to pounce upon us. Even now they hover over our good city of Exeter, frighting the honest burghers with their dissonance." "Blackheath will witness another victory," said Lord Oxford. "And my kitchen receive a new scullion," replied the king. "Since Lambert Simnel became falconer, our roast meat thinks itself dishonoured at not being spitted by a pretender to my crown. For no Audley heads these fellows, but the king of Rakehells himself, the most noble Perkin, who, to grace the more unwashed rogues, calls himself Richard the Fourth for the nonce. I have fair hope to see his majesty this bout, if he whiz not away in a fog, or sink underground like Lord Lovell, to the disappointment of all merry fellows who love new masks and gaudy mumming." "Please your majesty," said the young Lord William Courtenay, "it is for the honour of our house that not a stone of Exeter be harmed. With your good leave, my father and myself will gather in haste what force we may. If fortune aid us, we may present your grace with your new servitor." "Be it so, my lord," replied the king, "and use good dispatch. We ourselves will not tarry, so that, with less harm to all, we may tread out these hasty lighted embers. Above all, let not Duke Perkin escape. It is my dearest wish that he partake our hospitality." Yes, so ran Henry's private thoughts. He must be mine alive, mine to deal with as I list. With even more care than he put in the mustering of his army, he ordered that the whole of the southern sea-coast of England should be guarded. Every paltry fishing village had its garrison, which permitted no boat to put off to sea, nor any to land without the strictest investigation. Not content with this, he committed it to the care of his baser favourites, to forge some plot which might betray his enemy without a blow into his hands. "Give me your benison, good Bess," said the monarch, with unwonted gaiety of manner. "With daylight I depart on the ungentle errand of encountering your brother Perkin." Elizabeth, not less timid than she had ever been, was alarmed by his show of mirth, and by this appellation bestowed on one she knew to be so near of kin. That very morning she had seen Monina, the enthusiastic Monina, who, confiding in her royal friend's success, visited London to watch over the fate of Elizabeth and her children. The queen smiled at her offers of service. She felt that no such army could endanger Henry's reign, but she feared for Richard, for her ill-fated brother, who had now entered the net, for whom she felt assured there was no escape. Trembling at her own boldness, she answered the king, "Whoever he may be, you will not destroy him in cold blood." "You would have me spare the impostor?" asked Henry. "Spare him who claims your son's throne? By Our Lady of Walsingham, the maternal virtues of the daughter of York deserve high praise." Elizabeth, dreading more to offend, horror-struck at the idea that her husband should shed her brother's blood, burst into tears. "Silly girl," said Henry, "I am not angry. Nay, more, I grant your prayer. Perkin, if not slain by a chance blow, shall live. My word is passed. Trust to it. I neither inquire nor care whether he be the godson or the base brat of the libertine Edward. In either case, my revenge stoops not so low as his paltry life. Does this content you?" "May the saints bless your grace," said Elizabeth. "You have eased my every fear." "Remember, then, that you prove no ingrate," continued the king, "no dupe of report, no traducer of your children's birth. Betray no interest in the knave's downfall, save as he is my enemy. If you display any emotion that awakens a doubt that this canker rose be aught in your eyes except a base pretender, if you mark any feeling but stern contempt for one so vile, tremble. My vengeance will fall on him, and his blood be on your head." "Magnanimous prince," thought Elizabeth in bitter scorn when he had left her. "This is your mercy. You fear! My poor Richard, your sister, a monarch's daughter, is finely taught by this earl's son. But you will live. Then let him do his worst. The Queen of England is not quite a slave. If Henry can bind, Elizabeth may loose, and the Duke of York laugh in another land at the malice of his enemy. We returned to this prince, whose lofty spirit was sustained by an aim, an object, dearer than a kingdom in his eyes. He arrived before Exeter at the head of 7,000 men. All the discontented in Cornwall and Devonshire joined him. Some of these were younger brothers, some men-at-arms who repined at peace. Chiefly they were needy oppressed men, roused by a sense of wrong as destitute, but not so hardy as the kerns of Ireland. Still they were many, they were valiant. Exeter was ungarrisoned, unprepared for defence, and there was a possibility that by sudden assault he might possess himself of the town. With this intent he did not allow his troops time to repose, but at once set on for the attack, endeavouring to scale the lofty walls, unaided by any fitting machinery, scarcely possessed of a single scaling ladder. He was driven back with loss. Foiled but not vanquished, for his heart was set upon this prize. For 3 days, though unpossessed of artillery or any warlike engine, he exerted his utmost force to win the city. He contrived rude machinery to cast stones. He planted the ladders himself. He multiplied himself to appear everywhere, flattering, encouraging, leading his troops again and again to the assault. When they found the walls impregnable, he made an attempt on the gates. With fascines and hewed trees he set one of them on fire. His men shouted as they heard the stout oak crackle, and saw it split and crumble, offering a large opening. But the citizens, made desperate, fearful of the ravages this untamed multitude might commit, were true to themselves. They resisted fire by fire, keeping up a fierce blaze within, till with piles of brick and rubbish they had blocked the passage. Richard saw his last hope fail. "This is not the work of the burghers," he cried. "A soldier's skill is here." "True as my old yard measure," cried Heron. "It was but last night that my cousin, the Earl of Devon, clambered into the city. He came to the northern wall where Skelton keeps watch. When my valiant tailor heard the noise, he ran to look for Master Treva, who, poor fellow, lies cold within the moat. The citizens heard and answered my cousin the Earl's call, but they were too frightened to let light through the keyhole of a postern, and his lordship, God save him, was obliged to climb the battlements." "Climb the battlements, noble captain," said Richard. "That is, a ladder was let down." "It was a stone ladder he scaled, my liege," said Heron. "Your grace may walk up the same. It will scarce budge, seeing that it is the old part of the wall itself." "Who knows more of this?" asked the prince. "I saw the whole," said Skelton. "That is the end. Master Treva was dead for the nonce, so I came back to lead my men to the fray. There was the Earl, perched like a crow on the boughs of an old thorn bush that grows at the top of the wall. Surely he must have torn his cloak, for the place is thick with all manner of weeds, and rough stones and brambles. But more than his broadcloth got a hole, for Clym of Tregothius handled his bow and let fly a cloth-yard shaft, which was sticking in his shoulder as he got down the other side." While the tailor talked, Richard was proceeding hastily to the spot. It looked tranquil. The old crumbling wall was green with rank grass and tangled weeds. He drew nearer, and then a whole shower of arrows was discharged against him. The Earl had expected that his success would excite their curiosity, and prepared for them, with not the less zeal on account of his own wound. Richard escaped unhurt, but Edmund, who was scantily armed, received an arrow in his side. He fell. That same hour tidings came of the advance of King Henry at the head of a formidable army. Plantagenet's wound was dressed. It showed signs of danger, and quite disabled him. "My faithful fellows swear to preserve you in safety, cousin," said Richard. "I must leave you." "Do you retreat?" asked Edmund. "No, by my soul. Truly my hopes have somewhat quailed. Yet it is but a lucky blow, and I gain all. I leave you, my friend. But I will not leave you in doubt and ignorance. Read the paper. It is to enforce its contents, to oblige my haughty foe to lay aside his worst weapon, detraction, that I, against all probability and wisdom, will urge my cause to the last. My kingdom, it is his. My honor he must restore, and I cry him quits. Now you have my secret. Pardon for my poor fellows, pardon and some alleviation of their cruel lot. For myself, as you will find, I ask little, but I must show no fear, no retreating to obtain even that. I march forwards, then, towards Taunton. It is a less place than Exeter, the smallest secure port gained, and Henry may grant my boon." Plantagenet unfolded the paper and read these words: "Richard, legitimate and true son of Edward IV, King of England and France, and Lord of Ireland, to Henry, the reigning sovereign of these realms. In my infancy I was made a prisoner by a usurping uncle, escaping from his thrall by the most noble Earl of Lincoln. This uncle, this usurper, you conquered and seized upon his crown. You claim the same by right of Bolingbroke, and strengthen your title through your union with my sister, the Lady Elizabeth. I am poor and an outcast, you a king. God has destroyed my house, and I submit. But I will not submit to the vile slander that takes from me my name and brands me a dishonored man. Henry of Richmond, I neither admit nor combat your claim to the crown. Lancaster has many partisans, and the victory is yours. But as Duke of York, I challenge and defy you. I call on you, either by person or by champion, to meet me in the lists, that I may defend my honor and maintain the right. Let us spare the people's blood. In single combat, let my pretensions be set at issue, and my good sword shall cut to pieces the wicked lies and base traditions you have calumniously and falsely forged to my disgrace. Body to body I will meet you or your champion. Name the day, the hour, and the place. With my lance and my sword, to the death I will maintain my birth. If I fall, I ask that my wife, the Lady Catherine Gordon, be permitted to return to her royal cousin, James of Scotland, that such of my followers as desire it may be allowed to go beyond seas, that those of your subjects, who, goaded into rebellion by your exactions, have taken up arms, receive free pardon and remission of their imposts. If I conquer, I add but one other demand, that you confess to the wide world how foully you have slandered me, revoke the lies you have published, and acknowledge me to all men the rightful Duke of York. If you deny my just demands, be the blood spilt in defense of my honor on your head, England ravaged, your towns destroyed, your realm subject to all the calamities of war. These evils rest with you. I will not sheathe my sword, nor tread one backward step in my undertaking. But as in the lists, so on the dread battlefield, meet your betters, and conquer or die in defense of my name. Expecting a fitting answer to this just defiance, I bid you heartily farewell. Richard. Written under the walls of Exeter, this 12th day of September, in the year of our blessed Lord, 1497. Plantagenet was deeply affected by his cousin's gallantry. He sighed, saying, "Tudor has not, will not reply to your challenge." "He has not, but he may," replied Richard. "I have, I know not why, a firm belief that good will come from it. If not, in a few days all will be over. In a very few days you can be conveyed to St. Michael's Mount, where the Queen now is. The Adelaide hovers near. Save her, save yourself. Save one other, less helpful than my Catherine. Be a brother to Monina." Richard, erring in his mark, was animated by the most sanguine hopes, to which he was seduced by a constant belief that his life was not near its close, and therefore that his claims would be admitted, as otherwise he had resolved to fall in the assertion of them. Leaving the sick couch of his cousin, he prepared to advance to Taunton. A conversation, meanwhile, which he dreamt not of, and would have scorned, had taken place in an obscure and gloomy spot in London, fraught with fate to him. After the base desertion of his royal master, Frion had sailed to England with the other hirelings of Henry. Among these was Clifford, whose need and whose malice armed him against York's life, but who tried to hide his shame under an assumed appellation. There had always been a false fellowship and a real enmity between Frion and the knight. On his first arrival in Brussels, the secretary looked on him as an interloper, and Clifford, while he used the other, tried to force him into his place as an underling, and to blind him to his own designs. When he betrayed his party, spreading death among the partisans of York and annihilating the cause, Frion, whose fortunes depended on its success, was unmeasured in his expressions of indignation and contempt. They had worked in direct opposition the year before in Kent, and when Frion saw the hand of this reprobated man uplifted in midnight assassination, he triumphed in the lowness of his fall. Both were traitors now, both baffled. Frion looked on Clifford as the worse villain, and Clifford writhed under the familiar impertinence of a menial. They arrived in London. Sir Robert was dismissed with barren thanks, Frion thrown into prison. How far the knight's account gave intimation of the Frenchman's double dealing, and so brought this severity upon him, was not known, but for 3 months this mercurial spirit had languished in confinement. Addicted to scheming, he had now full leisure to spend his whole thoughts that way. A single, simple plot was too plain for his industrious soul. He wore a whole web of them so intricate that he sometimes lost the clue himself. Not the less did he do his endeavor to put them in action. He intended either to lose Richard or make him, either to be the cause of his overthrowing Henry, or of being overthrown by him. In either case, to reap favor and advantage from the triumphant party. Sad as is ever a prison house, it was worse in those days of incivilization. This pen could ill describe the squalid figures and dire visages that crowded its tumultuous court. Even here Frion reigned umpire, but he broke from a knot of noisy squabblers, who held tattered cards and appealed to him on a question of fair play, as he saw one enter. Even he, a wretch, yet many degrees better than the best of his miserable companions. A scarlet suit, trimmed with gold lace, somewhat tarnished, a cloak of ample folds, but threadbare, a dark-plumed bonnet drawn over his brow. Above all, a rapier at his side distinguished him from the prisoners. "This is kind, Sir Robert," said Frion in his softest manner. "I half feared you were too proud or politic to visit a disgraced man. For these last 3 days I have despaired of your worship. By my fay, you are right welcome." Clifford cast a shuddering look around the walls. His eyes were hollow, his cheek sunk. He was the mere shadow of bold Robert. "Few words are best thanks, Master Stephen," he replied. "I am kind to you because the dice are cruel to me. You promise largely, and my wants are no dwarfs. What are your designs?" "This is no place for parley," said Frion. "Follow me." He led the way through several narrow passages to a miserable cell. Straw was heaped in one corner for a bed. The walls were dank and tattered, the floor broken and filthy. "Welcome to my domicile, Sir Knight," said Frion. Whether it were compunction that he had brought him to this, or distrust that the injury would be revenged, Clifford shrunk back and his lips grew livid. "One would not live here from choice," said Frion, "I allow. Yet do not grudge me a few moments. It may stead us both." "To the point, then," said the knight. "It is not the place, Master Frion, but at the hour of noon—" "No excuses. You like the place as ill as I," said the Frenchman, with a bland smile. "But you are more generous, for I would not dwell an instant's space here of my own will to gain any man's salvation. Now, what news from the west? Is it true that the Duke of York is slain, or Exeter taken? Both reports are rife. Adam Wycherley and Matt Oldcraft made their escape 2 days ago, to join the gallant. Matt was seized again, and says that there were bonfires in Southwark for Richard IV. Clifford, by a brief detail, answered, and then after some hesitation said, "He is not so low but that the king desires him to be lower. He who could bring him, bound hand and foot, to London would be made a man. Empson saw Garth yesterday, and he, who calls me Wyatt, came post to consult with me, but it were hazardous to attempt him. He is 10,000 strong. You know me, Sir Robert," said Frion. "There are few things I cannot bring about, so that I have room to ruffle in. I have a plot. King Richard is ours in 3 days, so one word be said. That word is liberty to me. Take you the reward. I ask no further share in your gains than free leave to set the channel between me and this dingy island." Each despising, each mistrusting the other, these men conspired for the prince's fall. Like mousing owls, they hawked at an eagle with too true an aim. York's thoughts were of honor, but through them they were to be drugged with ignominy and despair. It is melancholy that circumstance and fortune should have power to reach the very shrine of our dearest thoughts, degrading them from their original brightness to a likeness of the foul aspect of the outer world. Richard's free and noble spirit was to become plastic to the touch of such men as the fallen Clifford and crafty Frion. Men, whom he had cast from him as unworthy of his regard, could besiege the citadel of his hopes and garrison it with disgrace, forcing him to occupy himself with ideas as base as those which possess their own minds. It is the high heart's curse to be obligated to expend its deep and sacred emotions in hatred of or struggle with things so mean, so very alien to its own aspiring nature. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 45. Arrival at Taunton. Ah, Richard, with the eyes of heavy mind, I see thy glory like a shooting star fall to the base earth from the firmament. Shakespeare. Richard proceeded towards Taunton. Although this was in appearance an advance, his ill success before Exeter, and report of the large force already brought against them by Sir John Cheney, King Henry's chamberlain, had so far discouraged his followers as to occasion the desertion of many, so that of the 7,000 he had with him in Devonshire, he retained but 3 on his arrival near Taunton. These consisted of the original body of insurgents, Cornishmen, who had proceeded too far to go back, and who, partly in affection for their leader, partly from natural stubbornness, swore to die in the cause. Poor fellows! Rusty rapiers and misshapen lances were their chief arms. A few had bows, others slings. A still greater number had their ponderous tools, implements of labor and peace, to be used now in slaughter. Their very dress displayed at once their unmartial and poverty-stricken state. In all these might be gathered a troop of 300 foot, not wholly destitute of arms and discipline. The horse were not less at fault, yet among them there were about 100 tolerably mounted, the riders indeed but too frequently disgracing their steeds. It required all Richard's energy of purpose to hold him back from despair. The bitter sense of degradation visited him in spite of every effort. Had he ever made one of the chivalry of France and Burgundy? Had he run a tilt with James of Scotland, or grasped in knightly brotherhood the mailed hand of Sir Patrick Hamilton? And were these his comrades? Unwashed artificers, ragged and rude peasants, vulgar-tongued traitors. He felt in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, and now to obtain pardon for them, to send them back scatheless to their own homes was his chief desire, even to the buying of their safety with his own downfall. After a 2 days' march he arrived near Taunton. On reconnoitering the town, its position and weakness gave him hope that he might carry it, even with his sorry soldiery. To check these thoughts, tidings came that Sir John Chaney was in close neighborhood, and Henry himself advancing with a chosen body of men. On the evening of their arrival before the town, a detachment of the enemy entered it, cutting off the last hope of Richard. The next morning it became evident that the crisis of his fortunes was at hand. The whole country teemed with soldiery. As the troops poured towards a common center, the array and order of a battlefield became apparent in their operations. A battle between a very myriad of golden-spurred knights, armed at all points, and the naked inhabitants of Richard's camp. Call it rather a harvest. There were the reapers, here the bending corn. When in the north Richard wept over the devastation of the land, he felt that a word of his could counteract the harm. But now his challenge had proved an airy dagger, substanceless. His resolve to encounter his foe, bringing the unarmed against these iron-suited warriors, grew in his eyes into premeditated murder. His heart heaved in his overcharged breast. To add bitterness to his thoughts, there were his companions. O'Water, brave in despair; Astley, pale with fear for his lord; Heron, foolish in his unmeaning boasting; Skelton, trembling in every joint and talking incessantly, apparently to deafen himself to the small, still voice that whispered terror to his heart. Richard spent the day among his men. They were prepared to fight, if needs must, to fall. Protestations of sturdy devotion, the overflowing of the rude, manly heart always affecting, met him at every turn. He was beloved, for he was generous and kind. Often he had exposed his life, when before Exeter, to save some one among them. When dismayed, he had cheered. When defeated, he had comforted them. Nor did he leave the body of the meanest camp follower uninterred, for one of Richard's characteristics was a quick sympathy with his species, and a reverence for all that bore the shape of man. But, while these qualities rendered him dear to all, they inspired him with a severe sense of his duties towards others, and a quick insight into their feelings, thus increasing to anguish the disquietude that agitated him. Towards evening he was alone in his tent. At first he was confused by the various aspects, all terrible, that his fortunes assumed. By the caprice of destiny, he, who was descended from a line of kings, who had so long been the inhabitant of courts, a cavalier, honorable in his degree, renowned for his prowess, had not one noble-born partisan near him. Not one of his ancient counselors to whom he had been used to defer remained. He was absolutely alone. The sense of right and justice in his own heart was all that he possessed. To be a beacon light in this awful hour, when thousands depended on his word. Yet had he the power to save? An idea, dim at first as a star on the horizon's verge, struggling through vapors, but growing each second brighter and clearer, dawned upon his mind. All then was over. His prophetic soul had proved false in its presumed foreknowledge. Defeat, dishonor, disgrace tracked his steps. To lead his troops forth and then to redeem them at Henry's hand, by the conditionless surrender of himself was the thought, child of despair and self-devotion, that, still struggling with the affections and weakness of his nature, presented itself, not yet fully fledged, but about to become so. He had been several times interrupted during his meditations by the arrival of scouts, with various reports of the situation and proceedings of the enemy. Richard, better than these untaught recruits, knew the meaning of the various operations. As if on a map, he saw the stationing of a large and powerful army in expectation of battle, and was aware how incapable he was to cope with their numbers and force. At last, Astley announced the arrival of 2 men. One was a Fleming, known to Richard as one of Lalane's men, but the fellow was stupidly drunk. The other was an English peasant. "Please your worship," he said, "I am this man's guide, and must act as his interpreter besides. Nothing would serve the spongy fellow, but he must swallow ale at every tavern on the way." "Speak then," said Richard. "What is the purport of his journey?" "Please you, sir, last night 300 of them came right pop upon us afore we were aware. Sore afraid they made us with their tall iron-shafted poles, steel caps and short swords, calling each one for bread and beer." "Do you mean," cried the prince, his eye brightening as he spoke, "that 300 men, soldiers, armed like yonder fellow, are landed in England?" So the countryman averred, and that even now they were but at the distance of 20 miles from Richard's encampment. They were still advancing, when the report was spread that the prince's forces were dispersed, himself taken prisoner. The rustic drew from the Fleming's pocket a letter, in French, signed by Schwartz, a son of him who fell at Stoke, a man in high favour with the Lady Margaret of Burgundy. It said how he had been dispatched by her grace to his succour, how intelligence of the large army of Henry and his defeat had so terrified his men that they had refused to proceed, nay, by the next morning would take their way back to Poole, where they had landed, unless Richard himself came to assure them, and to lead them on. Every word of the letter lighted up to forgotten joy young Richard's elastic spirit. With these men to aid him, giving weight and respectability to his powers, he might hope to enforce the conditions of his challenge. All must be decided on the morrow. That very hour he would set forth, to return before morning with these welcome succours. It was near midnight. His camp was still. The men, in expectation of the morrow's struggle, had retired to repose. Their leaders had orders to visit their commander in his tent at the hour which now the empty hourglass told was come. Hastily, eagerly, Richard announced the arrival of these German mercenaries. He directed them to accompany him, that with some show of attendance he might present himself to Schwartz. The camp was not to be disturbed. 2 or 3 men alone among them were awakened, and ordered to keep guard. In 5 hours, assuredly, he must return. In a brief space of time, the troop who were to accompany him, Heron, Skelton, O'Water, and Astley, with some 40 more, led their horses to his tent in silence. There were few lights through all the camp. Their honest hearts which beat within slept, while he was awake to succour and save them. This was Richard's last thought, as, mounted on his good steed, he led the way across the dim heath towards Yeovil. It was such a night as is frequent at the end of September. A warm but furious west wind tore along the sky, shaking the dark tresses of the tress, and chasing the broad shadows of the clouds across the plain. The moon, at the beginning of her 3rd quarter, sped through the sky with rapid silvery wings, now cutting the dark sea-like ether, now plunging deep amidst the clouds, now buried in utter darkness, anon spreading a broad halo among the thinner woof of vapours. The guide was at the prince's side. Heron, upon his short, sturdy pony, was just behind. Skelton tried to get his tall mare to an even pace with Richard's horse, but she fell back continually. The rushing, howling wind and rustling trees drowned the clatter of the hoofs. They reached the extreme edge of the common. Richard turned his head. The lights of his little camp burnt dim in the moonshine. Its poor apparel of tents was lost in the distance. They entered a dark lane and lost sight of every trace of it. Still they rode fleetly on. Night and the obscure shapes of night around. Holy, blinding, all-seeing night, when we feel the power of the omnipotent as if immediately in contact with us, when religion fills the soul and our very fears are unearthly, when familiar images assume an unknown power to thrill our hearts, and the winds and trees and shapeless clouds have a voice not their own, to speak of all that we dream or imagine beyond our actual life. Through embowered lanes, whose darkness seemed thick and palpable, over open, moonshiny fields, where the airy chase of clouds careered in dimmer shapes upon the earth, Richard rode forward, fostering newly awakened hope, glad in the belief that while he saved all who depended on him, he would not prove a mere victim led in tame submission, an unrighteous sacrifice to the evil spirit of the world. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 46. A Prisoner. Art thou he, traitor, that with treason vile hast slain my men in this unmanly manner, and now triumphest in the piteous spoil of these poor folk, whose souls with black dishonour and foul defame do deck thy bloody banner? The meed whereof shall shortly be thy shame, and wretched end which still attendeth on her. With that himself to battle he did frame, so did his 40 yeomen which there with him came. Spenser. Some miles to the east of Yeovil there was a deep stream, whose precipitous banks were covered by a thick underwood that almost concealed the turbid waters, which undermined and bared the twisted and gnarled roots of the various overhanging trees or shrubs. The left side of the stream was bounded by an abrupt hill, at the foot of which was a narrow pathway. On the green acclivity flourished a beech grove, whose roots were spread in many directions to catch the soil, while their trunks, some almost horizontal, were all fantastically grown, and the fairy tracery of the foliage shed such soft, mellowed, checkered light as must incline the heart of the wanderer beneath the leafy bower to delicious musings. Now the moon silvered the trees, and sometimes glimmered on the waters, whose murmurs contended with the wind that sung among the boughs. And was this all? A straggling moonbeam fell on something bright amid the bushes, and a deep voice cried, "Jack of the Wind, if thou canst not get to thicker cover, pluck darnels to cover that cursed steel cap of thine." "Hush," repeated another lower voice. "Your bawling is worse than his headpiece. You outroar the wind. How high the moon is, and our friends not come. He will be here before them. Hark, a bell! Matins by the fiend. May he seize that double-tongued knave. I much suspect Master Frion. I know him of old. He cannot mar us now, though it be he who made this ambushment. Oh, by your leave, he has the trick of it, and could spring a mine in the broadest way. He can turn and twist, and show more faces than a die. He this morn, I know the laugh, there is mischief in it. But your worship, now what can he do? Do? Darken the moon, set these trees alive and dancing. Do, so play the will-o'-the-wisp, that the king shall be on Pendennis and the duke at Greenwich, and each fancy he is within bowshot of the other. Do, ask the devil what is in his compact, for he is but the merry Andrew of Dr. Frion. Hush." "It is he," said the other speaker. A breathless pause ensued. The wind swept through the trees. Another sound, its monotonous recurrence showed that it was a dashing waterfall, and yet again it grew louder. "It is he." "No, God's mercy, it comes westward. Close, my merry fellows, close, and mind the word. Close, for we have but half our number, and yet he may escape." Again the scene sank into silence and darkness, such silence as is nature's own, whose voice is ever musical, such darkness as the embowering trees and vast island clouds made, dimming and drinking up the radiance of the moon. The stillness was broken by the tramp of horses drawing near. Men's voices mingled with the clatter, and now several cavaliers entered the defile. They rode in some disorder, and so straggling that it was probable that many of their party lagged far behind. The principal horseman had reached midway the ravine, when suddenly a tree, with all its growth of green and tangled boughs, fell right across the path. The clatter of the fall deafened the screech which accompanied it, for one rider was overthrown. It was succeeded by a flight of arrows from concealed archers. "Ride for your lives," cried Richard, but his path was crossed by 6 horsemen, while, starting from the coppice, a band of near 40 men engaged with the van of his troop, who tried to wheel about. Some escaped, most fell. With his sword drawn, the prince rushed at his foremost enemy. It was a mortal struggle for life and liberty, for hatred and revenge. Richard was the better swordsman, but his horse was blown, and half sunk upon his haunches, when pressed closely by the adversary. Richard saw his danger, and yet his advantage, for his foe, over-eager to press him down, forgot the ward. He rose on his stirrups, and grasped his sword with both hands. Then, when a blow from behind, a coward's blow, from a battle-axe struck him, it was repeated, and he fell lifeless on the earth. Sickness, and faintness, and throbbing pain were the first tokens of life that visited his still failing sense. Sight and the power of motion seemed to have deserted him, but memory, reviving, told him that he was a prisoner. Moments were stretched to ages while he strove to collect his sensations. Still it was night. The view of fields and uplands, and of the varied moonlit sky, grew upon his languid senses. He was still on horseback, bound to the animal, and supported on either side by men. As his movements communicated his returning strength, one of these fellows rode to impart the tidings to their leader, while the other stayed to guide his horse. The word "gallop" was called aloud, and he was urged along at full speed, while the sudden motion almost threw him back into his swoon. Dawn, which at first seemed to add to the dimness and indistinctness of the landscape, struggling through the clouds and paling the moon, slowly stole upon them. The prince became sufficiently alive to make observations. He and his fellow prisoners were 5 in number only. Their guards were 10. Foremost among them was one whom, in whatever guise, he could not mistake. Each feeling in Richard's heart stimulated him to abhor that man, yet he pitied him more. Gallant, bold Robin, the frolicsome page, the merry-witted sharer of 1,000 pleasures. Time, thou art a thief. How base a thief, when thou stealest not only our friends, our youth, our hopes, but besides, our innocence, giving us in the place of light-hearted confidence, guile, distrust, the consciousness of evil deeds. In these thoughts Richard drew the coloring of the picture from the fresh and vivid tints that painted his own soul. Clifford's breast had perhaps never been free from the cares of guilt. He had desired honor. He had loved renown, but the early development of passion and of talent had rendered him, even in boyhood, less single-hearted than Richard now. Clifford was triumphant. He possessed Monina's beloved, the cause of his disgrace, bound, a prisoner, and wounded. Why then did pain distort his features, and passion flush his brow? No triumph laughed in his eye, or sat upon his lip. He hated the prince, but he hated and despised himself. He played a dastardly and a villain's part, and shame awaited even success. The notoriety and infamy that attended on him, exaggerated as those things usually are in his own eyes, made him fear to meet, in the neighboring villages or towns, any noble cavalier who might recognize him. Even if he saw a party of horsemen on the road, he turned out of it, and thus got entangled among bypaths in an unfrequented part of the country. They continued the same fast career for several hours till they entered a wild, dark forest, where the interminable branches of the old oaks met high-arched overhead, and the paths were beset with fern and underwood. The road they took was at first a clear and open glade, but it quickly narrowed and branched off in various directions. They followed one of its windings till it abruptly closed. The leader then reined in, and Clifford's voice was heard. Years had elapsed since it had met Richard's ear. The mere, as it were, abstract idea of Clifford was mingled with crime and hate. His voice, his manner, his look were associated with protestations of fidelity, or, dearer still, the intercourse of friendship and youthful gaiety. No wonder that it seemed a voice from the grave to betrayed York. "Halloo!" cried Clifford. "Clym of the Lynn, my merry man, thou art to track us through the New Forest to Southampton." "Please your knightship," said a shaggy-headed fellow, "our way is clear. I am at home now, but by St. George we must halt. A 30 miles ride since matins, his fast unbroken, would have made Robin Hood a laggard." "What would you eat here?" cried Clifford. "A stoup of canary and beef were blessings for the nonce, but we must get out of this accursed wilderness into more Christian neighborhood before we find our hostelry." Clym of the Lynn grinned. "To a poor forester," said he, "the greenwood is a royal inn. Vert and venison, your wordship, sound more savory than 4 smoky walls and a platter of beef brought in mine host's left hand, while his right already says pay. They would feed me with mine own venison in way of courtesy, even as the Lionheart, my namesake and ancestor, was feasted of old. Mine, each acre, each rood, and every noble stag that pastures thereon. But I am not so free as they, and mine though this wild wood be, I must thank an outlaw ere I dine upon my own." Thus thought Richard. And at that moment, with his limbs aching through their bondage, and with throbbing temples, liberty in the free forest seemed worth more than a kingdom. The bright sun was high, the sky serene, the merry birds were caroling in the brake. The forest basked in noonday, while the party wound along the shady path beneath. The languid frame of York revived, at first to pain alone, for memory was serpent-fanged. What birdlime was this to ensnare the royal eagle? But soon despair, which had flapped her harpy wings across his face, blinding him, fled away. Hope awoke, and in her train schemes of escape, freedom, and renewal of the struggle. Meanwhile they threaded many a green pathway, and after another hour's ride, arrived at the opening of a wide grassy dell. A deer, a stag of 10, leaped from his ferny bed and bounded away. A herd of timid fawns, just visible in the distance, hurried into the thicket, while many a bird flew from the near sprays. Here the party halted. First they unbitted their steeds, and then dismounted the prisoners, binding them for security's sake to a tree. Richard was spared this degradation, for still he was a prince in Clifford's eyes, and his extreme physical weakness caused by his blow made even the close watching him superfluous. He was lifted from his horse, and placed upon the turf, and there left, while some of his guards went to seek and slay their repast. Others led their animals to a brook which murmured near. All were variously and busily employed. Clifford alone remained. He called for water. Evidently he was more weary than he chose to own. He took off his casque. His features were ghastly. There was a red streak upon his brow, which was knit as if to endurance, and his lips were white and quivering. Never had crime visited with such torment ill-fated man. He looked a Cain after the murder. The Abel he had killed was his own fair fame, the ancestral honor of his race. How changed from when Richard last saw him, but 2 years before. His hair was nearly gray, his eyes hollow, his cheeks fallen in. Yet though thin to emaciation, he had lost that delicacy and elegance of feature that had characterized him. Almost without reflection, forgetting his own position in painful compassion, the prince exclaimed, "Thou art an unhappy man, Sir Robert." The knight replied with a ghastly smile, which he meant to be disdainful. "But now," continued Richard, "while thy visor screened thy face, I was on the point of taunting thee as a coward, of defying thee to mortal combat. But thou art miserable and broken-hearted, and no match for me." Clifford's eyes glared. His hand was upon his sword's hilt. He recollected himself, replying, "You cannot provoke me, sir. You are my prisoner." "Thy victim, Robin, though once saved by thee. But that is past, and there is no return. The blood of Stanley and of 100 other martyrs rolls between us. I conquer my own nature, when even for a moment I look upon their murderer." The weakness of the prince gave a melancholy softness to his voice and manner. The deep pity he felt for his fallen friend imparted a seraphic expression to his clear, open countenance. Clifford writhed with pain. Clifford, who though not quick to feel for others was all sense and sensitiveness for himself. And how often in the world do we see sensibility attributed to individuals whose show of feeling arises from excessive susceptibility to their own sorrows and injuries? Clifford wished to answer, to go away. He was spellbound. His cowering look first animated Richard to an effort which a moment before he would have ridiculed. "Wherefore," said he, "have you earned all men's hate, and your own to boot? Are you more honored and loved than in Brussels? Scorn tracks you now in your new career, and worst of all, you despise yourself." "By Saint Sathanas and his brood!" fiercely burst from the knight. Then he bit his lip and was silent. "Yet, Clifford, son of a noble father, spare yourself this crowning sin. I have heard from travelled men that in heatheness the unbaptized miscreant is true to him whose hospitality he has shared. There was a time when my eyes brightened when I saw you, when the name of Robin was a benediction to be. You have changed it for the direst curse. Yours are no common crimes. Foremost in the chronicles your name will stand as a type and symbol of ingratitude and treason, written with the blood of Fitzwater and Stanley. But this is not all. The young and defenseless you destroy. You have stood with uplifted dagger over the couch of a sleeping man." Clifford had fostered the belief that this vilest act of his life, to which he had been driven rather by fierce revenge than hope of reward, was a secret. A moment before he had advanced with hasty and furious glances towards his enemy. Scarcely had the words passed York's lips than a kind of paralysis came over him. His knees knocked together. His arms fell nerveless to his side. "O man," continued York, "arouse thy sleeping faculties. Bid the fiend who tortures thee avaunt. Even now at the word he feels his power over thy miserable soul waver. By him who died on the cross, I conjure him to leave thee. Say thou amen to my adjuration, and he departs. Cast off the huge burthen of guilt. Deliver thy soul into the care of holy men. As thy first act, depart this spot. Leave me. It is I who command, Richard of York, thy sovereign. Begone, or kneeling at my feet, seek the grace thou hast so dearly forfeited." For a moment it almost seemed as if the wretched man were about to obey, but at the moment his groom came from the spring where he had been watering his horse. The sight of another human being, to witness his degradation, awoke him to frenzy. He called aloud, "How now, sirrah? Why, unbit dragon? Bring him here. I must be gone." "He can't carry your honor a mile," said the fellow. "A miracle!" cried Richard. "You repent, Sir Robert." "As Lucifer in hell! Look to the prisoner." Clifford vaulted on his horse. His head was bare, his eyes wild and bloodshot. Clapping spurs to the jaded animal's side, he put him to his speed and was gone. "His fit is on him," cried his attendant. "And what are we to do? He rides a race with the fiend, leaving us to do both their works." More whisperingly he muttered, "Hold Duke Richard in bonds against his will, may I not? He gave me gold in Flanders. He is a king's son and a belted knight, and I a poor servitor." Richard had conceived a faint hope of working on Clifford's manifest remorse and enlisting him again under the banner of the White Rose. His wonder was great when he saw him flying through the forest with uncovered head and dishevelled hair, the bridle of his horse in the groom's hand, while the wearied animal, spurred to speed, threw up his head, snorting with fear. Not a moment was to be lost. The prince flew to his comrades in captivity. Already Heron and O'Water had their bonds cut by the sword of which he possessed himself. Heron, in whose 2 arms lay his chief strength, and O'Water, at home in a fray, fired with the desire of liberty and life, got speedy hold of battle-axes, and stood at bay. Skelton, the next made free, began to run, but finding his flight was solitary, he secured a bow and arrows, and betook himself to a short, sure aim from behind a tree, while he offered up another sigh to the memory of Treva. Astley threw himself foremost before his master, unarmed. The weapons of their guard were chiefly in a heap, and these, defended by the enfranchised prisoners, were useless to them. Headed by Clifford's groom, who stood in salutary awe of shedding royal blood, a parley commenced. He entreated Richard to submit. He told him that the whole country was in arms against him, his way back to his army beset, the sea-coast strictly guarded. What then could he do? Die, in arms and at liberty. Stand back, sirs. What would you do with me? Your guilty captain has deserted you. Is there one of your number who will raise his accursed weapon against a king and a knight? Clym of the Lynn and another outlawed forester, Clifford, in mustering a troop, had gathered together all manner of wild companions, now appeared, dragging in a fat buck. Clym grinned when he saw the altered state of things. "Come, my men," he said, "it is not for us to fight King Henry's battles. The more majesties there be in England, the merrier for us, I trow, and the wider and freer the range of the king of the New Forest. Put up your rapiers, and let us feast like brethren. Ye may fall to with your weapons afterwards. Or, if it please your grace to trust me, I will lead you where none of the king's men will follow." "Wilt thou guide me back to Taunton?" asked the prince. "Not for my cap full of rose nobles," replied the outlaw. "The way is beset, and trust me your worship's men are scattered far and wide ere this. You are a tall fellow, and I should ill like to see you in their gripe. Be one of us. You shall be king of the greenwood shade, and a merrier, freer monarch than he who lives at Westminster." "Hark!" The word, spoken in a voice of alarm, made the party all ear. There was a distant tramp, every now and then a breaking of bushes, and a whole herd of deer came bounding up the glade in flight. A forester who had rambled further than the rest rushed back, saying, "60 yeomen of the royal guard! They are coming hitherward. Sir Harry de Vere leads them. I know his bright bay horse. Away!" End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 47. A Dilemma. He might have dwelt in green forest, under the shadows green, and have kept both him and us at rest, out of all trouble and teen. Old Ballad. It had been the policy of Richard's captors to have remained to deliver up their prisoners to a stronger force. But most of them were outlaws by profession, who held the king's men in instinctive horror. These were the first to fly. The panic spread. Those who had no cause to fear fled because they saw others do so. In a moment the sward was cleared of all save the prisoners, who hastily bridled their horses and followed York down a narrow path into a glen, in an opposite direction from the approaching troop. With what speed they might, they made their way through the forest, penetrating its depths, till they got completely entangled in its intricacies. They proceeded for several hours, but their jaded horses one by one foundered. They were in the most savage part of the wood. There was no beginning nor end to the prospect of knotted trunks, which lifted their vast leafy burthen into the air. Here was safety and needful repose. Richard, animated to a sudden effort, could now hardly keep his seat. The state of their animals was imperative for a halt, So here, in a wild brake, they alighted near a running brook, and here Water slew a buck, while Astley and Skelton unbridled their horses, and all set about preparing a most needful repast. Evening stole upon them before it was concluded. The slant sunbeams lay in golden glory on the twisted ivy-grown trunks, and bathed the higher foliage in radiance. By the time their appetites were satisfied, Heron and Skelton were discovered to be in a sound sleep. It were as well to follow their example. Neither men nor horses could proceed without repose. Darkness also afforded best safety for traveling. It was agreed that they should pursue their way at midnight, and so, stretched on the grassy soil, peace and the beauty of nature around them, each gave himself up to a slumber which, at that extremity of fatigue, needed no courting. All slept save the prince. He lay in a state of feverish disquietude, looking at the sky through the leafy tracery overhead, till night masked and confused every object. Darkest thoughts thronged his mind: loss of honor, desertion of friends, the fate of his poor men. He was to have devoted himself to them, but a stream, driven by a thundering avalanche from its course, had as much power as he to oppose the circumstances that had brought him from his camp near Taunton to this secluded spot. For an interval he gave himself up to a tumult of miserable ideas, till from the grim troop some assumed a milder aspect, some a brighter hue. And, after a long and painful consideration, he arranged such a plan as promised to at least vindicate his own name, and to save the lives of his adherents. Calmed by these thoughts, soothed to repose by the gentle influence of the south wind, and the sweet monotony of rustling leaves and running water, he sank at last into a dreamless sleep. A whispering of voices was the first thing that struck his wakening sense. It was quite dark. "Is Master O'Water come back?" asked Heron. "I am here," replied the Irishman. "Hast discovered aught?" "That the night is dark and the forest wide," replied O'Water. "Had we a planet to guide us, we might hope to reach its skirts. We are worse off than the Spanish admiral on the western sea, for the compass was a star without a cloud to him." "Saint Mary save us," said, or rather whined, poor Skelton. "Our fortunes are slit from top to toe, and no patchwork will make them whole." "There is hope at the mouth of a culverin," said O'Water, "or at the foot of the gallows, so that a man be true to himself. I have weathered a worse day, when the McCarthys swore to revenge themselves on the Roches." "And by Our Lady's grace," interrupted Richard, "shall again, worthy mayor. My good fellows, fear nothing. I will save you. The ocean cannot be many miles off, for the sun set at our right hand, and blinded our eyes through the day. The wind by its mildness is southerly. We will face it. When once we reach the seaside, the shore of the free wide ocean, Tudor's power stops short, and ye are safe. Of myself there will then be time to think. Say, shall we proceed now, or give another hour to repose?" All were eager to start, slowly leading their horses through the tangled paths they could find, the quarter whence the wind blew, their only guide. Morning found them toiling on, but morning diminished half their labors, and as the birds twittered and the east gleamed, their spirits rose to meet and conquer danger. O'Water was in his native element, that of hairbreadth escape and peril. As to Heron and Skelton, they might have flagged but for Richard. He flattered their pride, raised their hopes, making weariness and danger a plaything and a jest. As the sun mounted in the sky, their horses showed many a sign of weariness, and in spite of a store of venison which the careful Skelton had brought away with him, they needed refreshment. Each mile lengthened to 10, each glade grew interminable in their eyes, and the wide forest seemed to possess all England in its extent. Could the prince's body have conquered his mind, the white rose had indeed drooped. He was parched with fever, and this, preying on his brain, made him the victim of conflicting thoughts. His heart, his imagination were in his deserted camp. Even fair Catherine, awaiting tidings of him in her far retreat, had not such power to awaken anguish in his heart as the idea of Henry's vengeance exercised on his faithful, humble friends, whose father and protector he had called himself. There was disease in the fire and rapidity with which these ideas coursed through his mind. With a strong will he overcame them, bent on accomplishing his present purpose, and rescuing these chief rebels, whose lives were most endangered, before he occupied himself with the safety of the rest. At length, at noon, his quick ear caught a heavy, distant roar. The trees had begun to be more scattered. They reached the verge of the forest. They were too weary to congratulate each other. Before them was a rising ground which bounded their view. Some straggling cottages crowned the height. Slowly they reached the hilltop, and there beheld stormy ocean, clipping in the circular coast with watery girdle. At a crow's flight it might be a mile distant. A few huts and a single black boat spotted in one place the else desert beach. A south wind swept the sea, and vast surges broke upon the sands. All looked bleak and deserted. They stopped at a cottage door, inquiring the road. They heard there was one, which went 3 miles about, but that the plain at their feet was intersected by wide ditches, which their fagged animals could not leap. Moreover, what hope of putting out to sea in opposition to the big noisy waves which the wind was hurrying towards shore? It were safest and best to take a short repose in this obscure village. Heron and Skelton entered the poor inn, while Richard waited on his horse, striving to win him by caresses to taste the food he at first refused. Heron, who was warm-hearted with all his bluster, brought the prince out a flagon of excellent wine, such as by some chance it might be a wreck the tide had wafted from the opposite coast. Richard was too ill to drink, but as he stood, his arm on his poor steed's neck, the creature looked wistfully up in his face, averting his mouth from the proffered grain. Half playfully his master held out to him the wide-mouthed flagon, and he drank with such eagerness that Richard vowed he should have another bottle, and buying the host's consent with gold, filled a large can from the wine-cask. The beast drank, and had he been a Christian man, could not have appeared more refreshed. The prince, forgetful of his pains, was amusing himself thus when Skelton, pale and gasping, came from the house, and voiceless through fear, laid one hand on his leader's arm, and with the other pointed. Too soon the hapless fugitive saw what he called to his attention. Along the shore of the sea a moving body was perceptible, approaching towards them from west to east, which soon showed itself to be a troop of horse soldiers. Richard gave speedy order that his friends should assemble and mount, while he continued to watch the proceedings of the enemy. They were about 200 strong. They arrived at the huts on the beach, and the prince perceived that they were making dispositions to leave a part of their number behind. 50 men were selected and posted as patrol. The rest then moved forward, still towards the east. By this time, the remaining fugitives had mounted and gathered in one spot. The villagers also were collecting. Skelton's teeth chattered. He asked an old woman if there were any sanctuary near. "Aye, by Our Lady is there," replied the dame. 16 miles along the coast is the monastery of Beaulieu, a sanctuary for princes, by the same token that the Lady Margaret, St. Henry's queen, lived safely there in spite of the wicked Yorkists, who would have taken her precious life. Richard turned quickly round as the woman spoke and heard her words, but again his eyes were attracted to the coast. As the troop were proceeding along the sands, the little knot of horsemen perched upon the hill caught the attention of a soldier. He rode along the lines and spoke to the commanding officer. A halt ensued. "We are lost," cried Skelton. "We are taken, Lord. Lord, will they grant us our lives?" "These trees are tempting, and apt for hanging," said O'Water, with the air of a connoisseur. "Oh, for Beaulieu, let us ride!" exclaimed Skelton, longing to go, yet afraid of separating himself from his companions. Still the prince watched the movements of the adverse party. 10 men were detached, and began to advance inland. "Oh, dear my lord," cried Astley, "betake yourself to the forest. There are 1,000 ways of baffling these men. I will meet them and put them to fault. Hide, for my lady's sake, ride!" "Master Astley is a cunning gentleman," said Skelton. "Our horses are aweary, and a little craft would help us mightily." Still Richard's eyes were fixed on the troopers. The men advanced as far as a broad, deep stream, which intersected the plain. Here they hesitated. One of the best mounted leaped across. The others drew back, seeking along the steep, shelving banks for a ford, or narrowing of the stream. The eyes of the troop on the shore were now turned upon their comrades. "Our time is come," cried Richard. "Back to the forest." One step took them down the other side of the hill, hiding sea and beach and enemy from their eyes, and screening them also from observation. They soon reached the forest and entered its shade, and then proceeded along just within its skirts. "Whither?" respectfully O'Water asked, after Skelton had for some time been muttering many a hint concerning sanctuary. "To Beaulieu," said the prince. "We are barred out from the ocean. We are beset at land. The little island yclept sanctuary is all that is left to ye. God speed us safely hither." Richard's horse was lively and refreshed after his generous draught, but these of the others flagged. The prince exerted himself to keep up the spirits of all. He rallied Skelton, spoke comfort to Astley and good hope to Heron, the sturdy apprentice of danger, flight, and trouble. O'Water treated it all as a matter of course. Even hanging, if it so chanced, was but a likely accident. The others needed more encouragement. Astley feared for his lord, even to an appearance of timidity, which though disinterested had a bad effect on the others. Heron complained bitterly that his dinner had been left unfinished, while the poor tailor, now fancying that he would run away from all, now fearful of solitary misadventure, kept up a garrulous harangue, of which terror was the burthen and the sum. Richard's voice was cheerful, his manner gay, but placing his hand on Astley it felt scorching. Every moment it required more energy to throw off the clinging lethargy that fell upon him. It was again evening, a circumstance that had caused them to enter deeper into the forest, and it was to be feared they had lost their way. All were weary, all save Richard hungry. The breeze had died away, the air was oppressive, and more it felt like a load intolerable to the prince's burning brow. Night began to close in so very dark that the horses refused to go forward. Suddenly a roaring sound arose, which was not the sea, and but that the atmosphere was so still, the wanderers would have said that it was a fierce wind among the trees. Such must it be, for now it came nearer, like living things. The vast giants of the forest tossed their branches furiously, and entire darkness and sudden pouring rain revealed the tempest, which their leafy prison had before hidden. All was so instantaneous that it would seem that nature was undergoing some great revulsion in her laws. The prince's horse snorted and reared, while O'Waters dashed furiously on, striking against a tree and throwing his rider, from whose lips there escaped a shriek. What would have been the last overflowing drop in the bitter cup to a weak mind restored Richard. Lassitude and despondency vanished. In an instant he was off his horse at O'Waters' side, speaking in his own cheerful, kind voice. "Waste no moment on me," cried the generous mayor. "My leg is broken. I can go no further. Speed you, your highness, to the sanctuary." This was the end of hope. The raging storm, the disabled man, dark night, and Richard's resolve not to desert his follower, all were causes of terror and despair. A voice in the wood was heard calling aloud. No answer could be returned. It was repeated, and Astley went forward to reconnoiter. Even an enemy was help in such disaster, yet Heron and Skelton implored him to remain. Another halloo Richard answered, for he recognized Astley's voice, who in the dark could not find his way back. He came at last, accompanied by a monk. This was heaven's favor revealed, for the holy man was a hermit, and his poor cell was near. Poor indeed was it, built with logs, the interstices filled with mud. A bed of dried leaves was nearly all the furniture. The hermit had gone on first and lit a torch. As they might, they bore along poor O'Water and placed him in his agony on the low couch. The hermit looked inquisitively on all the party, neglecting to answer Skelton, who asked for the 100th time the distance to Beaulieu. Richard still occupied himself with the mayor, endeavoring to discover if the limb were broken. "By your leave, your grace," said the hermit. "I am somewhat of a chirurgeon. I boast of my cures of horses, and have saved a Christian man ere now." Scarcely did the prince remember to wonder at the title by which the unknown addressed him. By Our Lady's love he besought him to attend to his friend. "Trust me," said the hermit. "I will not fail, but you, my lord, must not tarry here. The forest is beset with troops, but for night and storm you would hardly attain Beaulieu in safety. It is but 2 miles distant. I will guide your highness thither, and then return to your follower. Have faith in me, my lord. I have served your royal uncle, and was enlisted under your banner last year in Kent. I made a shift to escape and took sanctuary, but the stone walls of a monastery are little better than those of a prison, so I betook me to the woods. Oh, I beseech you, waste no time. I will return to your follower. He is safe till then." "Direct us, and I will thank you," replied Richard, "but you shall not desert your patient even for a moment." There was no alternative but to comply. The man gave as clear instructions as he might, and Richard again set forward with his diminished party. They were long entangled by trees, and it was now quite night. The excitement over, the prince had drooped again. Even this interval was full of peril. The tramp of steeds was heard. They drew up among the trees. A party of horsemen passed. One, could it be the voice of the subtle Frion, said, "At the end of this glade we shall see the abbey spires. Well I know the same, for when Queen Margaret—" The speaker was succeeded by a woman's voice. Yet greater wonder, she spoke in Spanish, in unforgotten accents. Richard's heart stood still as he heard them, but soon both voice and tramp of steeds grew faint, and his brain, becoming more and more bewildered, allowed no thought to enter, save the one fixed there even in delirium. The fugitives continued to linger in this spot until it was probable that the travelers should have arrived. True to the information they had overheard, the forest opened at the end of the glade into a leafy amphitheater. An avenue was opposite, which led to the abbey gates, whose Gothic spires, buttresses, and carved arches rose above the tufted trees in dark masses. One end of the building was illuminated. That was the church, and the pealing organ stole mournfully on the night, sounding a miserere. The chanting of the monks mingled with the harmonious swell, adding that pathos, that touch of solemn, unutterable sentiment which perhaps no music, save that of the human voice, possesses. Richard's companions were rough-suited, vulgar-minded, but they were Catholic and religious men, and were awestruck by this voice from heaven reaching them thus in their desolation, a voice promising safety and repose to their harassed, wearied bodies. A few steps carried them to the very spot. The bell was rung, the gate was opened, sanctuary was claimed and afforded. Skelton sprang forward, the other two hung back, but on a sign from Richard, they also passed the sacred threshold. "Farewell, my friends," he said, "a short farewell. Astley, I charge you wait for me. Sir Priest, close the gate." The word was said, the order obeyed. Richard was left alone in darkness. Now for my task, for my poor trusty fellows. The work of murder cannot yet have begun. My life pays for all. Yet a while bear me up, thou fainting spirit. Desert not Richard's breast till his honor be redeemed. Vain prayer. I must repose, he thought. It is of no avail to urge nature beyond herself. A few minutes, and I am strong. He dismounted, and with a sensation of delicious relief, threw himself at his length on the wet grass, pressing the dank herbage to his fevered brow. At first he felt recovered, but in a few minutes strong spasms shot through his frame, and these yielded to a feebleness that forced him to sink to the ground when he endeavored to rise. He forgot his situation, the near abbey, his friends. He forgot wherefore, but he remembered that his presence was required somewhere, and with a resolved effort he rose and staggered towards his horse. He fell. A little sleep and I shall be well. This was his last thought, and he lay in a state between slumber and stupor on the earth. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 48. Capture of Catherine. If the dull substance of my flesh were thought, injurious distance should not stop my way, for then, despite of space, I would be brought to limits far remote where thou dost stay. Shakespeare. There is a terror whose cause is unrevealed even to its victim, which makes the heart beat wildly, and we ask the voiceless thing wherefore, when the beauty of the visible universe sickens the aching sense, when we beseech the winds to comfort us, and we implore the invisible for relief, which is to speed to us from afar. We endeavor, in our impotent struggle with the sense of coming evil, to soar beyond the imprisoning atmosphere of our own identity. We call upon the stars to speak to us, and would fain believe that Mother Earth, with inorganic voice, prophesies. Driven on by the mad imaginings of a heart hovering between life and death, we fancy that the visible frame of things is replete with oracles. Or is it true, and do air and earth, divined by the sorrow-tutored spirit, possess true auguries? At such dread hour we are forced to listen and believe, nor can we ever afterwards, in common life, forget our miserable initiation into the mysteries of the unexplained laws of our nature. To one thus aware of the misfortune that awaits her, the voice of consolation is a mockery. Yet even while she knows that the die is cast, she will not acknowledge her intimate persuasion of ill, but sits smiling on any hope brought to her, as a mother on the physician who talks of recovery while her child dies. The Lady Catherine had yielded to Richard's wishes because she saw that he really desired her absence. Alone in a monastery, in a distant part of Cornwall, she awaited the fatal tidings which she knew must come at last. She was too clear-sighted not to be aware that the armed power of a mighty kingdom such as England must crush at once his ill-organized revolt. She was prepared for and ready to meet all the disasters and humiliations of defeat, but not to be absent from her husband at this crisis. She ordered horses to be kept perpetually in readiness that she might proceed towards him on the first intimation of change and downfall. She watched from the highest tower of her abode the arrival of messengers. Before she dared open her letters, she read in their faces, "What news of Richard?" It was a bitter pang to hear that Plantagenet was dangerously wounded, that the prince had advanced further forward at the head of his rabble soldiers. She had no friends save humble ones, and very few of these. They borrowed their looks from her, yet hoped more than she did. Quickly she was aware of a change in them. They spoke in a low, subdued voice, as if awestruck by some visitation of destiny. That very day letters arrived from the prince. They were of ancient date, nor could she lay his terms of endearment and cheering to her heart and be consoled. In the afternoon a torn, soiled billet was brought her from Edmund. In spite of his wound, he had dragged himself as far as Launceston, on his way to her. Forced to stop, he sent her tidings of all he knew: Richard's mysterious flight, Henry's bloodless victory, the eagerness the king expressed to learn where she was, and the dispatching of troops in search of her. He besought her to fly. It might be hoped that the prince had escaped beyond sea, whither she must hasten, or, falling into his enemy's hands, she would never see him more. Perplexed and agitated, knowing that dishonor would result from Richard's strange disappearance, yet persuaded that he had some ulterior view which it behoved her not to thwart, she hesitated what step to take. An incident occurred to end her uncertainty. Suddenly, in the evening, Monina stood before her. Monina came with the safety-laden Adelaide to bear her to the shores of Burgundy. She brought the history of the fraud practiced upon York, of the ambush laid for his life, of his escape, and the arrival, immediately succeeding to hers, of his followers at the Abbey of Beaulieu, how the pawing and trampling of a horse at the gates had brought out the monks, who discovered the hapless prince senseless on the dark sod. He was carried in, and through her care his name was entered in the sanctuary. She had attended on his sick couch 2 days and nights, when his first return to reason was to implore her to seek Catherine, to carry her beyond Tudor's power, out of the island prison. Her father's caravel was hovering on the coast. A favoring southeast wind bore her to these shores. She came at his desire. The Adelaide was there, and she might sail, not to Burgundy, but even to the spot which harbored Richard. She also could take sanctuary in Beaulieu. The monastery in which the Duchess of York had taken refuge was situated on St. Michael's Mount, not far from the Land's End. The land projects romantically into the sea, forming a little harbor called Mount's Bay. Towards the land the acclivity is at first gradual, becoming precipitous towards the summit. Now, at high water, the tide flows between the rock and the land, but it was in those days connected by a kind of natural rocky causeway. Towards the sea it is nearly perpendicular. A strong fortress was connected with the church, and a stone lantern was attached to one of the towers of the church. Not far from the castle, in a craggy and almost inaccessible part of the cliff, is situated St. Michael's Chair, which on account of its dangerous approach, and the traditions attached to it, became the resort of the pious. Many a legend belong to this spot. Its thick woods, the hoar appearance of the crags, the widespread sea, forever warring against the land which had thrust itself out into the watery space, usurping a part of its empire, made it singularly grand, while the placid beauty of the little bay formed by the rock, and the picturesque grouping of the trees, the straggling paths, and numerous birds added every softer beauty to the scene. Often did Catherine watch the changeful ocean, or turn her eyes to the more grateful spectacle of umbrageous woods and rifted rock, and seek for peace in the sight of earth's loveliness. All weighed with tenfold heaviness on her foreboding soul. For the first time they wore to her the aspect of beauty, when now she hoped to leave them, hopes so soon to fail. A south wind had borne the caravel swiftly into the bay, but the breeze increased to a gale, and even while the ladies were making a few hasty preparations, De Ferro had been obliged to slip his moorings and run out to sea, to escape the danger of being wrecked on a lee shore. With a pang of intense misery, Catherine saw its little hull hurry over the blackening waters, and its single sail lose itself amid the sea foam. The mariner had even, on anchoring, anticipated a storm. He had informed his daughter of the probability there was, that he should be driven out to seek for safety in the open sea, but he promised with the first favorable change of wind to return. When would this come? Fate was in the hour, nor could even Catherine school herself to patience. Evening shades gathering round them, the princess, growing each minute more unquiet and miserable, sought in some kind of activity for relief to her sufferings. "I will go to St. Michael's Chair," she said. "Good spirits forever hover near the sainted spot. They will hear and carry a fond wife's prayer to the throne of the Eternal." In silence Monina followed the lady. They were both mountain-bred, and trod lightly along paths which seemed scarcely to afford footing to a goat. They reached the seat of the rock. They looked over the sea, whose dark surface was made visible by the sheets of foam that covered it. The roar of waves was at their feet. The sun went down blood-red, and in its dying glories the crescent moon showed first pale, then glowing. The 1,000 stars rushed from among the vast clouds that blotted the sky, and the wind tore fiercely round the crag, and howled among the trees. O earth and sea and sky! Strange mysteries, that look and are so beautiful even in tumult and in storm. Did ye feel pain then, when the elements of which ye are composed battled together? Were ye tortured by the strife of wind and wave, even as the soul of man when it is the prey of passion? Or were ye unmoved, pain only being the portion of the hearts of the two human beings, who, looking on the commotion, found your wildest rage calm in comparison with the tempest of fear and grief which had mastery over them? Sickened by disappointment, impatient of despair, each remained, brooding mutely over their several thoughts. Poor Catherine, her dearest wish was set upon sharing in all its drear minutiae the fortune of her lord, her gallant knight, her most sweet Richard. He was her husband. He had taken her, timid yet confiding, from the shelter of her father's roof. They had entered the young world of hope and hazard together. Custom, the gentle weaver of soft woman's tenderness, had thrown its silken net over her. His disasters became hers. His wishes and their defeat were also hers. She only existed as a part of him, while enthusiastic love made her fondly cling even to the worst that betided, as better in its direst shape than any misnamed good fortune that unlinked them. My love, my altar-plighted love, must I then wake and say no good day to thee, and sleep my rest unbenisoned by thy good night? The simple word, the we that symbolized our common fate, cut in two, each half a nothing so disjoined. While Catherine thus struggled with necessity, Monina was given up to patience. The present hour had fulfilled its fear. Her busy thoughts fashioned 1,000 plans for his escape, or tremblingly painted a dark futurity. He was a part of her being, though no portion of herself was claimed by him. She was not his as a lover or a wife, but as a sister might be, if in this ill world such heart's concord could exist, a sharing of fate and of affection, combined with angelic purity. As easily might she fancy animal life to survive in her body after the soul had fled, as soon imagine that the beating of her heart could continue when the living impulse which quickened its palpitations was still, as that he, her childhood's playfellow, the golden dream of her youth, the shrine at which she had sacrificed that youth, should die, and she live on in the widowed world without him. The stars glittered over their gentle heads, and the moon went down in the west. Fitful, thread-like rays were shed upon the raging sea, whose heady billows foamed and roared at their feet. Both these fair, gentle creatures remained, careless of the wild wind that swept their limbs, or the spray which, high as they stood, besprent their hair. Both young, both lovely, both devoted to one, yet confiding in the reality of virtue and purity, trusting fully each other, the one accepting the heart sacrifice which the other unreservedly made. They watched for the Adelaide, which, a plaything of the waves, was carried afar. Day dawned before they could resolve to quit this spot. Then they took refuge in the near monastery, and from its towers looked out over the sea. A few anxious hours brought the dreaded consummation of their fears. The ascent of a troop of horse up the steep told Catherine that she was discovered. Their sudden appearance before her proved that she was a prisoner. For the first time she saw the white and red rose entwined. The Earl of Oxford was announced to her as their leader, and he soon appeared to claim his prize. Catherine received him with dignified sweetness. She conquered her ill fate by smiling at its blows, and looked a queen as she yielded herself a slave. The watching of the night had all disordered her dress, and deranged her golden tresses, but her wondrous fairness, the soft moulding of her face, her regal throat and arched open brow, bending over her intelligent yet soft blue eyes, her person majestic even in its slim beauty, were tokens of a spirit that in destitution must reign over all who approached it. Her first words, to ease the awestruck earl, were an entreaty to be conducted to the king. She showed more earnest desire than he to present herself to her royal victor. In a very few hours they had descended the mount, and hastened out of hearing of the roar of the ocean, which had so cruelly deceived her hopes. In her eyes could only be read the mastery she had obtained over her thoughts. No lurking weakness betrayed fear, or even disappointment. Surely yet she cherished some dear expectation, yet how, lost to liberty, could she hope to attain it? But thus we are, while untamed by years. Youth, elastic and bright, disdains to be compelled. When conquered, from its very chains it forges implements for freedom. It alights from one baffled flight, only again to soar on untired wing towards some other aim. Previous defeat is made the bridge to pass the tide to another shore, and, if that break down, its fragments become stepping stones. It will feed upon despair, and call it a medicine which is to renovate its dying hopes. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 49. Richard Surrenders. For when Simocles saw the foul reproach which him appeached, pricked with noble shame, and inward grief, he fiercely gan approach, resolved to put away that loathly blame, or die with honour and desert of fame. Spenser. After the prince, by the voyage of Monina, had, as he hoped, provided for the escape and safety of the Lady Catherine, he could not, all weak as he was, remain in repose. From his early childhood he had been nurtured in the idea that it was his first, chief duty to regain his kingdom. His friends lived for that single object. All other occupation was regarded as impertinent or trifling. On the table of his ductile boyish mind, that sole intent was deeply engraved by every hand or circumstance. The base-minded disposition of his rival king adorned his cause with a show of use and the name of virtue. Those were days when every noble-born youth carved honor for himself with his sword, when passes at arms were resorted to whenever real wars did not put weapons in their hands, and men exposed their breasts to sharp-biting steel in wanton sport. Often during his green and budding youth Richard had gloried in the very obstacles set before him. To be cast out and forced to redeem his state was a brighter destiny than to be lapped in the bosom of guarded royalty. The treason of Clifford and the sacrifice of devoted friends but whetted his ambition, vengeance, the religion of that age, being a sacred duty in his eyes. He had been shaken by Lord Surrey's appeal, but cast the awakened pity off as a debasing weakness. The painted veil of life was torn. His name had not armed the nobles of his native land. His cause had not been trumpeted with praise, nor crowned by victory. Deserted by foreign allies, unsuccessful in Ireland, he had appeared at the head of a rabble army, strong only in wrongs and in revenge. Even these he had abandoned, and with nameless hinds taken sanctuary. His story was a fable, his name a jeer. He no longer, so it seemed, existed, for the appellation of Duke of York was to be lost and merged in the disgraceful misnomer affixed to him by the usurper. Richard was no whining monk to lament the inevitable, and tamely to await the result. To see an evil was to spur him to seek a remedy. He had given up every expectation of reigning, except such as sprung from his right and faith in the justice of God. But honor was a more valued treasure, and to his warm heart dearer still was the safety of the poor fellows abandoned by him. On the third day after his arrival at Beaulieu, he arose from his sick couch, donned his armor, and yet, pale and feeble, sent to speak with the cavalier who commanded the party that guarded all egress from the abbey. With him he held long parley, in conclusion of which Sir Hugh Luttrell directed 3 of his followers to be in readiness, and 2 of his chosen horses to be led to the abbey gates. Richard took leave of the abbot. He recommended his poor followers to him, and lightly answered the remonstrance of the holy man, who thought that delirium alone could urge the fugitive to quit the tranquil sacred spot, where he himself passed his days in quiet, and which held out so secure a protection to the vanquished. His remonstrance was vain. One word weighed more with Richard than a paradise of peace. Infamy, dishonor. No, even if his people were safe, by throwing himself in the selfsame peril to which he had apparently exposed them, that stain were effaced. The very gentleman to whom he had surrendered himself had trespassed on his allegiance to Henry, to dissuade him from the foolhardihood of his adventure. It was a sight of pity to see one so very young walk voluntarily to the sacrifice, and the princely mien and youthful appearance of the self-constituted prisoner wrought all to compassion and respect. For still this fair white rose was in the very opening flower of manhood. He looked, after such variety of fortune, as if evil not only never had, but never could tarnish the brightness of his spirit or of his aspect. Illness had a little enfeebled him, without detracting from his youthful beauty, giving rather that softness which made it loveliness, yet painted fairer by his self-immolating resolve. A sweet regard and amiable grace mixed with manly sternness did appear, and eagerness withal, for eager he was, even to almost foolish haste, to redeem the lost hours, and establish himself again no runaway. With fresh joy he addressed himself to retrace his steps to Taunton, sanctuary and refuge from death. Oh, how he trampled on the slavish thought! Death was to him a word, a shadow, a phantom to deride and scorn, not an enemy to grapple with. Disgrace was his abhorred foe, and him he thus overthrew. His resolves, inspired by disdain of permitting one taint to blemish his career, were not the expedients of prudence, but the headlong exploit of daring youth. The iron must indeed have entered our souls, and we be tamed from dear, youthful freedom to age's humble concessions to necessity, before we can bow our head to calumny, smile at the shafts as they rankle in our flesh, and calmly feel that among the many visitations of evil we undergo, this is one we are compelled to endure. Thus he, his gentle guide and followers, travelled towards Taunton. In all prudence, from the moment they left sanctuary, Sir Hugh Luttrell ought to have guarded him closely. But even the staid Sir Hugh forgot his duty. Rather was Richard the enforcer of this journey than his guard. Richard it was who at night halted unwillingly. Richard who first cried to horse at morning's dawn. Who, in spite of ill weather, resisted every delay. As they drew near their bourne, the appellation of Perkin first met the prince's ear. He was unaware that it had ever been applied to him except by Henry's written proclamations. It acted as a galling spur, for he believed, with youth's incapacity for understanding systematized falsehood, that his presence would put to flight the many-colored web of invention which his rival had cast over him to mar his truth and obscure his nobility. After 3 days they drew near Taunton. The stubble fields, the flowery hedges, the plenteous orchards were passed. From a rising ground they looked upon the walls of the town, and the vacant moor where his camp had stood. Richard halted, saying, "Sir Knight, I will await you here. Do you seek your king? Say I come a voluntary sacrifice to purchase with drops of my royal blood the baser tide of my poor followers. I demand no more. Bid him rear the scaffold. Let the headsman sharpen the axe to lop off the topmost bough of Plantagenet. The price I ask is the despised lives of men, who, but that they loved me, were incapable of merit or of crime in his eyes. For their humble sakes, like my grandfather York, I am prepared to die. If pledge of this be denied me, I still am free. I wear a sword and will sell my life dearly, though alone." Sir Hugh Luttrell was perplexed. He knew the stern nature of his royal master, and how heavily he would visit on him any disappointment in his dearest wish of obtaining possession of his rival's person. The prince had, during their 3 days' companionship, gained great power over him. He felt that he was in truth the son of Edward IV, a man he had never loved, for Sir Hugh was a Lancastrian, but one whom he had feared and obeyed as his sovereign. How could he put slavish force upon this gallant offspring? He hesitated till the prince demanded, "Wherefore delay? Is there aught else that you desire?" "You pledge your knightly word," said Sir Hugh, "not to desert this spot." "Else wherefore am I here? This is idle. Yet so to content you, I swear by my vow made under the walls of Granada, by Our Lady, and by the blessed saints, I will abide here." The knight rode into the town with his followers, leaving young Richard impatient for the hour that was to deliver him to servitude. Sir Hugh first sought Lord Daubeny, requesting him to obtain for him instant audience of the king. "His Grace," said the noble, "is at vespers, or about to attend them." "I dare not wait till they are said," replied Luttrell, who every minute felt the burden of responsibility weighing heavier on him. "Nor I interrupt his majesty, even now he enters the church." In haste Sir Hugh crossed the street, and as the king took the holy water from the chalice, he knelt before him. The few words he spoke painted Henry's face with exulting gladness. "We thank thee, good Sir Hugh," he said, "and will make our thanks apparent. By the mass, thou hast deserved well of us this day. Where hast thou bestowed our counterfeit?" "Please your majesty, He awaits your highness's acceptance of his conditions without the eastern gate. You have placed strong guard over him?" "He pledged his oath to await my return. He is alone." A dark, angry frown chased all glee from Tudor's brow. Bending a stern glance on his erewhile welcome messenger, he commanded Lord Wells, his cousin, to take a strong force and to seize this Duke of Runaways. Sir Hugh, timid as he was, interfered. Driven by respect for his prisoner, and fear of what might ensue, he tried to enforce York's stipulation. Henry looked on him with scorn, and said, "Truly, cousin, I have vaunted of a bloodless conquest. So let not the blood of the misborn traitor stain our laurels, nor Sir Luttrell's Duke Perkin shed one precious ruby drop. Say aye to all he asks, for as it seems his demands are as foolish as himself, and need no chaffering. Tell him that his life is safe, but bring him here, set him within our ward and limitation. Do this, while we with a Te Deum thank our Heavenly Father for his watchful mercies. Sir Hugh, accompany our cousin, and then wend your way whither it please you. We have no pleasure in your presence." Thus duped, even by his own generous, proud spirit, the Duke of York became a prisoner, delivering up his sword, and yielding himself an easy prey to his glad victor. Once, twice, thrice, as he waited the return of Luttrell, it had crossed his mind not to fly, his vow being pledged, but to remember that he was now free and unconstrained, and would soon be an other's thrall, when farewell to the aspiring thought, the deed of arms, and to the star of his life, whose idea, now his purpose was accomplished, he fondly turned. "Poor Catherine," he whispered, "this is the crown, the fated, fallen youth, the seer foretold." In after-times that scene dwelt on his memory. He called to mind the evening-tide, for the sun was down, and the clouds, lately gold-besprent, waxing dun, as the town walls grew high and dark, and the few trees about him waved fitfully in a soft breeze. That wind was free, and could career over the plain. What spell bound the noble knight and stalwart steed, that they coursed not also free as it? In a few minutes he was a prisoner, and led within those darksome walls. At first, treated with some observance, he was unaware, as is the case in any new position, with whose circumstances and adjuncts we are unacquainted, how utterly he had fallen. He was led to no barred prison, and for a time the nobles and knights who flocked to see him were no bad exchange for the motley crew he had quitted. But, as if in a dream, he felt gather round him impalpable but adamantine walls, chains hung upon his limbs, not the less heavy because the iron pierced his soul rather than his flesh. He had been a free man, his name was attended with love and respect, and his aspect commanded the obedience of men. Now the very appellation given to him was a mortal insult. A stranger seemed to be spoken to when he was addressed, and yet he must answer. He was never alone, and night was the sole suspension from the insulting curiosity of the crowd. He must forego himself, grow an impostor in his own eyes, take on him the shameful name of Perkin, all which native honor and memory of his princess bride made trebly stinging. To barb the dart came intelligence that the Lady Catherine was a prisoner. King Henry had quitted Taunton and gone towards Exeter, when on his arrival there the Earl of Oxford presented the Scottish princess to him. Praises of her wondrous beauty became rife, brought by some of the king's train, returned to Taunton. Praises so excessive and warm as could not have been inspired by celestial beauty in adversity, if not egged on by some adventitious stimulant. It was the fashion to speak of her as the Queen of Loveliness, as, for beauty's sake the name belonged to her, the fairest white rose that ever grew on thorny bush. By this name she was mentioned to York, and it visited his heart as the first gleam of sunshine on his enshadowed misery. Dear was the name of the white rose to the fallen one. It had been his own in fresh and happy days, when first he showed his prowess among the knights of France and Burgundy. Still louder grew the echo of some mighty voice that gave forth encomium of the prisoner's bride, and the smiles with which some spoke, smiles half of wonder, half of mockery, told of some secret charm which at last was openly commented upon. Again the king saw the fair one yestermorn, and dallied ere he granted the earnest suit she made, as if he loved to be entreated. The grave King Henry caught in the net of the wanton boy. Oh, this were subject for a ballad for the nonce. Blithe news for gentle Perkin, his wife thrives at court. She takes occasion by too slender a hold, if she raise not her husband from the kitchen to a higher place at court. Now we shall see our lady the queen jealous of her liege. Our queen? What midsummer's dream is this? The white rose will never flower in our court garden. To falsify this assertion came the next day a messenger with command to convey the noble prisoner with all speed to London, and for the attendance of the Lady Cheney and the Lady Howard, 2 noble matrons, to wait on the Lady Catherine, who was about to proceed to Westminster. Smiles and whispers were interchanged, and when to this was added that as much courtesy should be shown the counterfeit youth as might not endanger his safekeeping, the light laugh followed. Though, as if to meet and overthrow the raillery, it was added this was ordered for his royal wife's sake, who was cousin to England's dear ally, the King of Scotland. These idle tales did not reach York's ear. Wherever he showed himself, he enforced such personal respect that there was no likelihood that any conjecture, linked with his lady's name, would be hazarded before him. He was told that the king entertained her royally, and when he heard that she was to be presented to his sister, the Queen Elizabeth, a thrill of joy passed into his heart. His sister! As a boy he remembered the fair, kind girl whom he had called his loved and most sweet sister. He knew that she was conscious of his truth, and, though wedded to his rival, loved not her lord. It was a pleasing dream to fancy these gentle ladies together, to know that, while the one spoke her affection and praise, the other must feel the kindred blood warm in her heart, and proudly, though sadly, acknowledge him her worthy brother. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 50. A Procession. They are noble sufferers. I marvel how they'd have looked, had they been victors, that with such a constant nobility enforce a freedom out of bondage. 2 noble kinsmen. The vulgar rabble, fond of any sort of show, were greedy of this new one. In all parts the name of the Duke of York, of the counterfeit Perkin, drew a concourse of gazers. The appetite was keenest in London, and many a tawdry mask and mime was put in motion to deck the streets through which the defeated youth was to pass. Vainly, he entered London at night, and was conducted privately to Westminster. What strange thing was this? What mark of reality did his very forehead wear, that Henry, so prodigal of contumely on his foes, dared not bring him forward for the public gaze? One man was put in the stocks for a similar remark, and on the following day it was suddenly proclaimed that Perkin would go in procession from Westminster to St. Paul's and back again. A troop of horse at the appointed hour left the palace. In the midst of them rode a fair young gentleman, whose noble mien and gallant bearing gave lustre to his escort. His sweet aspect, his frank soft smile and lively but calm manner, had no trace of constraint or debasement. He is unarmed. Is that Perkin? No, the Earl of Warwick. He is a prince, sure, yet that is he. Such murmurs sped around. At some little distance followed another burlesque procession. A poor fellow, a Cornishman, who was tied to an ass, his face to the tail, and the beast now proceeding lazily, now driven by sticks, now kicking, now galloping, made an ill-fashioned mirth for the multitude. Whether, as York was not to be disgraced in his own person, the contumely was to reach him through this poor rogue, or whether the eyes of men were to be drawn from him to the rude mummery which followed, could only be guessed. The last was the effect produced. Richard heard mass at St. Paul's, and returned to Westminster unmolested by insult. It seemed but as if some young noble made short pilgrimage from one city to the other to accomplish a vow. The visit of ill-fated Warwick to the cathedral before the Battle of Stoke had more in it of humiliating ostentation. He returned to the Palace of Westminster. A few weeks he spent in mingled curiosity and anxiety concerning his future destiny. It was already accomplished. Modern times could not present anything more regular and monotonous than the way of life imposed upon him. It was like the keeping of a lunatic, who, though now sane, might be momentarily expected to break out in some dangerous explosion, rather than the confining of a state prisoner. 4 armed attendants, changed every 8 hours, constantly guarded him, never moving, according to the emphatic language of old chroniclers, the breadth of a nail from his side. He attended early mass each morning. He was permitted to take 1 hour's ride on every evening that was not a festival. 2 large gloomy chambers with barred windows were allotted him. Among his guards he quickly perceived that the same faces seldom appeared, and the most rigorous silence or monosyllabic discourse was imposed upon them. Harsher measures were perhaps spared from respect to his real birth or his alliance with the King of Scotland, yet greater severity had been less tantalizing. As it was, the corpse in the grass-grown grave was not more bereft of intercourse with the sunny world than the caged Duke of York. From his windows he looked upon a deserted courtyard. In his rides, purposely directed to unfrequented spots, he now and then saw a few human beings. Such name could be hardly bestowed on his stony-faced, stony-hearted guards. Richard was the very soul of sympathy. He could muse for hours in solitude, but it must be upon dear argument, that had for its subject the pleasures, interests, or affections of others. He could not entertain a heartless intercourse. Wherever he saw the human countenance, he beheld a fellow creature, and, duped 1,000 times, and 1,000 times deceived, still he must love. To spend the hour in sportive talk, fondly to interchange the gentle offices of domestic life, to meet peril and endure misery with others, to give away himself and then return to his inner being, laden like a bee with gathered sweets, to pile up in his storehouse, memory, the treasured honey of friendship and love, and then away to nestle in the bosom of his own dear flower, and drink up more, or gaily to career the golden fields. Such was his nature, and now, this was worse loneliness, this commune with the mutes of office, to be checked by low-born men, to feel that he must obey the beck of an hireling. A month interspersed with hopes of change. He had endured the degradation. Now he began to meditate escape. Yet he paused. Where was Catherine? Where his many zealous friends? The Lady Catherine was in an apartment of the palace whose arched and fretted roof and thick buttresses were well adapted to impart a feeling of comfortable seclusion from the rough elements without. The dullness of dark November was gladdened by a huge wood fire. The little Prince of Wales was narrating some strange story of fairyland, and bluff Harry was setting 2 dogs to quarrel, and then beating his favorite for not conquering, which seeing, his sister Margaret drew the animal from him to console and caress it. The gentle queen bent over her embroidery. Listening she was to her favorite Arthur, interrupting him with playful questions and exclamations, while Catherine now kindly attended to the boy, now turned anxiously at every sound. She rose at last. "Surely vespers are ringing from the abbey. My lord the king promised to see me before vespers." "My lord the king is very gracious to you, sweet one," said Elizabeth. "Methinks by nature he is gracious," replied the princess. "At least, I have ever found him so. Surely the shackles of state are very heavy, or ere this he would have granted my prayer, which he has listened to so oft indulgently." The queen smiled faintly, and again pursued her work with seeming earnestness. Was it jealousy that dimmed the silk of her growing rosebud by a tear, or what name shall we give to the feeling? Envy we may not call it, she was too sweetly good, which now whispered, "Even he, the cold, the stern, is kind to her. My brother loves her passionately, and many a lance has been broken for her. Happy girl, happy in adversity, while I, England's miserable queen, am forgotten even by my fellow prisoner of Sheriff Hutton, poor Warwick. He might have been my refuge. For the rest, how hard and rocky seem all human hearts to me." Her tears now flowed fast. Catherine saw them. She approached her, saying, "Dear and royal lady, none should weep, methinks, but only I, whose mate is caged and kept away. None sigh but poor Kate, whose more than life hangs on state policy. Or is it for him these tears are shed?" Still Elizabeth wept. Accustomed to the excess of self-restraint, timid, schooled to patience, but with the proud, fiery spirit of a Plantagenet, tamed, not dead within her, she could be silent, but not speak by halves. The very natural vivacity of her nature made her disdain not to have her will when once it was awaked. She struggled against her rising feeling. She strove to suppress her emotion, but at last she spoke, and once again, after the 10 years that had elapsed since her mother's imprisonment, truth was imaged by her words. To none could she have addressed herself better. The life of the Scottish princess had been spent in administering balm to wounded minds. The same soft eloquence, the same persuasive counsels that took the sting of remorse from her royal cousin's conscience, was spent upon the long-hidden sorrows of the neglected wife, the humbled woman. From her own sensitive mind she culled the knowledge which taught her where and how peace and resignation were to be found. The piety that mingled with her talk was the religion of love. Her philosophy was mere love, and it was the spirit of love, now kindling the balmy atmosphere of charity to many, now concentred in one point, but ever ready to soothe human suffering with its soft influence that dwelt upon her lips and modulated her silver voice. Elizabeth felt as if she had wandered long in a wolf-haunted wild, now suddenly changed to a fairy domain, fresh and beautiful as a poet's dream. Timidly she feared to set her untaught feet within the angel-guarded precincts. The first effect of her new friend's eloquence was to make her speak. After years of silence, to utter her very inner thoughts, her woman's fears, her repinings, her aversions, her lost hopes and affections crushed. She spent her bitterest words, but thus it was as if she emptied a silver chalice of its gall to be refilled by Catherine with heavenly dew. The weeks of baffled expectation grew into months. It is a dreary portion of our existence when we set our hearts upon an object which recedes as we approach, and yet entices us on. The king's courtesy and smiles, and evident pleasure in her society, gave birth to warm hopes in the bosom of the princess. She had asked to share her husband's prison. She had besought to be permitted to see him. It seemed from Henry's vague but consolatory answers that tomorrow she would receive even more than her desires. The disappointment of the morrow, which she lamented bitterly at first, then grew into the root whence fresh hopes sprang again, to be felled by the cruel axe, again to shoot forth. The sickening sensation of despair crept over her sometimes. Her very struggles to master it enfeebled her, and yet she did conquer all but the hard purposes of the tyrant. Now a messenger was to be dispatched to Scotland. Now he expected one thence. Now an embassy from Burgundy. He implored her patience, and talked back the smiles into her saddened countenance. He was almost sincere at first, not in his excuses, but in his desire to please her at any sacrifice. But this disinterested wish grew soon into a mere grasping at self-gratification. In a little while he hoped she would be persuaded how vain it was to expect that he should set free so dangerous a rival, and yet he did not choose to extinguish all her anticipations, for perhaps then she would desire to return to her native country, and Henry would have sacrificed much to keep her where he could command her society. Thus he encouraged her friendship with the queen, though he wondered how one so wise, so full of reflection and reason as Catherine could love his feeble-minded wife. The king underrated the talents of Elizabeth. This hapless woman had perceived that contention was useless. She therefore conceded everything without a struggle. Her energies, spent upon endurance, made her real strength of mind seem tameness, but Catherine read with clearer eyes. We are all and each of us riddles, when unknown one to the other. The plain map of human powers and purposes helps us not at all to thread the labyrinth each individual presents in his involution of feelings, desires, and capacities. And we must resemble, in quickness of feeling, instinctive sympathy, and warm benevolence, the lovely daughter of Huntley, before we can hope to judge rightly of the good and virtuous among our fellow creatures. The strangest sight of all was to see Henry act a lover's part. At first he was wholly subdued. So easy is to appease the stormy wind, of malice in the calm of pleasant womankind. Even generosity and magnanimity, disguises he sometimes wore the better to conceal his inborn littleness of soul, almost possessed him. For a moment he forgot his base exultation in crushing a foe, and for a moment dwelt with genuine pleasure on the reflection that it was in his power to gratify her every wish, and to heap benefits on one so lovely and so true. When first she was presented to him, in all the calm majesty of her self-conquering mood, her stainless loveliness had such effect that surely he could deny her nothing, and when she asked that no foul dishonor should be put upon her lord, he granted almost before she asked. His expressions of service and care were heartfelt, and she lost every fear as she listened. When custom, which with man is the devourer of holy enthusiasm, changed his purer feelings into something he dared not name, he continued to manifest the same feelings which had bested him so well at first, and to angle with his prey. Though he scarcely knew what he wished, for 1,000 worldly motives sufficed to check any dishonorable approach, it was enough that she was there, that, when she saw him, her countenance lighted up with pleasure, that with the sweetest grace she addressed her entreaties to his ear, not in abrupt demands, but in such earnest prayer, such yielding again to return with another and another argument, that often he thought, even if he had wished to concede, he would hold out a little longer, that still her sweet voice might address him, still her stately neck be bent imploring as she fixed her blue eyes on him. It was very long before the artless girl suspected that he had any other intent but to consent at last to her supplications. As it was as easy to him to lure her on with a greater as a lesser hope, She even fancied that, under certain restrictions, York's freedom might be restored, and that with him in some remote country she might bless Tudor as a generous adversary. Elizabeth was afraid to discover the truth to her, for she also dreaded to lose her, and was afraid that, on the failure of her hopes, she would seek to return to Scotland, or at least seclude herself from her husband's jailer. Monina first awoke her to the truth. Monina, who had been to Brussels to consult with the Duchess Margaret and Lady Brampton, and who came back full of projects for her friend's escape, heard with amazement and scorn the false lures held out by Henry. She impatiently put aside every inducement for delay, and with rash but determined zeal, framed many a scheme for communicating with him, and contriving means for his flight. He himself, the chained eagle, was sick at heart. No word, no breath, no hope. Had all forgotten him? Was he, yet living, erased from the lists of memory, cut off from the beloved beings in whom he had confided, through their own act, no longer a part of their thoughts, their lives, themselves? Stood he alone in this miserable world, allied to it by hate only, the hate borne to him by his foe? Such gloomy misgivings were so alien to his nature that they visited him as cruel iron torture visits soft human flesh. That she, the life of his life, should be false and cold, each friend forgetful, Monina, Plantagenet, all. Oh, to stretch his quivering frame upon burning coals had been to slumber on a bed of roses in comparison with the agony these thoughts administered. His calmer moods, when he believed that, though tardy, they were true, were scarcely less painful. When the real state of things grew more galling, the bluntness or silence of his keepers, their imperturbable or rude resistance to his questions, the certainty that if one answered graciously, that one he should see no more. Often he felt as if he could not endure his present position 1 hour longer. Fits of hope, meditations on escape, checkered his days, so that all was not so dark. But the transition from one emotion to another, each to end in blank despair, tasked his mercurial soul. Patience died within him. He might perish in the attempt, but he would be free. Urged by Monina, by her own awakening fears, and above all by the keen burning desire of her heart, the Lady Catherine became very importunate with the crafty monarch to be permitted an interview with her lord. Henry was in no mood to grant her request. The 1,000 designs he had meditated to disgrace his victim he had given up for her sake, because he would not refuse himself the pleasure of seeing her, and feared to behold aversion and horror mark an aspect hitherto all smiles towards him. The same fear, nurtured by the expressions of her tender affection, made him hesitate, ere he should endeavor to convince her that she had misallied herself to an impostor. Indeed, when at last he ventured to frame a speech bearing such meaning, her answer told him that if he could have changed the royal York into base-born Perkin, the young and innocent wife would still cling to him whom she had pledged her vows, to whom she had given herself, whose own, in heaven's and her own eyes, she unalienably was. But now Henry, grown more callous as time elapsed, coined a new scheme, vile as his own soul. He resolved, by acting on her woman's fears, tenderness, and weakness, to make her the instrument of persuading her lord to some damning confession that must stamp him as a deceiver forever. This bright project animated him to fresh endeavors to please, and her with fresh hopes. Yet he paused a little before he sought to execute it. Winter crept on into spring, and spring ripened into summer, and still the various actors in this tragic drama were spending their lives, their every thought and heart's pulsation on one object. Richard had latterly received intimation that he would be permitted an interview with his beloved White Rose, and a week or 2 more were patiently endured with this expectation. Catherine each day believed that on the morrow she should see him, whom now she conversed with only in her nightly dreams, and woke each morning to find him fled with them. Some change approached. Henry's promises became more clear in their expression, his assertions more peremptory. He would at last name his conditions, which she was to communicate to her lord. Even Elizabeth almost dared to hope. Monina alone, deeply impressed with the belief in the malice of Tudor, was incredulous, and reluctantly yielded to Catherine's request to suspend yet a little while her plots. Whitsuntide arrived, and Henry at last would decide. This festival was to be spent at Sheen. Thither the royal family went, accompanied by the princess, who vanquished her disappointment at further delay, not to appear an ingrate to the fair promising king. Indeed, in the secure hope she cherished of again seeing him who was her earthly paradise, she smiled through the very heart-gushing tears expectation caused to flow. On Whitsunday she awoke, resolving to discard the heavy load of anticipated evil that involuntarily weighed at her heart. She knelt at Mass and fervently strove to resign her dearest wishes to the direction of her God. And yet that she should see him again soon, oh, how very soon, filled her with such dizzy rapture that her orisons were forgot midway, remembered and turned to thanksgivings, till she recollected that still her hope was unfulfilled, and fear awoke, and with tears and prayer she again strove to ease her agitated heart. That very night a thunderstorm roused her from slumber, with those unexplained emotions which, in fateful periods, make so large a portion of our lives. She felt as if every clap spoke audibly some annunciation which she could not interpret, as if every lurid flash were sent to disclose a sight which yet she could not see. At length the rain ceased, the thunder grew distant, the lightning faint, a load was lifted from her soul. She slept with the firm belief that on the morrow tidings, not all evil, would be brought from London. Some tidings surely came. What they were she was not permitted to know. For the first time Henry made her a real prisoner. She was carefully guarded, and none were allowed to speak to her. Overwrought by her expectations, this seemed a frightful cruelty, and yet, where caution was used, there must be fear. Her, his enemy, feared. Then good had occurred. She dared not permit her imagination to picture forth the thing which yet was forever present to it. And while all else were amazed to hear that York had escaped and fled, his lovely, anxious wife, cut off from communication with all, knew only that she alone was ignorant of what she would have given her life to learn. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 51. An Escape. Thou, God of winds, that reignest in the seas, that reignest also in the continent, at last blow up some gentle gale of ease, the which may bring my ship ere it be rent, unto the gladsome port of her intent. Spenser. During the winter and the untoward late spring, Richard had endured his captivity. The warm, happy summer season, calling all nature to a jubilee, at first saddened, then animated him to contrive new projects of escape. The promised interview with his white rose tempted him to delay, while an inner spirit rebelled even against this dear enticement, and bade him fly. On the evening of the 9th of June, he was permitted to attend vespers in a secluded chapel of Westminster Abbey. During the short passage from the palace to the cathedral, it seemed to him as if a new life were awake everywhere, an unknown power on the eve of liberating him. Never before had he prayed so fervently for freedom. The pealing organ, the dim, arched, venerable vault above, acted as stimulants to his roused and eager soul. He stood tiptoe, as on the eve of the accomplishment of his desire. A deep and awful sound suddenly shook the building. A glaring, lurid flash filled with strange brilliancy the long, dark aisle. A clap of thunder, loud and swiftly repeated, reverberated along the heavens. The shrill scream of women answered the mighty voice. The priest who read the service saw his sacred book glared on by so keen a flash as blinded him to the dimmer light that succeeded. Every being in the church sank on their knees, crossing themselves, and striving to repeat their paternosters and aves, while Richard stood fearless, enjoying the elemental roar, exulting in the peal, the flash, the tempestuous havoc, as powers yet rebellious to his conqueror. Freedom was victorious in the skiey plains. There was freedom in the careering clouds, freedom in the sheeted lightning, freedom in the cataract of sound that tore its way along. On his poor heart, sick of captivity and enforced obedience, the sweet word liberty hung as a spell. Every bird and tiny fly he had envied as being free. How much more things more powerful, the chainless destruction of nature. The voice of God speaking in his own consecrated abode was terrible to all, soothing to himself alone. He walked to the southern entrance of the edifice to mark the splashing shower, as it plowed the stones. 2 of his keepers remained on their knees, paralyzed by terror. The 2 others followed, trembling. At that moment, a louder, a far, far louder clap burst right above them, succeeding so instantaneously the blinding flash, that while every object was wrapped in flame, the pavement and fretted roof of the abbey shook with the sound. A bolt had fallen. The priest at the altar was struck. With mingled horror and curiosity, one of York's remaining guards rushed towards the spot. The only remaining one was kneeling in an agony of terror. York stood on the threshold of the porch. He advanced a few steps beyond. A new fear possessed the fellow. "He will escape! Hello! James! Martin!" The very words imparted the thought to the prince, who, filled erewhile with wonder and religious awe, had forgotten his own sad plight. He turned to the man, who was doubtful whether to rush into the chapel for his comrades, or singly to seize his prisoner. His dagger was drawn. "Put up that foolish steel," said York. "It cannot harm one whom God calls to freedom. Listen, he speaks. Farewell." The lightning again flashed. With blue and forked flame it ran along the blade of the weapon raised against him. With a shriek the man dashed it to the earth. Richard was already out of sight. The rain poured in torrents. It came down in continuous cataracts from the eaves of the houses. On this sunny festival few had remained at home, and those, terror-stricken now, were on their knees. No creature was in the streets as the fugitive sped on, ignorant whither he should go. London was a vast, unknown labyrinth to him. As well as he could divine, he directed his flight eastward, and that with such velocity that he might compete with a horse in full career. If any saw him as thus with winged heels he flew along, they did not wonder that a person should hasten to shelter out of the storm. It was of slight regard to him that rain and hail ploughed the earth, and continued thunder echoed through the sky, that alone and friendless he fled through the streets of his victor's chief city. His exulting heart, his light, glad spirit told him that he was free. If for a few minutes only, he would joyfully purchase with his life those few minutes' emancipation from his frightful thraldom. No words could speak, no thought image the supreme gladness of that moment. Meanwhile, dark night, aided by the thick clouds which still poured down torrents of rain, had crept over the dim twilight, and began to embarrier with doubt the path of the rejoicing fugitive. He found at last that the lines of houses receded, and that he was in an open space, in the midst of which rose a gigantic shadow, stretching itself in stillness and vastness on the summit of the rising ground before him. It was the Cathedral of St. Paul's. Now, cloaked by the dark and inclement night, he began to reflect on his actual situation. London might swarm with his partisans, but he knew not where to find one. Probably all those who were occupied by his fate resided in Westminster, whence he had precipitately fled, whither assuredly he would not return. These reflections perplexed him, but in no way allayed his transport at finding himself free. He felt that if he wandered to the wide fields and died of hunger there, it were bliss enough to see the sky unclouded by his dungeon roof, to behold the woods, the flowers, and the dancing waves, nor be mocked with man's shape, when those who wore it had sold man's dearest privilege, that of allowing his actions to wait upon the free impulses of his heart. Still, therefore, he hurried along, and finally became completely bewildered in some swampy low fields, intersected by wide ditches. The night was pitchy dark, nor was there any clue afforded him by which he could even guess whether he might not be returning on his path. Suddenly a small ray of light threaded the gloom. It went and came, and at last remained stationary. With wavering will and irregular steps, the prince proceeded towards it, for he would rather have died where he stood than discover himself, so to fall again into captivity. Once or twice he lost sight of this tiny earth star, which evidently shone through some low casement, and as at last he caught sight of the solitary miserable hut where it was sphered, the recollection of his former asylum, of ill-fated Jane Shore's penurious dwelling, flashed across him. With speedy, reassured pace he hurried on, leaping a ditch that obstructed his path, careless of every physical obstacle, when the malice of man was no longer to be apprehended. "Poor Jane!" he ejaculated, and again he reflected with some wonder that, in every adversity, women had been his resource and support. Their energies, their undying devotion and enthusiasm were the armor and weapons with which he had defended himself from and attacked fortune. Even one so fallen and so low as poor Jane Shore was, through the might of fidelity and affection, of more avail than all his doughty partisans, who, in the hour of need, were scattered and forgetful. The low-roofed cot was before him unmistaken. The crevice whence the light emanated was too small to admit his inquiring glance. Amid the driving, pattering rain, he fancied that he distinguished voices within. But with a boldness which bade him fear nothing, he lifted the latch, and beheld in truth a sight of wonder. Monina, with a shriek, started from her seat. She folded him with wild joy in her fair arms, and then, blushing and trembling, threw herself on the neck of Lady Brampton. And Jane herself rose from her couch of straw, more wan, more emaciated than ever. Yet even over her sad pale face a smile wandered, showing in yet more ghastly hues the ruin it illumined. Questions, ejaculations, wonder, and delight burst from every lip. He is here to our wish, the means of escape are secured, and he is here. Oh, dearest Lady Brampton, do not the blessed angels guard him? Monina spoke, and her soft luminous eyes were fixed on him as if not daring to believe the vision. It was not the chastened delight of age, but the burning, ardent joy of a young heart, who had but one thought, one desire, and that about to be accomplished. Her flushed cheeks betokened her rapture. I have repined, despaired, almost blasphemed. Yet he is here. How good is Almighty God! Listen, dear my lord, how wondrously opportune your arrival is. Lady Brampton will tell you all. Oh, this new miracle is the Blessed Virgin's own achievement. You are free. Scarcely less animated, the zealous lady detailed the circumstances that united so favorably for him. She had been for some time at Brussels with the Duchess Margaret, who was more grieved than could be imagined at the capture of her beloved nephew. She lived in a state of terror on his account. That his life was a while spared availed little to pacify her. The midnight murders and prison assassinations, so rife during the wars of York and Lancaster, were present to her imagination. She exhausted every device, every bribe to gain partisans for him to achieve his freedom. Among others, most liberal of promises, was the false Clifford. After Richard had escaped from him in the New Forest, he fell in with Frion, whose double plot being defeated, he strove to capture and accuse the accomplice whom, in fact, he had deceived. The knight fled, he escaped to the Low Countries, and by a glozing tale easily gained the ear of the Duchess. Lost in England, perhaps he wished to rebuild his fallen fortunes. Aided by her munificence, perhaps he prepared some new treachery. Whatever it might be, he was trusted, and was the soul of the present enterprise. De Ferro's vessel, refitted and well manned, was now anchored in the mouth of the Thames. Clifford undertook the task of foisting some creature of his own, or even himself disguised, of undertaking the part of one of Richard's keepers, when he doubted not to be able to secure his flight. With her usual vivacity, Lady Brampton gave this account, but no explanations on her part could dissipate the horror York felt at the name of Clifford, or inspire him with anything but distrust of his intentions. Monina, before silenced by her sanguine associates, now gave expression to the terror and abhorrence this interference occasioned. She had come, exposing herself to 1,000 perils and pains, merely that she might watch over his acts and awaken her too credulous friends to a knowledge of his duplicity. But the danger was past. Before Clifford could know that he had escaped, York might reach the Adelaide. Almost as an answering echo to these words, there was a sound of hurrying steps. It is he, the traitor comes. Oh, bar the door! There was no bar, no mode of securing this dwelling of penury. 3 women alone were his guard. Monina, pale and trembling, Lady Brampton, endeavoring to reassure her, while Richard stood forward, his gaze fixed on the opening door, whose latch was already touched, resolved to meet with perfect show of frank reliance and intrepidity the intruders. Sir Robert Clifford entered. Confusion, attempted boldness, and last, sullen malice painted his aspect when he beheld the prince. He was much changed, and looked almost an old man. His dark and profuse hair was grizzled, his grey eyes hollow, and his dress, though that of a cavalier, exhibited signs of habitual neglect. His person, always slight, had been redeemed from insignificance by its exquisite grace and elegance. Every trace of this was flown, and his haggard countenance and diminutive size made even York scarcely credit that this was indeed the gay, reckless Robin. His resolve had been already made. He addressed him kindly, saying, "Sir Robert, I hear that you are willing to renew to me your broken vows. May you hereafter keep them more faithfully." Clifford muttered a few words. He looked towards the door, as if desirous of escape. He struggled with shame, guilt, and some other emotion. As soon as a consultation began as to the means to be adopted for the prince to reach the sea in safety, he conquered himself, entering into it with spirit and zeal. The plan he proposed was crafty, his own part in it the principal. He spoke of disguising the prince as a female attendant on Monina, of his and O'Waters accompanying them along the river banks as soon as daylight. And wherefore not now? Or rather, wherefore even now do we not hasten to the Thames and seize a boat? "Because," said Clifford, interrupting Monina, "His Highness's flight is already known. A line of boats intersects the Thames below London Bridge, and lower still every craft is on the alert." Each one exchanged looks. The knight continued, "You all distrust me, and I wonder not. I am in your power now. Here are my unarmed hands. even a woman may bind them. Go forth yourselves, seek the path to the sea. Before an hour elapses, the Duke will be again a prisoner. You may in this wild spot plant your daggers in my heart to avenge, but that will not save him, for I have no power here. But set me free, confide to my care, and by the God that made me, he walks the deck of the Adelaide ere the setting sun. I could tell you how this can be, and ye would not the more trust me if I spoke of such alliance with, such power over the rogues and vagabonds of this saintly city, as enables me to move strange engines to execute my will. Even if you credited me, you would disdain that your hero should owe his life to such base means. Be it as you will. Believe me, and I pledge my life that his grace will ride the dancing waves beyond King Henry's reach tomorrow night. I accept the pledge, replied York, who had eyed him earnestly as he spoke. I commit myself to your care. Act speedily, without fear of balk or suspicion on my part. Clifford's lips curled into a triumphant smile, because again he was trusted, or because again he would betray. It was hard to divine. I must beseech your patience in the first place, said Sir Robert. I cannot get the fitting disguises during the night. Night is no more, replied Richard, throwing open the casement, and the dusky room was illuminated by the day. In the east there was a very fountain of light, which, welling up, flooded the flecked and broken clouds with rosy hues. The stars were gone. A soft azure peeped between the breaking vapors. The morning air was deliciously fresh. The birds chirped. A distant watchdog barked. Otherwise all was silent, and security seemed to walk the earth. I will go seek the needful dresses, said Clifford. Your grace will await my return, even though my stay, lengthened beyond my expectation, give me some reason for the distrust I read in every eye. It is but too natural, said the prince, that my kind friends should suspect you. For myself, I have said the word. I place myself in your hands. Half measures were of no avail. If indeed you are a traitor, bring Tudor's hirelings here to seize their prey. I cannot fear, I will not doubt, and if in my soul any suspicion lurk, my actions shall not be guided by it. Go, let your return be speedy or otherwise, I await you here. Scarcely had the door closed when Monina, whose eyes had been fixed on Clifford's countenance during the whole scene, exclaimed, This moment is our own. Fly, my prince, trust me. I know that bad man. If he find you here when he returns, you are lost. Hist! Jane spoke the word, and a dead silence fell upon the anxious band. The steps of a horse were heard. Monina flew to the casement. It is our faithful Irish friend, my lord. It is O'Water. The door was opened, and each one crowded round the visitant. He uttered a "By the mischief," which sounded like a benediction when he saw the Duke of York, adding, All is well, all in readiness. I left the Adelaide after the storm yester-evening in safe anchorage. Oh yes, safety, cried the enthusiastic Spaniard. Safety or death. Trust not, false Clifford. Seize the fleeting precious opportunity. O'Water's horse is blown, said Richard. He cannot carry me. And the way is strangely beset, said the mayor. Just now I saw a young gentleman seized, much to his annoyance, by some patrol. He bribed dearly, but they would not listen. The whole country is alarmed. I will wait for Clifford, continued York, and trust in Providence. Some kind friend only bestow a dagger on me. I would not be taken like an unarmed girl. A tramp of steeds. They are coming. Clifford guides them hither. We are lost, cried Lady Brampton. Oh, fly, fly, my liege, said O'Water. Expose not these women to the assault. Poor Rose Blanche can yet bear you fast and far. The sound as of a troop of horse neared. The prince saw O'Water blocking up the casement, and then draw his sword. Monina, wild with agony, fell at his feet. Fly, my lord. Fly for the Lady Catherine's sake. Fly for mine own. Must I see you die? I who have lived, alas, how vainly! Lady Brampton, beseech, command. He must fly. Oh, they will be here to seize, to murder him. Here is my dagger, my lord, said O'Water coolly. Defend yourself meanwhile, now at our last hour, for surely it is come. Our Lady recommend us to God's holy grace. The gallop of a troop grew yet more distinct. Richard looked round. Jane was kneeling, her face buried in her hands. Lady Brampton, pale but resolved, was ready to sacrifice the life she had spent for him. O'Water had resigned himself to the final act of a life of peril, sealed in his blood. The lovely Spaniard alone lost all her self-possession, tears streaming from her uplifted eyes, her arms twined round his knees. To fly, fly, was the only thought she could express. I yield, said York. Throw open the door. O'Water's horse had been led within the hut. He vaulted on his back. He placed the dagger in his belt. "That way," Lady Brampton cried. "It leads to the river side below." A scream from Monina followed his swift departure. "He perishes! He betrays us!" cried O'Water. Richard galloped on, not across the field away from town, but right into danger, there whence the troop was certainly approaching. He was lost to view on the instant, in a straggling lane which stretched out half across the field. A moment after coming from the other side, unobserved, till in the hut Clifford entered alone. He bore a large bundle. His steps were cautious and swift. His look told that he was intent only on the object of his errand. "I have succeeded beyond my hope. My life on it all is safe. Where have ye hid the prince? Oh, prithee, fear not, nor trifle. Each second is precious." The confused, wondering looks of all present replied to him. Clifford laughed, a short, sarcastic, bitter laugh. Then, with a fiend-like expression of face, he said, "The prince has done well, and ye have all done well, and his grace will thank you anon. Ye grudge me, maybe, the Duchess Margaret's bounty. She promised largely. 'Twere pity to share the boon among so many. Now mark the event." These words displayed the baseness of his motive, yet vouched for his sincerity. He threw a menacing glance around, and then quitted the hut, and with hurried pace hastened across the field towards the town. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 52. Treason. Full many a glorious morning have I seen flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy, anon permit the basest clouds to ride with ugly wrack on his celestial face. Shakespeare. The Duke of York, urged so earnestly to fly, felt that to do so was to save himself at the expense of his friends, on whom Henry's vengeance would severely fall when he found himself balked of his victim. He consented to leave Jane Shore's abode with the resolve not of effecting his escape, but of securing, by surrendering himself, the safety of his defenseless adherents, united under her lowly roof. He directed his course as he believed into the very center of danger, entering the narrow straggling street whence the sound of the advance of the troop of horse had been heard. He entered the lane. It was empty. The ominous sounds were still sharp and near. It seemed as if they were in some street parallel to the one which he threaded. He turned at right angles into another, to reach the spot. Again he turned, led by the baffling noise, in another direction. It was just 4 a.m. There were but few abroad so early. He saw a monk gliding stealthily from under a dark archway, and a poor fellow who looked as if he had slept beneath heaven's roof, and had not wherewithal to break his fast. True to the kindly instincts of his nature, Richard felt at his girdle for his purse. It was long since he had possessed the smallest coin of his adversary's realm. I, a prince! His feeling had been more bitter, but that his fingers came in contact with his dagger's hilt, and the conviction of freedom burst with fresh delight upon him. Free, even in spite of its intents, for the tramp which had gradually grown fainter was dying absolutely away. They had probably reached the hut. Thither he must return. It was no easy thing to find his way to it. He had so entangled himself in the narrow lanes and wretched assemblages of dwellings huddled together on the outskirts of London. At length they opened before him. There was the dingy field, there the hut. Standing in quiet, beneath the rays of the morning sun, of the opening, summer, soft, sweet day. He was quickly at its threshold. He entered. Jane was within, alone, seated in her wooden chair, her hands clasped, her pale face sunk on her bosom. Big tears were gathering in her eyes and rolling down her faded cheeks unheeded. Jane's aspect was usually so marble, a miraculous chiseling of resigned hopelessness, her mien so unbending that these signs of emotion struck the prince with wonder and compassion. He knelt at her feet and pressed her thin but little hand to his lips, saying, "Mother, where are my friends? Mother, bless me before I go." She dried the drops raining from her eyes, saying in a voice that expressed how occupied she was by her own emotion, "I am a sinful woman. Well do these tones remind me of the same. Those days are quite, quite gone, even from the memory of all. But once they were as the present hour, when so he spoke, and I was lost, and still am lost. For, through hunger and cold and shame, I love and cannot quite repent. Will the hour ever come when I can regret that once I was happy?" Many, many sad years had passed since words like these had dropped from poor Jane's lips. Her feelings fed on her, possessed her, but she had been mute. Overflowing now, her accent was calm. She spoke as if she were unaware that her thoughts framed speech, and that she had an auditor. "You have paid a dear penalty, and are surely forgiven," said York, striving in his compassion to find the words that might be balm to her. "Prince," she continued, "some time ago, I have lost all date. Now the chasm seems not, now a long eternity. It was when my poor heart knew nothing of love, save its strong necessity, and its delight. Methought I would see your father's fair offspring, for I loved them for his sake. At the festival of Easter I placed myself near the gate of the royal chapel. I thought to be unseen. The happy queen held her sons each by the hand. You were then, as now, his image, a little sportive blue-eyed cherub. The Prince of Wales had his mother's look, her large dark eye, her soft rosy mouth, her queen-like brow, her beauty which had won Edward, her chaste sweetness which had made her his wife. My presence, I thought to conceal it better, was revealed. The queen turned her face away. There was anguish surely written there, for the prince darted on me a look of such withering scorn. Yes, even he, his stainless fair brow was knit, his bright angel's face clouded. The look sank in my heart. Edward's beautiful, pure child reproved me, hated me. For 3 days I felt that I would never see the deluder more. You do not share his abhorrence. You do not hate the pale ghost of Shore's wife. Such clinging to the past, such living memory of what was so absolutely dead to all except herself, awestruck the prince. "We are all sinners in the eyes of God," he said. "But thy faults are surely forgiven thee, gentle one. Thy tears have washed every trace away, and my brother, my poor murdered Edward, now blesses thee. Alas! Would that I could soften this last stage of your suffering earthly life." "'Tis better as it is," she answered hastily. "Once I felt disgrace and privation keenly. Perhaps that may atone. Now, would it were more bitter, that so I might wean myself from him whose very memory will lose my soul. You are good, and Our Lady will requite you. Now listen. The damsel Monina and Master O'Water have gone towards Southend. Your remaining friends watch for you here. I shall see them again tonight. Meanwhile, it is to be feared that Clifford plots vengeance, and you must fly. You must at every hazard go towards Southend. Beyond the town, on the lone sands, there is a wooden cross, telling where one escaped dreadful peril through the might of him who died on it for us. The smallest sign, the waving of your cap, will be watched for by the Adelaide. They will send a boat to take you on board. Now swiftly depart. Your life hangs on the hour. This purse will furnish you with means. Lady Brampton left it for you. Bless me, mother, ere I go. Can a sinner's blessing avail? Fear rather that God punish me through you, where my heart is garnered. Oh, may he indeed bless and save you, and I shall die in peace." He kissed her withered hand and was gone. She dragged her failing limbs to the casement. He was already lost among the straggling tenements that bounded her field. Again York was flying from his foe, again studying to elude pursuit, with how different feelings. Before, his flight was peremptory, for the preservation of others, while he blindly longed to deliver himself to slavery. Now liberty, for its own dear sake, was worth the world to him. He had tasted to its dregs the misery of captivity, and loathed the very name. Whatever might betide, he would never submit willingly again to 1 hour's thraldom. He felt his dagger's hilt. He drew it from the sheath and eyed its polished blade with gladness. For 8 months he had been living unarmed, under the perpetual keeping of armed jailers. What wonder that he looked on this sharp steel as the key to set him free from every ill. He got clear of the town. The open sky, the expanse of summer, adorned earth was before him. It was the leafy month of June. The far-spread cornfields were getting yellow, and on their weltering surface played the shadows of a few clouds, relics of the last night's storm. The sun was bright, the breeze balmy. Already the very footpaths were dry, and scarcely from its inmost leaves did any tree shake moisture. Yet there was a freshness in the scene, a lightness in the air, the gift of tempest. The dazzling sun rose higher, and each island vapor sank on the horizon. The garish light clothed all things. The lazy shadows crept up around the objects which occasioned them, while both object and its shade seemed to bask in the sunshine. Now overhead, the meeting boughs of trees scarce sufficed to shield him from the penetrating glare. Now in the open path he was wholly exposed to it, as his diminished shadow clung almost to the horse's hoofs. The birds twittered above. The lazy mare was stretched basking, while her colt gamboled around. Each slight thing spoke of the voluptuous indolence of summer, and the wafted scent of hay, or gummy exhalation of evergreens, distilled by the warm noon, fed with languid sweets every delighted sense. If paradise be ever of this world, it now embowered Richard. All was yet insecure. His white rose was far, but nature showered such ecstasy on him that his whole being was given up to her influence. Latterly the form of man had been ever before his aching sight under the aspect of an enemy, the absence of every fellow creature he hailed with gladness. Free and alone, alone and free. With the pertinacious dwelling on one idea, which is characteristic of overpowering feeling, this combination of words and ideas haunted his thoughts, fell from his lips, and made a part of the soul-subduing rapture now his portion. May it be added, we must address the unhappy and imaginative, who know that the future is so linked with the present as to have an influence over that present, when we add, that the intensity of the liberated prince's feelings was wrought even to pain, by its being the last time that unalloyed delight would ever be his, the last when he might feel himself the nursling of nature, allied by the bond of enjoyment to all her offspring. He knew not this himself, immersed in the sense of all that he now possessed. He did not pause to reflect whether this were the last time that he, the victim of chance and change, might ever see the waving corn or shadowy trees, or hear the caroling birds, or the murmurs of the fresh, free brooks gurgling round some pendant bough or jutting stone. But that so it was to be gave poignancy to his pleasure, a dreamy halo to the whole scene. It would appear, in spite of the precautions taken by his enemy, that the north bank of the Thames had been neglected. Richard met with no impediment in his progress. Whenever he caught a sight of the river, he perceived unusual signs of activity. Little wherries shot hither and thither on its surface, revealing to him that keen and vigilant search was being made. Meanwhile he rode on, the broad stream for his guide, avoiding towns and villages. He ventured to purchase bread at a lone farmhouse. He alighted in a little grove beside a rivulet to rest his tired horse and to refresh himself. The summer heat recalled Andalusia to his mind, and scenes and objects quite forgotten wandered from their oblivious recesses back into his recollection. My happy boyhood, my beloved Spain, why did I leave the land of beauty, where with Monina? The idea of her whose fate was so inextricably linked with his, of his bride, who had quitted her palace home to share his adversity, reproached him. But his imagination could not fix itself on bleak Scotland, its wild haunts, its capricious king. It could only build another bower among the folds of the mountains of Andalusia, and place his white rose therein. Again he pursued his way. The slant beams of the descending sun were yet more sultry, but it sank swiftly down, now casting gigantic shadows, bathing the tree-tops in golden dew, and flooding the clouds with splendor. Now it was gone, and the landscape faded into a brown mellow tint. The bird's last chirp was given. The beetle winged her noisy flight. The congregated rooks had flown to the belfry of the church, or to their nests in the churchyard trees. Silence and twilight crept up from the sedgy banks of the river, leaving the pale water alone to reflect the struggling farewell of day. In a little time the banks shelved away, giving place to broad yellow sand. Richard ventured to bend his course along the beach. There was a bark upon the dim tide, whose progress he had watched since noon, whose flapping or full sails were the signs by which he foretold the prosperity of his destined voyage. Now, with swelling canvas, it walked swiftly over the water. He passed Southend. He perceived the tall, rough-hewn cross. 2 figures were seated at its foot. He hesitated, but quickly perceiving that one was a woman, he proceeded onwards. The stars were out. The very west was dim. In the offing there was a vessel whose build and tall, slender masts he thought he recognized. The broad expanse of calm ocean was there, whose waves broke in tiny riplets on the beach. He reached the cross. O'Water and Monina saw his approach. The Irishman welcomed him boisterously in his own language. Monina uttered a benediction in Spanish. The scene was solitary and secure. Every danger was past. There floated the caravel which ensured escape, and the stars alone witnessed their flight. Monina gave her white veil to O'Water, who contrived to elevate it on the cross. In a few moments the splash of oars was heard, and a dark speck floated towards them on the waves from the direction of the Adelaide. "They come. You are safe," murmured his lovely friend. "This hour repays for all." The boat was already on the beach. A seaman leaped on shore. "The White English Rose," he said. Such was the word agreed upon, and hailing it, Monina hurried to embark with her companions. The little boat was pushed from shore. O Water gave vent to his delight in a shout that resembled a yell. Monina crept close to the Duke of York. That he was safe was a truth so dear, so new, that she forgot everything save her wish to assure herself again and again that so it was. At that moment of triumph, something like sadness invaded Richard. He had quitted the land for which his friends had bled, and he had suffered. Forever. He had left his Catherine there, where all was arrayed against him for his destruction. This was safety, but it was the overthrow of every childish dream, every youthful vision. It put the seal of ineffectual nothingness on his every manhood's act. While each, occupied by their peculiar reveries, were aware only that they were being borne onwards on the waves, a smaller boat shot athwart their bows, and a voice exclaimed in Spanish, "Desdichados, ¿estáis allá?" "My father, we are betrayed!" Monina cried, and she threw her arms round Richard, as if by such frail guard to shelter him. Another, stronger grasp was upon his arm, as he endeavoured to rise. A voice, husky from passion, yet still Clifford's voice, muttered, "The day is mine, you, she, all are mine." "Thou fell traitor! What ho! Defero to the rescue!" Already the mariner had thrown a grappling iron. Already the Adelaide was in motion towards them. Clifford strove to draw his sword. York was upon him in mortal struggle, his keen dagger, unsheathed, uplifted. The boat lurched. His arm descended, but half the force of the intended blow was lost, while both fell overboard. The crew rushed to the boat's side to loosen the grappling iron, which concluded its upset. Defero, who stood high on the bows of his own boat, had seized Monina. Now another larger skiff was seen approaching. "To your oars!" cried the Moor. They shot swiftly towards the Adelaide, and while the sea became alive with craft, they reached the little caravel, who, turning her canvas to the wind, dropped down the tide. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 53. Death of Clifford. Your love and pity doth the impression fill, which vulgar scandal stamped upon my brow. For what care I who calls me well or ill? So you overscreen my bad, my good allow. Shakespeare. On the 4th day of her restraint, imprisonment it could hardly be called, Lady Catherine was brought up to Westminster. She was carried in a close litter, and no familiar face or accustomed attendant came near. Her anxiety, her anguish weighed intolerably upon her. Sleep had not visited her eyes. She lived in perpetual terror that each sound was freighted with fatal tidings. It was in vain that even reason bade her nourish hope. A stronger power than reason dwelt in her heart, turning all its yearnings to despair. As she approached the city, she thought each step must reveal the truth of what she was to suffer. Lo, the palace was entered, her habitual chamber. Silence and solitude alone manifested that some change was even now in its effect. She had no tear to spend upon her grief. Her changing color, her quickened respiration showed that every faculty was possessed by terror. 2 hours, each minute stretched to a long, long century. 2 hours passed, when a little scroll was delivered to her. It came from the Queen and contained these words: "My white rose, the tempest has passed, leaving, alas, devastation. We yet remain to each other. Come." These expressions spoke the worst to her fear-stricken mind. No subsequent agony might ever compare to the pang that made her very lifeblood pause in her failing heart at that moment. Had the present and the future become void for him, to whom she was wedded heart and soul? Wedded in youth, when our hopes stretch themselves not merely to today and tomorrow, but even to eternity. In this state of human woe, we do not describe the disheartening and carking sorrows of those who lag on life's highway, but the swift, poignant, intolerable agonies of the young, to whom the aspiration for happiness is a condition of being. The Queen had been accustomed to witness and admire Catherine's self-command and quiet fortitude. She was awestruck on beholding the devastation of the last 4 days, and the expression of wild horror on her soft features. With feminine instinct she read her heart. Her first words were, "Sweet love, he lives, and he will live. His life is spared, and we may still hope." Tears at last flowed from the mourner's eyes as she asked, "What then will be his fate? Shall I ever see him more?" How can we guess the hidden purposes of the king? By your enforced solitude you have escaped his scowling brow, his violence, his sarcasms. Again he smiles. "My gentle Kate, my sweet, courageous sufferer, hitherto we have played with the lion's fangs. They are unsheathed in anger now. Let us prepare. He will be here anon." The princess desired not to exhibit too humiliating a spectacle of misery to her cruel foe. She checked her weeping. She endeavored to forget the burning agony that tortured her beating heart. "Let him but live. Let me but once more see him." And the unbidden tears flowed again. The king soon broke in upon them. His look was haughty even to insolence. An expression of vulgar triumph was in his eyes that baffled the eager scanning gaze of the hapless princess. He said scoffingly, and was it in man's nature, or only in Henry's, to look on the sad but lovely countenance of his victim, and to mock her woe? "We congratulate you, lady, on the return of the gentle Perkin to our good city of Westminster. Do not weep, he is in safe keeping now, very safe. It is no feathered shoe our Mercury wears this day." "Holy Virgin," cried Catherine, "your grace does not surely mean—" "Fear not, he lives," continued Henry, his scorn growing more bitter as he spoke. "He lives and shall live till the white rose acknowledge on what base stock she is grafted, or he twist the rope by some new sleight. Is Perkin's honored dame satisfied?" "Oh, no, no, no. Some covert meaning you have, in pity for a woman. Speak." The agony her countenance expressed was the mute echo of the frightful idea that convulsed her frame. "Oh, let me see him. You have tormented me too cruelly. Even if my worst fears prove true, he suffers not more than I. And can it be that the young limbs of my own loved Richard are put to torture?" Elizabeth grew ashy white. The king listened with a sarcastic smile, saying, "I had not thought of that. You are a silly girl to mention such things." "I do not believe you," exclaimed the princess. "Your looks belie your words. Let me but see him afar off. Let me catch a glimpse of my princely love. Is he in the tower?" "Neither the tower nor any royal palace detains your lord. He is taking the air, pleasantly I hope, in the high places of our town. To finish this war of words and your incredulity, will you visit your prince of plotters and behold him on whom the King of Scotland bestowed your virgin hand? See him! Oh, even in death to clasp his decaying limbs were better than this absence." An indefinable expression passed over Henry's countenance as he replied, "Be it as you wish. You must hasten, for in an hour the occasion will be past. It is but a few steps. You shall be attended." At last she was to see him. This assurance filled and satisfied her. There was no place in her heart for any other thought, sinister as were her torturer's looks. Her eyes grew bright. Her cheek resumed its vermeil tint. Never had she looked more lovely. It was a dazzling beauty, one of those ineffable expressions which, unless language could express music, or painting image fire, it is in vain to attempt to describe. An irradiation of love passed over her countenance, her form. Something like it dwells in Raphael's Madonnas and Guido's Angel of Annunciation. Henry was awestruck, yet did not falter in his purpose. He let the bright angel go forth on her mission of good and love, to meet on her way a sight fiends might rejoice over. Human life and human nature are, alas, a dread, inexplicable web of suffering and of infliction. In Westminster, in sight of the abbey where his ancestors had been crowned kings, the spectacle, intended to be so opprobrious, was set forth. Henry, in his angry fear on his escape, in his exultation at his recapture, forgot the soft tyranny of Catherine's looks. Or rather, he despised himself for the obedience he had yielded to them, and in the true spirit of baseness, was glad to revenge on her the ill effects that had resulted to him through his involuntary enslavement. It was a triumph to him to disgrace the object of her care, for he was ill-read, his understanding affording him no key to the unknown language, in that illuminated page of the history of feminine excellence, which tells the delight she feels in exhausting her treasures of devoted love on the fallen, because they need it most. He believed that to present her husband to her, under the very infliction of ignominy, would turn her affection to cold disdain. He permitted her to go. Attended by some of the bodyguard and a gentleman usher, she hastened through the courts of the palace into the open square. There was assembled a crowd of common people, hushed to universal silence. At a distance from the center, some were talking aloud. And the name of Perkin was the burthen of their speech. But pity stilled those nearest to the spot, towards which, to the surprise and horror of all, she hastened. The crowd instinctively closed to bar her advance, and when forced to make way, in spite of the despotism of the times, the word shame burst from the lips of many, especially the women. She was agitated by the obstacles, by the numerous uncourtly eyes turned on her. Still she went on, and soon saw. She understood not what, a kind of wooden machine in which the lord of her heart sat. There had been a time when pride and royal majesty of soul had shed such grandeur over York, that when exposed as a show, he had excited reverence, not scoffing. Now he was evidently laboring under great physical suffering. His brow was streaked with mortal paleness, his cheeks were colorless, his fair hair fell in disordered ringlets round his youthful but wan countenance. He leaned his head against the side of the machine. His eyes were half shut. It was not shame, but suffering that weighed upon their lids, and diffused an air of languor and pain over his whole person. Catherine hastened towards him. She knelt on the unworthy earth at his side. She kissed his chained hands. "You are ill, my love. My ever dear Richard, what has happened? For you are very ill." Roused by such music from the lethargy that oppressed him, yet still overcome, he replied, "Yes, and I do believe that all will soon end, and that I am stricken to the death." She grew pale. She called him cruel, asking him how he could dream of leaving her, who was a part of him, alone in the desolate world. "Because," he answered with a faint smile, "the world is kind to all save me. No taint, dear love, attaches itself to your name. No ill will mark your fate, when you are no longer linked to such a thing as I. God has spoken, and told me that this earth is no dwelling for one who, from his cradle to his last shame, has been Fortune's stepchild and her despised toy. How often have I been dragged to the utmost verge of life! I have felt indignation, anger, despair. Now I am resigned. I feel the hand of the Mighty One on me, and I bow to it. In very truth I am subdued. I sleep away the weary hours, and death will end them all." With every expression of tenderness, Catherine endeavored to recall him to life and to herself. She spoke of another escape, which it would be her care to achieve, of the solitude, of the paradise of love they would enjoy together. "My poor girl," he replied, "teach your young heart to seek these blessings apart from me. I were the very wretch Tudor stigmatizes me, could I live under a memory like this. Forget me, my white rose. Paint with gaudier colors the sickly emblem of my fortunes. Forget that, duped by some strange forgery, you were wedded to Perkin Warbeck." In spite of himself, large drops gathered in his eyes, swelling the downcast lids, and then stealing down. Catherine kissed them from his cheek. 1,000 times more noble, royal, godlike, she called him. Had not the best and worthiest suffered ignominious punishment, even our blessed Lord himself? His own acknowledgment alone could disgrace him. He must recall the false words wrung from his agony. This last vile act of his enemy must awaken each sovereign on his throne to indignation. Each would see him in a mirror of what might befall themselves if fallen. James, her royal cousin, roused by her, should resent the stigma affixed to his kinsman. For your own sake, sweet, do so. My soul dying within me is alive again with indignation, to think that your plighted wedded love is he who is exposed to contumely. But for that, methinks I would call myself by that wretched name I dared pronounce, so that the annals of the House of York escaped this stain. Yet even thus I seem more closely allied to them, for violent death, treachery, and ill have waited on each descendant of Mortimer. My grandfather bore a paper crown and shame upon his kingly brow. He was interrupted by the officer, who unclosed the instrument of disgrace. Richard, weak and failing, was assisted to rise. Catherine supported him as a young mother her feeble offspring. She twined her arms round him as his prop, and in spite of misery was enraptured once again to see, to hear, to touch him from whom she had been absent so long. "This is not well. It must not be. His Majesty will be much displeased," said the chief of the guard, witnessing the compassion her tender care inspired. "You must return to the palace, lady." "One little step," pleaded Catherine. "If I should never see him more, how should I curse your cruelty? I will not speak as I have thought I would to these good people, to tell them that they may well honor him a princess loves. Drag me not away yet. One more goodbye. Farewell, noble York, Kate's only love. We meet again. This parting is but mockery." She wept on his bosom. The sound of wailing arose in the crowd. The prince's eyes alone were dry. He whispered comfort to her. He promised to live, to battle his foe again for her sake. The words revived her, and she saw him depart with hope, with new joy kindled in her bosom. There had been another, the public gaze, till Catherine came to draw all eyes to a newer wonder. An emaciated, pale woman, in a garb of penury, who knelt, telling her beads, beside York's prison. Her face was hid, but her hands were thin and white to ghastliness. During the last scene she had sobbed to agony, and now, as the place cleared, went her way silently, with slow, feeble steps. Many marked her with surprise and curiosity. Few knew that she was the Jane Shore whose broken heart whispered misery, as she thought that she beheld King Edward's guilt in which she had shared, visited on his son. This cruel lesson of religion was a canker in her heart, and most true it was, as far as regarded her royal lover, that his light loves and careless playing with sacred ties had caused the blot of base birth to be affixed to his legitimate offspring, and so strewed the sad way that led them to untimely death. Henry, cruel as he was, had not the courage to encounter his insulted prisoner on her return. Catherine's feelings were wrought too high for any display of passion. Her anxiety was spent on how she could soothe York's wounded feelings and restore his health. It were vain to ask, she feared. Yet if the king would permit her to attend on him, under whatever restrictions, they should be obeyed, and this while poor Elizabeth besought her pardon with tears, for being the wife of her insolent adversary. She, a proud Plantagenet, was more sorely stung than the White Rose by the indignity offered to her house, and she entreated her not to love her brother less because of this foul disgrace. So doing, said the quick-sighted queen, you fulfill his dearest wish. While you are Richard's loving wife, he, even he, the fallen and humiliated, is an object of envy to his majesty, who sought, by making you witness his ignominy, to detach you from him. How strange a mistake, replied Catherine, for one so sage as the king. The lower my sweet Richard falls, the more need he surely has of me. But that love, such as ours, knits us too indivisibly to admit a reciprocity of benefit. I should say that it is to make me rich indeed, to enable me to bestow, to lavish good on my lord. But we are one, and I but give to myself, and myself receive, if my weakness is of any strength to him. Dear sister mine, your liege, wise as he may be, is a tyro in our woman's lore, in the mysteries of devoted love. He never felt one inspiration of the mighty sprite. This was not quite true. For some few days Henry had been so inspired, but love, an exotic in his heart, degenerated from being a fair, fragrant flower into a wild, poisonous weed. Love, whose essence is the excess of sympathy, and consequently of self-abandonment and generosity, when it alights on an unworthy soil, appears there at first in all its native bloom, a very wonder even to the heart in which it has taken root. The cold, selfish, narrow-hearted Richmond was lulled to some slight forgetfulness of self when first he was fascinated by Catherine, and he decked himself with ill-assorted virtues to merit her approbation. This lasted but a brief interval. The uncongenial clime in which the new plant grew impregnated it with its own poison. Envy, arrogance, base desire to crush the fallen were his natural propensities, and when love refused to minister to these, it changed to something like hate in his bosom. It excited his desire to have power over her, if not for her good, then for her bane. The Duke of York was imprisoned in the Tower. No further measures were apparently in action against him. Catherine no longer hoped anything from her foe, and day and night there lay beneath her eyelids the image of Richard, wasting and dying in captivity. Something must be done, some aid afforded him. She was anxious also to learn the details of his flight, and how again he fell into the hands of his foe. Monina, who in 1,000 disguises had been used to penetrate everywhere, was seen no more. Still, public report informed her of many things. It was known that Sir Robert Clifford, the old spy and traitor of the White Rose, had become aware of the measures taken by York's adherents to ensure his escape from England. He had followed him down the river, and by a knowledge of the signs and countersigns of the party, decoyed him into a boat that was to convey his victim back to his prison house. The deceit was discovered, and a mortal struggle ensued on board the tiny bark. It sunk, and many perished, Clifford among the rest. On the morrow his body was found upon the beach, stiff and stark. A gaping wound in his neck showed that the waters alone had not been his foe. In his clenched hand he grasped a mass of golden hairs, severed by some sharp implement from the head to which they grew, as if naught else could liberate his enemy from his hold. There he lay, bold Robin Clifford, the dauntless, wily boy, hunted through life by his own fell passions, envy, cupidity, and libertinism. They had tracked him to his death. His falsehoods were now mute, his deceptions passed away. He could never more win by his smiles, or stab by his lying words. Death alone had a share in him, death and the cold sands beneath which he was interred, leaving a name, the mark of scorn, the symbol of treachery. They had struggled beneath the strangling waves, Richard and his adversary. The prince was wounded in the scuffle, and became enfeebled almost to insensibility before he could sever from his enemy's grasp the fair locks he clutched. He swam away as well as he might, and with the instinct of self-preservation made for the shore. He forgot that England was a wide prison. He only strove to master the fate which beat him to the ground. He reached the sands. He sought the covert of some near underwood and threw himself upon the earth in blind thankfulness. Exhausted, almost inanimate, he lay there, given up only to the sense of repose, and safety from death, which visited his failing heart with a strange sense of pleasure. The following morning was far advanced before he could rouse himself from this lethargy. He looked upon the waters, but the Adelaide was no more to be seen. He was quite alone. He needed succor, and none was afforded him. Well he knew that every field, lane, dingle, and copse swarmed with enemies, and he shuddered at the likelihood that, unarmed and weak as he was, he should fall into their hands. He desired to reach London again as his sole refuge, and he journeyed, as he hoped, towards it, all unknowing of the route. No way-worn traveller in savage lands, pursued by barbarous enemies, ever suffered more than the offspring of Edward IV, amidst the alienated fields of his paternal kingdom. Cold and rain succeeded to the pleasant summer weather. During night he lay exposed to the tempests. During day he toiled on, his limbs benumbed, his heart wasted by hunger and fatigue. Yet never, at the head of the Scottish chivalry, never in Burgundy or in England, did he feel more resolute not to submit, but baffling fortune and his enemy's power, to save himself in spite of fate. He had wandered far inland, and knew not where he was. He had indeed passed beyond London, and got up as high as Barnes. It was the 4th day from that of his escape. He had tasted little food, and no strength remained in him, except that which gave energy to his purpose. He found himself on a wide, heathy common, studded with trees, or desolately open. The rainy day closed, and a bleak east wind swept over the plain, and curled the leaden-colored waters of the river. His love of life, his determination not to yield, quailed before the physical miseries of his lot. For some few moments he thought that he would lie down and die. At this time another human figure appeared upon the scene, a Benedictine lay-brother, who, in the freedom of solitude, in defiance of wind and rain, trolled a ditty, fitter for a ruffling swaggerer's bonnet than a monk's cowl. He started not a little on perceiving our wanderer leaning against the scathed trunk of a solitary tree, nor less did he wonder when he recognized the fallen prince. It was Heron himself, the magnanimous mercer, who, having effected his escape with a well-hoarded purse, contrived to introduce himself into the house of Bethlem at Sheen, which was called the Priory. He was a little frightened to perceive his ancient leader, but pity succeeded to fear, and with many fair words and persuasions he induced him to permit himself to be conducted to the Priory. There, since he believed himself to be dying, he might receive the last sacraments. There, perhaps, for some few minutes, he might again behold his Catherine. Thus was the fugitive again led within the pale of his enemy's power. The prior, a man esteemed for holiness, did not delay to make his sovereign acquainted with the capture of his rival. His awe of Catherine having vanished, Henry was left at liberty to follow the ungenerous dictates of his groveling spirit. Many a courtier, true man or false, counselled the death of the aspiring youth, and they praised their master's magnanimity when he rejected this advice, and in lieu exposed him, whom he knew to be the descendant of a line of kings, to beggarly disgrace. Thus, worn and weak, the ill-fated son of York was made a public spectacle of infamy. But Henry went a step too far, and when he thrust the Scottish princess forward on the scene, he turned defeat into triumph. He was not to die, but rather to pine out a miserable existence. Or had the sage monarch any other scheme? The high-spirited prince was to be cooped up within the Tower, there where the Earl of Warwick wasted his wretched life. Did he imagine that the resolved and ardent soul of Richard would, on its revival, communicate a part of its energy to the son of Clarence, and that ere long they would be enveloped in one ruin? Some words had transpired that appeared to reveal such an intention, and his order to the lieutenant of the Tower that, without permitting, he should connive at any covert intercourse between the two, his recommendation of a noted spy and hireling to a high trust, and the order this fellow had to bring each day intelligence to the palace, from the prison, spoke loudly of some design, for Henry never did aught in vain. It was in circulation also among the lower officers in the fortress that an attempt to escape was expected on the part of the prisoners, and that rich reward would attend its discovery. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 54. Imprisonment in the Tower. And bare at once, captivity displayed, stands scoffing through the never-opened gate, which nothing through its bars admits save day and tasteless food. Byron. The Lady Catherine, no longer trusting the good intentions of the insolent tyrant, was eager to communicate with her royal cousin of Scotland, to urge him to save from death or disgrace, if not to effect the liberation of him to whom he had given her hand. The difficulty of finding a messenger was great. The Queen, all amiable and sorrowing as she was, shrunk from any act which, if discovered, would enrage the king. Where did Monina tarry while her friend was in this strait? Of all his sometime associates, was there not one who would risk all to retard the last steps of fate? Since York's escape, she had been so vigilantly guarded that 1,000 schemes she had formed for her own evasion proved abortive at their very outset. Help was at length afforded her unexpectedly when most despairing. Edmund Plantagenet stood before her, changed indeed from what he had been. She had not seen him since the siege of Exeter, where he was wounded, but slight was his bodily hurt in comparison to the death blow his mind received. Plantagenet was one of those concentrated characters whose very outward show of softness and gentleness serves the more to force the texture of their souls to receive one indelible impression. He had passed a boyhood of visions, given up to mighty aspirations and engrossing reverie. His thoughts were stirring as the acts of others. His forest school had so tutored him that he could live in bodily repose while his mind ruminated. He could be quickened to hope and fear, to lofty ambition, to generosity and devoted courage, feeling in his heart the keenest impulses, while around him were the mute trees of the wild wood and pathless glades. He could be satisfied with such dreamy illusions, so that action with him was never the result of physical restlessness, nor of youthful emulation, nor of that stirring spirit of life which forces us to abhor repose. It flowed from an imperious sense of duty. It welled up from the very sources of his soul. Other men perform the various parts allotted to them, and yet are something else the while, as is the actor, even while he struts in the garb of royalty. But Edmund yielded himself wholly up, and was the mere creature of the thought within. To be great and good, great from the good he should effect, was his boyhood's aspiration. It is probable that if he had not been subjected to extraneous influence, he would have devoted himself to religion and become a saint or martyr, for his all, his understanding, heart, and person, would have been given up to the holy cause he espoused. His being led to King Richard's tent the night before the Battle of Bosworth Field gave a new and inextinguishable law to his life. Unknown duties were imposed. The first and dearest was to redeem his father's soul from the guilt of murderous ambition by elevating his injured nephew to his original greatness. He devoted himself to his cousin. Soon he learned to love Richard as the work of his own hands. He had reared his tender infancy. He had been his tutor in martial exercises, teaching him to curb the fiery steed, to wield the lance, and more than all, to meet danger in the field fearlessly, to be honorable, brave, and kind. He had led him to war, and shielded him with his own body from the cruel Moor. If ever they were divided, his thoughts dwelt only the more carefully with him. Last, he had brought him from glorious combats in Spain to conquer his ancestral kingdom, and set him up the rival of a powerful king, the mark of his vengeance. It was all over. Edmund possessed no innate strength to rise from the blow. He was a mariner on the wide ocean, without compass or rudder. The universe had one central point for him. That was destroyed, and a total blank remained. York's first surrender visited him as a death stroke. He struggled against it, enfeebled by his wound, more by despair. He passed over to Ireland. There he expected to find friends of the White Rose. He found only enemies of Duke Perkin, men eager to exculpate themselves from the charges of ill faith or ingratitude, gladly adopted a phraseology or a belief that reduced to dust the golden glories of poor Edmund's idol. Perkin Warbeck, O thou flower of York, thou nursling of love, though child of calamity, is even thy bright name so to be tainted? Not by those immediately arrayed by self-interest against thee, but by the vulgar crew ever eager to crush the fallen. There was no hope in Ireland. Keating, the prior of Kilmainham, was dead. The Earl of Desmond was reconciled to the English government. Lord Barry had fled to Spain. The citizens of Cork were busy redeeming by eager servility their mayor's disloyalty. Overcome by these sad changes, a malignant fever seized on Edmund. In addition to every other disappointment, he had the consciousness that his aid was necessary to his cousin, that his absence was probably misinterpreted by his friends as cowardly dereliction. York was calling on him in vain. Monina perhaps suspected his truth. Next to the son of his life, the noble Richard, Monina lay nearest to his heart. It was a mixture of many feelings, and even love, subdued by hopelessness, quickened them to greater intensity. As soon as he could rise from his couch, he directed his course to England. He arrived in London on the day of the Duke of York's worst disgrace. It was reported to him as the gossip of the town. At the fatal word, a mortal change seized upon his frame. His limbs were as if struck by palsy. His cheeks fell in. His hair grew white. On his arrival he had taken up his abode in a monastery in the habit of a poor pilgrim. The sage monks who beheld his state possessed no leechcraft to administer his cure. He lay with beating pulses and open eyes, while the work of the grave appeared already in operation against him. He wasted into a fleshless skeleton. And then another secret change came over him. He conquered death, and crawled forth, the ghost of what he was, into the hopeless world. He contrived to gain admission to the princess. She did not recognize him. Such was the pale disguise disease had put upon him. His voice, hollow as from a tomb, was altered. His dark, melancholy eyes, occupying too large a portion of his face, gleamed from under his streaked and wan brow. Yet his was a visit of comfort, for he could do her mission to Scotland and invite the forgetful James to succor his friend and kinsman. Edmund listened eagerly to this proposal. A draught of soothing balm descended into his frame, with the thought that yet all was not lost. His physical energy almost returned. He hurried to depart. "How will you traverse this wide kingdom?" asked the lady. "Cannot the Adelaide come as before, to aid and speed you on your way?" "The Adelaide is sailing on the far ocean sea," replied Plantagenet. "We are all as dead, in the eyes of Defero and our Monina." "Faithless girl!" With a trace of his ancient warmth and sweetness, Edmund entered upon the gentle maiden's exculpation. He related that a poor fellow lay on the bed next to his in the convent hospital, whom he recognized to be an Irishman who had escaped from Waterford and sailed with them in the Adelaide to Cornwall. From him he heard the tale of what had befallen Defero and his child. He heard how the mariner had long haunted the English coast, waiting for an opportunity to carry off the prince. Of the fatal night, when snatching his daughter from the watery peril, he saw Richard, as he believed, perish in the waves. What more had the Moorish mariner and his daughter to do with this miserable, guilty island? He called his men together. He told them his resolve, finally, to quit the eastern world for the golden islands of the west, inviting those who were averse to the voyage to go on shore at once, before the fair wind that was rising should hurry them into the open sea. The poor Irishman alone desired to land. Before he went, he saw the Spanish damsel. He described her as calm and mild, though there was something unearthly in her gleaming eyes and in the solemn tone of her voice. "If," she said, "you meet any of our friends, any who ask for Defero and his daughter, if you see Lady Brampton, Lord Barry, or Sir Edmund Plantagenet, tell them that Monina lives, that she tarries with her father, and tasks herself to be his comfort and support. We seek the Western Indies. Well may it betide us that we never reach the unknown strand, or we may be cast away in an uninhabited solitude, where my care and companionship may stead my dear father much. Or I may teach the sacred truths of our religion to the wild Indians, and speak the dear name of Christ to the unbaptized of those wilds. Or soften, as best I may, the cruel Spaniard, and save the devoted people from their barbarity. Tell them, whichever way I look, I perceive 1,000 duties to which our great taskmaster calls me, and these I live to fulfill, if so my feeble body will permit. Tell them that my only hope is death, that, and that by my obedience to the Almighty will, I may partly merit to join in paradise the earthly angel who now survives there." Tears choked further speech. She imprinted her words by a gift of gold. The boat which had been hailed came alongside. The man on board, the sails of the Adelaide swelled proudly in the gale. The little caravel ran lightly along the top of the roughening waters. In less than 2 hours she was out of sight, speeding swiftly over the sea towards the wild western ocean. Plantagenet departed, and the princess was yet more cheered when she found that no further injury was meditated against her lord. Imprisonment in the Tower was his sole punishment. Her pure, gentle mind could not divine the full extent of King Henry's villainy, nor guess how he undermined the edifice he claimed praise for not leveling with the ground. Nor could her resigned, patient, feminine spirit conceive the cruel, biting impatience of his lot that York endured. He had yielded at first to the overwhelming sense of disgrace, and felt that last, worst emotion of the injured, which answers to the internal question, "What have I done so to be visited?" In the poet's words, "I cannot charge my memory with much save sorrow, But I have been so beyond the common lot, chastened and visited, I needs must think that I was wicked. But soon his eager, eagle spirit spurned the tame debasing thought. He resolved again to struggle, and at last to conquer. The fire burned brighter for its short smoldering. Almost with a light heart he laughed, as he resolved again to endeavor. His prison life was more than irksome, it was unendurable. No change, which is the soul of enjoyment, varied it. No sympathy, the parent of content, came anear. In his young days he had trod on the verge of life's wave, watching it recede, and fancying that it would discover glittering treasures as it retreated into the ocean of eternity. Now the tide ebbed sullenly, the barren sands grew dark, and the expanse before afforded no hope. What was to be done? He was in the tower, whence he had twice escaped, where the Earl of Warwick was immured, pining in fruitless vegetation, rather than living. Should he do as he had done, and become a cipher, a forgotten prisoner, a mere thing to wake and sleep, and be as nothing? The very dog that guards a cottage door from nightly harm had more dignity and purpose in his life than this victim of ambition. The bird that alighted on the sill of his iron-barred casement, and carried off a crumb for her nestlings, was an emblem of utility and freedom in comparison, which Warwick, cut off from all, must weep to mark. How different was Richard's fate! He had dear friends ready to risk all for him, whose life's sacrifice he could repay only by being true to himself. He had a wife, wedded to him in youth's early flower, whose happiness was unalterably linked to his. He had courage, fortitude, energy. He would not cast these gifts away, a thankless boon. He valued them at their price. If death crowned his efforts, it were well. He was a mere toy in the hands of God, and he submitted. But as a man he was ready to cope with men, and though defeated, never to be vanquished. Not a month after his removal to the tower he had observed his facilities, marked his instruments, and resolved to enter on his schemes. They were quickened by other circumstances. Warwick heard of his cousin's arrival, and he believed this to be the signal of his own deliverance. His first chief desire was to have communication with him. Among his attendants there was one to whom he could apply. He was a lank, tall fellow, with little understanding and but one idea, gratitude to the Duke of Clarence. This man, called Roger, and nicknamed Long Roger, his length being his chief distinction, had been very poor, and burthened besides with several infant children. Accidents and a bad season brought them to the verge of starvation when a chance threw him in the way of the Duke of Clarence, who got him made servitor in the tower. When this unfortunate prince was imprisoned within its fatal walls, Long Roger underwent 1,000 perils to wait on him by stealth, and to do what service he might. Long Roger had a prodigious appetite, and his chief delight was to smuggle dainties, cooked by his Madge, into the prison chamber of the Duke. The manner of Clarence's death, which Roger affirmed to accord with the popular tradition, alone consoled the faithful, sympathizing fellow. Now he had turned the key for 13 years on the Duke's hapless son. In spite of his watchful care and proffered cates, he had seen the poor youth dwindle to a skeleton, when suddenly the progress of delay was checked by Our Lady. It was a miracle to see Lord Edward grow fat and comely to look upon, changing his woebegone looks into gracious smiles. By the mass, there was witchcraft in it. Warwick often thanked Long Roger, and told him what he would do when restored to freedom and rank, which will never be, Roger said, except among the saints in paradise, unless it pleased God to remove his majesty, when my lady the Queen should fully know how fervently her cousin prayed for her, and forsooth, with sweet Prince Arthur, his royal mother would be all-powerful. Long Roger's visions went not beyond. He never imagined the possibility of effecting the Earl's escape. His limited understanding suggested no relief save a bottle of canary or bunches of white roses in June, which in fact was Dame Madge's feminine idea, and often had the simple flowers soothed Warwick's care. To this man the poor prisoner applied to enable him to see and converse with the newly arrived Richard. 2 are better than 1 to a feast, and the next time Roger meditated a dainty supper for his lord, he resolved to endeavour that York should partake it with him as a guest. In his own guileless way, the simple-hearted man began to practice on and bribe one of his fellows, without whom it had been difficult to accomplish his desire. Abel Blewett had lately been appointed to his service. He was nearly a dwarf, with bushy eyebrows and red hair. There was something of ill omen in his physiognomy, but as the tall yeoman looked over the head of his comrade, his courage rose. The whippersnapper could not rebuff me, he thought, as he drew himself up to his full height, and began to propound the mighty deed of conducting Perkin by mistake to the Lord Edward's chamber on his return from vespers. Roger paused suddenly, for in spite of his stature he was appalled by the glance Blewett shot up from under his penthouses of brows. Still, he gave a willing assent, and even took upon himself the chief risk of the undertaking. The following evening, while Richard was yet pondering how to commence his machinations, undecided though resolved, and while he made up his mind not to betray his thoughts to the sinister-looking being before him, he was surprised to find that he was led through an unaccustomed gallery, and still more on entering the chamber into which he was introduced, to recognize it as that where he had unexpectedly found refuge during his last visit to the tower, and to perceive that Warbeck himself was there expecting him. Was this the thin, wasted being he had seen 3 years before? Had Warbeck then been set free to hunt upon the hills, he had not regained more flesh and bloom than now that hope had been his only medicine. His cousin York had inspired him with marvelous confidence. His last entrance into the formidable tower, and his speedy exit, had appeared a miracle to the poor earl, to whom these high walls and sad chambers formed a world from which, as from the larger one, death only promised egress. He had pined and wasted in his appetite to be free, to be without those gates, beyond that fosse and giant battlements that girded him in. These portentous, insuperable obstacles were mere cobweb chains to Richard. He had come in, he had departed, and all as easily, so Warbeck thought, as the unregarded fly, that had perhaps flown from Westminster, from Elizabeth's chamber, to light upon his cheek. In all the subsequent tales of York's checks and overthrow, he smiled at the idea that one born to victory could be thus overcome. He laughed at the chains Henry had thrown over him, and his transfer to the tower elated him with a firm belief that liberty was at hand. Dwelling on these thoughts, Warbeck ceased to be the dead alive. He was cheerful, erect, elastic in his gait. His complexion glowed with health, while sickness lingered still on the cheek of the younger Plantagenet, and a more subdued spirit dwelt in his heart. Long Roger beheld the cousin's embrace. He heard the earl call him, named Perkin, his liege, and most dear kinsman. From that moment the opprobrious name was banished from Roger's lips. He was convinced of York's truth, and the Lord Edward's friend became an object of reverence and of love. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 55. Attempt to Escape. Gentle cousin, if you be seen, you perish instantly for breaking prison. No, no, cousin, I will no more be hidden, nor put off this great adventure to a second trial. Two noble kinsmen. Quick on the first greeting followed Warwick's question. And, noble cousin, what have you projected? When shall we escape? Richard's being in durance with him seemed sufficient pledge that without delay they should both be free, while York, wearied by opposition to his mighty foe, just foiled in his endeavors to preserve his freedom, even when he had attained it, saw giant obstacles in his path, and although resolved to endeavor all, was fully conscious of the fatal end that must wait upon his too probable failure. His reply was dictated by these feelings. He was averse to drag one so inexperienced and so unhappy into the pit he believed that he was digging for himself. He besought the earl well to weigh the value he set upon life, to place the fatal scaffold in prospect, to teach himself to know what death was, and to be ready to meet it before he planned escape from the wily tutor. Warbeck listened with impatient wonder, but when Richard concluded with affirming that he himself, in sober sadness, preferred hazarding all to the remaining in prison, and that he would be free, the earl's countenance again grew light and gladsome. But when, coz, when? Was still his eager question. Thus they had changed characters. Warbeck, so many years secluded from the world, was in total ignorance of its ways. Had the tower gates been open to him, he had trembled to walk forth alone, but restraint had made him feminine, and with his cousin he would have rushed upon an army of spears, in sure belief that some unseen aegis would protect him. His position rendered him timid, indolent, and dependent, but he relied on Richard as a woman on her lover. York beheld all things in their clear, true light. He was aware of every difficulty, of the means he possessed for overcoming them, and of the hazards he ran in using these means. A sentiment, born of the highest generosity, made him hesitate before he concerted any plan with Warbeck. It was not alone that he was averse to risking another life, but he felt that his cause would receive advantage from this link with an undoubted Plantagenet, nay, that in the prison itself the attachment and respect felt towards the son of Clarence, by some of the very men he meant to use, would serve him. That he should reap benefit from exposing the ill-fated prince to untried dangers revolted his high and independent nature. Warwick had recourse to many an entreaty and persuasion ere he brought Richard to consent that their fortunes should be joined, and that, last of the White Rose, they would rise or fall together. Still, York was obliged to check his cousin's impatience, and to show that they must slowly work out the end they had in view. To gratify the Earl's greedy curiosity, York related his adventures. They afforded him an inexhaustible fund of surprise and delight. He sighed over his tale of wedded happiness, and half wondered that angelic woman, seated high on the throne of loveliness and love, should deign to devote herself for man. A pang, not of envy, but of regret on comparing their fates, shot across him. Soon the usual current of feeling returned, and when he heard that his idolized, lost Elizabeth was the friend and companion of the devoted wife of York, his affection for Richard was increased. Night was far advanced before they separated, and then only in certain expectation of meeting again. York's hopes grew brighter, and he indulged in visions of the future, which lately had been so blank. He verily believed that he might escape, though still he doubted whether he should. He remembered the fondness of the Duchess of Burgundy for her brother Clarence, and how she had deplored the hard destiny of his offspring. He would present that son, liberated by him, to her. His junction with the prince must revive the old Yorkists in his favor. This worst blast of fortune might be the gale to speed him to the harbor of his hopes. The royal cousins met again and again, nor was it long before their own desires and Henry's craft began to weave that fatal web which entangled them even in the very mode the hard-hearted king devised. Summer was gone, quicker than he was wont, and the sun withdrew his embattled array of light and heat, and cold and tempest, erewhile driven to mountain fastnesses, or to their own frozen kingdoms in the north, took courage and force, and broke with wild fury upon the defenseless world. The bleak winds were their coursers. Savagely they yelled and howled over the land they desolated. First, the growth of flowers was their prey, the fruits and then the verdure of the earth, while the sun, each day retreating, afforded further scope to their inroads. York resolved not to pass another winter in prison. He had quickly perceived that his purpose could only be effected by corrupting their guards, and then all would depend upon the fidelity of these men. His first attempts were followed by an almost too easy success. Good-hearted, dull-headed Long Roger heard with unreplying credulity the assertions of Warwick that Richard must succeed in all he undertook, and readily promised his aid. Abel Blewett, in spite of his dogged, sinister aspects, yielded at once to the seduction of a promised bribe. 2 others, by his advice, were associated as necessary to their success. Strangeways, a ruffling, drunken fellow who had been thrice dismissed, but whose pretty wife each time procured his reappointment, and Astwood, a saving miser, who lent money to his fellow servitors on usury. With these instruments the cousins went to work. Warwick in full belief of success, York perceiving treason and discovery close to them, but ready to defy these bloodhounds to their worst. "And now, coz," said Warwick, "in very truth there needs no further delay. Methinks were the drawbridge down, you would mistrust some gin, and wait to throw an arch of your own across the moat. Sooth, my lord, I am aweary of your sloth." There was a caressing sweetness in Warwick's voice and manner, an ignorant, indolent, confiding enthusiasm, so unlike quick-witted Clifford or any of Duke Richard's former friends, that he felt a new emotion towards him. Hitherto he had been the protected, served, and waited on of his associates. Now he played the protector and the guardian. "My gentle cousin," he replied, "even as you trust, so you shall find me. Wait but a little, and all will be past. Yet I grieve to say, where you see escape, I perceive an ambushment of death, and though ready to face the grim skeleton, we must arm ourselves against him. I wish I could show you, even as I see, the dangers that environ us. Perhaps you would shrink, and it is yet time. What do you do? Not only plan escape, but ally yourself, and give the sanction of your untarnished name to one whom Tudor brands as an impostor and abhors as a rival. His vengeance will fall heavily for this deed, if he reach you, while a few years, like the many already gone by, may lead him to his grave, and you to liberty. I have too often met danger to be frightened by him, and I endure worse than death each day I pass of youth apart from my sweet white rose. You have no lady love to beckon you across the path of peril. Bethink you well, my ever dear lord, Will you not regret this prison when the cruel axe glitters before your eyes? Do you refuse, then, to take me with you? Said Warbeck mournfully. Be the choice yours. To go with me is fraught with danger. To stay— Hush, cousin, cried the Earl eagerly. Speak not the ill-omened word. Stay, to endure days and nights of guarded doors, to eat viands served up poisoned by the jailer's touch, to see the sky but through those iron bars. Alas, in my dreams when heaven and its stars are before me, they are crossed and paled by those accursed lines. Give me but an hour to tread earth a free man. Or, mark, cousin, sometimes I win good Roger to lead me to the roof of the White Tower. It is high, and overhangs the deep, dangerous river. The day you quit my side, I seek that tower, I leap from its height, and the cold waters shall drink up my being rather than I endure another hour of prison life. My dear, dear cousin, said York, it is written by the fates, and I yield. Our fortunes shall be one. A few days now brings the hour. It will move along the dial. It will become a portion of past time. What it will leave us is in the hands of God. That hour came. Full soon it came. The evening hour which preceded their escape. Long Roger served supper to the kinsmen, the last they were to partake within the faded walls. The poor fellow heaved a bitter sigh as he waited by his lord's chair. Thou art downcast, good Roger, said the Earl. Pledge me, my man, in this ruby wine of Burgundy. Think of tomorrow, not of tonight. Tomorrow the deed will be done. Roger quaffed the proffered bowl. He set it down with another sigh, almost a groan, adding, Better drown reason than life in the vat. Then, recollecting to what he alluded, and before whom, he blushed scarlet to his very ears, and like a bashful man he made it worse by going on blunderingly. I was never handy at these sort of things. It is for all the world like turning out of a warm bed on a cold snowy morning, only to think of them, and when they are about, by the cross, I thought no hole far enough or dark enough when my lord your father— Roger, exclaimed Warbeck. The wine had not decreased the man's terror, but it had opened his mouth, and taken away his discretion. He continued, It was an awful night. We all knew what was going to be done. I am sure, as Thomas Paulet said, we heard our very hearts beat. Then there was grim-faced Hobbler, who at the judgment might be taken for the born twin of Master Abel, only he was taller by a span. Even he looked uglier, nor spoke above his breath. Is he at prayers? Asked he, and Sir Brakenberry was white as the earth itself. It was the beginning of Lent, and the snow lay 3 feet deep on it. By no uncommon law of our nature, the dread design of the present night awoke keen recollection in the usually drowsy mind of this man. At first, with thrilling horror, Warbeck interrupted him, but now the very terrors of the theme he chose assumed an awful charm. He was fascinated to listen, while his knees knocked together. Richard felt also the magic of such perilous excitement. "O Lord Edward," continued Roger, "these walls have seen fiendly sights. The blood of many a Plantagenet, York, or Lancaster is on its pavement. Was it not in this room that the pious King St. Henry, as Father Piers calls him— you will not sleep another night in it, so there is no harm now telling you that this poor ghost has been seen on the battlements coming from his very chamber where he was murthered. The night wind rushed round the massy walls, the autumnal wind, fierce and howling." York started up. "No more of this unreason, while we need all our strength, and God's grace to boot, to nerve us to our task. O, ghost of Lancaster, if indeed thou hauntest this spot, where those akin to me did the foul deed, be thy pious soul propitiated now. Many a mass shall be told for thy repose." Roger crossed himself and said an Ave. Then in his usual voice he rejoined, "Would the thing did not require blood. Master Abel vows by the saints, 'twere better when men make bad oaths to swear by the fiends, that Sir John must die. Old wrinkled Astwood squeaks out, by Our Lady, it were not worth while, with only promises for reward if we have not the rifling of the lieutenant's private chamber. They are bloody-minded men, my lord. Mat Strangeways, when he is sober, and I, fasting or feasting, hold out that we might bind him and get the keys. Blockhead, says Master Blewett, saving your presence, thou goest the way to hang us all." Another goblet had set Roger talking. Warbeck had quitted the table. He threw open the casement. It was very dark, and the wind howled fearfully. "Oh, iron bars of my prison house," cried the ill-fated prince, "can only midnight murder wrench ye asunder? It is a dread act to disobey God's word and lay the soul under mortal sin. Must it be done?" "My dear cousin," said York, "do not mistake. A month ago the choice was yours. Now there is no going back. We have no right to draw these poor men into peril and then to quarrel at the precaution they take for their safeties. We said aye when the matter was proposed. Again, I repeat the word, they must look to it. Who so savagely have driven us to the fatal pass? When Digby undertook the gentle task of jailer, he knew that he must hold it at the hazard of his life. Sir John has ever been kind to me, said Warwick. Forgive the word, my lord. I am firm now. Away with mercy. To win an easy egress from these murderous walls, I could myself plant the dagger. We are not executioners, interrupted the Duke, who felt none of Warwick's vacillations, now sinking beneath the required tone, now wound up far above it, and was perfectly calm, though his heart, he scarce knew why, entertained no hope of success. Warwick believed that he should win, and mourned the losers in the frightful game. Richard knew that he might fail, and assuredly would, did he not meet each necessity and hazard with a dauntless spirit. The sound of a bell from a neighboring convent was brought fitfully by the wind. They are ringing matins, there is our signal, cried Roger. And Digby's knell. The door of the chamber opened as Warwick said these words, and Blewett, with his usual cat-like pace, slid in. He walked straight up to Roger, and casting on him a glance from under his brows, said only, "Come." "Are all at rest?" asked the Earl. 2 hours agone, said Master Abel. "I have kept myself awake sharpening my steel." He touched the handle of a huge butcher's knife stuck in his girdle, whose glittering blade did credit to his care. Warwick turned pale and sick. "It will be dulled anon," continued Blewett. "Where are thy comrades?" Richard asked. "They wait at the end of the corridor. Master Astwood is counting his gains. Come, Long Roger." Poor Roger followed him to the door, then turning to the princes, "My royal masters," said he, "if this deed goes ill, and I never see ye more, by Christ and his cross, I pray a blessing on ye, if I may pray, but by the mass I fear I shall never pray, nor sup more." They were gone. Warwick strove to look, to be firm, but he grew ashy white. A door clapped to at a distance made him almost faint. Richard was pale also, but his hand shook not in the least as he presented a cup of wine to his cousin. "Give me water, rather," said the Earl, shuddering. "That cup is red. Hark, it is his groans." "It is the wind around the turret, where my liege and brother died," said York, endeavouring to give other thoughts to the poor prince, who cried, "It is the hell-born laugh of fiends viewing the deed." With the breeze, indeed, came a sound of laughter. "Are we betrayed?" cried York. But the sound passed away in wailing. Warwick was on his knees. "I cannot pray," he cried. "A sea of blood is before me." "Hush." Steps now approached along the corridor, and Blewett, his stained, half-wiped knife in his hand, appeared. Again the monosyllable "come" was pronounced, fraught with how different a meaning. A life had been torn from an innocent breast since then by that fell instrument. The princes, awestruck, one trembling with dread, the other striving to quell his horror for a murderer, followed him, as he led through the gallery. At the end stood Astwood with a bunch of keys. There were no stains on his hands. He looked anxious, but brightened up when he saw the prisoners. They trod stealthily along. Warwick's faltering steps scarce kept pace with their conductors. After passing through many narrow, high passages, they reached a low postern door. Astwood put the key in the lock. The sound was magical to the fearful Earl. "Farewell, old frightful walls," he cried. "Farewell, dark murderous prison house. The foul fiend possesses thee. Such is my benison." Blewett looked at him. York marked the sarcasm, the scorn of his glance. The gate meanwhile was opened. At that moment a clash of arms was heard. "The sentinels at the eastern gate," remarked Abel. "God grant it," cried Warwick. "God grant. Yet can it be? And am I free?" He rushed through the open door, intent to seize upon liberty as Tantalus on his forbidden feast. His first step beyond the threshold of his prison was followed by a shriek, almost a woman's shriek, it was so shrill and piercing. What he quailed before gave presence of mind to York, experienced in ills. Whatever the new evil might be, he went out to meet it calmly. A party of archers and yeomen were drawn up in the courtyard. "This truly is a mime," he said, "in which one at least wins. Our good lieutenant is safe. We are lost." Grim Sir John had much disliked even this mask of murder. He saw their seizure with a grin of delight. He abhorred Richard as the prime mover of the meditated assassination, but he hated Warwick more, who thus could lay in ambush for the life of one who he believed had been a most courteous and soft-hearted jailer to him. He commanded his myrmidons to lead the royal kinsman to the strongest wardrooms of the tower with dogged, savage joy. In dark and separate cells, in solitude and night, these ill-fated victims of craft and ambition were consigned to biting reflection and sinister anticipation. Warwick, worn out by the unusual excitement of the last weeks, by his eager hopes and overwhelming despair, had no one thought but 10,000 thoughts, making a chaos and hell of his poor heart. Richard felt more for his cousin than for himself. But for me, he repeated internally, he had still been a patient prisoner. Yet to break prison is not a crime capital. He may yet be saved. Elizabeth will intercede. Tudor, for very shame, cannot do further wrong to one so near akin, so powerless and unfortunate. For myself, I am dead already. The Duke of York died when first I became a slave. So that my memory survive in my own white rose's heart, let the victor dispose at his pleasure of this mere shell of Richard. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 56. The Trial. Tempestuous fortune hath spent all her spite, and thrilling sorrow thrown his utmost dart. Thy sad tongue cannot tell more heavy plight than that I feel and harbour in my heart. Spenser. The morning of the 1st of November dawned, a cheery day. Men went into their usual works. The earth, despoiled of her summer garniture, yet bore the change with sober content. For the sun shone, and soft airs, despite the coming winter, lightly shook the scant and altered foliage of the woods. All rose to do the task he set to each, who shaped us to his ends and not our own. And many rose whose woe was such that fear became desire. Among such fate-hunted victims was the Duke of York. Hope had died in his heart, and his few remaining days were only to be spent in celebrating her dark funeral. Morning opened its eyes on Prince Richard's dungeon, showing him vanquished by grievous overthrow and change. To look back through his tumultuous life, to dwell upon its chances, to think of the many who had suffered for him, were sad but fitting thoughts to which he betook himself, till death became lovely in his eyes. But intermingled with such retrospection were other memories. His own sweet love was before him, in her tears or smiles. He looked into her dear eyes, he closed his own, and thrilling kisses pressed his burning lips, and soft white arms were round him. At thought of such he grew impatient of his chains, and the fearful cutting off from all that awaited him. He began to calculate on the probability that his life would be spared, and grew cowardly the while to feed upon those roseate lips, to drink life from those eyes, to clasp his beautiful fond wife, feeling that beyond the circle of his arms naught existed worthy his desires, became a fierce, impatient hunger, to gratify which he would call himself impostor, give up fame and reputation, and become Perkin Warbeck in all men's eyes. There was but one refuge from this battle of youth and life with the grim skeleton. With a strong effort he endeavored to turn his attention from earth, its victor woes, and still more tyrant joys, to the heaven where alone his future lay. The struggle was difficult, but he effected it. Prayer brought resignation, calm. So when his soul, still linked to his mortal frame, and slave to its instincts, again returned to earth, it was with milder wishes and subdued regrets. Monina's lovely form wandered into his mind. She was an angel now, a blessed spirit, he believed, for what deceived her deceived him, and he fancied that he alone had escaped from the watery perils of that night. She had arrived there, where he soon should be, in the serene immutability of eternal life. He began in the revulsion of his thoughts to pity those destined still to exist. Earth was a scathed planet, a roofless, shelterless home, a wild where the human soul wandered a little interval, tortured by sharp, cruel storms, lost in thorny, entangled brakes, weary repining, till the hour came when it could soar to its native birthplace and find refuge from its ills in promised paradise. His cell was indeed the haven of peace, compared to the turbid, frightful atmosphere in which his Catherine lived. Edmund had not returned. Every attempt she made to communicate with Scotland or Burgundy failed. She had passed a summer of wretchedness, nor could the tender attention of Elizabeth soothe her. In spite of all, the poor queen was almost happier than she had ever been. For many years she had been the cannibal of her own heart, devouring her griefs in voiceless, friendless solitude. Her very joys, and they were those of maternity, were locked up in her own bosom. It was the birth of happiness to share her griefs with another, that other being so gentle, so wise, and yet so sensitive as the fair white rose, who concealed her own worst pains to soothe those of one possessing less fortitude and fewer internal resources than herself. Yet, while thus she forgot herself, she never quitted in thought her Richard's side, since the day she had seen him delivered over to ignominious punishment, pale and ill. He was, as it were, stamped on every outward object, an image placed between her and her thoughts. For while those were employed apparently on many things, he, in truth, was their first, last, all-possessing idea, more engrossing than her own identity. At one time she spent every effort to obtain an interview with him in prison, and then she learned, through covert means, of the plots carrying on in the tower for his escape, while the name of Warbeck, mingling in the tale, roused the latent feelings of Elizabeth. When the last, worst hour came, it was less replete with pain than these miserable, unquiet days, and sleepless, tearful nights, the never-ending, still-beginning round of hours spent in fear, doubt, and agonizing prayer. After a restless night, the princess opened her eyes upon the day, and felt even the usual weight at her heavy foreboding heart increased. The tale was soon told of Richard's attempted escape and failure. What can be done? Nothing. God has delivered the innocent into the hands of the cruel, to whom mercy is as unknown as, methinks, it is even to the awful power who rules our miserable lives. Such words, with a passionate burst of tears, burst from the timid Elizabeth, whose crushed and burning heart even arraigned the Deity for the agony she endured. Catherine looked on her with sweet compassion. "Gentle one," she said, "what new spirit puts such strange speech into your mouth, whose murmurings heretofore were those of piety?" "It is a bad world," continued the queen, "and if I become bad in it, perchance I shall prosper, and have power to save. I have been too mild, too self-communing and self-condemning, and the frightful result is that the sole being that ever loved me perishes on the scaffold. Both will perish, my white rose, doubt it not, your own York and my devoted only loved Edward. In his prison I have been his dream. He breaks it, not to find liberty again, but Elizabeth. Wretched boy! Knows he not that he shall never again find her who roamed with a free spirit the woodland glades, talking to him of the future, as of a scene painted to my will, faded, outworn, a degraded slave. I am not Elizabeth." "Did you know the dearest truth of religion," replied Catherine, "you would feel that she who has been tried, and come out pure, is a far nobler being than—" "I am not pure, not innocent. Much you mistake me," said the queen. "Wicked, impious thoughts harbor in my heart, and pollute my soul even beyond the hope of mediation. Sometimes I hate my beautiful children because they are his. Sometimes in the dark hour of night I renounce my nuptial vow, and lend ready, willing ear to fiendish whisperings which borrow Edward's voice. I court sleep, because he wanders into my dreams, and, what do I say, what am I revealing? Lady, judge me not, you married him you loved, fulfilling thus the best destiny that can be given in this hard world to woman, whose life is merely love. Though he perish in his youth, and you weep for him forever, hug yourself in the blessed knowledge that your fate is bright as angels, for we reap celestial joys when love and duty, twined in sisterly embrace, take up their abode together within us. And But, Catherine, did you hear me? They perish even as I speak. His cruel heart knows no touch of mercy, and they perish." "They shall not, dearest," said York's white rose. "It cannot be that so foul a blot darken our whole lives. No, there are words and looks and tones that may persuade. Alas, were we more holy, surely a miracle might be vouchsafed, nor this Pharaoh harden his heart forever." All her love-laden soul beaming in her eyes, with a voice that even thrilled him, though it moved him not, the white rose addressed Henry. She had yet to learn that a tyrant's smile is more fatal than his frown. He was all courtesy, for he was resolved, implacable, and she gathered hope from what proved to be the parent of despair. She spoke with so much energy, yet simplicity, in the cause of goodness, and urged so sweetly her debt of gratitude, telling him how from the altar of their hearts prayers would rise to the Eternal, fraught with blessings to him, that he encouraged her to go on, that still he might gaze on lineaments which nobility of soul, the softest tenderness, and exalted belief in good, painted with angelic hues. At length he replied that his council were examining witnesses, that her cause depended on facts, on its own justice, that he hoped report had blackened the crimes of these rash men. For her sake he sincerely hoped their guilt, as it was detailed to him, had been exaggerated. For a moment the princess was unaware what all this jargon might mean. His next words were more perspicuous. "Indeed, fair dame, you must forget this coil, if I consent, for the welfare of my kingdom, to sacrifice the queen's nearest relative. You also must resign yourself to a necessity from which there is no appeal. Hereafter you will perceive that you gain instead of losing by an act of justice which you passionately call cruelty. It is mercy, heaven's mercy doubtless, that breaks the link between a royal princess and a base-born impostor." A sudden fear thrilled Catherine. "You cannot mean that he should die," she cried. "For your own sake, for your children's sake, on whom your sins will be visited. You cannot intend such murder. You dare not. For the whole world would rise against the unchristian king who sheds his kinsman's blood. All Europe, the secret hearts of those nearest to you, your own knowledge, all proclaim your victim, your rival, to be your brother, and will brand you a fratricide. You are Lancaster. Your ancestors were kings. You conquered this realm in their name, and may reign over it in peace of conscience. But not so may you destroy the Duke of York. His mother avouched him. The Duchess of Burgundy acknowledges him. I was given to him by my royal cousin as to one of equal rank, and he upholds him. More than all, his princely self declares the truth, nor can evil counselors nor false chroniclers stand between you and heaven and the avenging world. You vainly seek to heap accusation on him you term Crookback's head. Time will affix the worst indelible stain upon you. You cannot, will not slay him." What were words to the fixed mind of Henry? A summer breeze whispering round a tempest-withstanding watchtower. He might grow chill at this echo of the fears his own heart spoke. But still he smiled, and his purpose was unshaken. It became known that the princes were to be arraigned for treason. First, the unhappy, misnamed Perkin was tried by the common courts in Westminster Hall. When a despot gives up the execution of his revenge to the course of law, it is only because he wishes to get rid of passing the sentence of death upon his single authority, and to make the dread voice of misnamed justice and its executors the abettors of his crime. When tragedy arrays itself in the formal robes of law, it becomes more heartrending, more odious than in any other guise. When sickness threatens to deprive us of one round whom our heartstrings have twined, we think inextricably, the skill of man is our friend. If merciless tempest be the murderer, we feel that it obeys one whose ways are inscrutable, while we strive to believe that they are good. Groping in darkness, we teach our hearts the bitter lesson of resignation. Nor do we hate nor blame the wild winds and murderous waves, though they have drunk up a life more precious and more beloved than words have power to speak. But that man's authority should destroy the life of his fellow man, that he who is powerful should, for his own security and benefit, drive into the darksome void of the tomb one united to our sun-visited earth by ties of tenderness and love, one whose mind was the abode of honor and virtue. To know that the word of man could still bind to its earthly tabernacle the being, voice, looks, thoughts, affections of our all, and yet that the man of power unlocks the secret chamber, rifles it of all its treasures, and gives us, for the living mansion of the soul, a low, voiceless grave. Against such tyranny the softest heart must rebel, nor scarcely could religion in its most powerful guise, the Catholic religion, which almost tore aside for its votaries the veil between time and eternity, teach submission to the victims. Days float on, however replete with event. The past is but a point to us. However empty, the present pervades all things. And when that present is freighted with our whole futurity, it is as an adamantine chain binding us to the hour. There is no escape from its omnipotence and omnipresence. It is as the all-covering sky. We shut our eyes. The monster's hollow breath is on our cheek. We look on all sides. From each his horrid eyes glare on us. We would sleep. He whispers dreams. Are we intelligible? Will those possessed by present tell us whether any bondage, any Bastille, can suggest ideas of more frightful tyranny, misery than the cruel present, which clings to us and cannot be removed? It is so. He attempted to escape and was discovered. He is low in his dungeon. His dear eyes are faint from disappointed hope. He will be tried. Tyranny will go forth in a mask, and with hideous antics fancy that she mantles with a decorous garb her bloodthirsty axe. He will be condemned, but he will not die, not die. Oh no, my Richard is immortal, he cannot die. My royal cousin, when you gave me to my sweet love, and pledged your word that in weal or woe I should be his, and I promised myself still dearer things, to be the guardian angel and tutelar genius of his life, and took pleasure, fond, foolish girl that I was, in the anticipation of misfortunes that I should rob of all power to hurt. No thought among the many that strayed into futurity told me of this desertion, this impotence of effecting good. Alas, how deaf and cruel man is! I could more easily tear asunder his prison walls with my hands, and break with my weak fingers his iron chains, than move one as liable to suffer and die as even his victim to pity. Elizabeth listened pale and silent to these complaints. Bitter as they were hushed to more heart-rending silence when the hour of trial came. She should only pray to die before the word that spoke his condemnation met her ear. Accustomed as a princess, a high-born and respected daughter of one most powerful, to be obeyed and served, to find herself destitute of all influence, seemed to place her in another planet. It was not men, not her fellow creatures that were around her, but fiends who bore the mask of humanity. An uninhabited desert had not been more solitary than this populous land whose language she possessed not, for what is language if it reach not the heart and move it? Richard, the wonder of the time, gathered courage as ill fortune pressed more heartily upon him. In the hour of trial he did not quail, but stood in bold, fearless innocence before the men, whose thoughts were armed against his life. He was not guilty, he said, for he could not be guilty of treason. When the indictment was read, which treated him as a foreigner and an alien, the spirit of the Plantagenet flashed from his eyes, and the very stony-hearted clerk who read, casting his regards on him, faltered and stammered, overawed by a blaze of dignity, which, did we foster antique creeds, we might believe was shed over him by some such spirit as imparted divine majesty to the person of the King of Ithaca. Proudly and silently Richard listened to the evidence on his trial. It touched only on such points as would afterwards be most material for inculpation of poor Warbeck. In the end he was asked what he had to plead, wherefore judgment should not pass upon him, but he was bid to be brief, and to beware not to use any language derogatory to the high and mighty prince, Henry, king of these realms. A smile curled his lips at this admonition, and with even a playful air he said, "My very good lord, I ask for nothing, save that a little mercy be extended to the memory of my gracious uncle, my Lord of Gloucester, who was no child murderer." At the word he was interrupted, and sentence pronounced. As the ignominious words were said, Richard, who from the beginning had abstracted himself in prayer, so that his ears might be as little wounded as possible, by an unconquerable impulse put his hand where his sword might have been. Its absence and the clanking of his chains recalled him to the truth, and he muttered the words, "O basely murdered York," in recollection of his unhappy grandfather, to whose miserable fate he often recurred as an example of suffering and patience. Thus ended the bitter scene, one he had long expected, for which he had nerved himself. During nearly the whole, his look was as if he were absent from it, but who could read the secrets of his heart, while his impassive eyes and lips were no index to the agonies that tortured it? End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 57 The Prison of Ludgate. So young to go under the obscure, cold, rotting, wormy ground, to be nailed down into a narrow place, to see no more sweet sunshine, hear no more blithe voices of living thing, muse not again upon familiar thoughts, sad, yet thus lost, how fearful! Shelley. Speak to me, lady, sister, speak, your frozen glances frighten me. Your fingers as I touch them have no resistance or life. Dearest and best, do not desert me. Speak but one word, my own white rose. Catherine raised her blue eyes heavenward. As if the effort were too great, they fell again on the ground as she said, in a voice so low that Elizabeth could hardly catch the sound, "I must see him once again before he dies." "And you shall, dearest, I promise you. Cheer up, my love, not to affright him by looks like these. Indeed, you shall see him, and I will also. He shall know that he has a sister's prayers, a sister's love. Patience, sweet Kate, but a little patience." "Would I could sleep till then," replied the miserable wife, and she covered her face with her hands, as if to shut out the light of day, and sighed bitterly. When our purposes are inflexible, how do insurmountable obstacles break before our strong will, so that often it seems that we are more inconstant than fortune, and that with perseverance we might attain the sum of our desires. The queen, the weak, despised, powerless queen, resolved to gratify this one last wish of her beloved friend. Many a motive urged her to it: compassion, love, and even self-interest. At first she almost despaired. While Richard continued in the tower, it was impossible. But on the 23rd of November, 2 days before the destined termination of his fatal tragedy, on the day of the trial of poor Warbeck, he was removed to the prison of Ludgate, and here, at dead of night, Henry being absent inspecting his new palace at Richmond, Elizabeth, timid, trembling, shrinking now at the last, and Catherine, far too absorbed in one thought to dream of fear, took boat at Westminster, and were rowed along the dark, cold tide to Blackfriars. They were silent. The queen clasped her friend's hand, which was chill and deathlike. Elizabeth trembled, accustomed to hope for, to seek refuge in her stronger mind. She felt deserted now that she, engrossed by passion, silent and still, the wife of the near prey of death, could remember only that yet for a little while he was alive. Their short voyage seemed endless. Still the oars splashed, still the boat glided, and yet they arrived not. Could it last forever, with one hope ever in view, never to know that he was dead? The thought passed into Catherine's mind with the sluggish but absorbing tenacity of intense grief, and at last possessed it so wholly that it was with a scream of fear that she found herself close to shore. The necessity of motion restored Catherine to her presence of mind, while it deprived the queen of the little courage she possessed. Something was to be said and done. Elizabeth forgot what, but Catherine spoke in a clear though unnatural voice, and followed their conductors with a firm step, supporting the faltering queen. Yet she addressed her not. Her energies were wound up to achieve one thing. More than that it would have cost her life to attempt. They reached the dark walls of the prison. A door was unbarred, and they were admitted. The princess passed the threshold with a quick step, as if overjoyed thus to be nearer her wish. Elizabeth paused, trembled, and almost wished to turn back. They crossed the high-walled court, and passed through several dark galleries. It seemed as if they would never arrive, and yet both started when they stopped at the door of a cell. "Does his grace expect us?" asked Catherine. The turnkey looked as not understanding, but their guide, who was the chaplain of the jail, answered, "He does not," fearful that some impediment might intervene, unwilling to disturb by a disappointed hope a soul so near its heavenly home. "I have told him nothing." "Gently then," said Catherine. "Let our speech be low." The door opened, and displayed the soul of the proud, luxurious Edward, sleeping on a wretched mattress, chained to the pavement. The ladies entered alone. Catherine glided noiselessly to his side. Her first act was to bend down her cheek till his breath disturbed the ringlet that rested on it, thus to assure herself that life was within his lips. Elizabeth fixed her earnest gaze on him to discover if in aught he reminded her of the blue-eyed, flaxen-haired bridegroom of Anne Mowbray. He more resembled a picture of her father in his early manhood, and then again her aunt, the Duchess of Burgundy, whom she had seen just before King Edward's death. He lay there in placid sleep, thought and feeling absent, yet in that form resided the soul of Richard, a bright casket containing a priceless gem, no flaw, no token of weakness or decay. He lived, and at a word would come back from oblivion to her world of love. A few days, and that form would still exist in all its fair proportion. But veil it quick, he is not there. Unholy and false is the philosophy that teaches us that lurid mockery was the thing we loved. And now he woke almost to joy, yet sadness succeeded quickly to rapture. "My poor girl," he said, "weep not for me, weep for thyself rather. A rose grafted on a thorn. The degraded and disgraced claims no such sorrow." Catherine replied by an embrace, by laying her beautiful head on his bosom and listening with forgetful, delicious ecstasy to the throbbings of his beating heart. "Be not unjust to thyself," said a soft, unknown voice, breaking the silence of the lovers. "Be not false to thy house. We are a devoted race, my brother, but we are proud even to the last." "This is a new miracle," cried the prince. "Who, except this sainted one, will claim kindred with Tudor's enemy?" "Tudor's wife, your sister. Do you not remember Elizabeth?" As these words were said, Catherine, who appeared to have accomplished her utmost wish, sat beside him, her arms around him, her sweet head reposing, her eyes closed. Kissing her soft hair and fair brow, York disentwined her clasped hands and rose, addressing the trembling queen. "My sister," he said, "you do a deed which calls for blessings from heaven upon you and yours. Till now, such was my unmanly spirit, the stigma affixed to my name, the disgrace of my ignominious death. made me odious to myself. The weakness of that thought is past. The love of this sweetest sweet, and your kindness restores me. Indeed, my sister, I am York, I am Plantagenet. As such, replied the queen, I ask a boon for which, selfish as I am, I chiefly came. My brother will not deny me. Trifler, this is vanity. I can give nothing. Oh, everything, exclaimed the lady. Years of peace, almost of happiness, in exchange for a life of bitter loneliness and suffering. You, my dearest lord, know the celestial goodness of that fair white rose. In adversity and peril you have known it. I, amidst the cold deceits of a court. She has vowed never to return to her native land, to bear a questioned name among her peers, or perhaps to be forced by her father to change it for one abhorred. Though she must hate me as the wife of her injurer, yet where can she better be than with your sister? She would leave me, for I am Tudor's queen. Bid her stay with her lord's nearest kinswoman. Tell her that we will beguile the long years of our too young life with talk of you. Tell her that nowhere will she find one so ready to bless your name as poor Elizabeth. Implore her, on my knees do I implore you to bid her not to leave me, a dead alive, a miserable bereft creature such as I was ere I knew her love. What sayest thou, sweet? Asked Richard. Am I yet monarch of that soft heart? Will my single subject obey the crownless Richard? Catherine stretched out her hand to the queen, who was at York's feet, in token of compliance. She could not speak. It was a mighty effort to press the fingers of Elizabeth slightly, who said, Before heaven and your dear lord, I claim your promise. You are mine forever. A precious gift, my Bess. Was it not thus my infant lips called you? I trust her to you, and so the sting of death is blunted. Yet let not too fond a lingering on one passed away tarnish the bright hours that may yet be in store for her. Forget me, sweet ones. I am not. A vapor which death and darkness inhales, best unremembered. Yet while I live I would ask one question. Our victim cousin, Edward of Warwick. Elizabeth could no longer restrain her tears as she related that however weak Warwick might heretofore have seemed, he appeared a Plantagenet on his trial. He disdained the insulting formalities of law, where the bitter Lancastrian, Lord Oxford, was the interpreter of justice. He at once declared himself guilty of plotting to put the English crown on the head of his cousin, the Duke of York. He was quickly interrupted and condemned to be beheaded. Generous, unhappy Warwick, is not life a misery when all of good except ye two angelic creatures die? The signal was now given that the interview must end. Elizabeth wept. Catherine, still voiceless, clung closer to her husband, while he nerved himself to support these gentle spirits with manly fortitude. One long, affectionate kiss he pressed on the mouth of Catherine, and as her roseate lips yet asked another, and another followed. Their lives mingled with their breath. We meet in paradise, mine only one, whispered York. Through our Lord's mercy, assuredly we meet there. He unwound her arms. He placed her in those of Elizabeth. Cherish, preserve her. Bless thee, my sister, thee and thy children. They at least will, by my death, reign rightfully over this kingdom. Farewell. He kissed her hand, and then again the lifeless hand of his wife, who stood a breathing statue. She had not spoken. No words could utter her despair. Another moment, and their fair forms were gone. The door of his cell was closed, and, but for the presence of the God he worshipped, Richard was left alone to solitude and night. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauren Huff. Chapter 58. Conclusion. Love is too young to know what conscience is, yet who knows not conscience is born of love? Then, gentle cheater, urge not my amiss, lest guilty of my faults thy sweet self prove. Shakespeare. Time, we are told by all philosophers, is the sole medicine for grief. Footnote. I do not know how far these concluding pages may be deemed superfluous. The character of the Lady Catherine Gordon is a favorite of mine, and yet many will be inclined to censure her abode in Henry VII's court, and other acts of her afterlife. I desired, therefore, that she should speak for herself, and show how her conduct, subsequent to her husband's death, was in accordance with the devotion and fidelity with which she attended his fortunes during his life. End footnote. Yet there are immortal regrets which must endure while we exist. those who have met with one with whose every feeling and thought their thoughts and feelings were entwined, who knew of no divided past, nor could imagine a solitary futurity. To them, what balm can time bring? Time, the giver of hours, months, and years, each one how barren, contemptible, and heavy to bear to the bereft. There was no consolation for Catherine which could make her for a moment forget that her present existence was but the lees of life, the spiritless remnants of a nectareous draught. But Catherine was gentle, good, and resigned. She lived on, dispensing pleasure, adored by all who approached her, and gladly hailing any visitation of happiness which might reach one whose affections were too fondly linked to the grave. Years had passed since the last act of the sad tragedy which destroyed her dearest hopes. She accompanied the Queen of England on a progress made by her, and they remained one night at Eastwell Place, the seat of Sir Thomas Moyle. There was a park and stately pleasure grounds belonging to the house, undulating uplands, shady copses, and sweet running brooks to diversify the scene. A crowd of the noble and gay were there, and the royal party was unusually mirthful. Fireworks, masks, and dances were employed, and all joyously gave themselves up to the spirit of the hour. The chords of a harp, a well-known air, first awoke in the bosom of the White Rose that languid melancholy, so near allied to pleasure, so close a neighbor to pain. By degrees memory grew busy in her brain. She could no longer endure the laughter of her companions, their sallies, nay, nor their kindness, for Elizabeth perceived her dear friend's change of countenance, and was approaching when Catherine, making her a sign not to remark her, stole away, and entering a straggling path, wandered on, struggling with the tears which the beauty of the evening, and the very hilarity which just before she had shared, caused to gush warm and fast from her eyes. She reached a little streamlet and was passing forward when she became aware of the presence of another in the scene. A laboring man of middle age, but his hair was gray and flowed on his shoulders, was seated on the rustic masonry of a rude fountain, reading. He rose when he saw the lady, and doffed his hat. She, with the cordial sweetness that accompanied her slightest acts, gave him an evening benison. Her voice, her look, her cordial manner, moved to its depths a heart lately hardened against her. As she passed on, the man followed hastily. "Lady," he cried. It struck the princess that this poor fellow had some request to prefer to his master, and that he wished to do it through her medium. She turned with a benevolent smile. "Can I do aught for you, good friend?" His voice failed him. He stretched out his hand which held his book. She took it. The tiny volume was no stranger to her eyes. As if a ghost had looked on her lonely watching, she trembled and grew pale when she opened it, and saw written in fair characters, by a hand now dust, La Rosa Blanca. The rustic knelt before her. "Lady, queen," he cried, "sole relic of the unforgotten, is it thus that we meet? My cousin Edmund!" "Hush, breathe not even to the silent woods the unknown word. Fancy not that I am Plantagenet, for all that was of worth in him you name died when the white rose scattered its leaves upon the unworthy earth." "Ah, would that we had all died in that hour!" cried Catherine. "Why, when the ungrateful world lost him, did not all the good and true die also, so that they might no longer suffer?" Plantagenet cast a reproachful glance on her as he said, "Happy indeed are those who die. O God! When I think of the many in the beloved who, a few years ago, were alive around me, and among whose low silent graves I now walk alone, methinks I am dead. It is but the ghost of him you knew that lingers upon earth." "Yes, they are all gone," said the princess. "All who linked me to the past and were portions of my Richard's being. They are gone from before me. But are they truly no more, or do they live like you, brooding over the lost, disdaining to communicate with one who lives but to remember them? Of the death of several I have heard, but often I have longed with bitterness to hear of you, and of the Spanish maiden, Monina de Ferro." "Her gentle soul," replied Edmund, "has flown to join him for whom she lived and died. It is now 2 years since I was assured of this. A friar, whom I had formerly well known, visited Lisbon, and I entreated him to inquire for de Ferro and his child. The commander of the Adelaide was almost forgotten. At last an old sailor was found who remembered that, some years before, he had sailed for the Western Indies and was never heard of more." "His daughter accompanied him?" "In the churchyard of a convent, placed high among the foldings of those lovely hills which overlook Lisbon, he was shown an humble tomb, half defaced. Her dear sacred name is carved upon it, and half the date, the 14, which shows that she died before the century began in which we now live. Footnote. Richard was put to death in 1499. End footnote. She could not have survived our prince many months. Probably she died before him, nor ever knew the worst pang of all, the ignominy linked with his beloved memory. And you, my kinsman, how long have you wedded penury and labor in this obscure disguise? Penury and labor, said Plantagenet, are not confined to the humble occupation I have adopted. I was made poor by the death blow of my hopes, and my chief labor is to tame my heart to resignation to the will of God. Obscure you may indeed call my destination. Would I could shroud it in tenfold night. Dearer to me is the silence and loneliness of this spot where I can forever commune undisturbed with the past, than a pomp which is stained by the blood of him whom once I thought we all loved so well. When, oh, let me name not the frightful thing, when he was gone forever, the whole world was to me but one miserable tomb. I groped in darkness, misery my mate, eternal lamentation my sole delight. The first thing that brought peace to my soul was the beauty of this visible universe. When God permitted for some inscrutable purpose moral evil to be showered so plentifully over us, he gave us 1,000 resources out of ourselves in compensation. If I mingled with my fellow creatures, how dearly should I miss him who was single among men for goodness, wisdom, and heaven-born nobility of soul. My heart sickens at the evil things that usurp the shape of humanity, and dare deem themselves of the same species. I turn from all, loathing. But here there is no change, no falling off, no loss of beauty and of good. These glades, these copses, the seasons change and elemental ministrations are forever the same, the type of their maker in glory and in good. The loveliness of earth saves me from despair. The majesty of heaven imparts aspiring hope. I bare my bosom to the breeze, and my wretched heart throbs less wildly. I drink in the balmy sweetness of the hour, and repose again on the goodness of my Creator. Yours is another existence, lady. You need the adulation of the crowd, the luxury of palaces. You purchase these even by communing with the murderer of him who deserved a dearer recompense at your hands. Catherine smiled sadly at these last words, which betrayed the thought that rankled in her kinsman's mind. I thank you, she replied, for your details. I will not blame you for the false judgment you pass on me. When years and quiet thought have brought you back from the tempest of emotion that shakes you, you will read my heart better, and know that it is still faithfully devoted to him I have lost. Ah, say those words again, cried Plantagenet, and teach me to believe them. I would give my right hand to approve your conduct, to love and reverence you once again. Will you have patience with me then while I strive to justify myself? Oh, speak, my life, my soul's salvation to hang upon your words. Catherine raised her blue eyes to the now starry sky, as if to adjure that to be the witness of her innocent thoughts, and then she said, We are all, dear cousin, impelled by our nature to make ourselves the central point of the universe. Even those who, as they fancy, sacrifice themselves for the love of God, do it more truly for love of themselves, and the followers of virtue too often see their duties through the obscure and deceptive medium which their own single individual feelings create. Yet we have one unerring guide, one given us at our birth, and which he who died on the cross for us taught us to understand and to appreciate, commanding us to make it the master law of our lives. Call it love, charity, or sympathy, it is the best, the angelic portion of us. It teaches us to feel pain at others' pain, joy in their joy. The more entirely we mingle our emotions with those of others, making our well or ill being depend on theirs, the more completely do we cast away selfishness and approach the perfection of our nature. You are going to answer, perhaps to refute me. Do not. Remember, I am a woman, with a woman's tutelage in my early years, a woman's education in the world, which is that of the heart. Alas, for us, not of the head. I have no school learning, no logic, but simply the voice of my own soul which speaks within me. I try to forget. You force me back upon myself. You attack and you beseech me to defend myself. So to do, I must dwell upon the sentiments of a heart which is human, and therefore faulty, but which has neither guile nor malice in it. In my father's house, and when I wandered with my beloved outcast, I had no difficulty in perceiving, nor, God was so gracious to me, in fulfilling my duties. For in childhood I was cherished and favored by all, and when I became a wife, it was no wonder that I should love and idolize the most single-hearted, generous, and kindly being that ever trod the earth. To give myself away to him, To be a part of him, to feel that we were an harmonious one in this discordant world was a happiness that falls to the lot of few. Defeat, chains, imprisonment, all these were but shows. The reality was deep in our hearts, invulnerable by any tyrant less remorseless than death. If this life were the sum and boundary our being, I had possessed the consummation and fulfillment of happiness. But we are taught to believe that our existence here is but the stepping stone to another beyond, and that death is the beginning of life. When we reach the summit of our desires, then we fall, and death comes to destroy. He was lost to me, my glory and my good. Little could I avail to him now. The caresses, love, and watchful care, the obedience and the heart's sacrifice of a poor thing who groped darkling upon earth could avail not to a spirit in paradise. I was forced to feel that I was alone, and as to me, to love is to exist. So in that dark hour, in the gaspings of my agony, I felt that I must die, if forever divided from him who possessed my affections. Years have passed since then. If grief kills us not, we kill it. Not that I cease to grieve, for each hour revealing to me how excelling and matchless the being was who once was mine, but renews the pang with which I deplore my alien state upon earth. But such is God's will. I am doomed to a divided existence, and I submit. Meanwhile, I am human, and human affections are the native, luxuriant growth of a heart whose weakness it is, too eagerly and too fondly, to seek objects on whom to expend its yearnings. My Richard's last act was to bestow me on his sister. It were impious to retract a gift made by the dying. We wept together, how long and how bitterly, the loss of our loved one, and then together we turned to fulfill our duties. She had children. They became as dear to me as to her. Margaret I cherish as the betrothed bride of my ever-dear cousin, the King of Scotland. And when I endeavour to foster the many virtues nature has implanted in the noble mind of Prince Arthur, I am fulfilling, methinks, a task grateful in the eyes of Richard, thus doing my part to bestow on the England he loved a sovereign who will repair the usurper's crimes, and bestow happiness on the realm. Nor is this all. Despise me if you will, but I confess that I regard others among those with whom I associate with a clinging affection that forbids me to separate myself from them. Did I not love the noble and good even as he did while Richard lived? Does he not now, in his heavenly abode, love them? And must my living heart be stone because that dear form is dust, which was the medium of my communication with his spirit? Where I see suffering, there I must bring my might for its relief. We are not deities to bestow an impassive benevolence. We give because we love, and the meshes of that sweet web which mutual good offices and sympathy weave entangle and enthrall me, and force me to pain and pleasure, and to every variety of emotion which is the portion of those whom it holds within its folds. I quarrel not with, I admire those who can be good and benevolent, and yet keep their hearts to themselves, the shrine of worship for God, a haven which no wind can enter. I am not one of these, and yet take no shame therefore. I feel my many weaknesses, and know that some of these form a part of my strength, the reviled part of our nature being a portion of that which elevates us to the godlike. My reason, my sense of duty, my conscientious observance of its dictates, you will set up as the better part. But I venerate also the freer impulses of our souls, my passions, my susceptible imagination, my faltering dependence on others, my clinging to the sense of joy. This makes an integral part of Catherine, nor the worst part of her. When my soul quits this bower of flesh, these leaves and flowers, which are perhaps the growth of it, may decay and die. I know not. As it is, I am content to be an imperfect creature, so that I never lose the ennobling attribute of my species, the constant endeavor to be more perfect. I do not blame you, my cousin, for seeking repose in solitude after much endurance. But unquiet should I feel in the unreplying loneliness which forms your peace. I must love and be loved. I must feel that my dear and chosen friends are happier through me. When I have wandered out of myself in my endeavor to shed pleasure around, I must again return, laden with the gathered sweets on which I feed and live. Permit this to be, unblamed. Permit a heart whose sufferings have been, and are, so many and so bitter, to reap what joy it can from the strong necessity it feels to be sympathized with, to love. End of chapter 58. End of The Fortunes of Perkin Warbeck by Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley.